Chapter 1. The Ultimate Rural Billionaire System. A gentle mountain breeze rustled through the trees, while a clear stream murmured softly. The sun shone brightly. Birds soared in the sky, fish swam in the creek, and wild rabbits and pheasants grazed on grass among the woods. Nature lay in tranquil serenity. A determined young man wearing a straw hat strode through the forest, a medicinal herb basket on his back. His name was Jeanyong, a villager of Shoshue village. Just over a month ago, Jeanyong had still been a senior high school student preparing for the national college entrance exam. But at this critical moment, his father, Jeanyong, had suddenly suffered a mysterious car accident that damaged his spine, leaving him paralyzed and completely unable to work. Jeanyong's family had already lived in modest hardship, and now this tragedy made their situation even worse. Relying solely on his mother, Huang Wamping, they could no longer make ends meet. With no other options, Jeanyong reluctantly gave up his long-cherished dream of taking the college entrance exam. He dropped out of school and returned home, resolutely shouldering the burden of supporting his family. Immediately after the accident, kind-hearted villagers had rushed Jeanyong to the county hospital. However, spinal nerve damage remained one of the most difficult challenges in modern medicine. To pay for treatment, Jeanyong had not only exhausted all of the family savings, but also incurred several 10,000 yuan in debt. Yet, there had been no sign of improvement in Jeanyong's condition. Eventually, they had no choice but to bring him back home for recovery. Recently, Jeanyong had come across a folk remedy that might help his father's condition. So early this morning, he left home and ventured into the mountains to gather the herbs required by the prescription. Only if he couldn't find them here would he later buy them from pharmacies in town. Every penny saved mattered. Shoshue village lay on the southwestern frontier, a small village surrounded by mountains on three sides and water on the fourth. The east, south, and west were bordered by the vast, continuous Jeanyong Mountains, stretching over 100 miles. To the north flowed the swift Shoshue River. The only connection to the outside world was a narrow, uneven, winding path. In ancient times, such a place might have served as a secluded paradise for hermits or sages. But today, these natural barriers severely restricted contact between Shoshue village and the outside world. As a result, the village remained impoverished and underdeveloped, utterly disconnected from the modern world beyond. Yet precisely because of its isolation, the hundreds of miles of untouched Jeanyong Mountains teemed with abundant wild produce and rare medicinal herbs. During farming off-seasons, villagers often went up the mountains to collect mushrooms, herbs, and other forest goods to sell to traders, supplementing their meager incomes. After an entire morning of searching, Jeanyong successfully collected 7 or 8 herbs needed for the remedy, along with various wild mushrooms and wood ears. Still, he was short 5 or 6 more ingredients to complete the formula. Wiping sweat from his brow, Jeanyong looked up at the blazing sun, then walked toward a nearby stream to have lunch. He splashed some cool water on his face at the streamside, instantly feeling refreshed. In the clear water, he spotted schools of tiny finger-length fish darting about. A spark of excitement lit up his eyes. He slipped off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pants, and stepped barefoot into the shallow stream. Having grown up in Shoshue village, fishing and catching shrimp were second nature to Jeanyong. It wasn't long before he caught 7 or 8 little fish. With practiced ease, he used his fingers to gut the fish, rinsed them clean, and skewered each onto sticks. Then he washed a few wild fruits he'd just gathered. Under the shade of a tree, he found a flat spot, built a small fire, and began roasting the fish. Skillfully turning and shaking the sticks, he ensured the fish cooked evenly. Droplets of moisture and fish oil dripped from the skewers into the flames, hissing sharply as they vaporized, soon releasing an intoxicating, mouth-watering aroma. Jeanyong's appetite surged, and he instinctively swallowed hard. But he didn't eat yet. From his herb basket, he pulled out 2 small paper packets, carefully sprinkling salt and chili powder over the roasting fish. Life should have a sense of ceremony. Even in hardship, one must strive for refinement. Give life a thumbs up. Next, he took out 2 homemade flatbreads his mother had packed, lightly toasting them over the fire. Only after finishing all this did he pick up 1 skewer of roasted fish, blow on it quickly a few times, let it cool slightly, then took a big bite. Delicious. The fish was perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside, tender and juicy within. The sweet freshness of the flesh mingled beautifully with the subtle fragrance of the wooden skewer, bursting with flavor in his mouth. Jeanyong closed his eyes slightly in delight, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Though just an ordinary mountain stream fish, it tasted almost like a sori to him. Rich, fresh, flavorful, and delightfully springy. He popped the whole fish into his mouth, chewed rapidly, and soon finished every morsel. Picking up a piece of flatbread, he alternated bites of bread and fish, complemented by the tangy sweetness of the wild fruits and sips of pure stream water. Surprisingly delicious, the entire meal vanished in no time. Lying comfortably on the fragrant grass, Jeanyong gazed up at the sky, breathing in the soft scent of wildflowers and fresh greenery. A faint, contented smile touched his lips. Since his father fell ill, it had been a long time since he'd felt this relaxed. Happiness was fleeting. After resting for over 10 minutes, Jeanyong slowly sat up. The smile on his face vanished completely, replaced by a faint trace of worry. Now Jeanyong faced 2 choices. One was to continue searching around the foothills within 1 or 2 kilometers of the village. But these areas were frequented by villagers, making it highly unlikely to find rare herbs or wild mountain produce. The other option was to venture deeper into the mountains. That area was rarely visited by people, and therefore offered a higher chance of discovering valuable medicinal plants. However, those remote mountains were tall and densely forested, with rugged trails and frequent sightings of wild beasts and venomous snakes. Extremely dangerous. Unless led by an experienced old hunter, few villagers from Shoshui dared to go deep into the mountains alone to gather herbs. Fortune lies in peril. Jeanyong hesitated only briefly before decisively choosing to press further into the deep mountains. Not only would this increase his chances of collecting all the herbs needed for the folk remedy, but if he was lucky enough to find some particularly rare specimens, it could greatly ease the Deng's current financial hardship. Jeanyong refilled his water flask from the stream, rested a moment longer, then set off toward the depths of the ancient forest. Indeed, the deep mountains were far richer in wild resources. Before long, Jeanyong had already found 2 or 3 more kinds of herbs and gathered many mushrooms, including several precious matsutake fungi, each worth 20 or 30 yuan. He was overjoyed. Every single yuan mattered deeply to him now. Dendrobium officinale. I'm rich, I'm going to make it. Jeanyong arrived at a cliff about 10 meters high and instinctively looked upward, instantly filled with excitement. There, growing 7 or 8 meters above ground on the sheer rock face, were 5 or 6 clumps of Dendrobium officinale, the immortal herb of ages, Dendrobium with miraculous power. Since ancient times, Dendrobium officinale had been listed among the 9 immortal herbs of China, alongside Tian Shan snow lotus, century-old ginseng, 120-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, Fu Ling of 60 years, cistanche, deep mountain lingji, sea pearls, and caterpillar fungus. As the foremost of the 9, Dendrobium officinale was renowned for its ability to eliminate by syndrome, regulate qi, tonify deficiencies in the 5 organs, treat emaciation, strengthen the yin, nourish the stomach over time, and even promote longevity. Revered throughout history and once reserved exclusively for royalty, it commanded an extremely high price. A few years ago, one villager had found a single plant in the mountains and sold it for several thousand yuan, causing a huge sensation in Shoshui village and sparking a craze for hunting Dendrobium officinale. Jeanyong had once envied that man deeply. Now, unexpectedly, he saw 5 or 6 plants right before his eyes. His heart pounded with excitement. To him, these weren't just orchids, they were stacks of cold hard cash. Selling them would significantly relieve his family's financial burden. But his joy didn't last long. Suddenly, he realized these Dendrobium plants grew on a steep cliff 7 or 8 meters high. His heart sank halfway. Without proper safety equipment, retrieving them would be no easy task. One misstep could result in a fatal fall. Thinking this through, Jeanyong anxiously paced beneath the cliff. He considered going back to the village to get help, but that round trip would take 3 or 4 hours. Who knew whether someone else might come along and snatch them in the meantime? Then all his hopes would vanish like water spilled from a basket. And if he brought others back, he'd have to share most of the profits. Jeanyong couldn't bear that thought. Dead men lie skyward. The living endure forever. I'll take the risk. Gritting his teeth, Jeanyong steeled his resolve. Having lived in Shoshui village since childhood, he was accustomed to mountain paths. His soles hardened with calluses. Climbing mountains was second nature to him. Though the cliff was steep, he noticed protruding edges on the rock face he could use for support. Confidently, he believed he could scale it barehanded and harvest the Dendrobium. No time to waste. Jeanyong placed his basket and medicine hoe on the ground, stripped off extra clothing and shoes, found a suitable angle, and began climbing barefoot. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Jeanyong climbed carefully, using both hands and feet. I made it. Finally reaching the height of 7 or 8 meters, Jeanyong gazed at the Dendrobium just within arm's reach, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Suppressing his excitement, he positioned himself on a slightly flat spot, firmly planting his feet, and finally allowing his tense mind to relax. Jeanyong took a deep breath, clutching a rocky outcrop tightly with one hand while stretching the other toward the cluster of Dendrobium officinale. Just as his fingers were about to touch the leaves, a massive triangular snake head suddenly shot out, striking like lightning straight at his arm. Jeanyong screamed, instinctively jerking backward. His balance shattered instantly, and he plummeted down the cliff. Dad, Mom, take care. I'll repay your kindness in my next life. Jeanyong thought desperately, closing his eyes in despair. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. The ultimate wealthiest system has successfully matched. Ding. Host's physical condition is too poor. Upgrading in progress. Please be patient, host. Ding. The ultimate wealthiest system is now binding to the host. Please be patient. Ding. The ultimate financial system has successfully bound. Activating now. Please wait, host. Ding. The ultimate financial system activation complete. Welcome, host, to the ultimate financial system space. Amidst his daze, Jeanyong suddenly heard a series of mechanical voices echoing in his ears. Startled, he shot upright and found himself in a space saturated with metallic sheen. Where is this? You said you're a system? Jeanyong asked cautiously, like those systems in novels that make the protagonist unbelievably powerful. Ding. Honored host, you are correct. As long as you complete the system's tasks and evaluations, you will become extraordinarily powerful. Overjoyed, Jeanyong roared excitedly. Holy shit. I actually have a system now. Awesome, fucking awesome. Ding. And at percent. The system emitted bursts of chaotic sounds, as if resonating with Jeanyong's excitement. Right, stay low-key, be dignified. Jeanyong forced himself to suppress his excitement and asked aloud, Ahem, don't systems usually have shops? Where's the system shop? Hurry up, I want to buy stuff. I want to get strong. Ding. A soft chime sounded, and before Jeanyong appeared a faint blue screen. At the top was Jeanyong's avatar, followed by text. Hostname, Jeanyong. Wealth value, minus 54,800. Credit points, 0. Special skills, none. System all, unlocked. Host may purchase or obtain items through lottery draws. Lottery draw. Host may randomly draw items from the system mall. Each draw costs 10 credit points. Jeanyong's eyes lit up when he saw the system mall. In his spare time, he had read countless system novels, where protagonists relied on game-changing items from the system shop to rise from rags to riches, becoming CEOs, marrying beautiful heiresses, and reaching the peak of life. He silently prayed that this mall would be amazing, not let him down. Trembling slightly, he tapped the system mall option. Instantly, the screen filled with dazzling goods. After skimming through them, he noticed the items were categorized into 8 sections: real world, technological civilization, witchcraft civilization, talisman civilization, medicine civilization, agricultural civilization, and cultivation civilization. The witchcraft civilization section offered various bizarre magical insects and methods for cultivating them, such as dream butterfly worm, spring autumn cicada, golden silkworm worm, love worm, snake worm, puppet worm, and more. Technological civilization contained advanced technologies, sophisticated machinery, weapons, manufacturing techniques, even spacecraft, and Iron Man-style battle armor. Medicine civilization included all kinds of pills: foundation establishment pills, beauty-enhancing pills, weight loss pills, breath-holding pills, spirit-gathering pills, age-freezing pills, and others. Talisman civilization featured countless talismans and incantations: body freeze talisman, truth-telling talisman, summoning talisman, ghost-repelling spell, demon-slaying talisman, fortune-telling incantation, thunder mastery talisman, and so forth. Agricultural civilization provided cutting-edge farming technologies, land improvement fluids, genetically enhanced seeds, improved livestock breeding techniques, and feed formulas. Real world covered every existing luxury item, from supercars and mansions to high-end fashion and accessories. Fucking hell, my system's actually this goddamn powerful. Jeanyong stared wide-eyed. The items in this mall were beyond insane. He couldn't be more satisfied. He took a deep breath and finally tapped the cultivation civilization tab. As soon as he saw the listed items, his body involuntarily trembled. All he wanted to do now was shout. Unbelievable. Not only did the cultivation civilization offer legendary treasures like the Jeanyong sword, Dongwang bell, heaven-grasping vase, but also cultivation methods such as Chaos Inyang Sutra, along with divine beasts and immortal pets like Azure Dragon and Chilan. Heaven-grasping vase, green bamboo bee cloud sword, Chrysal beast, Azure Yuan sword art, Fan Sheng true devil skill. Seeing these names, Zhang Yang's heart raced, and he blurted out, These aren't the signature Fobath and cultivation techniques of Hanli, the old demon? Can I actually buy these things in the system mall? Jeanyong had once read the record of a mortal's journey into immortality. The heaven-grasping vase was said to be the first mystical heavenly object born from primordial chaos, the very manifestation of heaven's will. It could absorb moonlight, condense emerald liquid, and accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. Regarded as the supreme artifact for cultivation support, possessing such an overpowered treasure would render him invincible in this world. Ding. Honored host. All items in the system mall can be purchased. Just pay the corresponding credit points, and they're yours. When Jeanyong heard this, his heart sank. Only now did he recall that each item in the mall bore a price tag. The goods from the real-world section were relatively cheap, the most expensive costing only a few hundred credit points, but other items cost thousands or even tens of thousands. As for the ones Jeanyong desired most, such as the heaven-grasping vase and Dongwang bell, their prices soared to a staggering 1 million credit points. He looked down at the panel. Under credit points, the field was completely empty. It took 10,000 wealth value points to exchange for just 1 credit point. 1 million credit points meant 10 billion wealth value. Right now, Zhang Yang's wealth value stood at minus 54,800. There was no telling when he'd ever accumulate enough. Tasks. What tasks are there? Hurry up, tell me. Upon realizing he could earn credit points through tasks, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up with sudden hope. He spoke urgently, nearly desperate to instantly obtain 100,000 credit points so he could buy that heaven-grasping vase immediately. Ding. Main quest. Transform Xiushui village into the wealthiest village in Qingzhou within 1 year. Completion reward. 5,000 credit points. Ding. Side quest. Become the richest person in Xiushui village within 7 days. Completion reward. 100 credit points. Ding. This system will also periodically release random Tufasherjan tasks. Rewards vary depending on difficulty. What? Turn Xiushui village into the wealthiest village in Qingzhou within a year? Become the richest person in the village within 7 days? What kind of ridiculous tasks are these? Jeanyong stared blankly after hearing the system's words. Shitong village, currently the richest in Qingzhou, sat right by the river and sea, enjoying an extremely advantageous location, with village wealth reaching hundreds of billions. In contrast, Xiushui village was surrounded by towering mountains and located in a terrible spot, making it arguably the poorest village in Qingzhou. The total combined wealth of the entire village didn't even exceed 10 million. To expect transforming it into the wealthiest village within a year was utterly impossible, a fantasy. Zhang Yang's heart tightened, and he quickly asked aloud, System, can I refuse these tasks? If I fail to complete them, what consequences will there be? Ding. Honored host, refusal or failure to complete tasks constitutes examination failure, meaning you have no further purpose and will be completely erased. Erased? What does that mean? Jeanyong felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he knew this wasn't good news. Ding. Honored host, erasure means death. In your world's terms, complete and irreversible death. A cold sweat ran down the back of his head. He could sense the system wasn't joking. If he failed the evaluation, he really would die. This had become a matter of life and death. But soon, Jeanyong straightened himself. So what if he had to transform Xiushui village into the richest village in Qingzhou within a year? So what if he had to become its wealthiest resident within 7 days? With such an overpowered system mall at his disposal, he believed he could do it. Life is like being forcibly intimate. If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. After a brief silence, Jeanyong regained his fighting spirit. He paused momentarily, then suddenly brightened and spoke to the system. System, aren't the items in the system mall way too expensive? Can't you give me a discount? Ding. Honored host, all items in the mall are clearly priced and cannot be discounted. However, you may participate in lotteries to randomly obtain items from the mall. Each draw costs 10 credit points, with a maximum of 3 draws per day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Compared to direct purchases, lottery draws were perfect. If he got lucky and drew the heaven-grasping vase, he'd strike gold. Of course, he knew full well there were tens of thousands of items in the system mall, and the chances of drawing something like the heaven-grasping vase were next to zero. But even landing a cultivation technique or some game-breaking divine artifact would be a massive win. Moreover, every 10,000 wealth value could be exchanged for 1 credit point, meaning every 100,000 yuan earned allowed 1 lottery draw. That was quite a reasonable deal. Ding. Honored host, since you've just activated the ultimate rural wealthiest system, you are specially granted 3 free lottery draws. Do you accept? Hearing the mechanical voice, Jeanyong first froze in shock, then burst into wild excitement, shouting, "Accept? Of course I accept. Anyone who doesn't accept is a damn fool. System, I want to draw right now." Chapter 3 Overwhelming and Insane Power. Ding. Honored host, please press the lottery button 3 times with your hand. As the system's voice rang out, the light blue screen before Jeanyong shimmered and transformed, revealing a large, prominent button labeled Lottery. Jeanyong took a deep breath and pressed the lottery button 3 times. Ding. Honored host, you have drawn the basic Shin Medicine Sutra cultivation technique. Ding. Honored host, you have obtained 3 financial loan talismans. Ding. Honored host, you have obtained 1 juvenile Shoaling Golden Roar Beast. The screen flickered again, displaying a brilliantly glowing secret manual, 3 talismans adorned with strange patterns, and a small golden-furred creature that resembled a puppy. Basic Shin Medicine Sutra cultivation technique. Financial loan talismans, Shoaling Golden Roar. What are these things? Jeanyong asked aloud in confusion. Ding. Honored host, the Shin Medicine Sutra is a cultivation method originating from the Shan doctors of an immortal civilization. It can cure any illness in the world and is priced at 5,000 credit points in the system store. However, what you've obtained is only the basic version, which possesses limited capabilities and cannot treat many illnesses. Upon hearing this, Jeanyang's heart surged with joy. His father, Jeanyong Shan, had been paralyzed due to a car accident, and Jeanyong had been desperately seeking a way to cure him. This Shin Medicine Sutra would come in extremely handy. How do I learn it? Quickly tell me. Jeanyong urged impatiently. Ding. Honored host, simply think, learn in your mind, and it will take effect. Jeanyong immediately focused inward and thought learn. A surge of warmth flowed through his body. The scripture on the screen vanished, and instantly, a complete set of cultivation techniques and vast medical knowledge appeared within his mind. As the warm energy circulated through him, Jeanyong felt incredibly powerful and exhilarated. He glanced at the 3 financial loan talismans and asked, "System, does the financial loan talisman allow borrowing money? And does it charge interest?" Ding. Honored host, you are correct. Each financial loan talisman is priced at 10 credit points in the store. It allows a maximum loan of 50,000 units. The daily interest is half the loan amount. If interest isn't paid within 7 days, the rate doubles. Each talisman can only be used once. To use it, simply think activate in your mind. What? Daily interest equals half the loan amount? If I borrow 10,000 a day, I'll have to repay 15,000 tomorrow? That's insane. Not even high-interest lenders are this ruthless. Jeanyong was stunned. The interest rate was terrifyingly high. Ding. Honored host, that is precisely how the financial loan talisman functions. Do you have any further questions? Never mind, never mind. I can't believe I ended up with such garbage. What a waste. Inwardly, Jeanyong dismissed the financial loan talismans as useless junk and resolved never to use them. He then turned his attention to the dog-like beast and asked, "Isn't the Golden Roar supposed to be Guanyin Bodhisattva's mount? What exactly is this Shoaling Golden Roar? And why is it so small, looking like a puppy?" Ding. Honored host, the Shoaling Golden Roar costs 1,000 credit points in the store. It is of the same species as the immortal realm mount of Guanyin Bodhisattva, extremely fierce in nature, and possesses an exceptionally sharp sense of smell. Within a range of 3 zhong, it can detect all rare treasures and medicinal herbs without fail. Its small size is because it is still a juvenile, not yet fully grown. Hearing this, Jeanyang's eyes nearly blazed with excitement. Mount Shizhong was rich in medicinal herbs and rare natural treasures. With this Shoaling Golden Roar, collecting medicine would become immensely easier. A radiant smile spread across Jeanyang's face. He was absolutely thrilled with his lottery results. Although he had gotten those worthless financial loan talismans, both the Shin Medicine Sutra and the Shoaling Golden Roar were incredibly valuable. He had struck gold with this draw. System, how do I summon the Shoaling Golden Roar? Ding. Honored master, when you return to the outside world, simply think summon in your mind, and the Shoaling Golden Roar will automatically appear beside you. System, how do I get back out? Jeanyong was now ecstatic, but still slightly doubtful whether all this was real. He longed to return to the real world immediately. Only then would he feel truly at ease. Ding. Honored host, you can freely enter and exit simply by thinking it in your mind. Ding. Honored host, a friendly reminder, whether it's main quests, side quests, or random missions, you must complete them within the designated time limit. Failure to complete any task will result in your complete eradication. The thought of having to turn Xiushui village into the wealthiest village in Qing Prefecture within a year made Jeanyang's scalp crawl. Then there was the side quest, becoming the richest man in Xiushui village within 7 days. Neither task would be easy to accomplish. Jeanyong thought for a moment and asked aloud, "System, how will you determine whether I've completed the side quest? Who's currently the richest person in our Xiushui village, and how much assets does he have?" Ding. Honored host, the current richest person in your Xiushui village is Lin Hu. His personal assets total exactly 500,398. As long as your own assets exceed 500,398 within 7 days, the side quest will be considered complete, and you will receive corresponding rewards. What? Lin Hu has over 500,000? Are you sure that's not a mistake? Lin Hu is the village chief of Xiushui village. After the old party secretary, Zheng Yaoxian, grew old and became less involved, Lin Hu had essentially become the most powerful figure in the village, someone whose word was law. Jeanyong knew Lin Hu was wealthy, but he never expected his total assets to exceed 500,000. He knew that Xiushui village was located deep in the mountains, where the villagers' average annual income was only a few thousand yuan. While 500,000 might not be much elsewhere, Here in Xiushui village, it was unquestionably a huge fortune. Ding. Honored host, this system is impartial and fair and never makes mistakes. Confirming once again, Lin, whose total assets amount to exactly 500,398. You must surpass him within 7 days to complete the task. A chill ran through Jeanyong's heart. His current net worth was negative 54,800. That meant he needed to earn more than 560,000 within 7 days to complete the mission, an incredibly daunting challenge. Ding. Honored host, do you have any further questions? None. I will definitely complete this mission. Children from poor families grow up fast. Due to his impoverished background, Jeanyong had developed an exceptionally resilient and determined character. So what if he needed to make 560,000 in 7 days? With the help of the system, Jeanyong firmly believed he could succeed. With this thought, Jeanyong forcefully clenched his fist. Mentally chanting, "Return," he felt space twist around him, and suddenly, he was back outside. Staring at the cliff he had just fallen from and breathing in the mountain air's distinctive freshness, Jeanyong froze momentarily, then quickly checked his body. He found not only that he was completely unharmed, but that he felt even stronger and healthier than before. Overwhelmed with joy, tears welled in his eyes. He was truly alive. Ding. Honored host, the juvenile shoaling golden roarer beast is ready. Would you like to summon it now? The system's voice carried its usual mechanical tone, but to Jeanyong's ears, it now sounded as sweet as celestial music. Huh. Jeanyong took a deep breath, cautiously whispering in his mind, "Summon, shoaling golden roarer." As soon as he thought it, the shoaling golden roarer appeared right beneath his feet, gently nuzzling against his pant leg in affection. Looking down at the little beast that resembled a tiny lion puppy, Jeanyong smiled. For the first time, he felt genuine happiness. Only now did he truly believe everything that had happened wasn't a dream. He really had obtained a system that could make him overwhelmingly, insanely powerful. Chapter 4 Golden Crowned Strange Snake. Jeanyong bent down and picked up the zooling golden-haired howler, cradling it in his arms. As he stroked its pale golden fur, he said softly, "Little one, your whole body is covered in golden hair. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Jin. What do you think of that?" Woof. The golden-haired beast opened its mouth with a howl, clearly dissatisfied with the name, its eyes brimming with ache. What? Don't like the name? Or does it sound too much like a puppy's nickname? The more Jeanyong looked at the golden-furred creature, the cuter he found it. Teasingly, he asked, "What's wrong? You don't like this name?" The zooling golden-haired howler was remarkably intelligent. It seemed to understand every word Jeanyong said, nodding its head repeatedly in clear disapproval. Jeanyong marveled inwardly, silently amazed. No wonder this divine beast cost 1,000 credit points. Truly, it possessed extraordinary spirit. Yi Fan's eyes flickered mischievously as he called out to the beast, "Since you don't like Xiao Jin, then from now on I'll call you to Jin. How's that for a mighty, imposing name?" Wah! The golden-haired howler clearly disliked this even more, opening its mouth again to roar. But before the cry could leave its throat, Jeanyong deliberately widened his eyes and snapped, "Don't you dare. I'm your master. Your name is Jin from now on. That's an order. No objections allowed." Woof! Jin gazed pitifully at Jeanyong for a long moment. Seeing no room for negotiation, it let out another cry, but this time, the sound was noticeably softer. While making gentle whimpers, the beast rubbed its head gently against Jeanyong's leg, displaying great affection. Clearly, it had accepted the name Jin. Ha 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 ha! Jeanyong burst into hearty laughter at the sight. After laughing for a while, Jeanyong lifted his head, looking up at the cliff where several stalks of Dendrobium officinale grew. He remembered the red strange snake hiding within and shuddered inwardly. If not for obtaining the system, he would probably be lying smashed and bloody at the bottom of the cliff by now. At the same time, he felt regretful. Because of that red snake, these precious herbs might remain forever out of reach. As if sensing Jeanyong's thoughts, Jin suddenly sprang from his arms and shot up the cliff like lightning, racing straight toward the cluster of Dendrobium plants. Jeanyong's heart leapt with alarm. He shouted urgently, "Jin, come back. There's a snake there, Jin." But the zooling golden-haired howler was far too fast. Before Jeanyong could finish speaking, it had already reached the base beneath the Dendrobium stalks. At that moment, the large red triangular snake head emerged once more, cold light flickering in its eyes, its blood-red tongue darting out as it lunged forward, aiming its fangs directly at Jin's neck. Jin, watch out, get down. Jeanyong's heart shot into his throat. His eyes were locked onto the golden-furred beast, frozen in place. Though the zooling golden-haired howler was an ancient divine beast, Jin was still only a cub, roughly the size of an ordinary lion dog. Jeanyong didn't believe for a second that Jin could stand up to such a fearsome snake. Just as the red snake's jaws were about to clamp down on Jin, the cub swiftly dodged to the side. Wah! With a roar that echoed like a lion's, Jin launched himself like lightning at the strange serpent, sinking his teeth into the snake's vital spot, the 7th inch, and shaking his head violently, refusing to let go. The red snake thrashed wildly, swinging its head frantically and attempting to coil its body around Jin. Yet Jin moved across the 8-meter-high cliff as effortlessly as if on flat ground, skillfully leaping and evading while clamping down harder on the snake's weak point. Jeanyong held his breath, deeply anxious for Jin. Only when he saw the cub gaining the upper hand did he finally relax slightly. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the struggles of the golden-crowned strange snake began to weaken. Soon after, it stopped moving entirely. Woof! Jin spat the lifeless snake onto the ground and raised his head proudly, roaring triumphantly like a victorious general. Jeanyong watched Jin with excitement, finally breathing a full sigh of relief. No wonder the zooling golden-haired howler was an ancient divine beast. Even as a cub, defeating such a powerful monster was as easy as chewing sugarcane. Seeing Jin continue to bark excitedly, Jeanyong narrowed his eyes and shouted, "What are you barking for? Get your ass down here right now, or else I'll skin you alive." Jin flinched at Jeanyong's words. It turned and glanced at him before quickly picking up the dead snake again and scampering down the cliff in a few swift bounds. Placing the snake at Jeanyong's feet, Jean rubbed affectionately against his pants, behaving like a well-behaved kitten that had just made amends for a mistake. Looking at Jin's obedient form, Jeanyong couldn't help but smile slightly. But immediately, he stiffened his face and said sternly, Jean, I am your master. If you ever act on your own like this again, I'll strip the hide right off you. Do you hear me? Ow. Jean let out a soft, obedient whimper at Jeanyong, nuzzling gently against his leg as if pleading for forgiveness. Jeanyong hadn't actually been angry to begin with. Seeing Jin's behavior, he marveled inwardly. This creature was far too intelligent. Having such a pet really did seem like an incredible blessing. Hem. Jeanyong cleared his throat dramatically and said to Jean, all right, since this is your first offense, I'll let you off this time. Woof woof. Hearing Jeanyong's words, Jean barked joyfully. Seeing Jin's excited form, Jeanyong couldn't help but smile. He gave the beast a light pat on the head before crouching down to examine the snake more closely. The strange serpent was entirely crimson red, its head crowned with a golden crest. Its body was at least 3 meters long and as thick as an adult human's arm. Jeanyong was utterly amazed. As a native mountain dweller who'd seen countless snakes from childhood to now, he had never encountered anything so bizarre. Woof woof. Jean barked again cheerfully, then extended its paw and began digging beneath the snake's neck. After a moment, it unearthed a jade-green gallbladder the size of an egg, carefully picked it up in its mouth, and gently placed it into Jeanyong's hand, all while waving its paw toward Jeanyong's mouth. Jeanyong looked at Jean and, as if reading its mind, said slowly, Jean, you want me to eat this snake gall? Woof woof. Jean seemed to truly understand Jeanyong's words, nodding vigorously. By now, Jeanyong fully recognized Jin's extraordinary intelligence. Seeing the beast's urgency, he realized this gall must surely be something precious. Consuming it would undoubtedly bring great benefit. Yet the gall was dripping with blood and emitted a foul, fishy stench. He hesitated repeatedly, unable to muster the courage to take a bite. Woof woof woof. Seeing Jeanyong's hesitation, Jean cried out anxiously, clearly desperate for him to swallow the gall. Chapter 5. Jin's abnormal behavior. Woo woo woo. Jean seemed to truly understand Jeanyong's words, nodding vigorously. Jeanyong had already realized Jean was unusually intelligent. Seeing how anxious the creature looked, he knew this snake gallbladder must be something extraordinary. Yet the gallbladder was bloody and slimy, emitting a foul, fishy odor. Jeanyong tried several times, but simply couldn't bring himself to eat it. Woo woo woo. Jean cried out anxiously, gently nudging Jeanyong's arm with its paw, clearly desperate for him to swallow the gallbladder immediately. Jeanyong felt puzzled. What made this gallbladder so special that Jean would react like this? Hesitating, he pinched his nose, preparing to force it down. But when he saw the eager look into Jin's eyes, an idea struck him. He waved the gallbladder lightly in front of Jean and said, Jean, do you want to eat this? Woo. Jean froze upon hearing the question, gazing at Jeanyong with longing eyes, wanting it badly but too shy to admit. A thought flashed through Jeanyong's mind. He gently patted Jean on the head, smiling broadly. Good boy, it's all right. We're family, right? If you want it, just nod. I'm your master. How could I spoil anyone else if not you? Though his words sounded warm and generous, in truth Jean simply couldn't bear the thought of swallowing that stinking, smelling lump, so he used the moment to pass it off to Jean. Jean, highly perceptive, looked just like a person who'd secretly hoped for a treat. After a brief hesitation, it began nodding repeatedly at Jeanyong. Here you go. Seeing Jin's reaction, Jeanyong wore a sly smile of victory as he tossed the gallbladder straight to Jean. With a quick leap, Jean caught it perfectly in its mouth, gulping it down in just a few bites. Well then, wasn't your master nice to you? From now on, you better behave yourself, got it? Jeanyong was growing fonder of Jean by the minute, stroking its head affectionately. Jean obediently rubbed gently against Jeanyong's arm, but its eyes remained locked onto the dead snake, radiating clear anticipation. Jeanyong suddenly had another thought. Jean, don't tell me you want to eat the rest of this snake and drink all the blood too? Woo woo woo. Jean rubbed against Jeanyong's arm again and hopped around him in circles, their meaning unmistakable. Jeanyong frowned slightly and said sternly, you can drink the snake blood, but you cannot eat the meat. I still have use for it. In Qingzhou, there was a tradition of making snake wine, and specialized buyers often paid high prices for rare species. Though Jeanyong didn't know exactly what kind of snake this was, judging from its bizarre appearance and Jin's intense reaction, he suspected it was no ordinary creature. He planned to take it to the medicine shop first thing tomorrow morning. If lucky, he might fetch a handsome price. As for the snake blood, he had no tools to collect it, and certainly wouldn't drink it himself. Rather than waste it, better let Jean consume it. Zhi. Chirping joyfully, Jean dashed over to the strange snake, lifting it with its front paws and lowering its mouth to drink. It didn't miss a single drop. Even the blood that had seeped into the ground was licked up completely. Whether it was psychological or not, after eating the gallbladder and drinking the blood, Jeanyong felt Jean appeared slightly larger than before, its fur now shimmering with a richer, brighter golden glow. He placed the strange snake into his medicinal basket, took his water flask, and rinsed the blood stains from around Jin's mouth. Then he said seriously, Jean, outside, you must not attack people without my permission, and you are not allowed to eat any living creatures unless I command it, understand? Jean was incredibly powerful, and Jeanyong worried about losing control. If it injured someone, things would turn serious. Even if no one got hurt, there were plenty of chickens, ducks, cattle, and goats in the village. If Jean started stealing livestock every day, the villagers would eventually grow resentful. So Jeanyong made sure to give this warning clearly. Zhi. Holding up its front paws, Jean nodded repeatedly, as if fully understanding his instructions. Seeing this, Jeanyong relaxed completely, giving Jean another pat on the head before turning his gaze upward toward the cliff, where a few Dendrobium officinale plants grew. Now that the strange snake was dead, it was time to harvest them. Rolling up his sleeves, Jeanyong prepared to climb the cliff once more, when suddenly Jean shot forward like lightning, reaching the plants in an instant. using both mouth and paws. Within moments it returned, gently placing one intact dendrobium plant at Jeanyong's feet. Jeanyong had initially worried Jean might damage the delicate herbs, but to his amazement, the plant was completely unharmed, even the roots intact. He couldn't help but marvel in astonishment. Jean was truly extraordinary. His affection for the creature grew even deeper. Within less than 10 minutes, 7 intact Dendrobium officinale plants were neatly laid out in front of Yifan. Jean stood before Jeanyong, squinting and swaying its head proudly, as if showing off its accomplishment. Good boy, Jean. Let's see if we can catch a few pheasants later. I'll make grilled meat for dinner and let you taste my cooking skills. Jeanyong gave Jean a gentle pat on the head, praising it without reservation. Jean became extremely excited, leaping joyfully around Jeanyong. After playing together for a while, Jeanyong, his face beaming, carefully placed the 7 dendrobium plants into his medicinal basket. Although he hadn't gathered all the herbs required for that prescription today, obtaining 7 precious dendrobium plants and a strange snake meant this trip was truly rewarding. Jeanyong felt deeply satisfied with his harvest. Let's go, time to head home. Jeanyong slung the medicine basket over his back, called to Jean, and prepared to return the way they came. But suddenly, Jean grabbed the leg of Jeanyong's pants in its mouth, tugging him toward the cliff. Seeing Jean's behavior, Jeanyong's heart stirred. He asked aloud, Jean, do you want me to climb up the cliff? Is there some rare herb up there? Woo woo woo. Jean nodded vigorously at Jeanyong, looking particularly anxious. Hearing this, Jeanyong felt a surge of excitement. If Jean reacted this strongly, the herb on that cliff must be extraordinary, definitely rarer, and more valuable than these 7 dendrobium plants. Jeanyong needed to earn 560,000 within the next 7 days. Finding even a few more precious herbs could greatly ease his financial pressure. Eager and ready, he almost rushed to climb the cliff with Jean, but then checked the time. It was already 3:30 p.m. Getting home from here would take at least 2.5 hours. Not wanting his parents to worry, he suppressed his urge and said to Jean, I understand what you mean, but it's too late today, we'll come back another day. With that, he gently patted Jean on the head and added, Alright, let's go home now. Jean chirped happily a few times. The man and his dog walked side by side, heading back toward Xiaoshui village. Chapter 6, The Foolish Nyoair. As dusk fell, Jeanyong walked into Xiaoshui village with Jean. His medicine basket was full of various herbs, and in his hand he carried 2 pheasants and a wild rabbit, thanks entirely to Jean's efforts. On the way back, they had encountered a fat wild boar. Jeanyong had been terrified. As the saying goes, first the boar, then the bear, then the tiger. Wild boars were notorious tyrants in the forest, charging recklessly through the woods. There had even been cases in Xiaoshui village where villagers entering the mountains were seriously injured by wild boar attacks. Just as Jeanyong stood there panic-stricken, wondering how to escape, Jean suddenly erupted in excited shrieks, eager to charge at the boar. Even more bizarrely, the moment the wild boar caught Jean's scent, it turned around and fled without hesitation. That boar must have weighed over 100 kilos, looking ferocious and powerful, but now it was being chased all over the hills by a dog that looked like a little Pekingese. The scene was utterly surreal. Jeanyong quickly came to his senses and stopped Jean, partly out of concern for his safety, but also because the terrain was rugged and remote, still over an hour's walk from the village. Hauling a 200-plus pound wild boar all the way back would be no easy task. Even so, this trip had already been incredibly rewarding. Not only was his medicine basket brimming with herbs, but he'd also found 7 stems of iron-skinned dendrobium and that strange snake. Combined with the 2 pheasants and 1 rabbit Jean had caught, it amounted to a truly bountiful return. Even the most experienced hunter in Xiaoshui village might not achieve such a haul on a single mountain expedition. Xiaoyang, you're back. Looks like you had quite the successful trip this time. How's your father doing, Xiaoyang? Is he feeling any better? If you ever run into trouble, don't keep it bottled up. We'll all help you figure it out. A few villagers were gathered under the shade of trees near the village entrance, chatting and cooling off. Seeing Jeanyong approach, they called out warmly. Jeanyang's parents, Zhang Yinshan and Li Wanping, were kind-hearted, honest, and steady people who enjoyed excellent reputation in the village. Everyone sympathized deeply with Zhang Yinshan's illness and felt sorrow over Jeanyong being forced to drop out of school. Jeanyong felt immense gratitude toward them. Since his father fell ill, although there had been some gossip in the village, most people had shown genuine kindness. At their hardest time, many villagers spontaneously pooled nearly 20,000 yuan and gave it to Jeanyong, warming his heart profoundly. Waving the pheasants and rabbit in his hands, Jeanyong smiled and said to the crowd, Uncles, aunts, thank you all for your concern. My dad is getting much better. I was lucky today. I caught a few birds and rabbits and picked some mushrooms. I'll stew them up right away. Please come to my place later for dinner. I'll make sure to toast each of you properly. No need. We've already eaten. Those pheasants are precious. Keep them to strengthen your father's health. Yes, save them for your father's recovery. At the very least, sell them for a bit of money to help with expenses. Hearing these simple, sincere words, warmth spread through Jeanyang's heart. For the first time, he didn't feel so resistant to staying in Xiaoshui village for the next year. If he could truly turn Xiaoshui village into the wealthiest village in Qingzhou, it would be his way of giving back to these kind-hearted villagers. Just then, an unpleasant voice cut through the air. Alright, big scholar, stop pretending. Your family is dirt poor. Those 2 pheasants couldn't even fill our tooth gaps. Do you expect us all to go to your place and drink cold wind? Go take care of your beggar father instead. A thin young man in his 20s, pale-faced and swaggering, sauntered over, tilting his head as he glared at Jeanyong with ill intent. Jeanyang's brow furrowed slightly. This man was Nyoair, a notorious layabout in Xiaoshui village. Always idling around, stealing chickens and dogs, he now followed Li Ergo, a well-known thug from a county town, into the business of buying and reselling mountain goods, medicinal herbs, and fruit. They brazenly lowballed prices paid to villagers, and anyone who resisted faced either beatings or threats. Out of fear of Li Ergo's power, the villagers were angry but dared not speak up. Jeanyong genuinely despised Nyoer, but kept his cool. People who visit my home will naturally be treated. I don't need you worrying about that. Then, shifting tone, he looked straight at Nyoer and said, and not everyone has the right to eat at my house. At the very least, someone like you. I don't welcome you here. A flash of venom crossed Nyoer's eyes. Smiling without warmth, he sneered. Jeanyong, you'd better watch your tone with me. In Shoshui village, cross me and you won't taste anything sweet. Just wait and see. Good dogs don't block the road. Move aside. Jeanyong frowned slightly and snapped bluntly. Jean seemed to sense Jeanyong's mood and bared its sharp teeth at Nyoer. At a single command from Jeanyong, it would leap without hesitation. You dare call me a dog? You actually think I'm afraid to beat you up? Nyoer snarled, lunging toward Jeanyong. But suddenly he stopped, eyes widening in shock as he pointed at Yi Fan's medicine basket. Iron-skinned dendrobium? You got lucky, didn't you? Actually found some iron-skinned dendrobium. Let me see. As he spoke, Nyoer reached straight for the medicine basket on Jeanyong's back. It turned out the basket wasn't fully closed, and a sprig of iron-skinned dendrobium had slipped into view. Exactly what caught Nyoer's eye. What are you doing? Get away. A flash of sharpness lit Jeanyong's eyes as he shoved Nyoer hard. Ouch. Nyoer was naturally thin and weak, further weakened by indulgence in alcohol and women. In contrast, Jeanyong's body had been enhanced by the system, making him far stronger than an ordinary person. Caught completely off guard, Nyoer tumbled to the ground. It took him a while to scramble back up. Rubbing his sore lower back with one hand, he glared darkly at Jeanyong and spat. Jeanyong, are you tired of living? Daring to hit me? I may not be able to beat you myself, but I can get someone who will. If I don't crush you today, I'll change my last name from Yo. With that, he pulled out his phone to call his gang of hooligan friends. While it seemed he was targeting Jeanyong, his real interest lay in the iron-skinned dendrobium in the medicine basket. Jeanyong stared coldly at Nyoer. He didn't want trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it. Especially now, with the ultimate rural system and the Shin medical sutra cultivation, he carried deep pride within. If he couldn't even deal with a petty thug like this, how could he dream of turning Shoshui village into the richest village in Qingzhou within a year? Clenching his fists tightly, Jeanyong resolved. If Nyoer dared make another move, he'd show him exactly why flowers were so red. Nyoer, you're causing trouble again. Just then, an old yet authoritative voice rang out from not far away. Chapter 7. A suspicious car accident. Old secretary? Nyoer was startled by the voice. He turned his head toward its source and saw an elderly man with silver hair approaching. He quickly put away his phone and nervously said to the old man, Old secretary, I wasn't causing trouble, just joking around with Jeanyong. The elder's name was Zheng Yaoxian, the longtime village secretary of Shoshui village. Known for his fairness and integrity, he was deeply loved by the villagers and held in high esteem throughout the village. However, at over 80 years old, Zheng Yaoxian's energy had begun to fade, and his health had declined as well. As a result, he had gradually stepped back from day-to-day affairs, passing the reins of village management to the village chief, Lin Hu. Still, even in old age, his authority remained. Zheng Yaoxian's reputation alone commanded instant respect. Moreover, the Zheng family was one of the largest clans in Shoshui village. Nearly one-third of the villagers bore the Zheng surname. No one would dare disrespect him, not even village chief Lin Hu, who always showed him due deference. Xiaoyang, is what Nyoer said true? Did he bully you? Zheng Yaoxian ignored Nyoer and instead turned to ask Jeanyong. Jeanyong paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Grandpa Zheng, what he said is true. I'm fine. Jeanyong didn't want to rely on Zheng Yaoxian to settle the matter. For one, the old man was already advanced in years, and Jeanyong didn't wish to involve him. Besides, some things were better handled personally. It simply felt more satisfying that way. Hearing Jeanyong's words, Nyoer visibly relaxed. Among everyone in Shoshui village, Zheng Yaoxian was the only person he truly feared. If the old man had taken this seriously, Nyoer would have found it hard to show his face around the village ever again. Nyoer, go on now, Zheng Yaoxian said, letting the matter drop. Don't spend your days idling around. Learn to do something worthwhile, or you'll end up regretting it later. Understand? Yes, old secretary, you're absolutely right. I'll go. Nyoer cast one greedy glance at the iron-skinned dendrobium leaves poking out from Jeanyong's medicine basket, then hurried off. Grandpa Zheng, thank you. Jeanyong bowed deeply to the old man and spoke sincerely. A month earlier, when his father had been in a car accident, Zheng Yaoxian had organized donations from the villagers and personally contributed 5,000 yuan, raising nearly 20,000 yuan in total for Jeanyong. 5,000 yuan might not seem like much elsewhere, but in Shoshui village, it was a substantial sum, more than half a year's income for many families. Zheng Yaoxian looked at Jeanyong and sighed softly. Xiaoyang, I've always believed in you. You had the potential to become the second university graduate our village ever produced. What a shame things turned out this way. A bitter taste rose in Jeanyong's heart. Getting into university had once been his greatest dream, but now college was clearly out of reach, at least for the next year, perhaps longer. Never mind all that now, Zheng Yaoxian said, giving Jeanyong's shoulder a firm pat with his aged hand. He gently pushed the exposed branch of iron-skinned dendrobium back into the basket, then looked at the young man earnestly. Xiaoyang, society is different from school. It's full of all kinds of people, good and bad. You must learn how to navigate human relationships, know when to act, and when to hold back, and most importantly, never flaunt your wealth. Otherwise, disaster will follow. If your father had understood these truths, perhaps he wouldn't have. Zheng Yaoxian suddenly stopped mid-sentence, as if remembering something, and said no more. Jeanyong's heart skipped a beat. From the old man's words, he sensed there might be more to his father Zhang Yinshan's accident than met the eye. He pressed urgently. Old secretary, what exactly did you mean just now? What really happened in my father's accident? Zheng Yaoxian's expression shifted slightly. He shook his head and said, nothing. It's just as you know, he was injured when a few rocks tumbled down from the mountain while he was on his way to town to sell mountain produce and fruit. Then, changing the subject, Zheng Yaoxian added, Xiaoyang, why did you return so late? Your mother is very worried. When I came over just now, I saw her preparing to go into the mountains to look for you. Go home quickly, don't make her worry any further. Hearing this, Jeanyong panicked. He could no longer focus on questioning about his father. Then I'll take my leave, Grandpa Jeong, he said. With that, he briefly waved goodbye to those around, then rushed quickly toward his home. Wait, Zheng Yaoxian called out. Huh? Jeanyong stopped and turned back, walking over to the elder. Grandpa Jeong, do you need something else? Zheng Yaoxian pointed meaningfully at Zhang Yang's medicine basket and said quietly, Xiaoyang, hide what's inside carefully. If anyone causes you trouble, tell them it's mine. I'll stand up for you. Do you understand? Grandpa Jeong, thank you. A warm feeling spread through Zhang Yang's heart. He nodded solemnly at the old man, then quickened his pace toward home. Zheng Yaoxian watched Zhang Yang's retreating figure, shook his head slowly, and his eyes filled with quiet concern. In a secluded corner of the village, Nyoair pulled out his phone and made a call, his voice brimming with excitement. Hey, dog brother, it's me, Nyoair. Got great news for you. Something valuable's turned up again in our Shoshue village. Iron-skin dendrobium, wild iron-skin dendrobium. Alright, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. I'll wait for you tomorrow. Mom, I'm back. Jeanyong pushed open the gate to his courtyard and saw his frail mother, Li Wanping, pacing anxiously inside. He quickly called out to her. When Li Wanping saw Jeanyong, she first lit up with relief, but then her expression darkened. She grabbed a broom and marched over, striking him firmly on the behind while tears welled in her eyes. You disobedient rascal, how could you come back so late? I told you not to go into the mountains, yet you went anyway. I told you to come home early, yet you return at this hour. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Your father's already in that condition. What if something happened to you too? How could I go on? As she spoke, Li Wanping tossed the broom aside and threw her arms around Jeanyong, who was nearly a head taller than her, sobbing silently. Seeing his mother like this, a sharp pain gripped Jeanyang's heart, and fear washed over him. If he hadn't just so happened to obtain the system, he might have fallen and shattered himself by now. He couldn't even imagine how devastated his mother would be. Thinking this, Jeanyong gently patted his mother on the shoulder and said softly, Mom, I'm sorry. I made you worry. I promise I'll listen to you from now on. Silly boy, don't say sorry to me. As long as you're safe and sound, that's all I care about, Li Wanping said tenderly, stroking Jeanyang's head before asking gently, Xiaoyang, did Mom hitting you just now hurt? It hurt. Jeanyong exaggerated, making a face full of grimaces for his mother. Good, it should hurt. It'll teach you a lesson. Let's see if you dare disobey me again, Li Wanping scolded, glaring at him, though her words were filled with unmistakable affection. Seeing her expression, Jeanyong finally relaxed and broke into a silly grin. Silly son, you must be starving. Go rest for a bit. I'll go cook for you right away, Li Wanping said, only then noticing the pheasant, wild rabbit, and little Huang. She stared in surprise and asked, Xiaoyang, did you catch these pheasant and rabbit yourself? Oh, and what's this, a little dog? He does look awfully cute. Chapter 8, Buying Meat. Woohoo! Jean, a mighty Sholing Jinhua howler, let out a low whimper as Li Wanping treated him like an ordinary puppy, clearly showing his dissatisfaction. Smack! Jeanyong slapped Jean on the head and scolded, She's my mom. You'll listen to her just like you listen to me, or else I'll show you what happens. Yuh! Jean stared longingly at Jeanyong, looking utterly wronged. Oh come on, the little guy's so cute. Why would you hit him like that? Li Wanping chided Jeanyong gently, then bent down to pat Jean softly on the head several times. Jean, a divine beast of ancient times, naturally had his pride and disliked being handled this way. Yet, under the domineering authority of his master Jeanyong, he dared not resist at all. His pitiful expression only made him appear even more adorable. Jeanyong smiled faintly at Li Wanping and said, Mom, this is a little stray dog I found up in the mountains. I took pity on it and brought it home. I named him Jean. Don't let his small size fool you. He's actually amazing. Those 2 pheasants and the wild rabbit over there, all caught by him. Really? This little guy's that capable? Li Wanping was amazed. She grinned and gave Jean a few gentle pats on the head. Jean, from now on, this is your home. Tonight, I'll stew some meat for you. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At the words stewed meat, Jean's eyes lit up with sparks of excitement, and he started squealing joyfully. Li Wanping grew even fonder of Jean, playing with him a bit, visibly lifting her spirits and bringing a warm smile to her face. Xiaoyang, have you collected all the ingredients on that prescription yet? Li Wanping asked Jeanyong. Jeanyong shifted uncomfortably, placing the medicine basket aside. Mom, most of them are ready. Only 2 or 3 herbs are still missing. I'm planning to go to the county town tomorrow and check the pharmacy. He didn't intend to tell Li Wanping about the Dendrobium candidum. He knew Nyoair had his eye on it, and might cause trouble at any moment. So Jeanyong planned to sell the rare herb in the county first thing tomorrow morning. Telling his mother now would only worry her without accomplishing anything. Alright, this afternoon, I heard your cousin Shilian plans to go to the county to sell some fruit. You can go together. Better to have someone with you for company, Li Wanping suggested. Cousin Shilian? An image instantly flashed through Jeanyang's mind. A stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure and lovely features, sending a sudden warmth surging through his heart. Xiaoyang, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Li Wanping noticed his odd expression and asked with concern. Jeanyong snapped back to reality, feeling slightly awkward. Mom, nothing. I'm just a bit tired. Then quickly go take a bath and rest. I'll prepare these 2 pheasants right away and start stewing them. Dinner will be ready soon, Li Wanping said warmly, picking up the 2 pheasants. Mom, how's Dad doing? Has he been alright today? Jeanyong asked. Having learned the mystic medical classic from the system, he was eager to examine Zhang Yinshan himself. Your father has been worrying about you all day, afraid something might have happened to you in the mountains. He couldn't stay awake any longer and just fell asleep. Li Wanping replied, then asked curiously, why? Do you need him for something? No, nothing important. I just wanted to see him. Since he's sleeping, I won't disturb him. Then suddenly remembering Zheng Yaoxian's words, Jeanyong asked, Mom, Dad, exactly what happened during that car accident? Li Wanping cried out in shock, her expression turning flustered. She darted her eyes away from Jeanyong uneasily and said stiffly, didn't I already tell you? Your father was on his way to the county selling mountain goods and fruit when a few boulders suddenly rolled down from the hillside. He couldn't dodge in time and got struck. That's how it happened. Jeanyong, you already know all this. Why bring it up again? Nothing. I was just wondering. A son knows his mother best. From her unusual reaction, Jeanyong realized there must be something suspicious about his father's accident. But to avoid worrying Li Wanping, he didn't press further. To lighten the suddenly heavy atmosphere, he quickly changed the subject. Mom, didn't Dad say yesterday he really wanted some braised pork? I'll go to Butcher Jing's shop and buy a few jean of meat, treat him to something tasty, and boost his nutrition. Li Wanping's face subtly tightened. She quickly responded, Jeanyong, tonight we already have pheasant and hare. Why spend money on meat? We can buy it another day. A pang of sorrow struck Jeanyang's heart. He knew his mother was holding back to save money. Forcing a smile, he said, Mom, pheasant is pheasant, and meat is meat. They're not the same thing. But the Zhang family was barely scraping by, stretching every penny as far as it could go. Li Wanping truly couldn't bear to spend the money. Jeanyong simply waved her off and said firmly, Mom, don't worry. Your son has grown up now. Our life will get better soon. Then you and Dad can eat whatever you want. A warm, touched smile spread across Li Wanping's face. She pursed her lips slightly and replied, All right then, go ahead and buy it. Let you two men enjoy a real feast. Wait a second, I'll go get some money from inside. We've already bought several jean of meat on credit from Butcher Jeong. This time, we absolutely must pay him in full. No need, Mom. I have money on me. And don't keep worrying about it. I'll clear all our debts within the next few days. Just wait and see. Jeanyong said with a bright, reassuring grin. Oh, you rascal, always trying to cheer me up. That's tens of thousands of yuan. Wish it were that easy to pay off. Li Wanping chuckled at Jeanyong, yet lines of worry still lingered in her eyes. That mountain of debt had become an unshakable burden on her heart. Haha, just you wait and see, Mom. Jeanyong said with a wink. He waved at her and called out, Mom, I'm off. With those words, Jeanyong turned and walked out of the courtyard. Seeing Jean following behind him, his brows twitched as the image of Nyo Air lurking around flashed through his mind. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he turned to Jean and said, Jean, stay here and protect my mom. If anyone tries to harm her, bite them to death. Arf arf arf. Jean barked back fiercely at Jeanyong, then spun around and marched back into the yard. Only then did Jeanyong feel at ease. With steady strides, he headed swiftly toward Butcher Zhang's shop at the west end of the village. Chapter 9. Never underestimate a poor youth. The Zhang butcher's house was located at the eastern end of Taoyuan village. Zhang slaughtered pigs and sold meat, while his wife, Shui Feng, ran the only small grocery store in the village. In her 30s, Shui Feng had almond-shaped eyes, a peach blossom complexion, red lips, and white teeth, stunningly beautiful. Clever and sociable, she allowed villagers to run tabs if they were short on cash. Loved by everyone, her little shop thrived. A few minutes later, Jeanyong arrived at the Zhang's home and pushed open the gate. He saw the hulking, brutish Zhang butcher busy slaughtering a pig in the yard, half a steaming side of pork already laid out on the chopping block. Jeanyong steadied himself and called out with a smile, Uncle Zhang, busy cutting pork? Zhang glanced up at him but said nothing, returning to his work with a sharp knife, meticulously stripping flesh from bone. Puzzled, Jeanyong couldn't understand why Zhang was treating him this way. As far as he knew, he'd never offended the man. Xiaoyong, is your dad feeling any better? What do you need? Auntie will get it for you right away. Shui Feng emerged from the house, greeting Jeanyong warmly. Auntie Shui Feng, I'll take 2 jean of fatty pork. Jeanyong suppressed his irritation and replied politely. Sure thing, just wait a sec, I'll cut it for you now. Shui Feng smiled and moved toward the meat stand to prepare his order. Slap. Suddenly, Zhang hurled his knife onto the chopping block and barked viciously at his wife. Wretched woman, what are you doing? Who told you to touch my meat? Zhang Yang's eyes flashed sharply. It was clear now, Zhang was looking for trouble. His expression hardened. Shui Feng jumped in fright, then snapped back loudly. Old Zhang, have you lost your mind? Can't you see Xiaoyong wants to buy meat? Of course I'm going to serve him. Zhang glared, shouting. Shut your mouth, you hag. I said we're not selling. Say another word and I'll beat you both. Zhang Yang's anger flared instantly. He could endure no more. Stepping straight up to Zhang, he declared, I call you uncle out of respect, but don't push me too far. I came here to buy meat, not pick fights. If you've got something to say it like a man. Don't hide behind sneers and insults like some spiteful woman. Ha ha ha. Zhang burst into raucous laughter, then pointed straight at Zhang Yang's face. This is priceless. You buying meat? Boy, your Zhang family's so poor it rings when you walk. Do you even have money for me? Or are you planning to run another blank tab again? Old Zhang, what nonsense are you spouting? We're all neighbors here. What's all this about blank tabs? Shut your mouth. Shui Feng, horrified by his crude words, fearing Jeanyong would lose face, stepped forward and tugged at Zhang's arm, trying to silence him. But Zhang shoved her off violently and kept at Jeanyong. Listen, brat. Go ask your deadbeat father how much he's racked up on credit at my place since he fell sick. How does it feel, living off free handouts every day? Let me make this clear. Your Zhang family is blacklisted in my shop. From today on, not a single ounce of pork will be sold on credit to you people. Fists clenched in fury, Jeanyong finally understood Zhang's vile attitude. Pure snobbery, nothing more. Staring at Zhang's grotesque, twisted face, Zhang Yang's hands tightened into fists as he shot back fiercely. Zhang the butcher, remember this. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate a poor youth. Just you wait. I swear I'll buy every piece of meat you own today. What? You want to buy all my meat? Ha ha ha. Zhang stared in disbelief, then erupted into wild, hysterical laughter, laughing until tears streamed down his cheeks. Seeing Zhang mock him like this, Jeanyong burned with deeper rage. He hadn't wanted trouble at first, but now, he was determined to see this through to the end. Oh alas, Shui Feng never expected things to escalate like this. Powerless against her enraged husband, she sighed helplessly and forced a smile at Jeanyong. Xiaoyong, old Zhang, he's had a bit to drink at lunch, he's drunk and babbling nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Go home first. I'll bring the meat over later myself. What drunken nonsense? You wretched woman, keep your mouth shut, or I'll break your legs. Jeong shot her a deadly glare, then turned back to Jeanyong with contempt. You really think you can buy all my meat? Fine. Today, I'll give you the chance. He pointed at the pile of meat on the stand and sneered. See that? I just slaughtered a fat hog. Over 200 jin of meat. 20 yuan per jin. That's 4,000 yuan total. Pay up. If you can pull out 4,000 yuan right now, every scrap of this meat is yours. Jeanyong was stunned by Jeong the butcher's words. He didn't have a single cent on him. How could he possibly come up with 4,000 yuan? To the old Jeanyong, this would have been an enormous sum. Jeanyong had originally planned to buy 2 jin of meat on credit, then sell a few stalks of Dendrobium catenatum in the county town the next day, and use that money to pay off all his debts with interest. But who would have thought Jeong the butcher would suddenly fly into a rage, turning things into such a mess? Ha ha ha. Seeing Jeanyong's reaction, Jeong burst into another wild laugh, his face revealing the smug look of someone who'd expected exactly this. With utter contempt, he sneered. Kid, weren't you so bold just now? Why are you speechless now? Just lay down your 4,000 yuan. If you can do that, all my meat is yours. If not, stop wasting my time. Get out now. Jeongye doesn't welcome trash like you. Jeonyang's face turned ashen. Yet he was helpless. A single coin could stump even a hero. Right now, he desperately wanted to slap 4,000 yuan straight into Zheng's hateful face. But alas, his pockets were empty, not a fund to be found. Just then, a voice rang inside Jeonyang's mind. Ding! Honored master, a random mission has been triggered. Subdue Jeong the butcher within 10 minutes. Not only must you purchase every piece of his meat, but force him to kneel before you and call you Grandmaster. Mission reward, 100 credit points. Mission failure, system withdrawal, and complete biological termination. Hearing this, Jeonyang's heart surged with both shock and excitement. He was thrilled because completing this random task would earn him 100 credit points, enough for 10 lottery draws in the system. But he was also terrified. The task was nearly impossible. Not only did he need to get 4,000 yuan to buy all the meat, but make Jeong the butcher kneel and call him Grandmaster? The difficulty was insane. What worried Jeonyong even more was that it wasn't about pride anymore. If he failed to complete the mission within 10 minutes, the system would kill him. This was life or death. Suddenly, Jeonyong remembered the 3 financial loan cards he'd won in a previous draw. His eyes lit up. In his mind, he quickly asked, System, I want to borrow 4,000 yuan using one of the financial loan cards. Is that possible? Chapter 10. Kneel down and call me master. Ding. Honorable host, you may always use the financial loan talisman to take a loan. As long as the amount borrowed does not exceed 50,000 yuan, simply think the word loan in your heart, and the money will automatically enter your pocket. After hearing the system's message, Jeonyong felt both joy and worry. He was delighted because he could now easily obtain 4,000 yuan, allowing him to successfully complete the random task assigned by the system. Yet he worried deeply about the incredibly high interest rate of the financial loan talisman. If he borrowed 4,000 today, the daily interest alone would be 2,000 yuan, a cost that made his heart ache. But a man fights for pride, just as a Buddha values 1 incense stick. The way Jeong Butcher had acted earlier was utterly infuriating. Even without the incentive of a system reward, Jeonyong would have instantly taken out the loan just to vent his anger. With this thought, Jeonyong hesitated no longer. He silently declared in his mind, Financial loan talisman, I want to borrow 4,500 yuan. Ding. Honorable host, the financial loan talisman has been successfully used. The loan amount, 4,500 yuan, has entered your pocket. Please check and confirm. Ding. Friendly reminder, the daily interest is 2,250 yuan. Maximum loan period is 7 days. Please repay on time to avoid irreversible consequences. As the system's voice concluded, Jeonyong felt a sudden weight in his pocket. He quickly reached in and touched it. He really did have a thick stack of cash now. Only then did he truly feel at ease. Hey, you brat, what are you playing dead for? If you can't come up with the money, scram right now and don't block me from working. Seeing that Jeonyong had stood there motionless for so long, Jeong Butcher grew impatient and snapped. With 4,500 yuan safely in his pocket, Jeonyong wasn't the slightest bit nervous. He stared at Jeong Butcher with a half smile, his mind racing as he plotted how to make Jeong kneel and call him master. Only then would the task be truly completed. Hey, you want to challenge me? Humph, I knew it. You penniless wretch couldn't possibly scrape together 3,000 yuan. Now get lost before I make you regret it. Jeong Butcher sneered viciously at Jeonyong. Jeonyang's eyes flashed coldly. Provoking him further, he shot back. Old Jeong, you don't actually believe I can't come up with 4,000 yuan, do you? Then how about this? Let's make a bet. A bet? Jeong Butcher sneered with mockery. Kid, still trying to talk tough with me? Even if you sold your entire family of 3, you wouldn't fetch 4,000. Fine, I'm in a good mood today, humor me. Let's see what trick you've got up your sleeve. Seeing that Jeong had taken the bait, Jeonyong felt a surge of joy inside. Calmly, he said, simple. I pull out 4,000 yuan right now and buy your meat. If I do, you must immediately kneel down, kowtow to me, and respectfully call me master. Well, Yugan Morbugan. Jeong Butcher let out a cruel laugh. You want me to call you grandpa? Good. At least you've got guts. But if you fail to produce 4,000 yuan to buy my meat, what then? Jeonyong responded instantly. Name any condition you want. I'll accept it all. If I flinch even once, then I don't deserve the surname Jeong. Old Jeong, what are you doing? Come on. Shui Feng nodded apologetically toward Jeonyong and grabbed Jeong Butcher's arm, attempting to reason with him. Get lost. This is between men. Stay out of it. Jeong Butcher shoved Shui Feng aside violently, then turned back to Jeonyong with fierce eyes. Fine. Since you're begging for it, I won't hold back. My condition is simple. If you can't produce 4,000 yuan today, you'll leave and never come within 100 meters of my home ever again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you senseless. Got it. Jeonyong froze upon hearing this. He couldn't understand where exactly he'd offended Jeong Butcher so deeply as to provoke such intense hostility. It was completely baffling. Yet Jeong had finally agreed to the bet, and the 10-minute deadline for his mission was drawing closer. Without overthinking it, Jeonyong declared firmly, fine, I accept your condition. That's our deal, and whoever backs down is the grandson. Zhang Butcher snorted coldly. Boy, I may be a rough fellow, but I know how to admit defeat when I lose a bet. If I lose, I won't cheat. But pity you, you damn pauper. There's no way you can pull out 4,000 yuan. Stop wasting my time. Show me the money, or get the hell out of here. Hearing pauper thrown at him again and again, Zhang Yang's fury burned white hot. No longer hesitating, he yanked the 4,500 yuan from his pocket and slapped the stack hard against Zhang Butcher's face, shouting, Zhang Butcher, you bastard. Open your damn dog eyes and look. Look closely. Do I or do I not have 4,000 yuan? Now kneel down and call me master. Chapter 11. Jealousy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang the Butcher rubbed his stinging face, which Jeanyong had just slapped, and stared at the thick stack of banknotes scattered on the ground. He couldn't believe it as he stuttered. How could your family possibly have so much money? This is absolutely impossible. Jeanyong looked at Zhang with immense satisfaction, feeling truly vindicated as he said proudly, Old Zhang, the money is right here. What's impossible about that? This is 4,500 yuan. Count it. Once you're done counting, come kneel down and apologize to me. I'm waiting. Jeanyong wasn't afraid of Zhang trying to cheat. Although Zhang was a burly, muscular man with a fierce appearance, Zhang Yang's body had already been enhanced and transformed by the system. On top of that, he'd begun cultivating the mystic medical scripture. If it came to a fight, Zhang might not even be his match. Zhang's eyes flickered nervously as he sneered maliciously. No, there's definitely something wrong with this money. Fake. All fake. Boy, take your counterfeit cash and get out now, or else don't blame me for being rough. Jeanyong slightly frowned and coldly replied, What? Are you trying to renege? Yeah, I am. What are you going to do about it? Take a punch from Uncle Zhang. Zhang snarled, swinging his fist straight at Jeanyong. But Jeanyong merely smirked. He had anticipated this move. His body shifted aside like lightning. Then he raised his right leg and kicked hard into Zhang's lower back. Ow! Caught completely off guard, Zhang was struck full force. A wave of numbness surged through his body as he fell forward onto the ground like a dog eating mud. Old Zhang! Shui Feng, though angry at Zhang's behavior today, rushed over immediately and helped him up. Zhang clutched his sore lower back, pain and numbness radiating through his body. When he looked at Jeanyong again, fear flickered in his eyes. Jeanyong was one of the few high school graduates in Shui village. With his clean-cut, handsome features and scholarly appearance, some villagers jokingly called him the scholar. Zhang had never taken Jeanyong seriously, hence his brazen attitude earlier, but now he realized Jeanyong was no pushover. His eyes darted warily, all traces of contempt gone. Old Zhang, accept defeat when you lose. It's only fair. What are you stalling for? Kneel down and apologize right now, or else don't blame me for getting rough. 5 minutes had already passed since the system issued the mission, meaning Jeanyong had only 5 minutes left to complete it. Growing anxious, he urged Zhang sharply. If Zhang still refused, Jeanyong would have no choice but to fight, beat him until he submitted. Normally, Jeanyong wasn't an aggressive person, but the system mission forced his hand. You. Zhang's face darkened, his teeth clenched as he prepared to say something. At that moment, Shui Feng tugged gently on Zhang's arm. Forcing a faint smile, she spoke to Jeanyong. Xiaoyong, your aunt knows you've been wrong today. Zhang was in the wrong. I'll apologize to you on his behalf. Considering how I've treated you and your parents kindly in the past, can we just let this go? Would that be okay? Jeanyong hesitated. Shui Feng had always been good to him. When Zhang Yinshan was injured, she had voluntarily brought over 200 yuan, and whenever they bought meat on credit from her shop, she always greeted them warmly, never refusing once, even encouraging Jeanyong not to feel too much pressure. She had made a deeply positive impression on him. By all rights, he should honor Shui Feng's request, but the system mission weighed heavily upon him. Missing out on the reward wasn't the real problem. It was failing the task that mattered. Failure meant elimination. The system would erase him completely. With that thought, Jeanyong hardened his heart. Sighing softly, he said gently to Shui Feng, Aunt Shui Feng, I'm not ungrateful. I know you've been kind to me. I remember everything you've done for our family, and I'll repay it many times over. But justice must be served. He must kneel and apologize to me today. Shui Feng turned pale. Her expression grew complex, and in her eyes there flickered a trace of disappointment. You little bastard, you're asking for death. You really think I can't handle you? Zhang snarled, reaching toward the cleaver lying on the chopping block. Old Zhang, what do you think you're doing? Put the knife down. Shui Feng immediately stepped in front of Jeanyong and shouted at Zhang. Lin Shui Feng, even now you're protecting this pretty-faced brat. Zhang's face twisted into a more grotesque sneer as he barked at her. Upon hearing the butcher's words, Shui Feng turned pale. She cast a complex glance at Jeanyong and snapped at Zhang in anger and embarrassment. Zhang Jing, you bastard. What are you talking about? Who said I'm protecting him? Stop making trouble. Making trouble? Roared Zhang. Lin Shui Feng, don't think I haven't noticed. You and this pretty-faced punk have been exchanging glances for ages. Last night, while sleeping, you even. Zhang's eyes flashed with menace as he clenched his teeth. Get out of my way. Today I'm going to kill him, or I'm not a Zhang. With that, Zhang raised his cleaver high and charged toward Jeanyong with fierce intent. Jeanyong stood baffled by their exchange. From Zhang's words, he sensed a strong undercurrent of jealousy, but he had barely interacted with Lin Shui Feng beyond a few rare meat purchases. He couldn't make sense of Zhang's reaction at all, but there was no time to ponder. Seeing that Zhang meant business, Jeanyong tensed up. The man slaughtered pigs and oxen for a living. His physique was imposing, and now he wielded a blade. In a real fight, Jeanyong might not stand a chance. His eyes darted around. Spotting a brick on the ground, he quickly bent down and grabbed it. It was better than fighting barehanded. But the brick would go unused. Lin Shui Feng gritted her teeth, firmly planted herself in front of Jeanyong, thrust her chest forward defiantly, and shouted back at Zhang. You want to slaughter him? Fine. But if you're going to do it, you'd better start by killing me first. You. Zhang froze, glaring furiously at Jeanyong. He opened his mouth to speak. Shui Feng didn't give him a chance. Cutting him off sharply, she spat. What you? Listen, Zhang. You've always suspected me of cheating on you? Good. Kill me today if you dare. Otherwise, just you wait. I'll make damn sure that hat ends up on your head for real. Chapter 12. Ambiguity, Softy. Lin Shuifeng. Do you really think I won't kill you? Zheng the butcher's face turned deathly pale, his eyes flashing with vicious light. He was clearly furious. Shuifeng gritted her teeth and boldly stared back at him. Go ahead, kill me. Then everything will be over, and you won't have to live in constant suspicion. As she spoke, stubbornly lifting her chin, she stood firmly in front of Jeanyong, shielding him with her body and closing her eyes tightly. You eye up. Zheng trembled with rage, waving the knife in his hand threateningly, but he just couldn't bring himself to strike. With a deep sigh, he threw the blade aside, crouched down, and buried his head between his knees like a wronged child. Jeanyong stood there dumbfounded, completely unprepared for this sudden twist. This butcher, who looked so burly and fearsome, turned out to be a weepy softy. This was utterly beyond Zhang Yang's expectations. After this husband and wife spectacle, another 2 minutes had passed. There were fewer than 3 minutes left until the mission deadline, and Jeanyong grew increasingly anxious. But seeing Zheng's cowardly state, he hesitated on what to say next. After all, Jeanyong wasn't the kind to be aggressively confrontational. Yet again, Shuifeng came to his rescue. She marched straight to Zheng, grabbed his ears sharply, and shouted, Stop crying, you spineless loser. This mess is all you're doing. Zheng Jing, if you've got any balls, kneel down right now and apologize to Xiaoyang. That way, I might still respect you a little. Zheng lifted his head, wiped the tears from his face, and bitterly cried out at her. Lin Shuifeng, don't push me too far. I'm already like this. Now you want me to kneel before that pretty boy? At the words, pretty boy, Shuifeng inexplicably blushed, glancing uneasily at Jeanyong beside her before snapping. Lose the bet. Accept the consequence. It's only fair. Had guts when you made the bet, didn't you? Now, Zheng, I'm asking you one last time. Will you kneel or not? With less than 2 minutes remaining till the mission ended, Jeanyong clenched the brick in his hand tightly. If Zheng still refused, he'd force him down by brute strength. This was a matter of life and death. Zheng stiffened his neck defiantly. I won't. I refuse. What are you going to do about it? A cold glint flashed in Jeanyang's eyes. He was about to rush forward and smash the brick into Zheng's skull. But before Jeanyong could move, Shuifeng screamed fiercely at Zheng. Zheng, I must have been blind to marry a good-for-nothing like you. You won't kneel? Fine. Then we're getting divorced. I'm packing my things and going back to my parents' house. I'm done living with a turtle's egg like you. With those words, she turned to storm into the inner room. Zheng panicked at her movement. With a loud plop, he dropped to his knees before Jeanyong and begged Shuifeng. Shuifeng, don't go. I'll kneel, okay? Just don't leave. Shuifeng stopped in her tracks, glanced back at Zheng, then slowly raised her eyes toward Jeanyong, her gaze shimmering with complex emotions. Jeanyong, seeing Zheng finally submit, felt a surge of relief. Only 30 seconds remained. He quickly urged, apologize. Call me Lord 3 times. Shuifeng shot Zheng a fierce glare upon hearing Jeanyang's demand. Zheng, meeting her gaze, panicked again. He bit his lip and stammered. Lord. I was wrong. Ding. Honored Master. Random mission successfully completed. Reward. 100 credit points, and 3 lottery draw opportunities. Hearing the system's voice, Jeanyong finally let go of his pent-up anxiety, a delighted smile spreading across his face. At the same time, a chill of fear ran through him. He had barely made it, with only a dozen-odd seconds to spare. That was close. Xiaoyang, are you satisfied now? Shuifeng looked at him with complicated eyes, softly asking. Satisfied? Oh yes, extremely satisfied. Aunt Shuifeng, you're wonderful. Jeanyong snapped back to reality, gazing at her with heated admiration. Without Shuifeng's timely help several times, he never could have completed the mission so smoothly. Right now, he was filled with deep gratitude toward her. Shuifeng had always been one of the most beautiful women in the village. Whether it was psychological or not, Jeanyong now saw her as stunning. Rosy lips, pearly teeth, tender eyes brimming with emotion. She looked absolutely captivating. Shuifeng felt a sudden flutter in her heart under Jeanyang's intense gaze, and at his suggestive words. Unconsciously, she lowered her head, her cheeks turning even rosier. Zheng watched their interaction closely, hanging his head low and clenching his fists tightly. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Shuifeng's appearance, Jeanyong immediately realized the situation had grown awkward. He quickly shifted his gaze away, and Ansher Ly cleared his throat a few times, then took 2 steps toward Zheng the butcher with a smile. Uncle Zheng, I was just kidding earlier. How could you actually kneel? Come on, get up, get up. As he spoke, Jeanyong stepped forward, reaching out to help Zheng the butcher to his feet. After all that Shuifeng had done, any resentment Jeanyong once held against Zheng had completely vanished. Strangely, a faint sense of guilt stirred within him. He couldn't quite explain it. He hadn't done anything wrong with Shuifeng. They were entirely innocent. Yet somehow, Zheng's actions had twisted everything into something complicated. Get off. Zheng snorted coldly, brushing Jeanyang's hand aside. Instead, he lifted his head and meekly asked Shuifeng, wife, I may stand now. Shuifeng took a deep breath and said to him, Xiaoyang has already forgiven you. What are you still kneeling for? Get up quickly. Then you won't divorce me? Zheng stared at her with pleading eyes. Hurry up and stand. Don't embarrass yourself further. Shuifeng snapped. No, I won't stand unless you promise not to divorce me. Zheng insisted stubbornly. A flicker of disgust flashed deep in Shuifeng's eyes. She glanced uncertainly at Jeanyong, then walked straight to Zheng's side and said firmly, Old Zheng, what are you doing? If you hadn't gone too far today, I wouldn't have said those things. Now get up. With that, she reached down, grabbed his arm, and pulled Zheng to his feet. Jeanyong stared momentarily at Zheng's towering figure, over 180 in height, broad-shouldered and burly, his face thick with rugged features, every inch of him rippling with muscle, and recalled how notoriously fierce-tempered and intimidating he was, a man no one in the village dared provoke. Yet here he was, completely cowed before Shuifeng, obedient as a pup. Truly, every tiger has its weakness. Well then, Jeanyong felt a sudden awkwardness, unsure of what to say. After a brief hesitation, he bent down, picked up the 4,500 yuan from the ground, and handed it to Shuifeng. Annie Shuifeng, This is the 4,500 yuan for the meat. Please count it. Chapter 13, Drawing the Line. Shui Feng looked at Jeanyong with a complicated expression, then glanced at her husband Zheng the butcher who stood dejected beside her, her eyes flickering with hesitation before she sternly said to Jeanyong, Xiaoyong, I know today it was my old man's fault, but he's already knelt down and apologized. Aren't you going too far by still pressing this? Is that really necessary? Jeanyong was taken aback, quickly explaining, Aunt Shui Feng, please don't misunderstand me, But Shui Feng simply raised her hand, cutting him off. If you still see me as your aunt, take back the money. She turned toward Zheng the butcher and ordered, Old Zheng, go cut 2 jin of meat for him and send him off. Right away, dear. Zheng the butcher wasn't stupid. He could hear the coldness in his wife's voice toward Jeanyong and instantly felt better. He turned to fetch the meat. A flash of sharp light passed through Jeanyang's eyes. He resented Shui Feng's attempt to draw such a clear line between them. Wait, he shouted loudly. Zheng turned back, glaring fiercely at Jeanyong. Kid, you still looking for trouble? Think I won't lay a hand on you. You want to see? Shui Feng lightly frowned and calmly waved her hand at her husband. Old Zheng, calm down. Let him speak. Jeanyong looked straight at Shui Feng and said, Aunt Shui Feng, the bet I made with your husband was that I'd pay 4,000 yuan to buy all your meat. Now that he's kowtowed and apologized, how could I possibly back out? Do you really think so little of me, Jeanyong? Shui Feng's face changed slightly at his words. Her red lips parted as if to say something. But Jeanyong raised his hand again, speaking with righteousness. A real man stands by his word once given. Jeanyong, am a full-grown man. How could I ever break my promise? Today, I will buy all your meat. Hearing Jeanyang's firm declaration, Shui Feng's eyes briefly shimmered with surprise, and her body trembled faintly. But she quickly took a deep breath and asked, Jeanyong, are you sure you want to do this? Exactly. Here's 4,500 yuan. Count it. As he spoke, Jeanyong thrust the entire sum into Shui Feng's hands. Yet in that instant he pulled his hand back. A sharp pang struck his heart. To him, a man currently so poor the coins clinked hollowly in his pocket. 4,500 yuan was a small fortune. And considering the daily interest on his debt exceeded over 2,000 yuan, Jeanyong felt like his heart was bleeding. Still, none of this showed on his face. In truth, he didn't let it bother him much either. After all, he was a man aiming to earn 600,000 yuan within 7 days. Compared to that, 4,500 yuan was nothing. Feeling the determination in Jeanyong, Shui Feng no longer hesitated. She reached out and took the money, saying without counting, No need. I trust your character. But earlier, you and Old Zheng agreed on 4,000 for all the meat. Take back the extra 500. So saying, she pulled out 500 yuan bills and held them toward Jeanyong. He didn't reach for them. Aunt Shui Feng, he said, your husband already mentioned. This is over 200 jin of meat, priced at 20 yuan per jin. The actual value exceeds 4,000. I can't take advantage of your family. Also, you once lent us 200 yuan. I'm returning that now, with interest included. When you add it up, 4,500 is just about right. Truthfully, Shui Feng was beautiful, lips red, teeth white, curves full and alluring, and was one of the 4 most beautiful women in Xiaoshui village. But until now, Jeanyong had seen her only as an elder relative, never thinking of her in any other way. He couldn't quite understand why Zheng the butcher harbored such intense hostility toward him. After some thought, he decided it best to repay the 200 yuan now, fewer complications that way. Hearing Jeanyang's explanation, Shui Feng's eyes glistened faintly with mist. Then quietly, she put the 500 yuan back and said, All right then, I'll accept it. Seeing the look on Shui Feng's face, Jeanyong felt a quiet twinge in his heart. Composing himself, he said, Aunt Shui Feng, I won't stay long. I'll borrow your cart to haul the meat home and return it later. No need to rush. Leave it at your place for now. I'll come get it when we need it. With that, she turned to her husband. Old Zheng, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and help load the meat onto the cart. Zheng pursed his lips, reluctantly shuffling toward the wheelbarrow. Don't bother, Jeanyong said. I'll do it myself. Pushing the cart next to the chopping block, he lifted both still warm sides of fresh pork and the cleaned ribs directly from the table and loaded them onto the cart. Lin Shui Feng and Zheng the butcher stared in surprise at Jeanyang's actions. Each side of the pork weighed a full 100 jin, yet Jeanyong, who looked so clean-cut and delicate-faced, lifted them with ease. Especially Shui Feng, whose eyes shimmered faintly with an unusual light deep within. Jeanyong pushed the cart, hesitated for a moment, then said to Zheng the butcher, I'll call you Uncle Zheng for the last time. I don't know what exactly happened to make you misunderstand me, but Aunt Shui Feng is a good woman. You had better treat her right. Before Zheng could react, Jeanyong waved at Shui Feng and pushed the cart straight out of their courtyard gate. Ai! Shui Feng gazed at Jeanyang's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh, her eyes flickering as if lost in thought. Chapter 14, School Beauty Liang. Mom, I'm back. Come help me carry the meat. Jeanyong pushed a cart full of meat into the house and shouted to Huang Wanping, who was cleaning mountain chickens and wild rabbits by the well. De Jin immediately dashed over, running around Jeanyong and affectionately rubbing against his pants. Why did you take so long? The chickens and rabbits are already cleaned. I've been waiting to cook braised pork. Goodness gracious, so much meat. Where on earth did this come from? Huang Wanping looked up and was shocked at the sight of the overloaded cart. She raised her voice in urgent questioning. The massive amount of meat created a striking visual impact, especially in Taoyuan village, a poor little village where an ordinary family might not consume this much meat in an entire year. Jeanyong smiled faintly and said to his mother, Mom, where else would it come from? I bought it, of course. Bought it. Huang Wanchio's eyes widened as she challenged him. Xiaoyong, with meat prices so high now, this cartful must cost thousands. Where did you get so much money? As she spoke, Huang Wanping stepped forward and grabbed Jeanyang's ear, demanding, Xiaoyong, tell me the truth. Where did all this meat really come from? Although the Zhang family lived a simple life, Zhang Yinshan and Huang Wanping were upright people who had never engaged in dishonest or petty deeds. They were universally respected as good-hearted folks in Xiaoshui village. Huang Wanping suspected the meat wasn't obtained properly, and she genuinely feared Jeanyong might be straying onto the wrong path. Ow, ow, ouch, Mom, let go first. I'll tell you everything. Jeanyong winced in pain and cried out. Humph. Huang Wamping twisted his ear one more time before releasing it. Now talk. What's the real story behind this meat? Rubbing his reddened ear, Jeanyong said. Mom, didn't I just tell you? I bought all this meat from Butcher Jing's place. How dare you lie to me? Huang Wamping snapped. Jeanyong, where would you get that kind of money? A son knows his mother best. On the way home, Jeanyong had already prepared his explanation, though the thought of it filled him with bitter sorrow, and his expression darkened slightly. Still, he pulled himself together and forced a calm demeanor as he said, Mom, I don't have money myself, but I have a wealthy classmate. Remember that classmate who lent us 30,000 yuan last month? Huang Wamping paused, then asked, Xiaoyang, do you mean the girl Xiaoying? How is she connected to this meet? The Miss Xiaoying she referred to was Li Ying, Jeanyang's classmate from their final 3 years in county high school. She had been class monitor while he served as the academic committee representative. Both Jeanyong and Li Ying were legendary academic geniuses, alternately claiming the top 2 spots in their grade. If Jeanyong ranked first in one exam, Li Ying would surely reclaim the lead in the next, without exception. Over the course of their 3-year high school journey, Jeanyong secured first place 21 times, while Li Ying achieved it 20 times. To outsiders, they appeared as fiercely competitive rivals, but in reality, they were close friends. Though they rarely had private conversations, sometimes exchanging only a few words a month, they shared an almost telepathic understanding. A single glance could convey their deepest thoughts. Li Ying wasn't just academically gifted, she was also stunningly beautiful. With bright eyes, lustrous teeth, delicate features, and a tall, graceful figure, she was undeniably the school beauty of the county high school. Jeanyong harbored subtle, unspoken feelings for Li Ying, and sensed deeply that she cared for him too. Yet he had never attempted to cross that invisible line. Then came the strange car accident involving Zhang Yinshan. Jeanyong was forced to drop out of school and return home to shoulder the family's burdens. Upon hearing the news, Li Ying grew frantic with worry and called multiple times, urging him not to abandon his studies under any circumstances. During Zhang Yinshan's treatment at the county hospital, Li Ying personally sought out Jeanyong. She pleaded emotionally and logically with him, even offering to arrange long-term hospitalization for his father, covering all medical and caregiving expenses herself. Also, Jeanyong could continue his education. Deeply moved and warmed by her devotion, Jeanyong nevertheless rejected her offer without hesitation. Zhang Yinshan's spinal nerves were completely necrotic, a condition with no known successful recovery case anywhere in the world. He would likely remain paralyzed for life. Jeanyong saw no justification in dragging Li Ying into such an endless abyss. Seeing how firmly he refused, Li Ying became heartbroken and disappointed. In the end, she left 30,000 yuan with him, stormed out of the hospital in anger, and vanished completely from Jeanyang's life, never contacting him again. Jeanyong felt utterly helpless about the situation, yet entirely powerless to change it. It wasn't because he didn't love her, it was precisely because he cared too deeply that he chose to let go. Now, to give his mother a satisfactory explanation, Jeanyong could only bring up Li Ying as a scapegoat, but his heart ached painfully with each beat. You little bastard, you're lying to me again, aren't you? What does this cartload of meat have to do with that girl Xiaoying? If you don't tell me the truth today, just wait till I get my hands on you. Huang Wamping's eyes narrowed sharply. She snatched up a broomstick and glared at Jeanyong fiercely. Chapter 15, Sister-in-law Xiulian. Jeanyong pushed down the turbulent thoughts in his mind and said to Huang Wamping, Mom, do you remember when I used to bring cured pork to school? Huang Wamping nodded and asked, I remember, but what does that have to do with Xiaoying and this cart of meat? Jeanyong smiled slightly and explained, Mom, here's the thing. Back then, I shared some of the cured pork with Li Ying. She loved it so much she couldn't stop talking about it. Now she's about to leave for university elsewhere. She just called me, asking if I could make her some cured pork to take along, and even transferred 5,000 yuan to my Alipay. So I went ahead and bought all the pork from Butcher Jing. Huang Wamping was momentarily stunned and asked hesitantly, Xiaoyang, are you telling the truth? Are these meats really for that girl Xiaoying? Jeanyong waved his hand dismissively and said, Mom, why would I lie to you? Besides, you know our family's situation. If Li Ying hadn't sent me 5,000 yuan, how could I afford to buy so much meat? This already cost 4,500. If you don't believe me, go ask Butcher Jing yourself. I'm sure he can confirm everything. The matter of the rural billionaire system couldn't be explained in just a sentence or two. For now, Jeanyong didn't intend to tell his parents. He feared they wouldn't accept it easily, and worse, if word got out, it would cause an uproar. He certainly didn't want to become a lab rat. Because of this, he had carefully crafted this elaborate lie. Oh, when is Xiaoying leaving for school? It takes over a month to smoke the cured meat. We mustn't delay. The story sounded so convincing that Huang Wamping believed most of it, and quickly turned to Jeanyong anxiously. Huang Wamping had a very favorable impression of Li Ying. The 10,000 yuan she'd left behind before had been a huge help. The simple-hearted Huang Wamping had always regarded Li Ying as a benefactor to their family. Jeanyong breathed a sigh of relief and said, Mom, Li Ying only just finished the college entrance exam. Her results aren't even out yet. At the very earliest, she'll start university in another 6 weeks or so. There's no rush, we have time. When Jeanyong mentioned the word Gaokao, his expression dimmed. There was a time when getting into Beijing University through the national exam was both his and Li Ying's shared dream. But fate had played a cruel joke on him. With Li Ying's scores, getting into Beijing University wasn't an issue, but his own dream had been shattered. Huang Wamping didn't notice the shift in Jeanyang's demeanor and said instead, Even so, we must cure the meat while it's freshest. That's the key to delicious smoked pork. Quickly, push the meat over to the well. I'll wash it right away and start salting it. Jeanyong perked up and said, Mom, even if we're in a hurry, can't we spare a moment? I'm starving. Shouldn't we eat first? Huang Wamping thought for a moment and replied, You're right. I already called Xiulian earlier and told her you caught 2 pheasants. I invited her to come over for dinner tonight. She's also skilled at making cured pork. After dinner, she can help me, and we'll finish faster. Upon hearing this, Jeanyang's eyes lit up. Mom, you said sister-in-law Xiulian is coming to dinner at our place. Just then, a stunningly beautiful young woman in her 20s walked through the door, plump, fair-skinned, and radiant. She grinned playfully at Jeanyong and said, "That's right, I'm here to crash your dinner." "What? Not happy to see me?" Chapter 16. Your sister-in-law believes in you. "Welcome, welcome, of course you're welcome." Jeanyong, taken aback by the sight of the young woman, immediately broke into a broad smile. "Sister Xiulian, I'd be thrilled if you came to eat at my house every single day." Li Xiulian was their neighbor and known throughout the village as one of its most beautiful women. In her mid-20s, she had a delicate, flower-like beauty and an elegant figure. Alongside Jing Butcher's wife Lin Shuifeng and two other renowned beauties, she was hailed as one of the four golden flowers of Xiushui village. Yet fate was unkind. On the second day after her marriage, her husband died from a drunken fall off a cliff. Ever since, many idle men in the village had set their eyes on Li Xiulian. Although she was upright, dignified, lived quietly, and showed no favoritism toward anyone, the old saying, "A widow invites gossip," held true. Rumors and slander about her were rampant in the village. Over time, she became a thorn in the side of countless older women and jealous wives, who either mocked her coldly or cursed her under their breaths, wishing nothing more than to drive her out of Xiushui village. Zhang Yinshan and Huang Wanping were simple-hearted people who deeply sympathized with Li Xiulian's tragic fate. They often helped her out, earning them her deep gratitude. She visited them frequently, treating the couple as close family. After Zhang Yinshan fell ill, Li Xiulian had been running back and forth tirelessly, helping Huang Wanping wash clothes and cook meals. Their bond grew even stronger through this hardship. When Li Xiulian first married into the village, Jeanyong had only been a 13 or 14-year-old boy, completely awed by her stunning beauty. In many ways, she was his awakening muse, his dream girl of youth. Of course, that was just adolescent infatuation. Before that, he'd hardly spoken to Li Xiulian at all. It wasn't until his return to Xiushui village that they began interacting more often. Perhaps because of those lingering youthful feelings, Jeanyong felt particularly close to her, and their relationship had grown increasingly intimate. "You've got such a sweet tongue. If I really came over every day to mooch meals off you, wouldn't you get annoyed? And besides, I'm not so shameless." Li Xiulian laughed at him. "Sister Xiulian, it's not just my words that are sweet. You," Jeanyong, staring at her radiant smile, blurted something teasing without thinking. Li Xiulian sensed the shift in tone, her face reddening slightly. Pouting, she shot him an indignant, embarrassed glare. Smack! Before Jeanyong could finish, Huang Wanping stepped forward and slapped him hard on the forehead, scolding, "No respect for elders. What nonsense are you joking about with your sister Xiulian?" Without waiting for Jeanyong's response, Huang Wanping turned and cheerfully said to Li Xiulian, "Xiulian, you didn't have to bring anything. Just coming is enough." Li Xiulian's expression flickered slightly at the sight of Huang Wanping's gesture, but quickly composed herself. Waving the black bag in her hand, she smiled and said, "Auntie, you mentioned Yang caught 2 pheasants. I gathered some wild mushrooms yesterday, perfect for stewing together." She deliberately emphasized the term, younger brother Yang, then casually glanced over at Jeanyong. Jeanyong felt an inexplicable ache in his heart when he met her gaze. He quickly changed the subject with a smile. "Sister Xiulian, I didn't catch those pheasants. It was all thanks to this guy here." As he spoke, Jeanyong scooped up Dejin and commanded, "Dejin, say hello to Sister Xiulian." Woof woof. Dejin reluctantly shook his head at Li Xiulian, letting out a few perfunctory barks. "Oh," Li Xiulian cried out in surprise. "Where did this little dog come from? So adorable." Woof woof woof. Dejin, proud descendant of the ancient spirit hound breed and a divine beast of old, growled indignantly at being mistaken for an ordinary dog, again. Smack! Before Dejin could protest further, Jeanyong slapped him lightly on the head, then turned to Li Xiulian with a grin. "Sister Xiulian, this is a stray dog I found today in the mountains. I named him Dejin. Don't let his size fool you, he's amazing. Not only did he help me catch 2 pheasants, but also a wild rabbit. Someday, I'll take you into the mountains with us." "Really? This little fellow is that capable?" Hearing Jeanyong say he'd take her along, Li Xiulian instinctively brightened, smiling softly. "Can I hold him?" "Of course." Jeanyong agreed, turning to Dejin. "Dejin, this is my sister Xiulian. She's family. You better behave and listen to her, got it?" "Whoa." Dejin looked at Jeanyong with pleading, pitiful eyes, the picture of a wronged, mistreated wife. Hee. For some reason, Li Xiulian burst into joyful laughter. "All right, look what you've done, scaring poor Dejin like that." As she spoke, Xiulian reached out and took Dejin from Jeanyong's hands, cradling him in her arms and happily playing with him. After a few moments of gentle teasing, she set Dejin down on the ground and laughed at Jeanyong. "Xiaoyang, you've really struck gold. Dejin is truly smart." "Yeah, I sure did find a treasure," Jeanyong replied meaningfully. "Auntie, what can I help you with?" Li Xiulian rolled up her sleeves briskly and turned to Huang Wanping. Huang Wanping smiled and said, "The pheasants are already plucked and cleaned, and the wild rabbit has been taken care of too. Why don't you handle the braised pork?" "All right, Auntie. I'll go to Jing Butcher's shop and buy some meat, then come back and start cooking." As twilight deepened, Li Xiulian hadn't noticed the cart full of meat and was just about to head out when she stopped. "Ahem, Sister Xiulian, we've already bought the meat." Jeanyong grinned mischievously, pointing toward the cart. "Tada! Over here, Sister Xiulian, look this way." Oh, the sight of the fully loaded cart was startling. Li Xiulian gasped in surprise. "So much meat? Where did all this come from?" Huang Wanping chuckled. "Xiulian, one of Xiaoyang's classmates, is leaving to attend university elsewhere. She loves our cured pork and asked us to make a big batch for her to take along. She sent Xiaoyang extra money so we could buy more." "I see." Xiulian glanced at Jeanyong with concern. She knew how much dropping out and missing the college entrance exam meant to him. She worried deeply that he might collapse under the weight of disappointment. But Jeanyong simply smiled broadly. "Don't worry, Sister Xiulian. I'm fine. Even if I can't go to college, I'll still make something of myself. I believe in you. Keep going." Xiulian encouraged him warmly. Beside her, Huang Wanping also wore a relieved smile. She had feared Jeanyong might spiral into despair. Now, seeing his reaction, her heart eased slightly. "Sister Xiulian, let me help you. I'd like to learn from your cooking skills, Jeanyong said with a smile. No need. Cooking and washing are women's work. What does a big strapping man like you need to learn this for? You must be exhausted from the mountains today. Go rest. As she spoke, Xiao Lian waved him away, then swiftly began chopping and preparing the meat with practiced ease. Truly, heaven envies beauty. What a wonderful woman, Jeanyong mused silently, gazing at Xiao Lian's back. Whomping, is Xiaoyang back? Just then, Zhang Yinshan's weak but anxious voice drifted from inside the house. Chapter 17, A Small Test of Skill. Dad, I'm back, Jeanyong called out as he waved briefly at Li Xiulian and quickly strode toward the inner bedroom. He had just remembered the mystic medical scripture he'd learned from the system and couldn't wait to see if it could cure his father's illness. Xiaoyang, you're finally back. Was the mountain trip smooth? Nothing dangerous happened, did it? As soon as Jeanyong entered, Zhang Yinshan struggled to lift his head from the bed, asking with concern. A wave of sorrow washed over Jeanyong, but he suppressed his emotions and gave Zhang Yinshan a reassuring smile. Dad, I'm perfectly fine. Not only did I collect plenty of medicinal herbs, I also caught 2 pheasants and a wild rabbit. Mom and sister-in-law Xilian are preparing them now. Once they're stewed, you'll get to enjoy some meat. Now lie back down. Don't strain yourself. As he spoke, Jeanyong stepped forward to gently help Zhang Yinshan lie back and pulled the blanket neatly over him. Zhang Yinshan wasn't even 50 yet, a prime age for a strong man. Years of labor had given him well-developed, though unobtrusive, muscles. But now his face was pale and haggard, his body thin and weak, muscles already beginning to atrophy and loosen. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's heart clenched with pain. As long as you're back safe, that's all that matters, Zhang Yinshan said softly, gazing at his son's still youthful face, sighing quietly. Xiaoyang, I've really dragged you down. If only. Dad, what are you saying? We're father and son. Taking care of you is only right. No talk of dragging me down. Jeanyong interrupted firmly. Father and son, Zhang Yinshan muttered, his eyes flickering oddly as he looked at Jeanyong, words forming on his lips but never leaving them. Dad, what's wrong? Something bothering you? Jeanyong asked, puzzled by his father's strange expression. Nothing. I just feel sorry for you, Zhang Yinshan replied, avoiding eye contact. Enough of that. Don't think too much. I promise I'll find a way to cure you. Zhang Yang's mind was fully occupied by thoughts of treating Zhang Yinshan with the mystic medical scripture. He didn't pay much attention to his father's odd behavior. He brightened suddenly and said, Dad, the other day I learned pulse diagnosis from old Lu. Let me try checking yours. Old Lu was the village's traditional Chinese doctor. Though lacking an official medical license, his skills were highly respected. Whenever anyone in Xiaoshui village suffered a fever or headache, they turned to him first. Usually, a few doses of herbal medicine would do the trick, earning him great prestige in the community. It was actually old Lu who'd given Jeanyong the prescription. That's why he'd gone into the mountains today to gather herbs. All right then, give it a try. Zhang Yinshan agreed without hesitation, extending his wrist. Jeanyong took a deep breath, calming himself, then gently grasped his father's wrist to begin the pulse examination. There's hope. A look of ecstatic excitement flashed across Zhang Yang's face. The instant his fingers touched the pulse, a flood of information surged into his mind. Patient suffers from damage and blockage in the governing vessel, causing paralysis due to disrupted flow of essence and blood. Using the supreme Jeanyong needle technique from the mystic medical scripture, stimulating by Wei, Shinting, and Renjong acupoints in sequence, can open the brain's meridians, eliminate blood stasis, and restore function. Supplement with massage therapy, and full recovery can be expected within 6 months. For even better results, add 3 Guiyuan pills. The condition could resolve in as little as 3 months. Overjoyed, Jeanyong exhaled sharply. He had only learned the basic level of the mystic medical scripture and had been worried it wouldn't work. Now, finally, he felt relieved. Guiyuan pills. Jeanyong immediately queried the system in his mind. System, are Guiyuan pills available in the store? Ding. Honored Master, Guiyuan pills are part of the Pharmacy and Civilization series in the Shangcheng, priced at 500 credit points per pill. 500 per pill. Zhang Yang's mood sank between delight and dismay. Delighted because the pills truly existed in the store, getting them would spare his father 3 months of suffering. Yet deeply troubled, the price was astronomical. At 500 credits each, 3 pills would cost 1,500. He currently had only 100 credits, which he also needed for daily draws. He was far from having enough. Never mind. One step at a time, Jeanyong muttered inwardly. He decided to start with standard treatment. The supreme Jeanyong needle was a unique acupuncture method effective for many ailments, but he lacked proper silver needles. He made up his mind. Tomorrow, when selling the dendrobium stem bark, he'd buy a full set of acupuncture needles from the pharmacy. Zhang Yinshan sighed lightly and asked, So, Xiaoyang, how is it? Dad, don't worry. I've already found a way to cure you. It won't be long before you can walk again. Jeanyong replied, barely able to contain his joy. You're just trying to comfort me, Zhang Yinshan replied with a bitter smile. Even old Lu couldn't do much for me. You've only learned pulse diagnosis for 1 day. How could you possibly cure me? Zhang Yang's eyes flickered with a quick thought as he said to Zhang Yinshan, Dad, I'm really not lying. A couple of days ago, old Lu let me read their family's medical manual. It actually has a method to treat your illness. He paused briefly before continuing. Oh, by the way, Dad, I learned a set of therapeutic massage techniques from that book. They can help relieve your pain. Let me try it on you. If you want to give it a try, go ahead, Zhang Yinshan replied. Though he believed his son was just trying to cheer him up, he still cooperated. Without delay, Jeanyong stilled his breath and focused his mind, activating the mystic medical scripture. Instantly, a precise map of the human meridian system appeared in his mind. Silently reciting the massage mantra from the scripture, his hands swiftly began to knead and press along Zhang Yinshan's body. As Jeanyong worked, the pale, lifeless complexion of his father gradually turned rosy. His breathing became steady and calm, and his facial expression relaxed into evident comfort. Dad, how do you feel? Jeanyong asked. Comfortable, very comfortable. My waist feels warm, and I think I can actually feel something in my legs again. Though his voice was weak, Zhang Yinshan couldn't hide his joy. Ever since the accident, he had lost all sensation in his legs. Now, for the first time, he could feel something stirring. Huh, we've got a chance. Jeanyong's heart leapt with excitement, and he redoubled his efforts in the massage. But Jeanyong's cultivation was still shallow, and his movements somewhat clumsy, which drained his energy quickly. Within just a few minutes, he was drenched in sweat. Perhaps overwhelmed by the soothing relief, Zhang Yinshan drifted into a deep sleep mid-massage. Seeing this, Jeanyong grew even more elated. Since the accident, his father had never slept so peacefully, tormented as he was by constant pain. Xiaoyong, the rabbit is ready. Come and roast it. At that moment, Shilian pushed open the door and stepped inside. She froze at the sight of Jeanyong's actions and asked, Xiaoyong, what are you doing? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jeanyong quietly stopped and whispered, Cousin-in-law Shilian, I was giving my dad a massage to make him feel better. Xiaoyong, you're such a good son, Shilian murmured, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Jeanyong as she asked curiously, you know how to do therapeutic massage? How come I never knew that? Jeanyong grinned sheepishly and said, I picked it up randomly when I was in school. Cousin-in-law Shilian, maybe one day when you have time, I'll give you a massage too. Oh, Shilian blushed, cutely stomping her foot, both shy and slightly flustered as she scolded. You little rascal, talking nonsense again. Wait till I tell Aunt Huang. Ah, cousin-in-law Shilian, Jeanyong awkwardly scratched his head, suddenly realizing his words had crossed a line. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to begin. Uft. Shilian burst into laughter. So the little troublemaker knows how to be nervous. Look at you, sweating like a pig. Go wash up quickly. The rabbit's marinated. Come and grill it. With that, Shilian flashed Jeanyong a bright smile, then turned and walked out with light, graceful steps. Chapter 18. Who dares bully you? Xiaoyong, look at you all sweaty. I brought you some water. Come wash up. Just as Jeanyong stepped out the door, Shilian approached holding a basin of clean water. Sister Shilian, you're so kind. A warm feeling surged in Jeanyong's heart. He reached out and took the basin, gazing intently at her as he spoke. Hearing his words, Li Shilian's face flushed slightly. You're like my own little brother. If I didn't treat you well, who else would I? She replied softly. Just a brother? Jeanyong instinctively challenged. Shilian faltered, suddenly flustered. In a hushed voice, she said, the rabbit's already skinned and cleaned. It's over by the well. I'm going to help Aunt Huang with the pork now. Without waiting for Jeanyong's response, she hurried off toward Huang Wanping, moving like a startled fawn. Jeanyong smiled faintly, splashed some water on his face, and walked over to the well. The wild rabbit was enormous, over 10 jin, extremely plump and fat. Compared to domesticated rabbits, wild rabbit meat was denser and chewier, though it carried a stronger gaminess. It needed careful marinating and special seasonings. If improperly prepared, the taste could be ruined. Jeanyong removed the head and 4 feet, placed the carcass into a basin, and rubbed it thoroughly with chopped scallions, ginger, garlic, light soy sauce, cooking wine, and Sichuan pepper. Then he gathered dry firewood, built a fire in the yard, lit the charcoal, quickly fashioned a simple wooden rack, skewered the marinated rabbit onto 2 long sticks, and began roasting it over the flames. As time passed, the rabbit turned a golden yellow. Melted fat glazed its tender outer meat, releasing an irresistible aroma that filled the entire courtyard, whetting everyone's appetite. Woof, woof. Jean circled around Jeanyong, his golden dog eyes gleaming brightly as he stared hungrily at the roasting rabbit, clearly drooling from anticipation. Go on, not ready yet. Wait a bit. The seasoning will make it even more delicious, Jeanyong said, giving Jean a light tap on the head. Woof, woof, woof. Jean shook his head pitifully but didn't take his eyes off the rabbit for a second, nearly salivating. After about 10 more minutes of roasting, Jeanyong brushed another layer of oil over the rabbit and sprinkled on a mixture of chili powder, cumin, and 13-spice blend. He added some chopped scallions and roasted it for another 3 to 5 minutes before finally declaring it done. Woof, woof, woof. Overcome by the rich smell of grilled meat, Jean frantically circled Jeanyong, practically eager to devour the whole thing in one bite. Jeanyong waved the golden brown rabbit teasingly in front of Jean. Want some? Woof, woof. Jean nodded eagerly, wagging his head vigorously. Then roll over 3 times to entertain me. Jeanyong teased with a mischievous grin. Without hesitation, Jean rolled over 3 times on the ground, then stood up panting, his eyes locked on Jeanyong. Haha, what a little glutton. The more Jeanyong looked at Jean, the more delighted he felt. He tore off the juiciest hind leg and handed it to the dog, cautioning, eat slowly, don't burn your mouth. But before the words left his lips, Jean snatched the rabbit leg into his jaws and devoured the 2 or 3 Jean portion, meat and bones, in just a few bites. Then he fixed his glowing eyes back on the remaining roast rabbit in Jeanyong's hand, clearly wanting more. Startled by the dog's wolfish speed, Jeanyong caught the look into Jin's eyes and grinned. Still want more? Woof. Jean barked and nodded emphatically. Seeing this, Jeanyong immediately set aside one hind leg for his mother and Xiaolian, then dumped the rest of the roasted rabbit into a basin in front of Jean. Here, it's all yours. Eat slowly. Watch out for the bones. Want more roasted rabbit? No problem. I'll grill it for you every day from now on. Woof. Jean yelped joyfully, wagged his tail at Jeanyong, then dove into his feast, gulping everything down in no time. Finally, with a satisfied burp, he lay down contentedly, eyes closed, belly full, completely still, just digesting his hearty meal. Xiaoyong, the pheasant stew is ready. Is your roasted rabbit done? Xiaolian called from the kitchen. Coming. Jeanyong called back, lifting the single remaining rabbit leg and heading straight to the kitchen doorway. Sister Xiaolian, that greedy Jean ate the entire roast rabbit. All that's left is this one leg. Xiaolian giggled. It's fine. We still have the stewed pheasant and braised pork. That's plenty already. Give it here, I'll tear it up. Go wash your face. We're about to eat. Jeanyong washed his face, while Xiaolian and Huang Wanping set up a small square table in the yard and brought all the dishes over. Dinner was quite lavish. Fragrant pheasant stewed with mushrooms, a steaming bowl of braised pork, a plate of golden cumin roasted rabbit meat, plus 2 seasonal vegetable dishes. The meal offered a perfect balance of meat and greens, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, making mouths water. Jeanyong, you've been working hard on the mountain all day. You must be starving. Come, sit down and eat. Xiao Lian said naturally to Jeanyong. Jeanyong really was hungry. He sat down and began eating heartily with his rice. Watching him devour his food so eagerly, a soft smile quietly bloomed on Xiao Lian's face. She picked up a piece of roasted rabbit with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth, savoring its sweet, delicious taste. They had barely eaten for long when a voice came from the inner room. Huang Wanping gestured to Jeanyong and Xiao Lian, signaling them to continue eating, then carried a small bowl of chicken soup she prepared earlier along with a few pieces of tender, flaky pheasant, and braised pork to feed Zhang Yinshan in the back room. Only Jeanyong and Xiao Lian remained at the table now, and an air of subtle intimacy settled between them. Xiaoyong, Xiao Lian asked suddenly, blinking her large eyes. I was helping Aunt Huang cure the bacon earlier, and she mentioned you're going to town tomorrow to buy medicine for Uncle Zhang? Yeah, Jeanyong nodded, setting down his chopsticks before asking. Sister Xiao Lian, do you need anything? I can bring it back for you. No need. I just picked 2 baskets of tangerines this afternoon. I'm planning to go to town early tomorrow morning to sell them. We could go together. Xiao Lian replied, her voice bright with delight. Jeanyong was momentarily taken aback. Sister Xiao Lian, it's dozens of miles from Xiushui village to the county town, all narrow, rough mountain paths. Is it really worth the trip just for 2 baskets of tangerines? Besides, doesn't Liergo, that fruit and mountain produce dealer, come to our village every year to buy things in bulk? Why don't you just wait and sell to him instead? Would save you the trouble of the journey. Well, at the mention of Liergo's name, Li Xiao Lian's expression shifted. Her face turned grim and pale. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed coldly. In an instant, fury surged within him. He shot to his feet and demanded, Sister Xiao Lian, did that bastard Liergo do something to you? Chapter 19, The Great Heavenly Dragon Talisman and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Seeing Zhang Yang's reaction, Li Xiaoyan grew anxious and quickly whispered, Jeanyong, keep your voice down. Don't wake up Uncle Zhang and Annie Zhang. Xiaoyong, Xiaoyan, what's going on? Is something wrong? Huang Wanping's voice came from inside the house. Li Xiaoyan hastily waved at Jeanyong, signaling him to cover it up quickly. Mom, nothing's wrong. Just a stinky mosquito bit me, and I smashed it dead. Don't worry. Jeanyong smoothly changed tone and asked, Mom, how's Dad doing? Your dad's in good spirits today. He nearly finished all the chicken soup, ate a few pieces of chicken and braised pork. He even praised Xiaoyan's cooking just now. Alright then, everything's fine outside. Keep feeding Dad the soup. Jeanyong brushed her off, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he lowered his voice, and asked Li Xiaoyan urgently. Xiaoyan, tell me the truth. Did Li Ergo bully you? If he did, I'll kill him. Li Xiaoyan quickly said. Xiaoyong, don't be rash. I'm really fine. I wasn't bullied by him at all. Hearing that Li Ergo hadn't harmed her, Jeanyong felt an unexplained sense of relief, but still asked doubtfully, Xiaoyan, are you telling the truth? Then why won't you sell your fruit to Li Ergo? Going to town every day, it'll take forever to sell it all. That's too exhausting. A faint bitter smile appeared on Li Xiaoyan's face as she tried to cheer up. Xiaoyong, you just returned to the village. You don't fully understand yet. Li Ergo is simply too ruthless. Take oranges, for example. When market prices are good, they can sell for 2 yuan per pound in town. But Li Ergo only offers 4 or 5 mao per pound here in the village, and he picks only the best ones. For slightly smaller or lower quality fruits, he might pay just 2 or 3 mao. What? Jeanyong was stunned. Is Li Ergo really that cruel? Doesn't anyone in the village resist? Why not band together and invite other fruit traders to come buy from us? Li Xiaoyan explained. Our village is so remote and the mountain roads so rugged that even medium-sized trucks can't get through. We can only transport goods out little by little using farm tricycles, which dramatically increases costs. No outside merchant wants to come here. Besides, Li Ergo has huge influence in the county. He's connected in both underworld and official circles. And he's close with village chief Lin Hu. With Lin Hu helping him, openly or behind the scenes, villagers dare not speak up even if they're angry. Lin Hu isn't someone to mess with. Lin Hu, Zhang Yang's mind stirred. From the system, he knew Lin Hu had over 600,000 yuan in wealth. Now it became clear, Lin Hu's riches must be tied closely to Li Ergo. After a moment's thought, Li Xiaoyan leaned closer and whispered, Xiaoyong, I heard Lin Hu owns a 30% dry share in Li Ergo's business. He's planted spies all over the village. Whenever someone finds premium medicinal herbs or valuable wild produce in the mountains, they report it immediately to Li Ergo, who rushes over with men and forcibly buys it at rock-bottom prices. Villagers hate Li Ergo to their bones and resent Lin Hu along with him. Zhang Yang's mind lit up as old Nio's voice echoed in his head. He finally understood the true meaning behind former party secretary Zhang Yaoxin's words. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The system had tasked him with transforming Xiushui village into Qingzhou's wealthiest village within a year. To achieve this, he needed to win the hearts of the villagers. And the tyrannical, exploitative Li Ergo and Lin Hu were giving him the perfect opportunity. A plan began to take shape in Zhang Yang's mind. He looked at Li Xiaoyan with concern and asked, Xiaoyan, if Li Ergo is so oppressive, isn't it dangerous for you to go sell fruit in town by yourself? Li Xiaoyan waved her hand dismissively. Xiaoyong, fruit is just a front for Li Ergo. In reality, he buys very little fruit from the village each year. His real profits come from herbs and mountain goods. Selling fruit in town, he usually turns a blind eye. But the road to town is extremely tough, over 2 hours one way, and even then, you're not guaranteed to sell everything. Run into city enforcement officers, and you not only make no money, you might end up losing some. So most people would rather sell cheaply to Li Ergo or let their produce rot at home than go to town. Jeanyong felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Xiushui village was far worse off than he'd imagined. Turning it into the richest village in Qingzhou within a year seemed almost impossible. What are you two chatting about so happily? Huang Wanping emerged from the house, carrying 2 empty bowls. Li Xiaoyan gave her a meaningful look and said, Nothing, Auntie Zhang. Jeanyong and I have agreed. He'll go with me to town early tomorrow morning. A flicker of worry crossed Huang Wanping's face as she spoke up. That's good then. You can look out for each other. But you must be careful, don't get into. Don't get into what? Jeanyong noticed his mother's hesitation and grew curious, asking her directly. Nothing, nothing at all. Huang Wanping quickly waved her hand in slight panic. I just meant you should go early and come back early. Jeanyong knew his mother was hiding something, but he also understood her nature. When she didn't want to talk about something, no amount of questioning would help. He didn't press further. Honey Zhang, let me help you clean up, Shilian said after the three finished dinner. No need, Shilian. You have to get up early tomorrow to go to town. Go home and rest early. Huang Wanping replied gently. All right then, honey Zhang. I'll take my leave now, Shilian said with a polite nod to both Huang Wanping and Jeanyong, then stood up to leave. Jeanyong suddenly felt a stir in his heart and said eagerly, Sister-in-law Shilian, let me walk you home. Li Shilian's face flushed slightly. She glanced subtly at Huang Wanping and said, No need. My house is right next door. Who needs an escort? You go rest too. Without another word, Li Shilian turned and walked straight out of the Zhang family courtyard toward her own home next door. Huang Wanping let out a soft sigh and said to Jeanyong, Xiaoyang, your mom knows what's on your mind. Shilian is a good woman, but... Jeanyong forced a bitter smile. Mom, what are you talking about? Where did this even come from? Anyway, we need to get up early tomorrow. I'm going to take a shower and head to bed. With that, Jeanyong went to the simple washroom set up in the western corner of the yard, took a quick shower, and returned to his room with Jean. He made a nest for Jean beside the bed using a bedsheet, then lay comfortably on his own bed. Just as he settled in, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Honored host, you have completed today's random task and received 3 lottery draws which remain unused. Would you like to use them now? Use them, of course. Jeanyong immediately sat up, focused his consciousness into the system space, and pressed the draw button 3 times consecutively on the light blue screen. Ding. Honored host, you have obtained 3 immortal wine pills. Ding. Honored host, you have obtained 3 great heavenly dragon talismans. Ding. Honored host, you have obtained the special martial skill, 18 dragon subduing palms. Chapter 20, Terrifyingly Powerful. Immortal Wine Pill, Great Power Dragon Talisman, and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. After finishing the draw, Jeanyong stood dazed. What on earth were these? Fortunately, each item came with a detailed description. Jeanyong quickly began reading. Immortal Wine Pill. Note, 1 immortal wine pill dissolved in 10 liters of water produces 10 liters of low-grade immortal wine. It enhances physical constitution and prolongs life for ordinary people. Long-term consumption effectively clears internal impurities and achieves the effect of cleansing the bones and marrow. Jeanyong's heart leapt with joy. This pill could improve his parents' health, something truly priceless. 1 pill yielded 10 liters, or 20 Jean of wine. 3 pills meant 60 Jean, enough to last his parents for a very long time. Besides, Jeanyong had just checked. The immortal wine pill cost 100 credit points in the system store. When they ran out, he could simply purchase more. Though 100 credits wasn't cheap, spending every last point was worthwhile for his parents' health. He was thoroughly pleased with the immortal wine pill. Then he turned his attention to the Great Power Dragon Talisman and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. The system space's pale blue screen clearly displayed their attributes. Great Power Dragon Talisman. Note, when used on an ordinary person, allows complete mental control over that individual for 5 minutes. The target will unconditionally obey all commands given by the host. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Note, a special combat martial art, the #1 most powerful palm technique under heaven. Upon use, the host will instinctively master it, increasing combat capability 5-fold. Jeanyong stared in disbelief. As a typical Chinese man raised on martial arts films, he naturally harbored deep affection for kung fu legends. Of course, he'd heard of the legendary 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Now that he actually had access to it through the system, his heart soared with excitement. System, how do I learn the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms? Ding. Dear host, just like with the Supreme Physician's True Sutra, place your hand upon the manual of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms and silently think, learn, and you will instantly comprehend it. Without hesitation, Jeanyong placed his hand directly onto the manual displayed on the screen and mentally chanted, learn. Immediately, techniques such as the descending dragon regrets, the soaring dragon in the sky, the hidden dragon not used, and dragon battling in the wild surfaced clearly within his mind. Unable to contain his excitement, Jeanyong opened the door and stepped outside. Under the moonlight, he walked toward a small tree in the courtyard about as thick as a human leg. Little tree, sorry about this, but let me test the power of my 18 Dragon Subduing Palms on you. He took a deep breath, guided his chi along the meridians remembered from the manual, then shouted, the descending dragon regrets. As he spoke, he slightly bent his left leg, curled his right arm inward, traced a circle with his right palm, and with a forceful thrust it straight at the sapling. Crack, crack. The little tree snapped instantly, branches scattering across the ground. Jeanyong was first startled, then overwhelmed with exhilaration. Although it was only a young tree, its diameter was nearly 10 centimeters. To break it cleanly in half with a single strike, such power was truly terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Xiaoyang, is that you? What happened outside just now? It was so loud. The light inside the house flicked on, followed by Huang Wanping's worried voice. Mom, it's me. Nothing serious. I checked. It must have been some strange wind knocking down the little tree in our yard. Go back to sleep. Jeanyong felt a pang of guilt and quickly replied. Strange wind? The breeze tonight isn't strong at all. How could it knock over a tree? Huang Wanping asked, puzzled. Oh, maybe the tree was infested with insects and hollowed out inside. Don't worry, I'll clean it up. Jeanyong assured her. Well, alright. You have to leave early tomorrow for the city. Just leave it. Let me deal with it in the morning. In the mountain village, gusts often sprung up without warning, even after calm moments, so fallen trees weren't uncommon. Thus, Huang Wanping didn't think much of it. I understand, Mom. You still need to take care of Dad tonight. Go to bed quickly. Jeanyong said. Alright, you go to bed early too. Huang Wanping agreed, switched off the light, and fell silent. Jeanyong exhaled deeply, hastily gathered the broken branches and leaves, and returned to his room with Jean. Staring at his own hands, Jeanyong couldn't suppress his excitement. With such a miraculous palm technique as the 18 dragon subduing palms, no mere 3 or 5 burly men could get near him. If he encountered trouble from Butcher Jeanyong again, he could teach him a lesson in seconds. Jeanyong was also very fond of the Great Power Dragon Talisman. Being able to completely control a person's mind for 5 minutes was equivalent to powerful hypnosis, which could play a crucial role in critical moments. He was extremely satisfied with these 3 draws. Whether it was the Immortal Wine Pill, the Great Power Dragon Talisman, or the 18 dragon subduing palms, each one offered tremendous value. The only thing that disappointed Jeanyong was that he could only draw 3 times per day. If he could draw 800 times a day, he'd definitely complete his mission within a year and turn Xiushui village into the wealthiest place in all Qingzhou, in the entire Xia nation, even in the whole world. Thinking of the Immortal Wine Pill, Jeanyong suddenly felt a spark of excitement. He had just tested the power of the 18 dragon subduing palms, and now couldn't help but want to taste the immortal wine himself. No time to waste. Jeanyong went to the kitchen, fetched a small vat, roughly filled it with 20 jin of water, and carried it back to his room. He mentally recited the command, and instantly, a pill the size of a pigeon's egg appeared in his hand, pale purple in color and emitting a refreshing fragrance. This was the Immortal Wine Pill. After admiring it for a moment, Jeanyong dropped the pill directly into the water. The Immortal Wine Pill began spinning rapidly, dissolving completely within moments. Soon after, a strange, exquisite aroma wafted out from inside the vat. Wow, how fragrant! Jeanyong took a deep breath. He wasn't particularly fond of alcohol, but upon smelling this scent, he found himself utterly enchanted. He grabbed his cup and poured a small half cup from the vat, taking a cautious sip. A rich, deep wine flavor burst across his taste buds, followed by a sensation of mental clarity and physical lightness, as if his body had been refreshed. Jeanyong nodded in satisfaction. No wonder it was called immortal wine. Even though this was merely low-grade immortal wine, to ordinary people, it was nothing short of divine nectar. He found a lid and tightly covered the vat, deciding that starting tomorrow, his parents would drink some every day. It would bring great benefits to their health. The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Jeanyong's phone rang. Groggily, he picked up the phone and saw it was Li Xiulian. He frowned slightly and answered, "Sister-in-law Xiulian, why are you calling so early? Is something wrong? You lazybones. Didn't you promise to go to the county town with me? Get up already. We're leaving in 10 minutes. All right, sister-in-law Xiulian, wait for me. I'm getting up right now." Chapter 21, Smelly Little Brother. Don't worry, take your time. I'll wait for you, Xiulian said gently to Jeanyong. Jeanyong hung up the phone, quickly dressed, slung the medicine basket containing the iron-skin dendrobium and the strange snake over his shoulder, and was about to head out. But after only a few steps, he suddenly turned around. Hesitating for a moment, he grabbed 2 mineral water bottles, filled them completely with immortal wine, then placed them inside the basket. After greeting Huang Wanping and Zhang Yinshan, he walked straight out of the courtyard gate. Jean followed right behind him like a sticky plaster. Xiulian's sister-in-law. Jeanyong saw Xiulian waiting outside, riding a 3-wheeled electric scooter loaded with 2 baskets of oranges, along with a small stool, thoughtfully padded with a cotton cushion for comfort. "Come on, sit in the back, let's go," Xiulian called to him. After thinking for a moment, Jeanyong replied, "Sister-in-law Xiulian, let me drive instead. You can sit in the back and rest a bit." "That's fine too," Xiulian immediately agreed. "You drive then." She promptly moved to the small stool at the back. Jean quickly jumped up beside her. Li Xiulian adored Jean and immediately pulled him into her arms. "Hold on tight," Jeanyong called over his shoulder before starting the electric tricycle and driving toward the edge of the village. "Sister-in-law, it's not even 6 yet," Jeanyong asked, puzzled. "Do we really need to leave this early?" Xiulian smiled slightly and said, "Little Yang, you don't know. My usual stall at the farmer's market is highly sought after. If I'm just a little late, there won't be any space left. It takes over an hour from our village to the county town. If I leave later, I won't find a spot to sell, and that would be a real problem." Hearing this, Jeanyong shook his head and said, "No wonder people in the village would rather sell their fruit cheaply to Li Ergo than come into town, getting up before dawn and returning long after dark. It's just too hard." He paused briefly, then added, "Speaking of which, sister-in-law, didn't you say your family has 3 mu of orange grove? You produce tens of thousands of jin of oranges every year. Selling in town every single day isn't sustainable in the long run." Xiulian's expression dimmed momentarily, but then she replied with a resigned smile, "Ah, it's not like I have anyone else. Whatever I can sell, I'll sell. As long as I don't starve, that's good enough." Truth be told, Xiulian had a tragic life. Also a native of Xiushui village, she had lost both parents to illness when very young. Villagers arranged her marriage to a local man, but shortly after the wedding, her husband died after getting drunk and falling off a mountain trail. Her in-laws blamed her, calling her a cursed widow star who brought death upon her husband. They drove her out of their home. With no choice, Xiulian returned to her old, dilapidated house, the one she'd lived in before marriage. Thankfully, Xiulian was strong-willed and fiercely determined. With occasional help from Zhang Yinshan and Huang Wanping, she managed to hold on and survive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it through. Hearing her words, Jeanyong grew anxious and blurted out, "Sister-in-law Xiulian, you're not alone. I'm here. I'll be with you." Xiulian's face flushed slightly. She snapped playfully, "What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Go be with your future wife instead. I don't need you hanging around me." Jeanyong scratched his head, glanced back at her, then hesitated, unsure what to say next. "AI," Li Xiulian sighed softly and said tenderly, "Little Yang, I appreciate your kindness, truly. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Enough talk. Focus on driving now." The road from Xiushui village to the county town was extremely narrow, with sections rough and bumpy. This was one reason many outside merchants avoided coming to the village to buy fruit. Jeanyong, sitting in front, was relatively okay, but Li Xiulian looked pale and unwell. Jeanyong pulled the tricycle over to the side of the road and said, "Sister-in-law, the ride in the back must be awful. Why don't you drive instead, and I'll sit back there?" Xiulian had already endured all she could. The bumps churned her stomach violently. Luckily, she hadn't eaten anything that morning, or she would have vomited by now. Surprised by Zhang Yang's suggestion, she waved her hand and said, "But you'd be uncomfortable back there too. How about this? You keep driving, and I'll squeeze in up front with you. That way, we'll both suffer less." Jeanyong gasped. The front seat could indeed fit 2 people, but space was extremely limited. They'd have to press closely together. He felt uneasy, worried it might seem like he was taking liberties. "What? If I'm not bothered, why should you be?" Xiao Lian shot him a teasing glance, then patted his shoulder and said firmly, "Scoot over a bit. Make room for me to sit down." As she spoke, she stepped down from the tricycle, cradling Jean, and swiftly squeezed herself right beside Jeanyong. It was late summer, the hottest time of the year. Both Jeanyong and Li Xiaolian were dressed lightly. Their skin touched, and Jeanyong could clearly feel her warmth, softness, and smoothness. Breathing in her pleasant fragrance, he felt his heart racing wildly. Li Xiaolian wasn't faring any better. The strong hormonal scent emanating from Jeanyong hit her nose directly, making her feel slightly dizzy, and her face instantly grew even more flushed. Instinctively leaning slightly away, she scolded him teasingly. "You silly boy, what are you staring at? Focus on driving. If you make me late for selling my fruit, just wait till I get my hands on you." "Okay." Jeanyong quickly averted his gaze from Li Xiaolian, desperately trying to compose himself. His body stiffened as he restarted the tricycle and drove toward the county town, but he was so nervous that the vehicle swerved unsteadily, and he couldn't pick up speed no matter how hard he tried. "Kikik." Seeing Zhang Yang's nervous state, Li Xiaolian couldn't help but laugh softly, covering her mouth delicately. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying with a smile, "Naughty little brother, stop daydreaming. There'll be plenty of chances later, plenty. Now focus on driving, or your poor sister-in-law really won't find a spot to set up her stall. There'll be plenty of chances later." Zhang Yang's eyes lit up at those words. He glanced fervently at Li Xiaolian beside him, then suddenly seemed energized like he'd received an adrenaline shot. He gripped the handlebars firmly and began driving with intense concentration, and the speed of the electric tricycle immediately increased. A little after 7 o'clock, the electric tricycle finally arrived in the county town. Returning to the county town after over a month, Jeanyong felt deeply emotional. Just 1 month ago, he had still been a top student with high hopes of entering a prestigious university. Now, he had become a farmer struggling to make ends meet. How fate loved to play its tricks. Jeanyong felt truly fortunate to have obtained the village Tycoon system. Otherwise, he shuddered to think how miserable life would be right now. "Sister-in-law, there's a breakfast stall over there. Let's go grab something to eat," Jeanyong suggested. Li Xiaolian checked the time and replied, "No, Xiaoyong, we don't have time. I'll drop you off at the pharmacy first, then I need to rush straight to the farmer's market. If I'm late, I won't secure a stall." Seeing how anxious she truly was, Jeanyong immediately stepped off the vehicle, took the medicine basket from behind, and said, "Sister-in-law Xiaolian, you go ahead to the market first. I'll go to the pharmacy myself. Once I sell the herbs, I'll come find you and stay with you until everything's sold. Then we can head back together." "That works. I'm off then. Call me if anything comes up." With that, Li Xiaolian rode away on the electric tricycle. Jeanyong slung the medicine basket over his shoulder and headed toward Baichaotang, the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in the county town. Author's note: Dear readers, this book urgently needs your support. Please add it to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and a comment in the discussion section. Your support is my motivation. Thank you so much, everyone. Chapter 22, The Cheap How Beauty. Baichaotang was the largest general store in the county town, also dealing in wild produce and traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. "Hello, welcome. May I help you?" Wang Chong, the shop assistant, had just opened the door when a customer arrived earlier than expected. He quickly stepped forward to greet them, but upon seeing Zhang Yang's figure, a faint sneer flickered across his lips as he said, "Oh, it's you again. What medicine do you want this time? And did you bring money? This time there's absolutely no way we can let you run a tab." Jeanyong had previously purchased Chinese herbal medicines from here for Zhang Yinshan several times, though always in small quantities. Due to financial hardship, he haggled over every price, and on 2 occasions hadn't brought any money at all, only settling the debt much later. Wang Chong had initially thought a major customer had arrived, only to be disappointed when it turned out to be Jeanyong. Feeling unlucky, his tone toward Zhang became rather rude. Jeanyong placed the medicine basket directly onto the counter and said, "I'm not here to buy medicine this time. I'm here to sell medicinal herbs." Although Wang Chong's attitude was disrespectful, Jeanyong still felt some gratitude toward Baichaotang since they had allowed him credit before. So Wang Chong's current behavior was still within the limits of what Zhang could tolerate. "Sell medicinal herbs? What kind of herbs are you selling? Let me be clear up front. Baichaotang doesn't accept just any scrap grass or rubbish." Wang Chong dismissed him indifferently. In his eyes, Jeanyong clearly wouldn't have anything valuable. Jeanyong didn't waste words. He simply replied, "Wild Dendrobium officinale. Does Baichaotang buy it?" "Dendrobium officinale? While a sharp glint flashed through Wang Chong's eyes, and he stared intently at Jeanyong. "Young man, you're trying to pull one over on me. Wild Dendrobium is rare stuff. Lots of people try to pass off cultivated plants as wild ones, but you can't fool my eyes." Jeanyong smiled slightly and said, "You'll know if I'm lying once you take a look. I picked these myself from a cliff yesterday. Just give me a straight answer. Will you buy them or not? If not, I'll go find another pharmacy." Seeing how serious Zhang sounded, Wang Chong began to pay attention. He responded solemnly, "Yes, we'll buy it, but we need to see it first. Is it really wild? The immortal herb of ages, Dendrobium with miraculous effects." Since ancient times, wild Dendrobium officinale has been known as one of China's 9 legendary herbs, its reputation even surpassing that of wild old ginseng from Mount Changbai. In recent years, due to excessive harvesting, it has become extremely rare. Genuine wild Dendrobium officinale commands an exorbitant price, comparable to gold by weight, reaching tens of thousands per gene after drying. If this were truly wild Dendrobium, it would be a significant transaction. Wang Chong put aside his contempt and approached the matter seriously. Baichaotang enjoyed a solid reputation as the leading traditional medicine shop in the county. Without hesitation, Jeanyong reached into his basket and took out 7 stems of Dendrobium officinale, laying them neatly on the counter. The leaves were dark green, the nodes short and thick, appearing strong and vigorous, utterly different from the tender, fragile look of cultivated varieties. Their well-developed root systems resembled flat, dense nets, vividly suggesting their tenacious growth wedged between rocky crevices. Wang Chong picked up one stem and examined it carefully. Instantly, he confirmed these were indeed wild Dendrobium officinale, rare 5-year-old specimens, among the most precious and potent. Medicinally invaluable, dried wild Dendrobium of this quality fetched at least 150,000 yuan per gene. These 7 stems were particularly robust and healthy. Once dried, they'd weigh around 1.5 gene, worth over 200,000 yuan total. Wang Chong's breath quickened. Wild Dendrobium was so rare that even in Shoshui County, a place rich in medicinal plants, he might not encounter it once a year. He glanced at Jeanyong, who stood before him in shabby clothes, and a scheming thought crossed his mind. Rolling his eyes slyly, he gently set down the herb and said, "Young man, you must be joking. These are clearly cultivated. But since I know you're a regular customer, I'll give you a decent offer. You'll get 1,000 yuan for these few stems. Consider it charity." As he spoke, Wang Chong casually swept his right hand across the counter, knocking the 7 stems into a hidden box on the inner side of the counter. Cultivated. A flash of sharp light passed through Jeanyang's eyes as he countered. "Impossible. I harvested these from the cliff just yesterday. They absolutely cannot be cultivated. Why don't you take another look?" With a subtle kick of his right foot, Wang Chong pushed the box containing the 7 priceless wild stems into a dark, concealed corner behind the counter. Then, coolly, he said, "No need. They're definitely cultivated. Either take your 1,000 yuan and leave, or take your herbs and get out." "You," Jeanyang's voice trembled with anger. "Give me back my herbs. I won't sell them anymore. If you don't want to sell, then take your lousy Dendrobium and get out," Wang Chong said confidently, retrieving 2 stems of Dendrobium from the other side of the counter and tossing them at Jeanyong. These 2 stems weren't the ones Jeanyong had brought. They were cultivated plants the pharmacy had acquired just yesterday and hadn't stored yet. Jeanyong snapped angrily at Wang Chong. "What are you doing? These are my herbs. I brought 7 stems of wild Dendrobium, not 2. Wang Chong sneered coldly. "Kid, just because you say it isn't doesn't mean it isn't. These are exactly what you brought in. Now take your 2 miserable stems and get out. Otherwise I'll call security." "You," Jeanyang's voice trembled with rage. "Give me back my herbs. I'm not selling anymore." "Not selling? Fine. Then take your crap and go." With a sly kick, Wang Chong shoved the hidden box containing the 7 priceless wild stems further into the dark corner behind the counter. Calmly, he said, "No need for second thoughts. They're definitely cultivated. Either take your 1,000 yuan and leave, or take your herbs and get out." "Trying to steal my herbs?" Jeanyang's eyes turned icy as he finally realized Wang Chong's intention, to seize his 7 wild Dendrobium stems by force. Those 7 stems were worth at least several 100,000 yuan, more than double Wang Chong's annual salary for 2 years. The temptation was simply too great. Wang Chong grinned wickedly, lowering his voice in a sinister tone. "Listen, kid, you're just a poor student from some backwater village. Your old man's a paralyzed cripple. What makes you think you can stand up to me? Besides, our shop's surveillance system is broken. Even if you call the police, there's no evidence. And I'm a native of this county town. Tell me, who do you think the cops will believe? Here's what I'll do. I'll add another 1,000 yuan. Take your 2,000 and get lost. Otherwise," he leaned closer, voice dripping with menace, "I'll call someone right now to break your legs. Then no one can save you." Wang Chong knew everything about Jeanyong. He had purchased medicine from Bai Chaodang several times before. Wang Chong knew he was a high school student from a dirt-poor mountain village, which was precisely why he dared to try and rob him of those 7 wild Dendrobium stems. Worth at least several 100,000 yuan, they represented more than 2 years' salary for Wang Chong. Fury burned through Jeanyong. Years of hard labor had made his body naturally strong, and after being transformed by the system, his physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary men. A chilling gleam flashed through his eyes as he growled at Wang Chong. "Wang, give me back my herbs right now, or don't blame me for what happens next." Jin, who had been quietly staying beside Jeanyong, sensed his master's rage. A flicker of ferocity flashed into Jin's eyes. With a powerful leap, its jaws opened wide, and it lunged like lightning straight for Wang Chong's throat. Jin, stop! Jeanyong instantly reacted, shouting at the dog. Jin hesitated for just a split second, skillfully avoiding Wang Chong's neck, but clamped down hard on his arm, and refused to let go. It hurts. Help! Help! Wang Chong thrashed wildly, trying to tiff off Jin, but couldn't shake free. Instead, the dog bit down harder, tearing at his flesh, screaming in pain. "What's going on? Why all the noise?" Just then, a woman's voice came from outside. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a cheapao, graceful and elegant with a slender figure, walked in accompanied by an elderly man in a traditional Tang suit, his hair snow white. Both glanced indifferently toward Jeanyong. Chapter 23. A sighting that steals the city, a second glance that steals the heart. Jeanyong was momentarily stunned when he saw the woman in the cheongsam. She was breathtakingly beautiful, so stunning that calling her beauty nation captivating wouldn't have been an exaggeration. With crimson lips and pearly teeth, delicate willow leaf eyebrows and softly tinted red lips, her features combined into an indescribable splendor. She stood exactly 170 centimeters tall, and wearing a light purple cheongsam along with white high heels only accentuated her elegant height. Her hair was loosely tied into a simple chignon, and she gazed at Jeanyong with a cool detachment. Every gesture exuded grace and poise, radiating an indescribable aura, yet a coldness lingered in her eyes and expression, creating an untouchable distance, an elegance so distant it could only be admired from afar, never approached. Sischin, save me. Quickly get someone to remove this dog. It's going to break my arm." Wang Chong cried out desperately upon seeing the woman, struggling frantically, but unable to shake off Jin. The woman slightly furrowed her brows and spoke to Jeanyong in a calm, detached tone. "Is that dog yours?" Still filled with anger, Jeanyong realized this woman must be closely connected to Bai Chaodang, so he snapped back loudly. "Yes, the dog is mine, but I don't care what happened. Allowing your dog to attack someone is completely unacceptable. First, call your dog off, then we'll talk about what really occurred. Her voice wasn't loud, but carried a strong, imposing presence. Jeanyong hesitated for a moment before calling out to Jeanyong. Jeanyong, come back. At Jeanyong's command, Jeanyong immediately released its grip and returned to his side. However, its fur remained bristled like a lion's, its eyes flashing fiercely at both Wang Chong and the woman, ready to lunge forward again the instant Jeanyong gave the order. Huh, this little fellow isn't big, but he sure is fierce, and surprisingly obedient too. Good dog, remarked an elderly man behind the woman, dressed in traditional Tang-style clothing, with white hair and a youthful complexion, smiling warmly. Woof! Jin's eyes flared even brighter at the old man's words, baring his sharp teeth aggressively. Mr. Li, the woman turned sharply toward the elder, her eyes clearly showing displeasure. All right, I won't say another word, not another peep. Pretend I said nothing. Miss Jean, you carry on, the old man chuckled sheepishly. She turned back, casting a cold glance over Jeanyong and Wang Chong before asking in a dispassionate tone, what exactly happened here? Sis Jean, it's like this. Wang Chong's eyes flickered nervously, eager to speak first and twist the truth. Shut up, let him speak. Without letting Wang Chong finish, she cut him off curtly, turning instead to Jeanyong and demanding coldly, now speak. Why did you allow your dog to attack someone? Allow my dog to attack? A flash of icy light passed through Jeanyong's eyes. He resented her condescending manner and replied defiantly. Who are you? What right do you have to accuse me of such a thing? I am the manager here, Jeanyong. Is it wrong to say you allowed your dog to assault someone when it just bit one of my employees? Jeanyong said with a cold smile. I'm giving you a chance to explain now. If Bai Chao Tang is at fault, I will take full responsibility without hesitation. But if you refuse to cooperate, then you can go explain everything to the police instead. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and stared coldly at Jeanyong, clearly prepared to call the authorities the moment he resisted. You. Though her words were fair, her overwhelming dominance left Jeanyong momentarily speechless and unwilling to yield. At that moment, the old man behind Jeanyong stepped forward, smiling amiably at Jeanyong. Young man, I can see you're not the unreasonable type. Just tell us what happened. Don't mind my granddaughter's harsh tone. She despises injustice and won't tolerate wrongdoing. If you're truly in the right, she'll handle this fairly and won't let you suffer unfairly. But if you're deliberately causing trouble, trying to stir up chaos or damage our reputation, then I suggest you apologize quickly. Otherwise, this matter won't end easily. This little tiger won't let you walk away without spending a few nights behind bars. Mr. Li, who are you calling a little tiger? And those few bottles of wine I promised you? Never mind. I'm taking them back. Jeanyong shot a playful glare at the elderly Mr. Li, her tone bright and spirited. No more. I'll stay silent from now on. The old man waved his hands rapidly, shaking his head like a drumstick and covering his mouth dramatically. Jeanyong turned back to Jeanyong and said calmly, You have 1 minute left. Jeanyong furrowed his brows, quickly thinking to himself. This woman clearly wasn't ordinary. If this matter really ended up at the police station, black could be twisted into white. Even if justice were served, it would take 3 to 5 days at least. He had a mission, become the richest man in Xiaoshui village within 7 days. If he got stuck in legal trouble for even a few days, everything would be ruined. In an instant, Jeanyong made his decision. Gritting his teeth, he said to Jeanyong, Fine, I'll speak. Just now, I brought 7 wild dendrobium stems to sell at your Bai Chao Tang. Your employee here saw the opportunity and tried to swindle me. He claimed they were cultivated plants and offered me just 2,000 yuan to get rid of me. I'm not stupid. I refused and tried to take my dendrobium back to sell elsewhere. But this bastard, when his trick failed, tried to grab them by force and wanted to pass off these 2 cultivated ones as the real thing. Hearing this, Wang Chong panicked and blurted out before Jeanyong could finish. Sis Jean, don't believe a word he says. He only brought these 2 cultivated stems. There's no such thing as any wild. Wang Chong, shut up. You know my temper. Say one more word and see what happens. Jeanyong's eyes flashed coldly as she snapped at him. Seeing her expression, Wang Chong trembled with fear, his gaze darting nervously. He fell silent but glared viciously at Jeanyong, his threat obvious without words. Jeanyong turned to Jeanyong and asked calmly, I understand what you're saying, but do you have proof? Proof? Jeanyong felt a surge of anger. The 7 wild dendrobium stems I brought are right under your counter. What more proof do you need? Without hesitation, Jeanyong walked over to the counter, retrieved the box from underneath, carefully examined the 7 wild dendrobium stems inside, and then said icily, Wang Chong, how do you explain these 7 wild dendrobiums? Panic surged through Wang Chong. Cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead as he stammered. Sis Jean, let me explain. Here's the truth. Last night, a rural relative of mine picked these 7 wild dendrobiums and delivered them to my home overnight. I just brought them to our store today, planning to ask you to appraise them and set a price. That guy there is just causing trouble. You can't trust a word he says. Jeanyong slightly frowned and said to Wang Chong, are you telling the truth? You know my character. It's still not too late to tell the truth now. Otherwise, don't come crying later. Chapter 24. You still think it's not enough? Wang Chong felt a momentary daze, gritted his teeth, and spoke up. Sister Jean, I've been with you for 3 years. I started working here when Bai Chao Tang was founded. Can't you trust me? What I just said is the truth. You have to stand up for me. TSK, this is simple. Just check the store's surveillance footage. Won't it be obvious who's lying? The elderly Mr. Li pointed at the camera overhead and said to Jeanyong. Jeanyong gently shook her head. We can't. Our store's surveillance system has malfunctioned. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wasting so many words. Hearing Jeanyong's words, a flicker of smugness passed through Wang Chong's eyes. If he hadn't known the cameras were down, he wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly. He originally thought Jeanyong was just a poor student from some backwoods village, easy to intimidate and manipulate. Never did he expect things to spiral out of control like this. And even more unexpectedly, Jeanyong, who rarely visited the shop and certainly not this early, had arrived precisely today, turning everything into its current mess. This Mr. Li instinctively sensed something was off with Wang Chong. Everything seemed too coincidental. But without evidence, all he could do was turn to Qin Yuyan and say, "Forget it, let's leave it to the police. They'll definitely uncover the truth." No, absolutely no police involvement. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he immediately objected. He'd rather give up these few dendrobium plants than allow the police to get involved. That would put time beyond his control, and if it disrupted his mission, everything would be ruined. Mr. Li and Qin Yuyan exchanged glances, both flashing a trace of doubt. Originally, they had leaned toward believing Jeanyong, given how full of holes and suspicious coincidences Wang Chong's story was. But now, Zhang Yang's vehement reaction threw everything back into confusion. Seeing Zhang Yang's response, Wang Chong inwardly rejoiced. He quickly turned to Qin Yuyan and said, "Sister Qin, now you see who's lying, right? This kid doesn't want the police involved. That proves he's guilty. Young man, can you tell me why you're so opposed to involving the police?" Mr. Li asked Jeanyong. Zhang Yang's mind stirred. Suddenly, he remembered something, and a sharp gleam lit up in his eyes. Ignoring Mr. Li, he turned straight to Qin Yuyan. "Manager Qin, if I produce evidence, will you handle this fairly?" Qin Yuyan replied firmly. "If you have evidence, show it. How I handle it is my decision. Do you really think you're in any position to bargain with me?" "You." Zhang Yang's heart flared with anger. This woman was simply too arrogant, so haughty that it stirred an urge in him to dominate her completely. In that instant, he genuinely wanted to strip her bare and flog her mercilessly, just to see if she could still hold on to that pride. "Fine. You want evidence? Then I'll give you evidence." As he spoke, Jeanyong shot forward like lightning, arriving beside Wang Chong in a flash, and delivered a fierce slap across his face. "How dare you, you damn peasant!" Wang Chong exploded in fury. He wasn't someone easy to push around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pulled off something like this today. His eyes blazing with vicious intent, he lunged toward Jeanyong. But Zhang Yang's gaze turned icy. He roared at Wang Chong. "Great heavenly dragon! Beast, halt now!" A strange red glow flickered in Wang Chong's eyes. His expression gradually dulled, his voice turning odd as he mechanically repeated, "I am a beast. I stop. I am a beast. I stop. The great heavenly dragon talisman really works." Zhang Yang's heart surged with joy. Just now, he had remembered the great heavenly dragon talisman he'd drawn from the system last night. This talisman allowed complete control over a person's mind for 5 minutes, perfect for this exact situation. Wang Chong's own confession would be the most solid evidence imaginable. Jeanyong had initially doubted whether the talisman truly worked, but now all doubts vanished. Wang Chong's reaction proved its power beyond question. "Wow, this..." Both Qin Yuyan and Mr. Li's eyes widened in shock. Neither expected Wang Chong to suddenly change like this. They now looked at Jeanyong with renewed caution, because they knew, without a doubt, that this bizarre transformation was directly tied to him. The great heavenly dragon talisman only lasted 5 minutes. Ignoring the suspicious gazes of Qin Yuyan and Mr. Li, Jeanyong immediately demanded of Wang Chong, "Tell me, who do these 7 wild dendrobium really belong to?" "They're yours. You brought them here this morning." Wang Chong answered flatly. Jeanyong sneered coldly and asked, "Then why did you claim they belonged to your relative?" "I lied." Wang Chong admitted without hesitation. "These 7 wild dendrobium are worth at least several $100,000. I thought you were just some ignorant poor student from the mountains, easily deceived. So I planned to seize them by force." "Huh." Jeanyong exhaled sharply, turned to Qin Yuyan, and said, "Manager Qin, did you hear what he just said? I wonder, does this count as evidence?" Slap. Qin Yuyan's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she strode straight to Wang Chong and delivered a sharp, clean slap across his face. Wang Chong shuddered, his eyes gradually regaining clarity. He pointed at Jeanyong as if seeing a ghost, stammering, "You, what did you do to me? What did I just say?" "Wang Chong, I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me exactly what happened." Qin Yuyan snapped. "Qinjia, I." Wang Chong's eyes flickered nervously. He knew how serious this was and instinctively tried to cover it up. "Just tell the truth," the elderly Mr. Li said calmly. "Even though there's no surveillance inside the store, the road outside is covered with cameras. The police will quickly find out who brought these dendrobium here. Denial won't work." Wang Chong's face went pale. With a loud thud, he dropped to his knees before Qin Yuyan and begged, "Qinjia, I lost my mind. I made a mistake. Please forgive me just this once." A flash of anger crossed Qin Yuyan's face. She suppressed her rage and said coldly, "Fine. You can leave now." "Leave?" Wang Chong gasped in shock. "Qinjia, what do you mean? Are you firing me?" Qin Yuyan let out a cold laugh. "What? Not happy? Then how about I send you to prison for a few days instead?" Wang Chong's face turned from green to white. Reluctantly, he pleaded, "Qinjia, I've been with you since Baikatang was founded in Xiushui County. 3 years of hard work. Surely that counts for something. Today was just a tiny slip-up. Are you really going to crush me like this?" "A tiny slip-up?" A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Yuyan's eyes. "You know full well how serious this is. I never expected you to have such nerve, to pull this off right under my nose. Who knows what else you've been hiding from me all these years? Enough talk. Get out of my sight within 10 seconds, or else, the consequences are on you." A flicker of disgust passed through Qin Yuyan's eyes. Her voice remained calm, but her tone carried an unyielding finality. "You." Wang Chong clearly understood Qin Yuyan's influence. He dared not utter another word. Clutching his arm injured by the dog, he limped to the store entrance, shot a venomous glare at Jeanyong, and slunk away from Baikatang. Jeanyong was fairly satisfied with Qin Yuyan's handling of the situation. His eyes flickered as he thought about what to say next. Before he could speak, Qin Yuyan cut in sharply. "These 7 plants are high-grade, 5-year-old wild dendrobium. The best market price currently wouldn't exceed 150,000. However, since our shop is at fault today, I'll add an extra 50,000 for you. 200,000. Jeanyong stared in stunned surprise, blurting out the number. "You still think it's not enough?" Qin Yuyan's brows knit slightly as she coldly replied, 20,000 is final. Take it and stay. Refuse, and take your dendrobium and leave." Chapter 25, Precious Item Mission, Conquer Qin Yuyan. After hearing Qin Yuyan's words, Jeanyong felt a deep sense of annoyance. In truth, It wasn't that he thought 20,000 was too little. On the contrary, he had originally expected these 7 wild dendrobiums to sell for no more than 10,000 yuan. He never imagined that Jeanyong would offer 20,000 instead. That figure had already far exceeded his expectations. But what really irked Jeanyong was Jeanyong's domineering and condescending attitude. He was now a man who had inherited the rural wealthiest system. How could he allow himself to be looked down upon by a woman like her? No matter how beautiful she was, he wouldn't tolerate such treatment. So what if you have some stinking money? So what if you're a bit prettier than other women? What's so special about that? In the dark, you're all the same. With this thought in mind, Jeanyong gritted his teeth and strode directly toward the wild dendrobiums lying on the counter. Poor as he might be, his pride remained intact. Jeanyong immediately decided to take the herbs elsewhere to sell, even if it meant losing a few thousand yuan. But just as his hand touched the first plant, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Esteemed host, your current emotional fluctuations have triggered the precious item mission. Completely conquer Jeanyong within 1 month. Completion reward, 500 credit points and 10 lottery opportunities. Failure penalty, complete erasure. Jeanyong froze upon hearing the system's announcement. Hastily, he mentally asked the system, Hey, conquer, Jeanyong? What exactly does that mean? What do you mean by completely conquering her? Ding! Esteemed host, conquer means total possession, body and soul. She must willingly surrender both her heart and body to you. Do you have any further questions regarding this mission? Jeanyong shot Jeanyong a strange look. To conquer a proud, cold young lady like her within a month, and make her willingly give herself entirely to him? What kind of ridiculous precious item mission was this? System, can I possibly refuse this mission? Ding! Esteemed host, you cannot reject any mission issued by this system. If you fail to complete the task within 1 month, the system will automatically withdraw itself and simultaneously erase every trace of your existence in this world. Jeanyong clenched his jaw tightly and responded firmly, Fine, I accept this mission. It's not like she's anything special, just another pretty face. Not even a month. I'll have her conquered within half that time. Ding! Esteemed host, should you truly complete the mission within 15 days, the rewards will double. You shall receive 1,000 credit points and 20 lottery opportunities. 1,000 credit points and 20 lottery draws. Jeanyong turned his gaze back to Jeanyong, his eyes blazing with intense determination. The credit points were nice, but it was those 20 chances at the lottery that truly stirred his imagination. No telling what godlike treasures he might obtain. Why are you staring at me like that? If you don't want to sell, just take your herbs and leave. No one is stopping you. Jeanyong said coldly, feeling uneasy under Jeanyong's peculiar stare, her brow slightly furrowed. Sell? With an offer this generous, only a fool wouldn't. Manager Jean, pleasure doing business with you. Saying this, Jeanyong stepped forward and extended his right hand toward her. Since the system mission couldn't be refused, Jeanyong chose to sell the dendrobiums to Jeanyong. It was the best way to increase future opportunities to interact with her. Jeanyong ignored his outstretched hand completely, speaking indifferently. Our financial officer won't arrive until after 9 o'clock. Either come back after 9 to collect your payment, or leave your bank account details, and I'll have the funds transferred precisely at 9:30. Jeanyong thought for a moment, then replied, I'll give you my account number. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send it to you directly. A flicker of disgust passed through Jeanyong's eyes as she coldly retorted, There's paper and pen on the counter. Just write it down. I never add strangers on WeChat. She emphasized the word strangers deliberately. Jeanyong smiled calmly and replied seriously, Manager Jean, I'd like to add you on WeChat not only to send my bank details. You mentioned the transfer would be made promptly at 9:30. If I don't receive it, I can contact you directly through WeChat. Much more convenient, don't you think? Jeanyong's gaze turned icy. She took a step forward. Are you implying you doubt my integrity? If that's the case, please leave. These 7 wild dendrobiums may be treasure to you. But to me, Jeanyong, they're nothing at all. Seeing her fierce expression, Jeanyong could only smile bitterly. This woman was simply too overbearing, like a wild, untamable leopardess. A 15-day conquest now seemed impossible. At this rate, being able to win her over within a full month would be nothing short of miraculous. Hey, Jeanyong, what are you doing? At this moment, the old man surnamedly stepped forward and said with a chuckling smile to Jeanyong, Jeanyong, this is where you're wrong. No matter what, this young man here is still your store's customer, and he just went through such hardship. How can you treat him like this? Mr. Lee, Jeanyong looked clearly boo-foo cheap. All right now, isn't there that saying, the customer is king? Since this young man wants your WeChat, just give it to him. The old man said with a smiling face, yet his tone carried an unmistakable authority. The elder held considerable weight, and after a brief hesitation, Jeanyong turned to Jeanyong and said, Fine, I'll let you add me on WeChat. But let me make one thing clear. I'll block you the moment the 200,000 lands in your account. Fine, do as you please. It's your WeChat, you can do whatever you want with it. Jeanyong fired back, his temper flaring. Without another word, Jeanyong pulled out her phone, brought up her WeChat QR code, and extended it toward Jeanyong. Go ahead, scan it. Jeanyong didn't hesitate either. He took out his own phone from his pocket. Though it was also a Huawei, compared to Jeanyong's device, his looked downright shabby. She was using the latest Huawei P40 Pro Plus, while Jeanyong had an ancient Huawei Mate 10, the outdated model passed down to him by his best high school friend and brother-in-arms, Zhao Xiang. Though the Huawei Mate 10 was outdated, Huawei phones were generally reliable. Its performance was barely passable, but at least running WeChat wasn't an issue. Jeanyong opened WeChat and scanned Jeanyong's QR code. Flowers drift and waters flow on their own. Upon seeing Jeanyong's WeChat name, Jeanyong froze for a moment. These words came from Li Qingzhao's A Gem Red Plum Blossom, a deeply melancholic poem written when the poetess was trapped in heartache, an elegy of longing and sorrow. For Jeanyong to use this line as her WeChat name was profoundly thought-provoking. Gazing at Jeanyong's breathtakingly beautiful face, Jeanyong suddenly realized that beneath her domineering exterior, perhaps lay a fragile heart. This might be a woman with a story. Jeanyong stared at Jeanyong, silently thinking to himself. Chapter 26, The Golden Crown Dragon Snake. When Jeanyong saw the look in Zhang Yang's eyes, she felt a sudden discomfort and quickly pulled her phone back, coldly saying, "Fine, we've added each other on WeChat. You can leave now. At 9:30 sharp, I'll transfer the 200,000 to your account." Seeing Jeanyong's stiff attitude, Jeanyong felt another pang of irritation. This woman was simply too aloof, too arrogant. Her condescending manner made him extremely uncomfortable. Jeanyong let out a cold smile and shot back directly. "Manager Jean, are you trying to kick me out? Sorry, but I can't leave yet." Jeanyong gave him a frigid glance and said indifferently, "I know what happened earlier was our fault at by Chao Tang, and we've already compensated you. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." "Consequences myself?" Jeanyong smirked mockingly and replied, "Manager Jean, don't judge a gentleman by a petty man's standards. I'm not here to swindle you, but the business isn't done yet. How can you ask me to leave? You dare call me petty?" Cold sparks flashed in Jeanyong's eyes. Jeanyong didn't back down in the slightest, meeting her gaze head-on as he said, "Isn't it true? In any legitimate business, who would try to shove a customer out before the deal is finished? That's hardly the conduct of a mature professional." "You." Proud and strong-willed, Jeanyong clearly grew angry and was about to explode. But the elderly man surnamedly stepped forward once again, playing peacemaker. "Yan, this young man has a point. In business, harmony brings fortune. It seems he still has more medicinal herbs to sell. Just let him finish speaking." "Humph." Jeanyong took a deep breath, then turned to Jeanyong and said, "Fine. Hurry up and show me whatever medicine you have left. After that, I'm letting you go." Seeing how dismissive Jeanyong was, Jeanyong grew even more annoyed. Sure, she was beautiful, but her words were truly infuriating. His eyes flickered with an idea, and without hesitation, he strode toward the herb basket and said, all right, I'll show you the goods right away. Catch." With that, Jeanyong abruptly pulled out from the basket the corpse of the strange golden-crowned snake, over 3 meters long, and hurled it straight at Jeanyong. A flash of sharp light passed through Jeanyong's eyes. She reached out swiftly and caught the golden-crowned serpent in midair. She stood stunned for a full dozen seconds, then suddenly cried out in exhilaration, "Golden-crowned dragon snake. This really is a golden-crowned dragon snake." She looked utterly thrilled, her voice trembling with excitement. Gently cradling the serpent in both hands, she held it like a priceless treasure beyond compare. Jeanyong stared in surprise. He had assumed women generally feared snakes, so he tossed the strange creature at the proud and icy Jeanyong as a prank, to take her down a notch. Never did he expect her to react like this. Perplexed, Jeanyong frowned. Ever since she appeared, Jeanyong had carried herself with overbearing pride, as if everything was under her control. Why would she lose composure over this bizarre snake? "Yan, let me have a look," said the elderly man surnamedly. "All right, Grandpa Li, please check it quickly. Tell me if this is truly a golden-crowned dragon snake." Jeanyong carefully handed the creature over. The old man examined the snake closely for a full minute before finally replying, "Yes, this is indeed a golden-crowned dragon snake. However, unfortunately." As soon as Jeanyong heard confirmation that the snake was genuine, her face lit up with a radiant smile. But when she heard the word, unfortunately, her expression froze. "Grandpa Li, what's unfortunate? Is there a problem?" The elder pointed to the wound just 3 inches below the snake's head and said, "Yan, look here. The gallbladder?" Jeanyong spun around and glared at Jeanyong, demanding sharply, "Where's the gallbladder? Tell me right now, where's the golden-crowned dragon snake's gallbladder?" Jeanyong couldn't tolerate being questioned in such a tone. He snapped back coldly, "Manager Jean, watch your attitude. Up until now, this snake still belongs to me. What business is it of yours where the gallbladder is?" "You." Enraged, Jeanyong clenched her small, pale fists tightly. But the old man waved gently at her, and then turned to Jeanyong with a warm smile. "Young man, don't get upset. Surely you've noticed, we aren't locals here." "Hee, of course not." The old man surnamedly gave Jeanyong a kind smile, and said, "Young man, you've misunderstood me. Let me explain. Yin is from Longdu. One of her close relatives suffers from a rare illness that requires over a dozen unusual medicinal ingredients to cure. Among them, several extremely rare herbs can only be found here in your region. That's why she gave up a promising future and traveled thousands of miles to open this small pharmacy in your county town, to gather those rare herbs as quickly as possible. But after 3 long years, there are still 2 ingredients she hasn't been able to find." Sigh. The elder let out a soft breath and said to Jeanyong, "Young man, Yin carries a heavy burden in her heart. She wasn't always like this before. I hope you won't hold her attitude against her." "Grandpa Liu, why are you telling him all this?" Jeanyong's expression changed slightly as she spoke up. The old man waved his hand gently. No more. Jeanyong glanced at Jeanyong, then a thought struck him. He turned to the elder and asked, "Could it be, this strange snake is one of those 2 missing medicinal ingredients?" Chapter 27, 100,000 bounty. Correct. To be precise, we need this snake's golden crown and its gallbladder. The elderly man surnamed Li continued speaking to Jeanyong. The golden crown dragon snake is extremely rare, virtually impossible to track down. There were rumors over 20 years ago that someone had spotted it in the mountains of your Xiushui County. That's why Yu Yin came alone to your town and opened this pharmacy, offering a reward of 1 million for any clue about this snake. But after 3 long years, there's been nothing. Until today, when you appear with the very creature itself. This is destiny. What? A bounty of 1 million. Jeanyong was stunned upon hearing the old man's words, his breath quickening. He never imagined this strange snake could be so valuable. If he really sold it for 1 million, plus the 200,000 he'd already earned from selling dendrobium, his wealth would surpass even village chief Lin Hu's, making him the richest man in Xiushui village, and completing the system's side quest at last. But before Jeanyong could savor the thought, Qin Yuyin delivered a crushing blow. To get that million, you have to hand over the gallbladder. Enough nonsense. Where exactly is the gallbladder? The gallbladder? Jeanyong instinctively glanced toward Dejin, regret flooding through him like poison. The gallbladder was already inside Dejin's stomach. Had he known how valuable it was, Jeanyong would never have let Dejin swallow it. Woof! The Jean sensed the hostility in Jeanyong's gaze and instinctively retreated, scurrying to hide in a dark corner. Tell me now, where's the gallbladder? Jeanyong stared intensely at Jeanyong, her breath ragged as she gritted her teeth, and said, if you hand over the gallbladder, I'll give you 2 million. 2 million. Jeanyong was even more shocked. He hadn't expected Jeanyong to go this far, which made him feel all the more bitter. He almost wished he could tear open Jin's belly right then and there to retrieve the priceless organ. Jeanyong looked at him pleadingly, saying softly, yes, 2 million, just for the gallbladder. And if you have any other demands, name them freely. Everything can be discussed. Jeanyong furrowed his brow slightly. In his eyes, Jeanyong was an unusually proud woman. Yet she had spent 3 full years hiding away in a small county town just to search for medicine, and now she was begging him like this. Clearly, the person who was ill meant everything to her. Then he remembered her WeChat nickname. Flowers drift on their own, waters flow by themselves. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps the sick person wasn't even a relative of hers. This should have been none of his concern. But Jeanyong had already accepted the mission to win Jeanyong's heart within a month. Deep in his subconscious, he already regarded her as his woman. And at that moment, an inexplicable discomfort gripped his heart. Manager Chin, Jeanyong asked quietly. Can I ask who the sick person is? What kind of relationship do you have with him? Humph. Jeanyong's expression instantly darkened. She sneered coldly and snapped at Jeanyong. That's none of your business. Your only job right now is to hand over the gallbladder. None of my business. Jeanyong's face turned icy as he replied bluntly. Then I'm sorry. No gallbladder. Only the snake. Take it or leave it. You. Jeanyong erupted in fury, glaring at Jeanyong with frosty eyes, her small white fists clenched tightly. Enough, Yeon. Don't say another word. The old man gestured calmly to Jeanyong, then stepped forward and said to Jeanyong, young man, don't hold it against Yeon. She's just desperate. Still, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Someone is waiting for that gallbladder. It's literally a matter of life and death. Surely you wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. Jeanyong felt a little better hearing the old man's words. He actually liked the elder quite a bit and gave a wry smile. Grandpa, I understand what you mean. 2 million for a gallbladder? Even a fool wouldn't refuse. But I really can't produce it. Pressuring me won't help at all. Can't produce it? Young man, what exactly happened? Just explain slowly. The old man urged gently. Jeanyong's eyes flickered as he formulated his answer. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. I found this snake yesterday in the mountains. When I discovered it, it was already dead, its gallbladder gone. I noticed it looked unusual, figured it might be worth something, so I brought it here. Sigh. Jeanyong theatrically let out a deep sigh, lamenting aloud. Where did that damn gallbladder go? My 2 million just vanished. I'm absolutely furious. You're lying. Jeanyong couldn't accept it. After waiting 3 long years for the golden crown dragon snake, to have it end like this was unbearable. Tears welled up in her eyes, glistening faintly behind the sudden redness of her rims. Chapter 28, I have one condition. Lying. Jeanyong laughed in disbelief. Turning to Jeanyong, he said, why would I lie? That snake gallbladder might be a treasure to you, but to me, it's worthless. If I actually had the gallbladder, I'd sell it to you for 2 million. Hell, even 2,000 bucks would do. Yeon, this young man is probably telling the truth. Come take a look. The elderly Mr. Lee pointed at the wound on the golden crown dragon snake. See this? The wound was clearly caused by the sharp claws or teeth of some wild beast, not human hands. I suspect a wild animal took off with the gallbladder and left behind only the body, which this young man happened to find and bring here. Jeanyong examined the wound closely. Her face instantly turned pale, and she said dejectedly to the old man, Grandpa Lee, the snake gall, it's truly gone forever, isn't it? Sigh. Mr. Lee sighed deeply, gently patted her back, and said, Yeon, don't lose heart. At least this proves old Chi the soothsayer wasn't lying. This golden crown dragon snake really does exist. Since there's one, there can definitely be a second, a third. Keep going. I believe we'll surely find another one someday. Jeanyong's eyes flickered uncertainly. After a long silence, she murmured sadly, Master Lee, I can keep holding on, but his health. Sigh. Mr. Lee sighed again and told her, Yeon, don't worry. I just spoke with old Chi a few days ago. That boy's bodily functions are still quite stable. Judging by now, he should be able to last another 8 to 10 years without any problems. Hearing this, Jeanyong froze slightly, then a glimmer of relief flashed in her eyes as she whispered softly, That's good. That's good. Now I can rest easy. Mr. Lee frowned and looked up at her. Yeon, you need to think about yourself too. To be honest, the main reason I came here this time was because your grandfather asked me to. Grandpa Lee, please don't say any more. Jeanyong interrupted firmly. Unless I find the golden crown dragon snake's gallbladder and the 100-year dark soul grass, I will never leave Shosha County my entire life. Sigh. Mr. Lee let out a deep sigh. Yeon, why must you suffer so? Jeanyong gently shook her head. Grandpa Lee, you wouldn't understand. This is my fate. Otherwise, I could never live in peace for the rest of my life. Sigh. Another heavy sigh escaped Mr. Lee as he slowly shook his head, then fell silent. 100-year dark soul grass. Jeanyong's heart stirred upon hearing Jeanyong's words. Vaguely, he recalled seeing something similar in the System Mall under the Immortal Cultivation Civilization section. He quickly pulled up the System Mall interface, and sure enough, there it was, dark soul grass. When he saw the price, he froze. A 100-year-old specimen cost a staggering 200 credit points. That was extremely expensive. With 200 credits, he could roll the lottery 20 times. Hearing Jeanyong mutter the name, Jeanyong's eyes lit up. She quickly asked, You know about the 100-year dark soul grass? Do you know where to find it? As long as you can produce one plant or give us useful information, name any condition you want. I don't know. I really don't know. I was just saying. Jeanyong waved his hands wildly, shaking his head like a drum. There was no way he'd spend 200 credits on it, even if he had them. 20 lottery draws weren't tempting enough? Huh. Jeanyong's face dimmed. She took a deep breath, and a shadow of disappointment crossed her features. Feeling the atmosphere turn awkward, Jeanyong said, So, do you still want this snake or not? If not, I'm taking it back. As he spoke, he reached toward the golden crown dragon snake lying on the counter. Put it down. Who said I don't want it? Jeanyong, composed as ever, quickly regained her composure and replied coolly. Then what about the price? Jeanyong felt a surge of hope. His goal was to become the richest man in Shoshue village within 7 days. If this snake could fetch hundreds of thousands, his mission would be accomplished ahead of schedule. Jeanyong narrowed her phoenix eyes, stared at Jeanyong for a long moment, then said, I'll give you 50,000. 50,000. Jeanyong protested. That's way too low. Didn't you just say this snake is worth 2 million? Even without the gallbladder, this price difference is ridiculous. If you could deliver the actual gallbladder, I'd pay 5 million, even 10 million. Jeanyong sneered coldly. But your snake has neither gallbladder nor blood. Its value has plummeted. 50,000 is already my top offer. Don't believe me? Try selling it at another pharmacy. You won't get 10,000. 50,000. Jeanyong hesitated. This price was utterly unappealing, too insignificant to enjoy, yet too substantial to simply abandon. Seeing Jeanyong's expression, Jeanyong's eyes flickered with a hint of mischief as she spoke. I have one condition regarding this snake. If you can agree to it, I can raise the price to 200,000. Chapter 29. A scholar may be killed, but never humiliated. Conditions? What conditions? Jeanyong's heart stirred as he turned to Jeanyong. He had just earned 200,000 from selling the dendrobium. If he could get another 200,000 for this snake, surpassing Lin, who to become the richest man in Shoshue village would be guaranteed. Completing his mission within the remaining 6 days would then be more than feasible. A flash of sharpness lit up Jeanyong's eyes as she said to Jeanyong, Take me immediately to where you found this golden-crowned dragon snake. Immediately, Jeanyong understood her intent. She wanted to check whether there might be another golden-crowned dragon snake at that location. That's right. Let's go now. Jeanyong replied decisively, staring straight into Jeanyong's eyes as she continued. The extra 150,000 will be your guide fee. And if we find another golden-crowned dragon snake there, or uncover any clues about it, I'll pay you additional compensation. I promise you won't suffer any loss. Jeanyong fell silent for a moment before replying. Your request is reasonable. I can take you, but not right now. What do you mean not right now? You must take me there immediately. Jeanyong's gaze hardened as she spoke sharply. Do you have to talk like such a spoiled brat? Will you die if you don't act so arrogantly? Jeanyong shot back coldly, glaring right back at her. Who says I must take you? What if I just refuse? Then fine, I won't sell the snake at all. Even a clay Buddha has its limits, let alone Jeanyong, who now bore the system. He carried with him a quiet pride, and simply couldn't tolerate Jeanyong provoking him again and again. If it weren't for that ridiculous conquest task issued by the system, he would have already left with his dendrobium and the golden-crowned dragon snake. A scholar may be killed, but never humiliated. You. Jeanyong turned furious. No one had ever dared speak to her this way since childhood, and she was about to explode. Yin, you disappoint me deeply. Apologize to Mr. Zhang right now. The elderly man surnamedly stepped forward, his expression stern as he rebuked her. Jeanyong froze, disbelieving. Mr. Li, you didn't hear how he just spoke to me? You want me to apologize to him? Yes. How did your grandfather raise you? No matter the circumstances, you must remain calm inside, and always show basic respect to others. The old man shook his head slightly, unrelenting. Look at yourself now, agitated in mind, careless in manner. Ask yourself honestly, is this still the person you once were? His words struck Jeanyong like thunder. Her body swayed, taking 2 involuntary steps backward, her face instantly turning pale. Sigh. Seeing her reaction, the old man softened, letting out a gentle sigh. Yin, if you insist on refusing to apologize, I'll conclude that your current state of mind makes you unfit to stay here. Remaining longer serves no purpose. Once I return to Longdu, I'll advise your grandfather to remove you forcibly. When that day comes, I hope you won't blame me. Huh. Jeanyong pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, then walked directly toward Jeanyong. She lowered her voice and said solemnly, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. I was too eager to find the golden-crowned dragon snake. If anything I said offended you, I sincerely hope you can forgive me. As she spoke, she bowed deeply before Jeanyong, holding the posture for a long time without rising, her remorse visibly profound. Jeanyong scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't expected someone as highborn as Jeanyong to actually bow and apologize to him. For a moment, he didn't quite know how to respond. The elderly man smiled with satisfaction and said to Jeanyong, Young man, are you satisfied now? Will you accept Yun's apology? Well, Jeanyong relented, his opinion of Jeanyong improving significantly. With characteristic reserve, he replied, I suppose I accept it. In that case, why don't you help Yun up quickly? The elder chuckled kindly. Jeanyong blinked, reaching out half-heartedly to touch Jeanyong's shoulder. All right, Manager Chen, I've accepted your apology. Please stand up. Upon hearing his words, Jeanyong slowly straightened herself, her eyes burning intensely as she asked directly, Mr. Zhang, then when do you plan to take me to where you found the golden-crowned dragon snake? Looking at her determined expression, Jeanyong sighed helplessly. He could feel her urgency, and his resentment over her earlier disrespect faded somewhat. Jeanyong thought for a moment and said, I really do have some things to take care of in the county town today. I don't even know when I'll be back. How about this? You come to Shoshue village tomorrow, and I'll take you into the mountains then. Does that work for you? Fine, we'll settle it like that. What's your phone number? I'll call you then. Jeanyong asked Jeanyong. A faint sense of satisfaction rose in Jeanyong's heart. He had just gone to great lengths to get Jeanyong's WeChat, and now she was willingly asking for his number. This was a promising sign. I'll send it to you on WeChat, Jeanyong said, opening WeChat and sending his number to her. Jeanyong promptly sent hers back in return. Ah, there we go. Now isn't this much more pleasant? The old man surnamedly chimed in with a cheerful smile. Mr. Li, I was wrong. I've disappointed you, and I'm truly grateful for your sharp reprimand. It stopped me before I went further astray. Jeanyong said sincerely. You silly girl, I've watched you grow up since childhood. You're just like my own granddaughter. Why be so formal with me? Keep talking like that, and I really will get angry. The old man pretended to scold. Giggle. Jeanyong couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Li, if I'm really your granddaughter now, then will you still dare to accept those few bottles of aged liquor I prepared for you? Of course I'll take them. That's one of my few vices. If my granddaughter is offering, why should I feel awkward? The old man widened his eyes playfully and added, besides, though you claim these bottles are for me, we both know you're really trying to sneak them to that rigid old man at your home. Don't think I don't see through your little plan. Seeing Qin Yuyan and the old man chatting so warmly, Jeanyong wisely spoke up. Well then, why don't you two continue talking? I'll be off now. With that, Jeanyong picked up his herb basket and turned to leave. Just then, the old man suddenly wrinkled his nose, his expression changing drastically as he shouted loudly. Wait, something's wrong. Startled by the old man's sudden outburst, Jeanyong turned back and stared at him. You okay? What's wrong? Chapter 30. This wine should only exist in heaven. Qin Yuyan was also startled by the old man surnamed Li's sudden outburst and asked with concern, Grandpa Li, what's wrong? What happened? The old man glanced around left and right, sniffing cautiously. Did I just smell an incredibly unique aroma of wine? Wine. Qin Yuyan slightly furrowed her brow and said to the elderly man, Grandpa Li, that can't be right. The few bottles of aged wine I prepared for you are all upstairs in the office. Down here we only have herbs and miscellaneous goods. Where would wine come from? You must be mistaken. Jeanyong, however, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had just remembered the immortal wine stored inside 2 mineral water bottles tucked within his herbal basket. He sniffed hard, but detected no scent at all. Looking down, he saw that the caps were tightly sealed, with no leakage. There wasn't even a hint of fragrance escaping. He couldn't help but wonder how on earth this old man could possibly smell anything. Mistaken. The old man widened his eyes at Qin Yuyan. I've loved wine my entire life. Since retirement, it's been my only passion. How could I possibly get it wrong? There must be wine somewhere in this room, and not just any wine. It's something completely new, extraordinarily unique. That aroma clears the mind and lifts the spirit. It's definitely exceptional liquor. Really? Qin Yuyan shook her head helplessly. She took several careful sniffs herself, but detected nothing. She now half doubted what the old man claimed. Don't believe me? Watch me find that wine. With those words, the old man stuck out his nose like a bloodhound and began prowling through the shop, searching every corner in such a comically exaggerated manner that it was almost ridiculous. Jeanyong secretly found the scene amusing. Deliberately tightening his grip on the medicine basket, he decided to see if the old man could actually locate the source. Just as Jeanyong was thinking this, the old man, still sniffing intensely, marched straight toward him. Circling the basket once, he suddenly lit up, eyes flashing with excitement as he eagerly blurted to Jeanyong. Here, it's right here. Young man, what incredible wine are you hiding in there? How can it smell so amazing? Hurry up and bring it out. Let an old man like me feast his eyes. Qin Yuyan knew well how obsessed Grandpa Li was with wine. He'd tasted nearly every renowned liquor under the sun. Now she too grew curious about what kind of drink could excite him so much, quietly edging closer to peek into Jeanyong's basket. Grandpa, impressive nose, you really caught me. Jeanyong chuckled in admiration. Seeing the old man's determination, he didn't hesitate further and opened the basket. Qin Yuyan leaned forward to look inside. Upon seeing only 2 ordinary mineral water bottles, her expression instantly fell. Wine kept in disposable plastic bottles couldn't possibly be anything special. This is it. The old man, however, wore a face radiant with ecstasy. Snatching one of the bottles, he deeply inhaled its invisible scent, then closed his eyes dreamily. Yes, exactly this scent. This is it indeed. Then, growing visibly agitated, he turned to Jeanyong and snapped. Such sublime wine, stored in a trashy plastic bottle. This is sacrilege. A disgraceful waste, a colossal waste. It makes me furious, absolutely furious. Grandpa, Jeanyong smiled faintly. Wine is meant to be drunk, not displayed. Does the container really matter? He did feel somewhat embarrassed using mineral water bottles for celestial wine, but this morning's haste had forced him to improvise. With no better options available, these bottles were the best he could find. TSK, of course it matters. Haven't you heard? Fine wine in a luminous cup beneath moonlight. Great wine. The old man flailed his arms dramatically in emphasis. All right, Grandpa. Jeanyong cut him off with a sigh. I've got other things to do. I don't have time for your lecture. You've seen it, smelled it. Now please give it back. I'm leaving. Whoosh. In one swift motion, the old man tucked the bottle behind his back. No way. Absolutely not giving it back. Jeanyong blinked in surprise. Hey, Grandpa. I only let you take a look. I never said I'd give it to you. This wine belongs to me. What exactly do you think you're doing? The old man flushed red-faced. After an awkward pause, he mumbled. Young man, could you let me taste it? Just one sip, one tiny sip. After I taste it, I'll return it immediately, I swear. You want to taste it? Jeanyong had taken a decent liking to the old man. Though the immortal wine was extremely precious, 3 immortal wine talismans combined could produce 60 Jean. Letting the old man have one taste wouldn't break his bank. At that moment, Qin Yuyan spoke to Jeanyong. Mr. Zhang, Grandpa Li has no other hobbies in life. His only passion is wine. His lifelong dream is to sample every great liquor in the world. Why don't you let him have just a little taste? Consider it me owing you a favor. Qin Yuyan's words sounded pleasant to the ear, a stark contrast from her earlier cold and sharp demeanor. Jeanyong felt a warm satisfaction in his heart and casually waved his hand, saying, What favors are we talking about? It's just some wine. Go ahead, have a sip. No big deal at all. Yuyan, quickly find me a glass. The old man surnamed Li urged excitedly. Qin Yuyan hurried upstairs to the office and returned with a glass. Grandpa Li, I only have a wine glass for red wine, but it's been thoroughly cleaned. You'll have to make do with this. A red wine glass will have to do, the old man said somewhat regretfully. Then he gently unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and poured just a small amount into the glass. Exactly enough for a single sip. Jeanyong silently nodded in approval. This old man had good character, saying he'd take one sip and actually taking only one sip. He was clearly a man of principle. These bubbles, this fragrance. The old man murmured appreciatively, swaying his head slightly with closed eyes. Then he tilted the glass and downed the liquor in one swift motion. After that, he shut his eyes tightly, lifted his face upward, and remained perfectly still for a long time. Jeanyong was stunned. More than a minute had passed, yet the old man still hadn't moved. What on earth was going on? But Jeanyong remained calm. She knew the old man's temperament well. Whenever fine wine was involved, such reactions were entirely expected. Noticing Zhang Yang's bewildered expression, Jeanyong couldn't help but let a faint smile creep onto her face. She quietly shook her head at him. When Jeanyong saw that smile, his gaze froze instantly. His heart surged with pleasure, as if he had gulped down a cold drink on a scorching day. Smiling, Jeanyong was so beautiful, so captivating. Feeling Zhang Yang's intense stare, Jeanyong's cheeks turned slightly red. She subtly shot him a sidelong glance, quickly wiped the smile off her face, and returned to her usual composed, indifferent demeanor. Yet that radiant, blossom-like smile she had flashed just moments ago was now deeply etched into Zhang Yang's heart. This wine should only exist in heaven. How often can mortals ever taste it? Immortal wine indeed, truly worthy of the name. The old man slowly opened his eyes and murmured in awe, as if still savoring the divine flavor of the liquor. Jeanyong smiled faintly and said to the elder, "Old sir, you've already had your drink. Can you return it now?" Whoosh! A sharp gleam flashed in the old man's eyes. He tightly hugged the bottle to his chest and declared, "Young man, I want this bottle. Name your price. I don't care how much it is. Even if I have to smash my pots, sell my blood, or pawn my house, I must buy this bottle from you." Chapter 31. A courtyard house inside Beijing's second ring road. "You want to buy this bottle of wine?" Jeanyong, hearing the old man surnamedly, was taken aback and quickly said, "No way. I won't sell these 2 bottles at all. Not selling." The elderly man clutched the plastic mineral water bottle tightly and said to Jeanyong, "Young man, don't be shy. Just name your price. I still have some money in my account, and if that's not enough, I also own 2 apartments in Longdu. Name any amount. I won't haggle. This bottle I must have." Jeanyong smiled and shook his head, replying, "Grandpa, it's not that I'm refusing to give you face, but this isn't about money. To be honest, I intend to give these 2 bottles as a gift to a friend, so." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed instantly. Gritting his teeth, he cut Jeanyong off. "Young man, I also have a courtyard house inside Beijing's second ring road. Hand over these 2 bottles, and that property is yours." "What? A courtyard house in Beijing? And inside the second ring road?" Jeanyong was stunned. As a citizen of Xia country, he knew exactly how expensive courtyard houses in Beijing were. They symbolized both status and immense wealth. "Exactly. As long as you agree to give me these 2 bottles, I can start the ownership transfer right now." The old man stared intensely at Jeanyong, eyes flickering with desperation. "Come on, boy, give me a straight answer. Will you or won't you?" This. Jeanyong would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Though the immortal wine was precious, exchanging it for a courtyard house inside Beijing's second ring road was an unimaginable bargain. Reselling it could easily fetch 1 or 200 million, making him the richest man in Xiushui village overnight. Moreover, such immense wealth would greatly benefit his plan to turn Xiushui village into the most prosperous village in Qing province. "Old Mr. Liu." Jeanyong looked at the elderly man with concern, wanting to reason with him. Trading a courtyard house worth nearly 200 million yuan in Beijing for 2 bottles of wine seemed like an outrageous loss by any standard. "Yan, don't try to stop me. I know exactly what I'm doing." The old man waved her off and said solemnly, "In fact, I should thank this young man. That I could taste such exquisite wine in my lifetime means I can die without regrets. Not just a single courtyard house. Even if I had to trade my entire fortune and life for this moment, it would still be worth it." Jeanyong helplessly shook her head, glancing doubtfully at the 2 plastic bottles. "Grandpa, are these really that good?" "Yes, they're that good." Having said that, the old man turned his eager eyes toward Jeanyong and asked, "Little brother, speak up. Will you do it or not?" A flash of calculation flickered across Jeanyong's eyes. Thoughts surged through his mind. After prolonged hesitation, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about money or courtyard houses. This bottle, I'll give it to you." "What? You're giving me this bottle for free?" The old man couldn't believe his ears as he stared at Jeanyong. "Huh." Jeanyong also gazed at Jeanyong in complete surprise. She never expected him to make such a choice. "What? You don't want it? Then just give it back." Jeanyong extended his hand teasingly, pretending to take the bottle back. "I do want it. Who said I don't? This wine belongs to me now. Don't even think about getting it back." The old man swiftly stepped backward, clutching the bottle tightly against his chest, glaring at Jeanyong warily. "Mr. Zhang, let me remind you, a courtyard house inside Beijing's second ring road is worth at least 100 million yuan. Are you truly not taking it?" Jeanyong blinked her large eyes, asking softly. "Of course. A true man stands by his word once given. No turning back," Jeanyong declared magnificently, though inwardly his heart ached. 100 million, slipping right through his fingers like that. Only a fool wouldn't feel regret. After a pause, Jeanyong asked cautiously, "Mr. Zhang, may I ask, why did you refuse?" Standing tall, Jeanyong proclaimed, "A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it the right way. I can see this elder is truly a connoisseur of fine wine. Though my liquor is exceptional, trading it for his courtyard house would be exploiting his weakness. I may not be a saint, but I won't stoop so low." Manager Qin, does this explanation satisfy you? In truth, Jeanyong wasn't nearly as noble-minded as he appeared. He had deeper reasons altogether. Beijing was the capital of Xia country, where every inch of land was priceless. This old man carried himself with elegance and spoke with refinement. Owning a courtyard house within Beijing's second ring road meant he was no ordinary man. If Jeanyong carelessly exchanged a simple bottle of wine for such high-stakes property, serious trouble might follow later. Even if the old man was willing, his family and friends might not see it that way. If they came looking for trouble later, it would be difficult to resolve, and Jeanyong had only just attained the system. He was still too weak now. Seeking small gains at great risk, that was a lesson Jeanyong had learned since childhood. Rather than leave behind hidden troubles, it was better to actively build a good connection. Who knew, someday it might come in handy. A flicker of surprise sparkled in Jeanyong's eyes. She nodded slightly at Jeanyong without speaking, but her gaze toward him had clearly softened, no longer as cold and distant as before. Feeling the change in Jeanyong, Jeanyong's heart lifted with joy. This brought him one step closer to completing his mission, an unexpected bonus indeed. No way. I, Li Lingyun, have lived my life honorably and never owed anyone favors. How could I accept your wine for free? The elderly man snapped his eyes wide open and declared fiercely to Jeanyong. Young man, you're taking that courtyard house whether you want it or not. Come on, right now, we're heading back to Longdu, and I'll transfer the property to you immediately. As he spoke, the old man stepped forward, grabbed Jeanyong's arm, and tried to pull him toward the door. What? Go to Longdu? No, absolutely not. Jeanyong quickly yanked his arm away, shaking his head like a drumstick. With an earnest expression, he said, Grandpa, I truly don't want your courtyard house. Just consider this bottle of wine my gift to you. Can't you accept that? No, I can't possibly accept such a fine bottle of wine without giving something in return. What would people say? Those old fellows would laugh me out of existence. You must come with me today. Turning to Qin Yuyan, the old man commanded. Yin, take us to Qingzhou Airport now. We're flying straight back to Longdu. Seeing the old man was dead serious, Jeanyong grew anxious. He had a mission. He couldn't possibly leave Xiushui village right now. Who knew how many days he'd be stuck in Longdu with this man? If he delayed his task, things could turn disastrous. His mind racing, Jeanyong suddenly had an idea. Twisting his eyes slyly, he shouted, Hold on, old man. Who said I was giving you this bottle for free? I've got one condition. If you really feel that indebted, then fulfill this condition for me instead. Chapter 32, A New Perspective. Conditions? The elder named Li Lingyun's eyes sparkled sharply as he asked Jeanyong. Go ahead, speak them out. No matter what your demands are, I will fulfill them. Jeanyong steadied himself and replied to Li Lingyun. Old sir, don't make promises too quickly. My conditions aren't something easily fulfilled. Li Lingyun proudly retorted. Humph, boy, you're underestimating me. I'm not exaggerating when I say that within Xian Nation, there isn't a single thing I can't accomplish. Hearing the old man's words, Jeanyong felt a chill of surprise. He became even more certain this elder must possess tremendous influence. Otherwise, such confidence would be impossible. He inwardly thanked his luck for not being greedy. Had he accepted that courtyard house, serious trouble might have followed. Composing himself, Jeanyong said aloud, Here's the thing, old sir. Our village, Xiushui, is located in a remote area with extremely rugged roads. The fruit we grow either doesn't sell or gets maliciously underpriced by heartless merchants. The villagers suffer terribly. Since you're so eager to help me, then please solve this problem of ours, the difficulty in selling our fruit. That's it. Li Lingyun blinked in surprise, staring at Jeanyong. Yeah, that's it. Jeanyong nodded and said, Is it too hard? If so, maybe we could. Li Lingyun waved his hand dismissively. No, you misunderstand. This condition poses absolutely no difficulty for me. It's merely a matter of saying the word. But even if I help you achieve this, the beneficiaries will be all the villagers of Xiushui village. Personally, you won't gain anything. Young man, would you like to change your request? Or perhaps just accept my courtyard instead? Rest assured, that property is mine to give freely. No one will ever trouble you afterward. Jeanyong quickly waved back at Li Lingyun. No need, old sir. Xiushui village is where I was born and raised. The prosperity of my village is the greatest benefit I could ever receive. Don't try to persuade me further. I won't change my condition. A flicker of admiration flashed through Li Lingyun's eyes as he said, Young man, you're truly remarkable. You've earned my deepest respect. It's been many years since I've met a youth as intriguing as you. You'll go far in life. Jeanyong chuckled bashfully, scratching his head. You flatter me, old sir. I just want to do something small for my village. There's nothing extraordinary about that. The elderly man turned slightly toward Qin Yuyan. She understood his implication, nodded subtly, then stepped forward to ask Jeanyong. Mr. Zhang, what kinds of fruit does your village grow, and how much do you produce annually? Jeanyong answered, mostly common fruits like oranges and lychees. Our land is mostly mountainous, so yields have always been modest. Only around 3 to 500,000 pounds each year. Qin Yuyan nodded and said, I have a friend who runs a chain supermarket with over a dozen stores across Qingzhou and several surrounding counties. Given her store capacity, absorbing your village's fruit output shouldn't be an issue. Here's what I suggest. I'll bring her to your village tomorrow for inspection, and we'll finalize pricing then. How does that sound? Jeanyong's heart leapt with joy. Solving the fruit surplus issue would be a great boon to his village. Nodding eagerly, he said, Good, Manager Qin. Then it's settled. I'll wait for you in the village tomorrow. Qin Yuyan glanced faintly at the golden crowned snake lying on the counter and murmured, Mr. Zhang, while fruit is one matter, don't forget about our agreement. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll take you into the mountains. But I can't guarantee I'll find another golden crowned snake, Jeanyong replied, understanding her meaning perfectly. Qin Yuyan's expression dimmed slightly as she said, Just lead me there. As for what follows, let fate decide. Unwilling to stay any longer, for fear the old man might insist on taking him to Long Capital, Jeanyong said, All right then, I'll meet you in the village tomorrow. I should go now. With those words, he grabbed his herbal basket and strode directly toward the pharmacy exit. Wait. Suddenly, Li Lingyun called out. Chapter 33, A Prediction Comes True. Jeanyong turned around, gripping his medicine basket tightly with caution, and said aloud, Old sir, you're not after this bottle of wine too, are you? That won't do. No matter what, I have to save at least one bottle for my friend. Huh. Li Lingyun laughed heartily and said to Jeanyong, You young fellow, what kind of person do you take me for? Do I look so shameless? Just obtaining this one bottle has already made me more than satisfied. Phew. Jeanyong let out a breath, his tension easing. He asked, Grandpa, then why did you call me? Is there anything else? Li Lingyun smiled gently and said to Jeanyong, Young man, today I owe you a favor. Give Qin girl my phone number. Call me directly if you ever need help in the future. All right, Grandpa. Thank you very much. Jeanyong's heart leapt with joy. This old man clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Such a favor carried great weight. Come on, I'll walk you out. Qin Yuyan sent Li Lingyun's contact via WeChat to Jeanyong and accompanied him outside the shop. Glancing at the time, Qin Yuyan calmly told Jeanyong, It's already past 9. I'll transfer the 400,000 yuan to your account promptly at 9:30. No rush. See you tomorrow, Manager Chin. Jeanyong gave her a deep look, then turned and walked onto the street, merging into the flow of people. Only after Zhang Yang's figure completely disappeared from view did Qin Yuyan turn back into the pharmacy. She found Li Lingyun cradling the bottle of wine tightly in his arms, preparing to leave. Puzzled, she asked, Grandpa Li, where are you going? Back to Longdu. Li Lingyun replied. Grandpa, didn't you say you'd stay in Xiaoshui County for a few more days? Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Qin Yuyan asked. How can I wander around with such a treasure in hand? With this bottle, I wouldn't feel safe anywhere. Only when I'm back in Longdu will I feel at ease. Li Lingyun said urgently. Qin Yuyan shook her head and said to Li Lingyun, Grandpa Li, can this bottle of wine really be as extraordinary as you say? Probably only you see it as a treasure. What do you know? If your grandfather, the old fox, were here, he'd fight over it until heads were split. But, Li Lingyun suddenly paused, then spoke earnestly. Yuyan, about this bottle of wine. Only heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Under no circumstances should you reveal it to anyone else. Qin Yuyan grinned mischievously, her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowing playfully as she said, Well now, Grandpa, that won't work. At the very least. Alright. Your grandfather loves fine wine too. I'll give him an ounce. But don't breathe a word about it to any of the others. Li Lingyun conceded reluctantly. An ounce? No way. At least half. Qin Yuyan countered softly but firmly. Once you take off, I'm left behind to deal with a mountain of trouble. Xiaoshui village is so remote. Disposing of 500,000 caddies of fruit isn't easy. Fine. As soon as I get back, I'll give half to your grandfather. Is that enough for you? Li Lingyun said, clearly pained by the thought. Giggle. In that case, Grandpa, I'll thank you on behalf of my grandfather. Qin Yuyan laughed sweetly and added, Wait a moment, Grandpa. The aged wine I prepared for you is upstairs. I'll go fetch it right away. Forget it. With this bottle in hand, all other wines taste dull. There's no point drinking them anymore. Li Lingyun waved his hand dismissively, then glanced at Qin Yuyan with a faint, profound gleam in his eyes. Yuyan, what do you think of that young fellow just now? Him. An image of Zhang Yang's determined face flashed across Qin Yuyan's mind. For some reason, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She replied to Li Lingyun, He's just a rural boy who's had some strange luck. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Is that so? I don't think so at all. Li Lingyun gave her a mysterious smile and said, Yuyan, do you still remember the prophecy that Chi Tizui, that so-called fortune teller, gave about your fate in love when you were 7 or 8 years old? Prophecy. At Li Lingyun's words, Qin Yuyan froze. Something seemed to stir in her memory. Her brows slightly furrowed, her expression turning complex. She remained silent for a long time. Li Lingyun gazed at her and said slowly, each word deliberate. Yuyan, I have a feeling, your destined opportunity may have already arrived. Hold on to it well. No, it can't be. It absolutely cannot be. Qin Yuyan clenched her fists tightly, so hard that her knuckles turned pale. Ha! Li Lingyun burst into a hearty laugh. That old scoundrel Chi Tizui does have some real skill. Though he rarely speaks, almost everything he's ever said over the years has come true. Li Lingyun's tone suddenly shifted as he added, Of course, if you believe it, it exists. If not, it doesn't. Either way, I'll stand by you. You just stay here and take care of things. I'll handle your grandfather. Don't worry about him. With that, Li Lingyun waved at Qin Yuyan, whose expression was slightly dazed, then walked straight out of the pharmacy, got into a luxury car waiting outside, and sped off toward Qingzhou. No, it can't be. It absolutely won't be. He can't be the one from that prophecy. Qin Yuyan muttered softly, her face twisted with conflicting emotions as she clenched her fists tightly. Zhang Yang's figure seemed carved into her mind, refusing to fade away. Chapter 34, Brothers. After leaving the pharmacy, Jeanyong felt a deep sense of relief. He had never expected that the dendrobium and that strange snake would sell for as much as 400,000 yuan. This sum completely lifted the burden from his shoulders. Completing the mission of becoming the richest man in Xiaoshui village now seemed like a sure thing. He wandered aimlessly down the street, only to look up and shake his head with a wry smile. He had unconsciously arrived at Xiaoshui County's #1 high school, the place he once took pride in, where he had spent 3 unforgettable years. Beep, beep. Just as emotions flooded over him, his phone rang with a WeChat message alert. Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. He opened WeChat and sure enough, it was a message from Qin Yuyan. 400,000 yuan has been transferred into your account. Please check. A surge of excitement rushed through him. While 400,000 wasn't a huge fortune, it was an enormous amount for Jeanyong just days ago. Trying to calm his excitement, Jeanyong was about to go to a nearby bank to verify the transfer when suddenly a voice echoed inside his mind. Ding. Honored host, your personal wealth has increased by 400,000 yuan, automatically converted into 40 credit points. You are still short by 158,728 yuan to become the richest man in Xiaoshui village. Keep striving and complete the mission as soon as possible. Hearing this, Jeanyong finally breathed easy. He thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. After a few seconds, an overwhelmingly joyful voice came through. Jeanyong? You finally called me. Why has your phone been off all this time? Do you have any idea how worried we've been? If I couldn't reach you today, I was planning to go find you in your village tomorrow. A warm feeling filled Zhang Yang's heart, and a sincere smile spread across his face. Xiangzi, I'm a grown man now. There's no need to worry so much. Our village is too remote. The mobile signal is terrible. Whether the phone is on or off makes no difference anyway. Changing the subject, he added, Xiangzi, I'm in town now. The person on the other end, Zhao Xiang, was Zhang Yang's classmate and best friend. Zhao Xiang's father was the deputy chief of Xiaoshui County Police Department, but Zhao himself was down-to-earth and modest, completely lacking the arrogance often seen in second-generation elites. The two shared similar temperaments, and over the past 3 years had formed a deep and unbreakable bond. They were inseparable brothers who shared everything. You're in town? Where are you? I'll come get you right away. Zhao Xiang exclaimed excitedly. I'm just beside our school's playground. Come on over, Jeanyong said calmly. Got it. I'll be there within 10 minutes. Jeanyong hung up, went into a nearby bank and withdrew 40,000 yuan, then walked back to the school playground, finding a seat under the shade of a tree. Within minutes, Jeanyong roared onto the scene on a motorcycle, parked hastily to one side, and sprinted toward Jeanyong. Jeanyong stood up, his face lighting up with genuine joy. Jeanyong. Jeanyong reached him in a few strides, punched him playfully on the shoulder, then grabbed his hand tightly. Man, you've gotten thinner, but tougher looking. Jeanyong grinned, and pulled his hand away. Back off, I don't want people thinking we're a gay couple. For a moment, it felt just like old times, laughing and roughhousing like they used to. Then Jeanyong looked at him with concern. How's Uncle Jeong doing? Is he feeling better? Jeanyong nodded. Much better. There's an old traditional doctor in our village. He prescribed some medicine for my father, and it's working really well. An old traditional doctor? Jeanyong shook his head and said, Jeanyong, my dad asked a friend to send Uncle Zhang's medical reports to a famous neurology professor at Qingzhou People's Hospital. The expert is very interested in his case. My dad said he'll arrange to bring the professor here in a few days for a full examination, and then we can develop a proper treatment plan. Jeanyong felt warmth in his heart, but quickly waved his hand. Xiangzi, please thank your dad for me, but don't trouble him. My father's illness. Forget it. Bro, we don't need formalities. Your dad is like my dad, and my dad is like yours. Just trust my dad's arrangement, okay? Jeanyong interrupted with a friendly grin. With Jeanyong saying it like that, Jeanyong didn't press further. To say more would make things awkward. Xiangzi, I brought a bottle of wine for your dad. It's medicinal liquor prepared by that old doctor from my village. Drinking a little each day is good for health. Take it home for him, Jeanyong said, pulling out the remaining bottle of immortal wine from his medicine basket and handing it to Jeanyong. Jeanyong took it, popped the cap open, and sniffed. Smells amazing. My dad doesn't have many hobbies, just loves a good drink. He's definitely going to love this. Xiangzi, tell your dad this is medicinal liquor, it's very potent. He should drink no more than 3 chin a day. That would be best for his health. Whatever you do, don't let him drink too much. Jeanyong specifically emphasized to Jeanyong. Alright, I've got it. Jeanyong said seriously, seeing how earnest Jeanyong was. Jeanyong nodded. After a moment's thought, he pulled out the 40,000 yuan he had just withdrawn from the bank and placed it in front of Jeanyong. Holy shit, that's so much money. Jeanyong jumped back in shock, staring at Jeanyong. Jeanyong, where did you get all this? Did you rob a bank or something? Yeah, I just robbed a bank. Scared? Jeanyong joked playfully. Not in the slightest. Jeanyong shot back without hesitation. We face everything together. If there's trouble, we bear it side by side. Jeanyong, we're brothers. Not only do I know you'd never rob a bank, but even if you really did, whatever you asked me to do, I'd do it without blinking. Jeanyong was deeply moved, his eyes slightly moist. To have a brother like this in life was more than enough. He punched Jeanyong hard on the shoulder and said aloud, You bastard, did you have to get so emotional? Eh, I watched an American blockbuster yesterday. The characters said stuff like that in the movie. I just picked it up. Jeanyong chuckled. Alright, Jeanyong, stop keeping me in suspense. Where did you actually get all this money? Jeanyong replied, Nothing much. Yesterday, I went into the mountains and found some rare herbs. I just sold them to Baikatang Pharmacy in the county town for 400,000 yuan. Holy crap, what kind of herb sells for 400,000? Jeanyong exclaimed, utterly stunned. Just a few wild dendrobium plants and a strange snake called a gold-crowned dragon snake. Anyway, the pharmacy offered that price, so I took it. Jeanyong didn't hide anything from Jeanyong. He told him straight out. There was nothing shameful about it. Wild dendrobium? Jeanyong suddenly understood. No wonder it's so expensive. My cousin isn't in good health, and she's been taking this stuff for years. She told me cultivated dendrobium can cost tens of thousands per gene. Wild must be worth even more. At this, Jeanyong looked at Jeanyong with eager anticipation. Jeanyong, when are you going to take me into the mountains sometime? Let me tag along and share in the luck. Sure, anytime. But I can't promise I'll be this lucky every time. Jeanyong said. Then his expression shifted slightly. After a brief hesitation, he added, Xiangzi, when my father was hospitalized, Li Ying lent me 30,000 yuan. Now that I have the money, will you pay her back for me? Chapter 35, Partnership. After hearing what Jeanyong said, Jeanyong froze for nearly half a minute before gently shaking his head and saying, Big Yang, you return the money to her yourself. I'm not going to invite trouble. Zhang Yang's eyes widened as he stared at Jeanyong. Xiangzi you. Jeanyong cut him off before he could finish. Big Yang, I'd help you with anything, but this money, you handle it yourself. If I really paid it back for you, Li Ying would tear me into pieces. Jeanyong found his words amusing and couldn't help laughing. You're exaggerating again. Li Ying isn't that fierce. Jeanyong scoffed, pursing his lips. Who's exaggerating? She only acts like a sweet little lamb around you. In front of us, she's terrifying. Know what we call her behind her back? The Tiger Woman. That's her true nature. An image instantly flashed through Jeanyong's mind. A vibrant young girl beaming with sunshine on her face, radiant and beautiful, and a wave of bitterness washed over his heart. Big Yang, just what happened between you and Li Ying? Jeanyong asked curiously. Jeanyong sighed softly and replied, We haven't spoken in exactly 23 days. What? Jeanyong exclaimed. Big Yang, weren't you two always so close? When your dad was admitted to the county hospital, Li Ying helped out a lot, running errands, making calls. Without her connections at the hospital, there's no way your dad could have been admitted so quickly. Even more bitterness filled Jeanyong's heart. He shook his head slightly and said, Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Xiangzi, just give me a straight answer. Will you help me repay this or not? Well, Jeanyong looked visibly conflicted, wanting to refuse but unable to find the words. Seeing his hesitation, Jeanyong sighed again. Fine, Xiangzi. Never mind. I'll figure it out myself later when I get the chance. Why wait? Call Li Ying right now. Once she hears you're in town, she'll be here within 10 minutes. Jeanyong urged. Jeanyong slowly shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. No, I've got something else to do later. I won't call. With that, he tossed the 3 10,000 yuan notes into the medicine basket, then picked up the remaining 100,000 and turned to Jeanyong. Xiangzi, this one. When Zhang Yinshan had been hospitalized, Jeanyong and his parents visited several times, leaving behind 10,000 yuan. That kindness had deeply touched Jeanyong. And because of that, Jeanyong had brought 2 bottles of immortal wine today for Zhao Xiang's father, Zhao Dongchu, though unfortunately, one had already been taken by Li Lingyun. Now that he had 40,000 yuan and firmly believed more money would come, Jeanyong wanted to return this 10,000 to Zhao Xiang's parents. In Shaoshui County, such an amount was far from insignificant. Take this 10,000 too. Zhao Xiang interrupted before Jeanyong could speak, tossing the bundle into the medicine basket as well. Then, in a solemn voice, he said, Big Yang, remember what I just told you? Your business is my business. If you truly see me as a brother, don't say another word. Besides, Uncle Zhang's medical bills are piling up. 40,000 sounds like a lot, but it might not last long. Keep it for now. Xiangzi, if this were just your own money, I wouldn't say a thing. But your parents, TSK, you know how they are. They treat you better than their own son. Mom's been nagging me every day to call you, asking if you need money or anything. She almost wanted to go find you in your village herself. Zhao Xiang gave Jeanyong's shoulder a firm slap and continued, Brother, spare them the guilt. If I actually brought this money home, my parents would beat me black and blue. Jeanyong smiled warmly upon hearing this. The affection shown by Zhao Xiang's parents had always moved him. He used to visit their house often, frequently eating meals there. Every time, they treated him with such warmth and care that he once felt embarrassed to show up so often. Jeanyong was a straightforward person. Seeing how determined Zhao Xiang was, he didn't press further. After a moment of thought, he said, Then here's what we'll do. This 10,000 will stay with me for now. Whatever I do in the future, consider this your investment, your share capital. Big Yang, are you planning to start a business? Zhao Xiang stared at him in surprise. Big Yang, now that you have 40,000, you could easily bring Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang to the city, hire a good caretaker, and go back to school to prepare for the college entrance exam. With your grades, you'll definitely get into a top university next year. Jeanyong shook his head at Zhao Xiang and said, No, what's the point of going to college? I want to build my own career. Zhao Xiang looked at Jeanyong in surprise and asked, Big Yang, have you really thought this through? Running a business isn't easy. Yeah. Jeanyong nodded firmly and said, Our Shaoshui village is poor, but recently I've discovered quite a few business opportunities. If we do it right, there's huge potential. Zhao Xiang knew Jeanyong well. He said, Since you've made your decision, I won't say any more. I believe with your intelligence and ability, you'll succeed. And from now on, forget about paying back that 10,000 yuan. It'll count as my investment capital. Zhao Xiang's intention was simply to stop Jeanyong from bringing up the repayment again. But he never imagined that Jeanyong's future business would grow so big. Many years later, Zhao Xiang would look back on this moment with endless emotion, because that 10,000 yuan investment had brought him unimaginable returns. Alright, it's settled then. Jeanyong smiled at Zhao Xiang. Oh, what a cute little dog. After finishing their serious talk, Zhao Xiang picked up Dejin and said, Woof. Hearing Zhao Xiang call him a little dog, Dejin was greatly offended and bared his teeth at him. Oh wow, this little guy's quite fierce. Zhao Xiang looked up at Jeanyong with a grin. Big Yang, is this little guy male or female? He's so adorable. This, Jeanyong scratched his head awkwardly. He actually had no idea about Dejin's gender. Never mind, whether male or female. If he ever has puppies, you save one for me. Sure, no problem. But let me figure out first whether he's male or female. Jeanyong and Zhao Xiang chatted a bit longer. Jeanyong checked the time and saw it was already past 11. He stood up and said to Zhao Xiang, Xiangzi, I should go now. Go where? You're already here. Stay at least until lunch. Zhao Xiang said, reluctant to see him leave. No, actually, a sister-in-law from my village is selling fruit at the farmer's market. I want to go check on her first, then take her tricycle back home, Jeanyong explained. Which farmer's market is she at? I'll drive you over. Chapter 36, A Beauty Brings Calamity. Jeanyong and Zhao Xiang arrived at the farmer's market. Just as they stepped inside, they noticed a crowd gathered deep within the market. Amid the throng, several young men with bright yellow hair could be seen surrounding a fruit stall, laughing and jeering at someone. Xiulian, Aunt Xiulian. Jeanyong's eyes flashed with recognition, and he immediately dashed toward the crowd. Seeing this, Zhao Xiang quickly followed behind. Pushing his way through the onlookers, Jeanyong entered the circle and found that the person surrounded by those hooligans was indeed Li Xiulian. A young man in his early 20s, with dirty blonde hair and a black dragon tattooed on his arm, leered at Li Xiulian with a sneer. Hey there, beautiful, he said mockingly. This is my stall. You've been selling fruit here all morning. Just how are we going to settle that bill? That damn gang's bullying people again. How despicable, someone muttered angrily from the crowd. Bro, who are these guys? Acting so boldly in broad daylight. What nerve? See that leader? That's He San. He's one of Lin Wu Ye's henchmen. With Lin's backing, he's been terrorizing this area. Yesterday, right here in this market, he scammed a man out of 1,000 yuan. Now it's this poor girl's turn. She just picked the wrong day. A cold glint flashed in Jeanyong's eyes as he realized these were local thugs trying to bully Xiulian. Anger surged through him. Xiulian, visibly flustered, tried to steady her voice as she replied to He San. What bill? Isn't it first come, first served in this market? Since when did this become your stall? Oh ho, sister, you look all sweet and gentle, but you've got some fire in you. He San chuckled wickedly. If it's first come, first served, why don't you go claim county hall while you're at it? Then the whole of Shaoshui County would belong to you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. He San and his gang burst into loud laughter, flaunting their arrogance without restraint. Xiulian paled. Just leave me alone. Don't stop me from working, or else, I'll call the police. Go ahead, call him. We ain't scared. Even if cops show up, you still can't just take over my stall. He San sneered, stepping closer and eyeing her lasciviously. But hey, beauty, we can leave, if you hand over 500 yuan for stall usage fee. Pay up, and we'll walk away. Promise not to bother you again. 500 yuan. Xiulian gritted her teeth. I don't have money, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. She had worked from dawn till now, barely earning 300 yuan. The idea of handing over nearly twice that sum to these ruffians was unbearable. No money. He San scanned her body greedily, smirking. No problem. If you can't pay cash, then how about paying with something else? Spend some quality time entertaining me and my brothers. After that, we'll protect you. No one will dare mess with you in this market ever again. Xiao Yan was the village belle of Xiushui village, a rare beauty whose pure, innocent charm stirred hearts. Heisen instantly knew she was a country girl, naive, submissive, likely too afraid to speak up even if wronged. You, Xiao Yan, utterly unprepared for such a scene, instinctively backed away, trembling and helpless as she stared at Heisen with desperate eyes. Ha ha ha. Emboldened by her fear, Heisen took another step forward and reached out to grope her cheek. Taming dragon returns in reverence. Unable to hold back any longer, Jeanyong lunged in front of Xiao Yan and, without hesitation, thrust a palm straight at Heisen. Unconsciously channeling the martial art technique, 18 dragon subduing palms, he'd learned from the system the previous night. A skill capable of shattering saplings as thick as arms. Jeanyong struck Heisen square in the chest. Caught completely off guard, Heisen screamed and flew backward 5 meters, crashing onto the ground where he writhed in agony. Xiaoyang, overcome with panic just moments before, Li Xiaolian instantly found her anchor upon seeing Jeanyong. A deep sense of safety flooded her heart. She grabbed his hand tightly, pressing her body as close to him as possible. Like an impenetrable wall, Jeanyong stood between her and danger. Her heart trembled. It had been so long since she'd felt anything like this, so vulnerable, yet so secure. Feeling her touch and breathing in her subtle, natural fragrance, Jeanyang's heart stirred. After a brief hesitation, he gently patted her shoulder and said firmly, "Don't worry, Aunt Xiaolian. As long as I'm here, no one will ever hurt you. I promise." Li Xiaolian's face flushed slightly. She felt a strong masculine aura radiating from Jeanyong, instinctively sensing it was inappropriate. She subconsciously tried to pull away, yet couldn't bear to break the feeling. She softly murmured in response, then lowered her head and leaned close to Jeanyong, falling silent. "You useless fools. What are you standing around for? Go beat this brat senseless." Heisen clutched his chest, struggling to his feet as he roared at his gang members. Get him! Get him!" Hesitant at first, the thugs exchanged glances before reluctantly charging toward Jeanyong. A cold gleam flashed in Jeanyang's eyes. Calm and confident, he stepped in front of Li Xiaolian, raised his palm, and met the attackers head-on. Dragon descends from heaven. Fiery dragon soars. Dragon lies hidden in the wild. Slap, 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 slap. Within moments, 7 or 8 hooligans lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Well, I'll be. This young fellow looks so clean-cut. Never thought he'd be this tough. Yeah, those palm strikes were sharp and precise. Impressive, really impressive. Great. Just great. These rascals deserved this long ago. Let's see if they dare act so arrogant again. The onlookers erupted into cheers. Initially anxious for Jeanyong and Li Xiaolian, they were now stunned by how swiftly and decisively the thugs had been taken down. Heisan's face darkened instantly. If he didn't crush Jeanyong here and now, his reputation in the area would be ruined. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he barked at his men. "Get up. This one's dangerous. Grab your weapons. All of you attack together." As he spoke, Heisan pulled out a sharp dagger, glaring viciously at Jeanyong. The remaining thugs brandished cleavers and clubs, tightening their circle around Jeanyong and Li Xiaolian, waiting only for Heisan's signal to launch their assault. "Heisan, haven't seen you in a few days, but business is booming, I see. Waving knives at my friends in broad daylight." Chapter 37, Memories of Youth. Master Zhao. Heisan turned his head and saw that the person speaking was none other than Zhao Xiang, who had brought Jeanyong here earlier. His heart instantly sank. He quickly sheathed the dagger in his hand, gave a subtle signal to his henchman beside him, and forced a bright smile as he said to Zhao Xiang, "Master Zhao, what wind brings you here? What a coincidence. I'll treat you to lunch today. Name the place." Zhao Xiang's father, Zhao Dongchu, was a senior deputy director at Xiushui County's police bureau. Having spent over a decade rising from a grassroots neighborhood officer to his current position, he had solid public support and wielded influence across both legal and underground circles. So much so that people jokingly called him Lord Zhao. Heisan's boss, Lin Wuyi, had close ties with Zhao Dongchu. He had repeatedly and sternly warned his subordinates never to offend the Zhao family. Otherwise, they'd face severe punishment under their gang's internal code. Heisan took Lin Wuyi's words to heart. He had interacted with Zhao Xiang several times before and always groveled and served him carefully, terrified of causing any displeasure. If such news reached Lin Wuyi, he'd be in deep trouble. Zhao Xiang sneered coldly and said to Heisan, "Lunch? I don't have the mood to dine with you." "Heisan, how dare you bully my brother? How should we settle this account?" Heisan hurriedly smiled at Zhao Xiang and said, "Master Zhao, isn't this just a case of floodwater swamping the Dragon King's temple? If I'd known this was your brother, I wouldn't have dared to offend him even if I had a death wish. But ignorance is no crime. You see, ignorance is no crime? Heisan, do you really think such a light remark absolves you for hurting my brother?" Zhao Xiang genuinely cared about Jeanyong and spoke Bumon Ly to Heisan. This. Deep in Heisan's eyes flickered a glint of viciousness. The spot where Jeanyong had slapped him still throbbed with pain. And now, having lost face in front of everyone, backing down further would damage his authority, making life difficult for him in this territory from now on. Yet with Zhao Xiang present, Heisan couldn't afford to care about pride. Otherwise, Lin Wuyi would definitely not spare him. After a moment of consideration, Heisan stepped directly in front of Jeanyong and bowed deeply, saying aloud, "Brother, I failed to recognize your stature just now and offended you deeply. Here I sincerely..." "Stop." A cold flash lit up in Jeanyang's eyes as he shouted at Heisan. "Huh?" Heisan, who was about to apologize, looked up in shock, confused by Jeanyang's interruption. Jeanyong looked expressionlessly at Heisan and said calmly, "For my brother's sake, I'll let you off today. But don't let me see you again. If I do, every time I see you, I'll beat you. Now get lost." This. Heisan and his men stared in stunned silence. They never expected Jeanyong to say such bold words. Even Zhao Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Jeanyang's words were far too aggressive. Zhao Xiang looked at Jeanyong, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. In just over 10 days apart, Jeanyong had changed immensely, completely different from the person he remembered. Hasten took a deep breath, glanced sideways at Zhao Xiang, gritted his teeth, and said to Jeanyong, "All right, brother, I'll remember your words. I hope we never meet again." With that, Hasten turned and nodded to Zhao Xiang, saying, "Master Zhao, you take care. Another day, I'll come personally to apologize. Let's go." Having completely lost face today, Hasten could no longer stay. He waved dismissively at the hooligans behind him and hastily fled the agricultural market. "Jeanyong, you're something else. We haven't seen each other in just a few days. How did you get so tough all of a sudden? And that move you used earlier, what martial art was that? It looked just like the 18 dragon subduing palms from the Legend of the Condor Heroes. You knocked them all down in just 2 or 3 moves. That was so cool." Zhao Xiang stepped forward, punched Zhang Yang's shoulder hard, and said excitedly. Upon hearing Zhao Xiang's words, Jeanyong immediately felt alarmed. He quickly replied, 18 dragon subduing palms? You've got quite an imagination, kid. Next you'll say I know the 6 meridians sword technique. Now you're filming a wuxia drama. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I've just been practicing a few rural self-defense moves with some old masters back in our village during my free time. Didn't expect they'd actually come in handy today. Rural self-defense moves? Zhao Xiang asked eagerly. Jeanyong, teach me sometime when you're free, okay? Sure, no problem. But whether you can learn it or not is up to you. Jeanyong replied with a mischievous smile. After today's incident, Jeanyong was extremely satisfied with the power of the 18 dragon subduing palms. What he had learned so far was merely the beginner stage, yet already more than sufficient to deal with 7 or 8 opponents. Once he advanced it to its highest level in the future, it might truly possess earth-shattering power, just like in the dramas. "Xiaoyang, is this your friend?" Li Xiaolian glanced at Zhao Xiang somewhat nervously and asked Jeanyong. Jeanyong quickly said, "Sister-in-law, let me introduce him. This is Zhao Xiang. He's my best brother." He turned to Zhao Xiang and said, "Xiangzi, this is my cousin's wife. I rode into town today on her electric tricycle." Zhao Xiang hurriedly greeted Li Xiaolian. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Zhao Xiang, Jeanyong's closest brother. Just call me Xiangzi like he does." "Xiangzi, hello, hello." Li Xiaolian's face flushed slightly as she replied with mild shyness. "Sister-in-law, it's already noon. Let me treat you and Jeanyong to a meal." Zhao Xiang Roaching Ly offered to Li Xiaolian. "A meal? Well?" Li Xiaolian's expression grew hesitant, and she looked toward Jeanyong for guidance. Jeanyong sensed Li Xiaolian's discomfort. After a moment's thought, he said to Zhao Xiang, "Xiangzi, sister-in-law hasn't sold all her fruit yet, and she has some other things to take care of later. Let's skip lunch together today. When I come back to the county town in a few days, I'll spend some proper time with you." "Well, all right then." Zhao Xiang understood Zhang Yang's nature well. Once he made a decision, it was hard to change, so he didn't insist further. Turning to Li Xiaolian, he said, "Sister-in-law, Jeanyong has my number. If those guys dare bother you again, give me a call. I'll deal with them." "All right, Xiangzi. Next time you have a chance, come visit our village. I'll cook something delicious for you." Li Xiaolian politely responded. "Sure thing, sister-in-law. I'll thank you in advance." Zhao Xiang raised his head and gave Jeanyong a long, heartfelt look. With visible reluctance, he spoke softly. "Jeanyong, then, I'll go now. Get out of here. You talk like we're parting forever. Bro, don't be so dramatic. There'll be plenty of chances for us to meet in the future." Jeanyong laughed at Zhao Xiang, yet deep inside, he was profoundly moved. To Jeanyong, Zhao Xiang wasn't just a brother. He was a beautiful memory of youth. And now, that memory of youth was slowly fading into the distance. Chapter 38. Sister-in-law, I won't marry anyone. After seeing Zhao Xiang off, Jeanyong turned to Li Xiaolian and asked, "Sister-in-law Xiaolian, have all the fruits been sold? How much is left?" Li Xiaolian frowned slightly as she replied, "Business wasn't good today. There's still more than half a crate of oranges left." Jeanyong smiled gently at her and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law Xiaolian. I'll help you sell them. Miss, give me a few jean of oranges. I'll take 5 jean too. Me as well." Just then, a crowd suddenly gathered around Li Xiaolian's stall. Each person grabbed a plastic bag and started scooping oranges into it. Li Xiaolian was startled. As she looked closer, she recognized that most of these more than 10 people were fellow vendors from the farmer's market, those who sold vegetables, meat, or fish. In no time, they had cleaned out the entire half crate of oranges, even taking the smaller ones with less appealing appearances. "Miss, don't just stand there. Weigh them for me and tell me how much," an old man in his 50s said with a smile. Li Xiaolian recognized him as Uncle Li, the vegetable vendor who operated next to her, and asked curiously, "Uncle Li, what are you doing? If you want some oranges to eat, just take a few. What's all this talk about money?" The old man quickly waved his hand with a grin. "No way, miss, you see, we've all been bullied by Hey San these past few years. Everyone was angry but dared not speak up. Today, when this young man here beat them up soundly, he really let off our pent-up anger. We must support your business now." "That's right, right. Just now when we saw those bastards from Hey San limping out of the market, it felt incredible, so satisfying, so damn satisfying. Yeah, after today's incident, Hey San definitely won't dare show his face here for at least 10 days or half a month. We'll finally have some peace. He's been a real pest to us." "Exactly. Miss, you should come to the market more often from now on. If any of your fruit doesn't sell, we'll make sure to buy whatever's left." "Miss, I've got about 5 or 6 jean here, no need to weigh it. I'll give you 20 yuan." Led by this man, everyone quickly pulled out their money and handed it over to Li Xiaolian. Seeing this, Li Xiaolian hastily waved her hands and said, "Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, this won't do. I'm deeply grateful for your kindness, but everyone here works hard to earn a living. How about this? My oranges were originally 2 yuan 50 per jean, but since these leftovers aren't great in quality and vary in size, let's just charge 1 yuan per jean." Jeanyong couldn't help feeling a bit regretful upon seeing her response. Although she was just an ordinary rural woman, she was bright-minded and quick-witted, carrying herself with natural grace. Given the right opportunity, she might very well accomplish something significant. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. They had wanted to express their support for Xiaolian, but instead found themselves getting a bargain, which made them feel slightly uncomfortable. "All right, 1 yuan it is. Miss, just weigh mine for me," the elderly vegetable vendor who had spoken first said cheerfully. "Coming right up, Uncle Li." I'll weigh it now. Xiaoyan quickly measured it out and announced, Uncle Li, yours is exactly 5 Jean 1 Liang, but I'll round it down to 5 Jean. The old man took the oranges, handed her 5 yuan, and then picked up 2 bundles of chives from his own stall, placing them on Xiaoyan's table with a smile. I'm closing up shop soon anyway, and I can't sell these. Here, they're for you to enjoy. Xiaoyan hesitated, her naturally simple nature making it hard for her to respond. Jeanyong gave her a gentle smile and a slight shake of his head, then said to the old man, Grandpa, thank you for the chives, we'll accept them without kishi. The old man beamed happily and replied, What's there to thank for? Just some worthless chives. Others suddenly understood and followed suit, each bringing something from their stalls and placing it on Xiaoyan's table. A few minutes later, the crowd paid and left. All of Xiaoyan's oranges were gone, but her stall was now piled high with assorted vegetables and fruits. Most strikingly, there was even a live, wriggling fish and 2 Jean of fragrant pig's head meat. Xiaoyang, this is all your fault. What on earth are we going to do with all this stuff? Li Xiaoyan pouted slightly, playfully scolding Jeanyong. At the sight of Li Xiaoyan's shy, flustered, yet endearing expression, Jeanyang's heart skipped a beat. She had always been exceptionally beautiful, and since childhood, he carried a quiet fondness for her. Now, in this moment, she stirred emotions within him more powerfully than ever. Xiaoyang, what are you staring at? Li Xiaoyan blushed slightly, stomped her foot, and whispered to Jeanyong, glancing nervously around as if afraid someone might notice them. Oh, Jeanyong snapped back to reality, guiltily rubbed his nose, and said to Li Xiaoyan, Sister-in-law Xiaoyan, this is everyone's goodwill. Refusing would only be awkward. We can find ways to repay them later. Alright, I guess there's no other way. Li Xiaoyan put all the items into the electric tricycle and said to Jeanyong, Let's go home. After saying goodbye to people at the market, she got into the tricycle, and Jeanyong drove her away. When Jeanyong saw a relatively upscale hotel by the roadside, he stopped the tricycle and said to Xiaoyan, Sister-in-law Xiaoyan, it's almost 12 o'clock. Let's have lunch at this restaurant. After eating, I'll take you to buy some new clothes. Xiaoyang, have you gone crazy? This place is so fancy. Wouldn't a meal here cost 1 or 200 yuan? No, absolutely not. Li Xiaoyan protested repeatedly. Jeanyong turned around and said to her, Sister-in-law Xiaoyan, I have money. Look. As he spoke, he opened the medicine basket in front of her, revealing 4,000 yuan neatly stacked inside. Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but gasp at the sight of so much cash. She quickly covered her mouth, glanced warily around, then lowered her voice and whispered, Xiaoyang, where did you get all this money? You didn't rob a bank, did you? Rob a bank. Jeanyong couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable expression and hurriedly explained, Sister-in-law, what makes you think I could rob a bank? This money came from selling medicinal herbs. Then he briefly told her about the dendrobium he'd found, though he deliberately downplayed the amount. If she was already shocked by 4,000, telling her it was actually 40,000 would send her into shock. Dendrobium? You actually found wild dendrobium? Then, why didn't you tell me last night? Li Xiaoyan asked, half doubtful. Tisk, Sister-in-law Xiaoyan, knowing Mom's personality, if she found out I'd picked wild dendrobium, she wouldn't have slept a wink last night. She'd toss and turn worrying. It's better to wait until after I've sold it to tell her. That way, she'll have one less thing to worry about, Jeanyong explained. Xiaoyang, you really think things through. With Aunt Zhang's temperament, she definitely would have worried, Li Xiaoyan said, then shot Jeanyong a glance and added, but even if you have money now, don't go spending recklessly. Your dad still needs treatment, and besides, you're no longer a child. You should start saving up for a wife. At that moment, as she mentioned marriage, something seemed to cross her mind. Her expression darkened, and she quietly lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Jeanyong suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. Without thinking, words burst out of his mouth. Sister-in-law Xiaoyan, as long as you're by my side, I won't marry anyone else. Chapter 39, Riding Back to Xiaoshui Village. Xiaoyang, what are you talking about? If Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang hear this, it would be disastrous. Li Xiaoyan was stunned when she heard Jeanyang's words. Then she scolded him, but her cheeks were flushed pink, her tone shy with a hint of coyness, and faint joy flickered in her eyes, clearly not truly angry. Her white t-shirt clung tightly to her body, exuding an indescribable charm. Jeanyong gritted his teeth and said to Li Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, I'm not making things up. Enough. Li Xiaoyan took a deep breath and decisively told Jeanyong, Xiaoyang, don't say another word. I'm your sister-in-law, forever your sister-in-law. In my heart, you will always be my younger brother, understand? If you speak like this again today, I won't talk to you ever again, got it? Jeanyong looked at Li Xiaoyan and realized his earlier behavior had been too hasty. How could he bring up such matters in broad daylight on a busy street? It was simply too abrupt. So he smiled and said to her, Alright, Xiaoyan, I'll listen to you. Are you satisfied now? That's better. Li Xiaoyan shot Jeanyong a charming glance. But what about lunch? Jeanyong pointed toward the upscale hotel by the roadside. No way, we're not wasting money like that. Xiaoyan flatly refused. I brought some sticky rice balls I made this morning, and also some pork head meat someone just gave me at the market. If you're really hungry, eat that for now. When we get home, I'll cook something good for you. Xiaoyan, I can make do with food, but what about buying you clothes at the department store? Jeanyong persisted reluctantly. No, I have clothes to wear. Enough already, let's go home quickly. Don't make Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang wait any longer. Hurry up and drive. Li Xiaoyan insisted firmly. She fully understood the Zhang family's current financial hardship, so under these circumstances, she naturally didn't want Jeanyong spending recklessly. A warmth surged through Jeanyang's heart. He certainly understood Xiaoyan's kind intentions and didn't press further. Alright, sister-in-law, wait until I earn big money someday to buy you things. Then you mustn't refuse anymore. Fine, I'm holding you to that. If you make lots of money one day and still don't buy me anything, I won't let you off the hook, giggling. As Li Xiaoyan spoke, she covered her mouth and laughed sweetly. Jeanyong felt another ripple in his heart. He said to Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, soon we'll be out of the county town. Why don't you come sit up front again like this morning? It'll save you from getting jostled. This, Li Xiaoyan blushed, clearly hesitant. Early this morning, it had just begun to lighten, and there were almost no pedestrians on the road. But now it was midday, bustling with people passing by. Sitting closely packed with a young, vigorous man like Jeanyong in the front seat, it would look improper. Who knows what rumors might spread if others saw them? Zhang Yang's eyes twinkled mischievously as he deliberately taunted her. Xiao Yan, didn't you just say I was your little brother? So what's wrong with us sitting together in front? You wouldn't happen to be thinking something else. Nonsense. There's nothing wrong in my mind. Fine, I'll sit. Xiao Yan snapped, then promptly joined Jeanyong, seating herself side by side with him in the front. Feeling the strong masculine scent emanating from Jeanyong, Li Xiaolian's heart pounded like a deer running wild inside her chest. Her face grew faintly warm, and instinctively she lowered her head. Ha ha ha. Jeanyong grinned broadly at Li Xiaolian's flustered appearance, feeling as triumphant as a victorious general. Sister-in-law Xiaolian, hold tight. Let's go. With those words, Jeanyong suddenly twisted the throttle. The electric tricycle shot forward violently and sped rapidly toward Xiao Shui village. Due to Zhang Yang's sudden acceleration, Li Xiaolian instinctively reached out and wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist, pressing her body close to his, nearly clinging entirely against him. Jeanyong hadn't expected that despite her slender frame, Li Xiaolian was actually quite curvy. His heart began to race, excitement boiling within him. Unable to resist, he twisted the throttle a few more times, and the electric tricycle began racing like a supercar. Slow down, slow down. Li Xiaolian turned pale with fright, urgently telling Jeanyong. She reached out and pinched hard on the flesh at his waist. Ouch, ow, ow, it hurts. Jeanyong deliberately exaggerated his cries. Sister-in-law, I'll go slower, okay? Stop pinching. If you keep that up, you'll break something. Humph. Li Xiaolian gave a playful snort and finally released him, trying her best to move away from Jeanyong. But the front seat of the electric tricycle was only so large. No matter how much Li Xiaolian tried to distance herself, their bodies inevitably touched. Later, when they entered the bumpy mountain roads, especially because Jeanyong deliberately chose rough, uneven terrain, their bodies pressed tightly together constantly, never once separating. After a while, Li Xiaolian stopped resisting and let things be, though her face grew increasingly flushed. Amidst the lingering intimacy, about an hour later, the electric tricycle arrived within 1,000 meters of Xiao Shui village. Xiaoyang, stop the vehicle. Let me move to the back, Li Xiaolian said softly to Jeanyong. After this shared journey, something unspoken had shifted between them, bringing them naturally closer. Xiaolian, we're still far from the village. This stretch of road is the roughest part. Why sit in the back? Jeanyong said to her. Li Xiaolian pursed her lips, a flicker of sorrow crossing her face as she lowered her head without speaking. A thought struck Jeanyong, and he said gently, Sister-in-law, are you worried I'll ruin your reputation? You're talking nonsense. I'm worried about ruining yours. Li Xiaolian gritted her teeth and said, Xiaoyang, you're still young. Being seen with me, a widow like me, people will gossip. It could seriously affect your chances of finding a wife later. Just let me get off. Xiaoyang, you're babbling again. Li Xiaolian's heart leapt with joy, her eyes shimmering as if filled with dew, unusually bright. Sister-in-law, hold on tight, Jeanyong said, and instead of slowing down, he pressed the throttle even harder. Li Xiaolian gazed at Zhang Yang's determined profile, then broke into a radiant smile, so moving and beautiful. However, once the electric tricycle entered Xiao Shui village, Li Xiaolian insisted that Jeanyong stop and move to sit in the rear cargo compartment. Jeanyong drove toward his home, only to find over a dozen villagers scattered around his front yard, curiously peering into his courtyard. His heart skipped a beat. Jeanyong quickly parked the tricycle to the side and rushed up to his gate, asking one villager urgently, Old Lu, what's going on? Why are all of you gathered outside my house? Chapter 40, The God of War. When the old man surnamed Lu saw Zhang Yang's figure, his face instantly turned anxious. He lowered his voice and urgently whispered, Xiaoyang, why did you come back at a time like this? Quickly hide somewhere. An elderly woman in her 60s also grabbed Zhang Yang's hand and said aloud, Xiaoyang, come with me. Hide at my place. Seeing their reactions, Zhang Yang grew even more anxious. He immediately tried to pull away and go home, a vague sense of dread welling up inside him. But the old woman held on tightly, and Zhang Yang, not wanting to hurt her, couldn't use much force. All he could do was ask anxiously, Aunt Li, why are you pulling me? What exactly happened? The old woman hurriedly hushed him, saying, Shh, don't speak so loudly. Li Ergu is causing trouble at your house. He's looking for you. You absolutely can't go back now. That Li Ergu isn't someone you can mess with. I've already sent my grandson to fetch village chief Lin Hu and secretary Zhang. You should hide first until they arrive. Li Ergu. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent rising in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said to the woman holding him, Aunt Li, thank you for your kindness, but I'd like to see just what Li Ergu wants from me. With those words, Zhang Yang gently pulled his hand free from the old woman's grip and strode toward the courtyard gate, fury evident on his face. Jean, seemingly sensing his master's anger, followed closely behind, fur bristling along his neck like an enraged lion. Li Ziwilian, seeing this, didn't hesitate either and quickly followed Zhang Yang inside. Xiaoyang. Oh, this kid is so stubborn. The old woman muttered angrily, anxiously gazing into the distance. Why haven't the secretary and the village chief arrived yet? The old man, surnamed Lu, snorted after hearing her words. What good would Lin Hu do if he came? He and Li Ergu are in cahoots. Even if he shows up, he won't help the Zhang family. It's right to have called the old secretary. That's the only one in our village who can control that bastard Li Ergu. But alas, the old secretary is getting too old. Old Lu, don't stand there making snide remarks. If you understand all that, why don't you go get the old secretary yourself? The Zhang couple has treated us fairly over the years. We can't just stand by and watch them suffer. The old woman snapped. All right, I'm going. Old Lu grumbled, then hurried off in the direction of Zhang Yaoyan's house. Inside the Zhang courtyard, 7 or 8 rowdy, dyed-haired thugs surrounded Huang Wanping, Zhang Yang's mother. Leading them was a man in a black short-sleeved shirt and leather shoes. Wearing sunglasses, his expression dark and sinister, none other than Li Ergu, the unscrupulous businessman who monopolized the mountain goods and fruit trade in Shuoshui village. At that moment, Neo Air, Li Ergu's local lackey, was arrogantly pointing at Huang Wanping and shouting, "Speak up! Where did your damn son hide those wild dendrobium plants? Hand them over now if you know what's good for you." Dendrobium? What dendrobium? Neo Air, stop talking nonsense. My son didn't pick any last night when he went into the mountains. Huang Wanping cried desperately, her frail body trembling with helplessness. Me talking nonsense? Neo Air barked. I saw it myself last night. Your damn son had several dendrobium plants hidden in his medicine basket. Don't try to lie. I suggest you hand them over right now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Neo Air, you better get out now. Jeanyong Shan, inside the room, was frantic, desperate to leap from his bed and drive these people away. But his waist was numb. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't rise. All he could do was lie there, furious, roaring. You shut your mouth. Neo Air sneered cruelly and shouted back toward the doorway. Old bastard, keep quiet. Or have you forgotten how your spine got broken? Li Ergu's face darkened. He snapped fiercely at Neo Air. Idiot, shut your damn mouth. Neo Air immediately turned and gave Li Ergu a servile smile, slapped his own face apologetically, then pointed at Huang Wanping again, saying, if you don't want your brat ending up like your dead husband, then hand over the dendrobium now, or else. Just then, Jeanyong stepped through the courtyard gate. He had heard every word Neo Air said, and suspicion flared in his mind about his father's sudden accident. You son of a bitch, Neo Air. Jeanyong didn't have time to think further. Seeing Neo Air towering over his mother, arrogance dripping from every inch of his being, rage exploded within him, and he lunged straight at Neo Air. His mother was Jeanyong's ultimate taboo. Anyone who dared touch her would die. Qianlong Yuhui. In a flash, Jeanyong closed the distance and struck Neo Air full force with the palm of his hand, aimed at his chest. Up. Neo Air, thin and weak, couldn't withstand such a powerful blow. His body flew backward, crashing 5 or 6 meters away before vomiting a mouthful of blood. Wah! Wah! Gasps erupted from the onlookers as Jeanyong stood there, pale and clean-cut, a man long known in the village as a scholarly type. No one had expected such immense strength to be hidden within his slender frame. A flicker of surprise flashed across Li Ergu's eyes too, but his expression quickly grew even darker. He subtly signaled 2 of his henchmen beside him. The 2 thugs nodded understandingly at Li Ergu and drew wooden clubs from their backs, swinging them hard toward Jeanyong's head. Mom, are you okay? Aye. Jeanyong's first instinct was to comfort his mother. Xiaoyang, watch out behind you. Li Ziwilian, standing at the edge of the crowd, screamed in panic upon seeing their move. Jeanyong reacted instantly, instinctively trying to dodge. But it was already too late. The club was just centimeters away from his head, and the 2 henchmen wore vicious grins. At this critical moment, a golden blur shot forward like lightning, straight at the 2 men. The 2 thugs screamed, their clubs clattering to the ground. Blood streamed down from their mangled wrists, flesh torn and gushing red. Dejin, Jeanyong shouted, relief flooding through him as he saw traces of blood still lingering at the dog's mouth. If Dejin hadn't intervened at that crucial second, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Though Jeanyong's physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he had mastered supreme martial arts like the 18 dragons of doing palms, he lacked actual combat experience, and nearly fell victim to those 2 lackeys' sneak attack. Qianlong Yuhui, Filong Zitian, Li Ergu, blazing with fury, Jeanyong swept the 2 henchmen aside with 2 forceful palm strikes, and strode directly toward Li Ergu. Get him now. Seeing the deadly look in Jeanyong's eyes, Li Ergu felt a chill run through him. He waved frantically at the remaining men beside him. They hesitated not a moment, rushing at Jeanyong with fists raised. Pa, pa, pa pa pa, pa pa pa. In a few swift movements, Jeanyong cleanly knocked all of them flat onto the ground. Then, like a battle god descending from the heavens, he advanced relentlessly toward Li Ergu. Li Ergu could never have imagined Jeanyong to be this formidable. Panic flickered in his eyes. He turned and fled. Jeanyong lunged after him in just a few steps, grabbing Li Ergu by the neck and lifting him into the air like a helpless chick. He put me down. My boss is Lin Wu, the 5th master, one of the most famous men in the county town. If you dare touch me, he'll never let you go. Li Ergu stammered desperately, trying to intimidate Jeanyong. Lin Wu? The 5th master? Good, I'll beat him through you. Jeanyong growled, raising his hand and slapping Li Ergu brutally across the face. Slap, 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 back and forth. Both cheeks swelled bright red, puffing up like steamed buns. Still not satisfied, Jeanyong threw him to the ground and kicked him hard. Stop, stop. 2 voices rang out simultaneously as 2 figures stepped into the Zhang family courtyard, one after the other. It was village chief Lin Hu and old secretary Zheng Yaodian. Chapter 41, Accountability. Fury burned in Jeanyong's heart, his hatred for Li Ergu reaching its peak. He coldly sneered, pretending not to hear what Lin Hu and Zheng Yaodian had said, then kicked Li Ergu hard with all his might. Ouch, ouch. Dressed neatly and strutting around like a big shot, Li Ergu's body had long been ruined by wine and women. He couldn't withstand Jeanyong's brutal assault and was soon bruised and swollen, wailing loudly in pain. Village chief Lin, save me quick. I'm going to be beaten to death. Li Ergu pleaded desperately with Lin Hu. Lin Hu rushed forward, shouting angrily at Jeanyong. Jeanyong. What the hell are you doing? Stop it right now. But Jeanyong ignored him completely. He grabbed Li Ergu by the neck, lifting him off the ground as he demanded fiercely. Tell me, exactly what happened to my father's back injury? Was it you bastard, who did this? Earlier, Neo Air had let something slip in his drunken arrogance, and Jeanyong immediately sensed that Li Ergu must be involved in Jeanyong Shan's injury. Though Neo Air was cut off before he could finish, it only deepened Jeanyong's suspicions. Hearing Jeanyong's accusation, panic flickered across Li Ergu's face, his eyes darting nervously as he stammered. Everyone in the village knows your father's back was crushed by a boulder rolling down from the mountain. What do I have to do with it? Let me go right now, otherwise. Dare you still lie? Jeanyong's eyes flashed with icy light as his fists rained down on Li Ergu like hailstones. Ouch! Ouch! Lin Hu, you motherfucker! You eat my food and drink my liquor. So what the hell are you standing there for? Save me! Li Ergu covered his head with both hands, screaming and crying in agony. You! All of you! What are you just standing around for? Pull him away now. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Lin Hu panicked and raised his voice as village chief, yelling at the onlookers. Yet these villagers, long resentful of the corrupt Li Ergu, found Jeanyong's actions deeply satisfying. Pretending not to hear Lin Hu, they lowered their heads one by one, none daring to step forward. This, old secretary, say something. If this keeps up, someone's going to get seriously hurt, and then we'll really be in trouble. Desperate and afraid to approach the frenzied Jeanyong himself, Lin Hu turned helplessly to Zheng Yaoxian, the calm and collected party secretary. Miss Huang, why don't you go pull Xiaoyang away first? We can't let him beat someone to death. Even if we're in the right, things will turn against us if someone gets badly injured, Zheng Yaoxian said calmly to Huang Wanping. Huang Wanping had never seen her son act this way before. Jeanyong had always been such a well-behaved boy. She stood frozen for a moment until Zheng Yaoxian's words snapped her back to reality. Hurriedly stepping forward, she grabbed Jeanyong and pleaded, Son, what's gotten into you? Stop it, stop hitting him. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. As long as I'm here, no one will ever dare to bully you again. Jeanyong flung Li Ergu aside like trash, then stood tall and said firmly to Huang Wanping. Huang Wanping's nose stung with emotion, tears instantly filling her eyes, yet she fought hard to hold them back. You foolish child, no one is bullying me. From now on, you must never hit anyone again. Your father is already like this. If something happens to you too, how am I supposed to go on living? Mom, don't be upset. I hear you. I'll remember what you said. I won't fight anyone ever again, Jeanyong quickly replied, seeing that his mother was truly distressed. Foolish child, I'm not angry. I just hurt for you, Huang Wanping said tearfully, aching for the unbearable pressure her son had endured. Village Chief Lin, look at us, beaten and injured by your villager. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Li Ergu, supported by his henchmen, struggled to his feet. His eyes glinted with malice as he confronted Lin Hu. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I promise you I'll handle this properly. Lin Hu forced a smile, then turned sternly toward Jeanyong. Jeanyong, why did you start beating people? Can't things be discussed peacefully? A cold gleam flashed in Jeanyong's eyes as he shot back defiantly. Because they deserved it. Village Chief Lin, if your own father had his spine shattered by these men, could you still sit there calmly and talk nicely to them? Jeanyong, Lin Hu snapped, glaring fiercely. Do you have any evidence? On what basis do you claim Mr. Li broke your father's back? Jeanyong narrowed his eyes slightly, staring directly at Lin Hu as he replied. If you want others not to know, don't do it in the first place. There's no such thing as a secret that never comes out. I will find the evidence, sooner or later. Then come back when you've got proof. Lin Hu pressed forward aggressively. Mr. Li is the financial lifeline of our village. Over 90% of our fruit sales depend on him. Right now is the season for harvesting tangerines and lychees. If your actions sour his opinion of our village, who's going to bear the loss? The onlookers' faces darkened upon hearing Lin Hu's words. Although Li Ergu had driven the fruit prices down to an extremely low level, he still provided a market. Otherwise, most of the harvest would rot in the fields. Selling by setting up roadside stalls in the county town simply wasn't practical. Many who had originally wanted to support Jeanyong now felt a subtle shift in their hearts. Jeanyong clenched his teeth and spoke up. I'll take responsibility. I'll buy all the villagers' fruit, every single pound, and my purchase price will be double what Li Ergu offers. You will sell it? Haha, oh geez. Li Ergu burst out laughing at Jeanyong's words, but the motion tugged painfully at the wounds on his face, sending fresh waves of agony through him. His expression turned even more grotesque as he sneered at Jeanyong. That's fucking hilarious. Kid, are you drunk on cheap wine, spouting nonsense? Do you even know how many pounds of fruit all the households in this village produce together? At least 500,000 pounds. And double the price? Your old Zhang family is so poor you're one step away from selling your pants. Where the hell do you get the money? What makes you think you can talk such big shit? Gonna buy it all with hot air. The people around shook their heads simultaneously upon hearing Jeanyong's claim. They knew the Dongjia household's circumstances inside and out. How could Jeanyong possibly have the means to purchase 500,000 pounds of fruit? They all believed he was just talking nonsense, and no one took him seriously. Li Ergu glanced at Li Xiulian standing beside Jeanyong and said mockingly, Oh, I get it now. You probably plan to ride around the county town every day on a rickety tricycle with this pretty little widow here, peddling fruit like street vendors. Yeah, that'd be better than my offer. But even if you managed to sell 500 pounds a day, how many days do you think it'd take to sell 500,000 pounds? Haha, fucking ridiculous. Say one more word, Li Ergu, and I dare you to see what happens. Jeanyong's eyes flashed sharply at the mention of pretty widow, and he snapped furiously at Li Ergu. Li Ergu instantly recalled the brutal beating Jeanyong had just given him, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He quickly ducked behind Lin Hu for protection. Enough. Stop causing trouble. Lin Hu waved his hand dismissively at Jeanyong, then turned to Li Ergu and asked, Boss Li, exactly what happened here today? Don't worry, I'll make sure you get a proper resolution. Author's note. We're about to hit the 100,000 word milestone test, which will determine how far this book can go. Readers who've made it this far, please add this book to your shelf, leave a comment in the discussion section, and give a 5-star rating. Only with strong performance can I keep creating better stories. Tomato thanks you all sincerely. Chapter 42, I'm not dead yet. Jeanyong watched coldly from the sidelines. He'd long heard rumors that Lin Hu had been bought off by Li Ergu, but until now he'd remained half skeptical. After all, Lin Hu was a well-known strongman in Xiushui village, second only to the old secretary Zheng Yaoxian in both capability and prestige. Surely someone like him wouldn't stoop so low. Yet as he observed Lin Hu's seemingly impartial words and actions, his subtle yet unmistakable collusion with Li Ergu, Jeanyong found himself believing most of the rumors. There was indeed a deep connection between Lin Hu and Li Ergu. A flash of cold light passed through Jeanyong's eyes, but he felt no anger. If he truly intended to transform Xiushui village into the wealthiest rural community in Qingzhou within just 1 year, he would inevitably need to seize control of the village's management, a goal that meant direct conflict with Lin, who was unavoidable. And if Lin Hu really was colluding with Li Ergo to oppress the villagers, then this very moment presented a golden opportunity to undermine his authority. With careful maneuvering, he might even remove Lin Hu from power entirely. For this reason, Jeanyong suppressed his rising fury and silently watched the two men perform their charade. Understanding Lin Hu's intentions perfectly, Li Ergo immediately began embellishing the story. Village Chief Lin, I heard from Yoer that this kid from the Zhang family picked several wild dendrobium herbs from the mountains yesterday. I came over specially today to check things out. Old Zhang is paralyzed now, the poor man. We're all neighbors after all. I was actually thinking of offering them a generous price to help ease their hardship. But when this little bastard got back, he flew into a rage and viciously beat us. Then he accused me of injuring old Zhang's waist. That's slander. Blatant slander. I demand justice today, or else. No way will I accept it. I, Li Ergo, am not someone who can be bullied. Ouch. Li Ergo exaggerated dramatically and accidentally pulled at his wounds while speaking, causing him to grimace and wail in mock agony. His performance was utterly ridiculous. You're lying, Village Chief Lin. Huang Wamping panicked upon hearing Li Ergo's deceitful words and instinctively stepped forward to refute him. But Jeanyong already had a plan forming in his mind. He reached out gently and stopped her, quietly shaking his head. Li Xiuyan exchanged a glance with Jeanyong, then stepped forward to support Huang Wamping's arm, whispering soothing words. Lin Hu turned to Li Ergo. Directorly, if what you're saying is true, then you've certainly been wronged. On behalf of all the villagers of Xiushui, I offer my sincere sympathy. But now that the incident has occurred, what do you intend to do? What should I do? Whatever needs doing. Li Ergo, accustomed to bullying others these past few years, always traveling with a gang of henchmen wherever he went, had never endured such suffering before. Glaring at Jeanyong with murderous intent, he declared loudly, I am a law-abiding citizen. When wronged, I naturally must call the police. Given the severity of our injuries, he could easily be sentenced to 8 or 10 years behind bars. As he spoke, Li Ergo dramatically pulled out his phone and pretended to dial the emergency number. 8 or 10 years. The moment Huang Wamping heard the words imprisonment, her vision blurred and she nearly collapsed, only held upright by Li Xiuyan's supporting arm. Mom, what's wrong? Jeanyong asked anxiously, overwhelmed with guilt and burning hatred toward Li Ergo. In that instant, he swore inwardly that Li Ergo would pay a terrible price. Son, you mustn't get into trouble again. If not, just apologize, just give in a little. I can't lose you too. Huang Wamping pleaded urgently. Mom, I hear you. Don't worry, I won't get into any real trouble. Jeanyong quickly reassured her, then turned to Li Xiuyan, sister-in-law Xiuyan. Please help Mom inside to rest for a while. Xiaoyang you. Li Xiuyan looked at him with deep concern, then gently led the weakened Huang Wamping into the house. The onlookers watching Huang Wamping's condition felt sorrow and sympathy well up in their hearts, but under the intimidating presence of Li Ergo and Lin Hu, not a single person dared speak up. Even old Secretary Zheng Yaoxian, revered elder of the village, upon arriving, remained silent, uttering not a word. Seeing everyone's cowed reactions, Li Ergo felt immensely pleased, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. Hem. Lin Hu coughed several times, feigning seriousness as he said to Li Ergo, Boss Li, I understand your feelings completely, but as you mentioned earlier, we are all fellow villagers. The Zhang family is already in such a pitiful state, perhaps, could we settle this privately? Since you, Village Chief Lin, have spoken, how can I refuse to grant you face? Li Ergo played along perfectly. Private settlement? Fine, but I have 2 conditions. Go ahead, speak your demands. Today's matter will absolutely be settled to your satisfaction. Lin Hu eagerly chimed in. Li Ergo immediately responded. First, he must kowtow and publicly apologize to me in front of the entire village, clearing my name. Second, we brothers didn't take this beating for nothing. Forget medical fees, fine, but on top of that, I want 50,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan. The surrounding villagers began whispering at once, clearly recognizing this as blatant extortion. Yet though anger burned within them, they dared not speak out, only cast sympathetic glances toward Jeanyong. A flash of cold light shot through Jeangyang's eyes, a surge of ferocity rising in his chest. This Li Ergo was pressing too hard. He was on the verge of exploding. At that moment, old Secretary Zheng Yaoxian stepped forward, positioning himself firmly in front of Jeanyong. He fixed Li Ergo with a steady gaze and said, Boss Li, there's an old saying, leave a little room when you deal with others, so paths may cross again. Don't push things too far. I am not dead yet. Chapter 43, Fight Back. Seeing Zheng Yaoxian step forward, Lin Hu and Li Erdogu were both startled. Zheng Yaoxian was highly respected and held great influence in Xiushui village, capable of rallying the masses with a single call. The Zheng clan to which he belonged was the largest family in the village, making up nearly 1/3 of the population. Truly the only person these 2 men feared. Lin Hu gave Li Erdogu a subtle shake of his head, then stepped forward and cautiously said to Zheng Yaoxian, Old Secretary Zheng, the evidence that Jeanyong assaulted someone is solid. What exactly are you trying to do here? Zheng Yaoxian cut him off before he could finish. Lin Hu, do you still remember what you told me 10 years ago when you took over as village chief? You swore that whoever holds office should bring prosperity to the people, that you'd protect the peace of Xiushui village and lead us all to break free from the isolation of these mountains, to live a better life. Have those words been swallowed by dogs? Is this how you're protecting your villagers? At this, a sharp glint flashed through the old man's otherwise clouded eyes as he rebuked Lin Hu sternly. Lin Hu, you disappoint me deeply. This. Lin Hu met Zheng Yaoxian's piercing gaze, guilt flickering across his face. He opened his mouth meekly, wanting to say something, but no words came. He could only bow his head in silence. A dark shadow passed through Li Erdogu's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he shot back at Zheng Yaoxian. Old Secretary Zheng, I've always shown you the utmost respect, never once disrespected you. But I don't understand what you just said about not pushing things too far. Look at me. I've been beaten half to death. Don't I have the right to demand justice? Isn't that fair? Zhang Yaoxian responded sharply. Let's not even discuss why you fought. Given the Zhang family's current situation, do you really think they can come up with 50,000 yuan? Haven't you already pushed this far enough? Li Erdogu sneered coldly, retorting, I don't care about that. I've been beaten like this. I deserve compensation. Otherwise, how will I ever show my face again? That's my condition for a private settlement. If you refuse, then let's settle it publicly. I've got the truth on my side wherever I go. Let the police handle it. Xiaoshui village wasn't large, and news of the Zhang family incident had spread like wildfire. Nearly every villager had rushed over, forming a dense crowd outside, packed wall to wall. You. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed sharply upon hearing Li Erdogu's words, a surge of murderous intent welling up inside him. He regretted now that he hadn't hit harder earlier. But Zhang Yaoxian raised a hand to stop Jeanyong, turning to Li Erdogu with unyielding firmness. Bossly, since that's what you insist on, there's nothing more to talk about. With that, Zhang Yaoxian turned and shouted loudly to the surrounding villagers. Have all the real men of Xiaoshui village died out? Is there anyone left here who still stands tall and pisses standing up? Step forward. There is. 7 or 8 men from the Zhang family answered immediately and stepped forward. Inspired by their action, other men from Xiaoshui village also began stepping out. In moments, 50 to 60 men stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an imposing mass. Many of the village's younger generation had gone off to work in cities, so most of these men were middle-aged or elderly, in their 50s and 60s. But years of hard labor had forged them into strong, rugged figures. Standing together like this, they exuded tremendous power and presence. Good. So many men still haven't lost their courage. I am truly moved, Zhang Yaoxian said, his eyes shimmering with emotion, as if transported back to his own youth. He called out to the crowd, fellow villagers, we keep to ourselves, we avoid trouble, but we never fear it. Now someone dares to bully us. Tell me, what should we do? Never agree. Absolutely not. Never agree. Never. Whoever chiefing us, we fight back. Whoever chiefing us, we fight back. Fight back. Fight back. A flicker of unease flashed in Li Erdogu's eyes. He instinctively shuffled closer to his gang of thugs, suddenly fearful of the situation unfolding before him. Barren mountains and treacherous waters breed fierce people. Located deep within the vast 10,000 mountain range, Xiaoshui County had always been known for its tough, uncompromising folk. In the past, entire villages would clash over a single acre of farmland or a few game animals from the woods. Casualties were common. As the saying went, law cannot punish everyone. Especially in remote, impoverished places like Xiaoshui village, serious matters often ended quietly, and minor ones brushed aside. Over the past 1 or 2 decades, material conditions had improved greatly. People lived more comfortably, tempers had cooled, and violent conflicts had diminished. But this peace had given rise to bullies like Li Erdogu, who, backed by powerful figures like Lin Hu, seized the opportunity to exploit villagers for outrageous profits. Now, Zhang Yaoxian's rallying cry reawakened the long-dormant spirit of defiance among the villagers, especially among the middle-aged and elderly, men who had grown up under Zhang Yaoxian's leadership, who had followed him into countless brawls and disputes with neighboring villages in their youth. At that moment, it was as if everyone had been transported back decades, their blood boiling with fervor. Zhang Yaoxian waved his hand toward the crowd, took a deep breath, summoned all his strength, and turned to Li Erdogu, speaking firmly. Boss Li, you can go ahead and call the police now. But I'm telling you this right here, no matter who comes today, not a single person will leave Xiaoshui village with you. I won't allow it, and neither will any of us villagers. Jeanyong looked at Zhang Yaoxian standing before him, emotions churning inside. In that moment, Zhang Yaoxian's hunched and aged figure appeared towering and majestic. With Zhang Yaoxian and so many villagers shielding him, Jeanyong felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Chapter 44, The Old Warrior's Demeanor. Old secretary, you're trying to scare me. But I, Li Ergo, wasn't raised to be frightened. Li Ergo stared at the 50 or 60 villagers gathered before him, his heart pounding with fear. Yet he forced himself to stand tall and speak. Scare you? Zhang Yaoxian sneered coldly, fearless as an old veteran, and stepped forward toward Li Ergo. Behind him, the villagers pressed close, a chilling aura descending upon the scene. Why, you all, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to rebel? If you hurt me, you won't get away with it either. The law won't let you off. Li Ergo stammered, stepping backward in fear, his voice loud but hollow with terror. The law. Zhang Yaoxian fixed Li Ergo with his piercing gaze and spoke slowly. I'm 85 years old this year. Do you really think there's anything left in this world that can frighten me? At most, it'll be one life for another, my old life for your boss's life. It's worth it. Li Ergo turned deathly pale. These words from Zhang Yaoxian were unbearably hard. His demeanor like that of an unyielding old warrior, so resolute, he was even willing to trade lives. Li Ergo was terrified to the point of nearly wetting himself. If Zhang Yaoxian was truly determined to act, he and his few remaining men stood no chance. Village Chief Lin, what are you staring at? Say something. Li Ergo glanced at Lin Hu, who had been standing frozen nearby, and called out desperately, as if grasping at a lifeline. Lin Hu snapped out of his daze, glancing nervously at Zhang Yaoxian. He forced a nervous smile and hurried over. Old secretary, what are you doing? Mr. Li here isn't an unreasonable man. We can talk things through. It's not worth getting worked up over something like this. Cough, cough. A look of pain flashed across Zhang Yaoxian's face. His expression darkened as he coughed softly a few times. He turned to Lin Hu and said, Do you have the final say here? Can this really be discussed? It can. Hearing a glimmer of possibility in Zhang Yaoxian's tone, Lin Hu brightened inside, and quickly signaled Li Ergo with his eyes. Li Ergo, seeing Zhang Yaoxian's weakened condition, felt a flicker of doubt. Hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and asked, Old secretary, I've always respected you. So tell me, what exactly do you want? Zhang Yaoxian replied immediately, What I want doesn't matter. You're the one involved. It's what you want that matters most. Li Ergo's face turned ashen. If he backed down today, took this beating without resistance, he would never again hold his head high in Xiaoshui village. The villagers would no longer cower before him, and his business would crumble. Gritting his teeth, Li Ergo said to Zhang Yaoxian, "Old secretary, since you've spoken, I must respect that. Fine. I won't ask for any compensation for mental distress. All I want is for him to apologize to me publicly, in front of the entire village, and admit he was wrong. Is that too much to ask? After everything I've suffered, this seems reasonable enough." Inwardly, Li Ergo had already decided, survive this confrontation first. Zhang Yaoxian was clearly on his last legs. Who knew when he might pass away? Then, and only then, would he take his revenge. Besides, Li Ergo played a subtle trick. He only waived the claim for mental distress compensation, deliberately omitting any mention of medical expenses. That left room for future leverage, a move both cautious and strategic. But Zhang Yaoxian, though old, was far from foolish. The moment Li Ergo finished speaking, he responded sharply. "Not just mental distress, we drop medical fees too. You both got injured in the fight. Each side bears their own medical costs." "You old fox." Li Ergo cursed inwardly, then said aloud. "Fine, fine. Old secretary, since you put it that way, I'll agree. I won't ask for medical expenses either." Zhang Yaoxian exhaled deeply. Given that Li Ergo and his men truly were injured, getting them to waive both the medical costs and the 50,000 yuan mental distress fee was already the best possible outcome. Turning to Jeanyong, he said, "Xiaoyang, what do you think?" A sharp light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. Without waiting for Zhang Yaoxian to finish, he stepped forward, first bowing deeply to Zhang Yaoxian, then bowing just as deeply to the crowd of 50 or 60 villagers. Worry crossed Zhang Yaoxian's face. Anxiously, he asked Jeanyong, "Xiaoyang, what are you doing?" Jeanyong declared firmly, "Grandpa Zhang, uncles, aunts, elder brothers and sisters, I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for your care and support. But some things can be done, and some cannot. This Li Ergo first injured my father's waist, and today invaded my home, terrifying and threatening my mother. Ask me to apologize to him? Absolutely not. Chapter 45. This is my promise to you. Xiaoyang, you." Zhang Yaoxian, upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, grew in his heart and immediately tried to say something. But before he could speak, he broke into a violent coughing fit. "Grandpa Zhang, are you okay?" Zhang Yang hurried forward to support him, gently patting his back. "Old party secretary. Old party secretary." The other villagers also rushed forward in concern. Their eyes turned subtly hostile toward Zhang Yang. Like Zhang Yaoxian, they all believed that getting Zhang Yang merely to apologize was already the best possible outcome, one that old Secretary Zhang and everyone else had fought hard to secure. None of them had expected Zhang Yang to so firmly reject it. The stern, determined atmosphere Zhang Yaoxian had just managed to build instantly dissipated. The crowd's resolve crumbled once more. Zhang Yaoxian took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his coughing, then looked at Zhang Yang with complicated expression. "Xiaoyang, you sigh?" Li Ergo, delighted by what he saw, exchanged a glance with Lin Hu and smirked at Zhang Yaoxian. "Old secretary, don't blame me. It's not that I'm disrespecting you. It's this kid who's simply too ungrateful. Looks like someone this unreliable isn't worth helping. Maybe you should just drop it and go home to rest. I'll call the police right now. We'll deal with everything once they get here." As he spoke, Li Ergo pulled out his phone again, pretending he was about to make the call immediately. "Wait." Zhang Yaoxian forcefully pulled his arm away from Zhang Yang's support and shouted sharply at Li Ergo. Seeing Zhang Yaoxian's fierce look, Li Ergo hesitated in fear, then asked cautiously, "Old secretary, things have already come to this. What more is there to say?" Zhang Yaoxian gathered himself and said to Li Ergo, "I can see neither of you is lightly injured. Go to the hospital first and don't delay your treatment. Tomorrow, I'll give you a satisfactory resolution." Tomorrow. A flicker of hesitation passed through Li Ergo's eyes. He turned to glance at Lin Hu. Lin Hu looked at the dozens of people still standing behind Zhang Yaoxian. His eyes darted quickly, then gave Li Ergo an almost imperceptible nod. Seeing this, Li Ergo no longer hesitated. He declared to Zhang Yaoxian, "All right, old secretary, since you've put it this way, I'll give you face. But let me be clear. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, I'll come back with officers from the town police station. If that kid doesn't publicly apologize to me, don't expect me to show mercy." With that, Li Ergo waved dismissively at his henchmen behind him and shouted loudly, "You useless pieces of shit. What the hell are you still standing around for? Let's go." Without further hesitation, Li Ergo led his 7 or 8 followers straight toward the gate. Lin Hu's eyes flickered oddly. Forcing a fake smile, he waved at Zhang Yaoxian and said, "Old secretary, you take a rest. I'll go out and calm Mr. Li down. Let's try to turn big issues into small ones, and small ones into nothing. Go ahead. But don't forget who you really are, a person of Xiushui village," Zhang Yaoxian replied. A shadow flashed across Lin Hu's eyes. He stammered awkwardly, Yes, old secretary, don't worry. I know exactly what to do." With that, Lin Hu lingered no longer. He nodded briefly to the crowd and turned to leave. "Xiaoyang, you were too impulsive just now. The old secretary worked so hard to defuse this. Why did you still refuse?" "Yeah, too young, too reckless. They've already waived the medical fees and that ridiculous mental distress compensation. Why on earth would you refuse?" The villagers began voicing their opinions all at once, agreeing that Zhang Yang's actions had been overly rash, betraying their collective goodwill. Zhang Yang offered a bitter smile. What could he say? He knew they truly meant well. He could only endure their scolding without resistance. But he didn't regret it. Even if events unfolded again, he would still make the same choice. Some things could never be compromised. It wasn't about anything else, just dignity. "All right, everyone's worked hard today. Go home and rest." Zhang Yaoxian waved his hand and said with authority, "Yes, old secretary, we'll head back. Call us if anything comes up. Old secretary, we're leaving. Please take care of your health." "Xiaoyang, listen carefully to what the old secretary says. He's exhausted himself for you. Don't let him down." Zhang Yaoxian held great authority among the villagers. As soon as he spoke, no one delayed any longer and began moving toward the exit together. Zhang Yang quickly called out loudly, "Uncles, aunts, elders, thank you all so much for today. I'll personally visit each of your homes to express my gratitude soon." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to the entire group. By the time the last villager had left, Zhang Yaoxian's breathing suddenly became labored, his face turning deathly pale, sweat beading on his forehead like drops of rain, his body trembling and teetering unsteadily. Jeanyong froze at the sight and quickly reached out to support him, urgently saying, "Grandpa Zhang, what's wrong with you?" "Xiaoyong, don't speak. Hurry, close the gate," Zhang Yaoxian whispered sharply. After a brief hesitation, Jeanyong instantly understood Zhang Yaoxian's intention. He feared Li Ergo might double back. Supporting Zhang Yaoxian onto a bench in the courtyard, Jeanyong swiftly shut the courtyard gate and hurried back to his side. Seeing the gate closed, Zhang Yaoxian let out a long breath, then slumped sideways weakly. "Grandpa Zhang, what's wrong?" Jeanyong caught him just in time, panicked. "I'll call old Lu right away. Get him to come treat you." Zhang Yaoxian exhaled softly and waved a hand at Jeanyong. "Xiaoyong, don't call old Lu. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit." Zhang Yaoxian was already over 80, frail and aged, his physical strength and spirit nearly drained to their limits. Earlier, in order to protect Jeanyong, he had forced himself to stay alert and upright, relying on his former authority to intimidate Li Ergo and Lin Hu without showing the slightest weakness. Now that Li Ergo and Lin Hu were gone, the last reserve of energy he'd been holding snapped loose, and his spirit collapsed instantly. Remembering the Xian Yi Zhen Jing, the profound medical scripture he had learned from the system, Jeanyong quickly placed 3 fingers on Zhang Yaoxian's right wrist to take his pulse. He found no major illness in Zhang Yaoxian's body, only the natural decline of age, life essence fading like a lamp about to burn out. At this rate, Zhang Yaoxian had at most half a year left to live. "Grandpa Zhang," Zhang Yang's heart clenched with pain. This man, even in such dire condition, had still exhausted himself trying to protect him. His voice caught, thick with emotion. Zhang Yaoxian gave a gentle pat on Zhang Yang's back and said, "It's all right, Xiaoyong. My body has nothing to do with you. Birth, aging, sickness, and death. This is the cycle of time. Don't grieve." His eyes flickered for a moment, then hardened as he spoke lowly. "I only regret being old and weak. If only I had 10 more years of strength, I'd never have allowed that beastly Ergo to torment our Xiao Shui village like this. Grandpa Zhang, rest assured, within 3 days, I will eliminate Li Ergo. This is my promise to you." Zhang Yang's expression turned solemn, his tone firm and unwavering. Chapter 46. If I don't kill you, I'd rather cease to be human. Eliminate Li Ergo? Zhang Yaoxian's eyes flashed with sharp light as he suddenly sat upright and said to Jeanyong, "Xiaoyong, you're still young. Don't do anything foolish, do you hear me?" Jeanyong smiled faintly and quickly reassured him. "Grandpa Zhang, don't worry. I have my own way of safely getting rid of this menace. My parents are counting on me to take care of them in their old age. I won't act recklessly." "Don't try to fool me, Xiaoyong," Zhang Yaoxian said, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Tell me exactly what you're planning to do about Li Ergo." A cold glint flashed through Zhang Yang's eyes as he replied, "Grandpa Zhang, if Li Ergo can call the police, so can we." "Call the police?" Zhang Yaoxian was taken aback. He gently shook his head at Jeanyong and said aloud, "Xiaoyong, you're thinking of using Yishan's back injury as leverage? That route likely won't work. Li Ergo may be a thug, but he has powerful backing in the county. He's closely connected with the top officials around town. Without solid evidence, it'll be nearly impossible to bring him down. Then we'll find solid evidence." Jeanyong declared firmly, "Grandpa Zhang, I have a close brother in the county town. His father is the deputy chief of the county police. If we have evidence, I guarantee we can see Li Ergo punished by law." At this point, Zhang Yang's expression turned grave as he asked Zhang Yaoxian, "Grandpa Zhang, was my father's accident really orchestrated by Li Ergo?" Zhang Yaoxian's eyes flashed with intensity as he replied, "I suspect it was, but whether that's truly the case might be something only your father himself could confirm. Ever since Li Ergo started his business dealing in herbs and mountain goods over the past few years, our village and nearby villages have seen 7 or 8 mysterious accidents. Each time, villagers were attacked while traveling to town to sell precious mountain products, either struck by random flying stones or crushed by boulders rolling down from the mountains. Others were just luckier than your father. They weren't injured as severely." Zhang Yaoxian's face darkened as he clenched his teeth and continued bitterly, "Everyone suspects these accidents were caused by Li Ergo. He wants to monopolize the herbal and mountain goods trade across our neighboring villages. But no one has proof, and because someone like Lin who deliberately suppresses dissent, people dare not speak out. They fear even crueler retaliation. Over time, fewer and fewer villagers dared go to town to sell their goods, making Li Ergo even more brazen and arrogant. That beast." Jeanyong gritted his teeth, nearly certain now that his father's accident had been orchestrated by Li Ergo. Anger surged within him. "Sigh." Zhang Yaoxian let out a deep sigh, grinding his teeth. "It's all my fault. If only I weren't in such poor health. If only I hadn't made the mistake of supporting Lin who is village chief, our village wouldn't have come to this." "Old secretary, please don't blame yourself," Jeanyong urged. "Don't worry. I will settle this score for you, sooner or later." Just then, Huang Wanping regained her composure. Supported by Li Xiuyan, she stepped forward and gratefully said to Zhang Yaoxian, "Uncle Zhang, thank goodness you saved Xiaoyong just now. I want to kowtow to you." As she spoke, Huang Wanping sank to her knees, ready to kowtow. Her heart overflowed with gratitude. Xiaoyong, quickly help your mother up," Zhang Yaoxian hastily told Jeanyong. Jeanyong supported Huang Wanping gently and said, "Mom, Grandpa Zhang is family. There's no need for formalities. I've already engraved this kindness in my heart. I will repay him properly in the future." "Yishan's wife, Xiaoyang's right," Zhang Yaoxian added firmly. "What are you doing? What I did was only natural. If you keep acting like this, I'm leaving." No, I won't do it again." "Uncle Zhang, you mustn't leave." Huang Wanping turned to Jeanyong. "Xiaoyong, quickly help your Grandpa Zhang inside." Jeanyong helped Zhang Yaoxian into the house. At that moment, Zhang Yishan called urgently from the inner room, "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Yaoxian gently pulled away from Jeanyong and entered the bedroom. "Yishan, calm down. I'm here." "Uncle Zhang," Zhang Yishan pleaded emotionally, struggling to sit up. You must help our Zhang family get through this crisis. Xiaoyong is still young and inexperienced. Don't let that beastly Ergo harm him." I beg you on my knees. Seeing his father's desperate state, Jeanyong felt a pang in his heart, yet also warmth, aware of the profound, genuine love radiating from his father. Zheng Yaoxian quickly calmed him. Yishan, stay calm. Focus on healing. As for Xiaoyang, don't you worry about him. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect him. Thank you. Uncle Zheng, my life is ruined, but in my next life, even as an ox or a horse, I'll repay your kindness today. Zhang Yishan hastily said to Zheng Yaoxian. All right, Dad, just lie down. Take care of yourself. I won't get into trouble. Jeanyong soothed him, gently helping Zhang Yishan back onto the bed. Then he brought a chair for Zheng Yaoxian and helped him sit down. Li Shilian quickly brought over a cup of hot tea. Zheng Yaoxian drank a few sips, and his complexion visibly improved. Dad, I need to ask you, exactly what happened during your accident? Jeanyong asked solemnly. This was crucial, determining how they would deal with Li Ergo next. Zhang Yishan hesitated, clearly uncertain. Dad, we're already at this point. How can you still keep things hidden? Jeanyong pressed urgently. Yishan, Xiaoyang's right, Zheng Yaoxian added. It's come to this, no more holding back. Tell us everything. We need to know the truth. Sigh. Zhang Yishan let out a soft sigh and spoke. Fine, then I'll tell you everything. His eyes flickered uneasily as he began. The day before my accident, I found a 10-year-old wild ginseng deep in the mountains. A 10-year-old wild ginseng? Zheng Yaoxian exclaimed in shock. That's a real treasure, worth quite a bit of money. Yes, Zhang Yishan murmured wistfully. I was overjoyed at the time. Xiaoyang needed a large sum if he got into college. This ginseng came just when we needed it most. He paused, then continued. I originally planned to sell the ginseng to Li Ergo, but he's too ruthless. He'd only give me about 1,000 yuan. That wouldn't even cover Xiaoyang's tuition. But if sold in the county town, it could fetch at least 10 to 20,000. So after much thought, I decided to secretly take it to the county first thing the next morning. But on my way, several melon-sized rocks suddenly slid down from the hillside and smashed directly into my waist. I passed out instantly. A sharp glint flashed through Zhang Yang's eyes as he asked. So, was it truly an accident, or did someone deliberately set it up? Zhang Yishan's face turned pale. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and whispered, before I lost consciousness, I vaguely saw Li Ergo arriving with several men. They kicked and beat me for a while. Then, they took the ginseng and left. Li Ergo, if I don't kill you, I'd rather cease to be human. Jeanyong snarled through clenched teeth, his fists clenched tightly in fury. Chapter 47. The heart of a parent is the most pitiable. Jeanyong turned and walked into his room, took a ceramic bottle and filled it with immortal wine, then came back and handed it to Zheng Yaoxian. Grandpa Zheng, this is medicinal liquor a friend in town gave me. He said it's very good for health, but it's extremely potent. Don't drink more than 1 bottle cap per day. Try it when you get home. Dad, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Jeanyong said angrily to Zhang Yinshan. If I'd known this earlier, just now, I would have chopped Li Ergo, that bastard animal, into pieces. A grudge of patricide or stolen wife knows no coexistence under heaven. Rage surged within Jeanyong, his hatred toward Li Ergo reaching its peak. All right, Xiaoyang, sit down first. Look at how agitated you are. Yinshan was right not to tell you the truth earlier. Zheng Yaoxian said to Jeanyong. Grandpa Zheng Jeanyong stomped his foot furiously and sat down. Zheng Yaoxian gently counseled Jeanyong. Xiaoyang, try to understand the deep intentions of your parents. Li Ergo and his gang are desperate men capable of anything. You're just a young, inexperienced boy. What makes you think you can fight them? How could you possibly win against them? If you rashly seek revenge and fall into their trap, what then? The heart of a parent is the most pitiable. Yinshan has endured all this humiliation and suffering silently. He's protecting you. Sigh. Zhang Yinshan let out a deep sigh. Tears slipped down silently as he struggled to suppress his grief and anguish, choking as he spoke. Xiaoyang, it's because your father is useless. If not for my misfortune, you two wouldn't have to suffer so much. This broken man, have dragged you down, dragged down your mother too. Honey, don't say such things. You're the best father in the world, the best husband. Huang Wanping stepped forward, tightly embracing Zhang Yinshan, gently patting his back, doing her best to soothe his emotions. Tears slowly rolled from Zhang Yang's eyes, but he smiled and stepped forward, firmly grasping Zhang Yinshan's hand. Dad, don't be sad. Everything will get better. Your illness will heal. Our family's life will improve. I promise I'll make sure you and Mom live a happy life. Xiaoyang, Zhang Yinshan could no longer hold back. He buried his face in Zhang Yang's arms and sobbed silently. Men do not shed tears easily. It's only when their hearts are truly broken. Huang Wanping stepped forward as well, gently wrapping her arms around both Zhang Yang and Zhang Yinshan, softly tapping on Zhang Yinshan's back, easing the weight in his heart through this simple gesture. Li Shulian's eyes were also red with tears. She raised her hand to wipe them away, hesitated briefly, then turned and went outside. She brought back a clean towel, rinsed it in warm water, and handed it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang first gently wiped the tear-streaked face of Zhang Yinshan, then softly wiped Huang Wanping's face, before returning the towel to Li Shulian. Thank you, Sister Shulian. Li Shulian softly shook her head at Zhang Yang, offered an encouraging smile, and turned back outside. All right, Yinshan, don't grieve too much. As Xiaoyang says, things will pass. But now isn't the time for sorrow. Right now, our top priority is helping Xiaoyang overcome this crisis. Zheng Yaoxian sighed lightly and said to Zhang Yinshan, Yinshan, given your character, after finding the wild ginseng, you wouldn't go boasting about it. How did Li Ergo and his people find out you'd obtained it? And how were they able to ambush you on the road to town? Who else knew you'd found the ginseng? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Yinshan's eyes. After struggling internally for a moment, he finally spoke. Uncle Zheng, if someone really leaked the news, then that person can only be him. Who? Zhang Yang asked, his voice full of murderous intent. Lin Hu. Zhang Yinshan gritted his teeth and said, No wonder. I knew something was off about him. That damn bastard. Zhang Yang growled fiercely. A serious expression flashed across Zheng Yaoxian's face. He asked Zhang Yinshan gravely, Yinshan, this matter is extremely grave. Why do you suspect Lin, who was the one who leaked the information? Zhang Yinshan replied. Uncle Zhang, I knew finding the wild ginseng was no small thing, so I deliberately waited until dark to return home. On the way, I didn't encounter anyone. But just as I reached my doorstep, I ran into Lin Hu. He used the excuse of chatting to peek inside my medicine basket. I didn't meet anyone else along the way, only him. Though I buried the ginseng at the very bottom of the basket, he might have caught a glimpse. It's all my fault for being blind back then and choosing him to succeed me. Alas, Zheng Yaoxian sighed in regret. But now Lin Hu had grown powerful enough that even Zheng Yaoxian was helpless. Jeanyong said to Zheng Yaoxian, Grandpa Zheng, don't blame yourself. It's not that your judgment was poor, it's that Lin Hu has changed. When I was little, I had a good impression of him. Zheng Yaoxian nodded at Jeanyong and said, let's not dwell on this now. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Turning to Zhang Yinshan, Zheng Yaoxian said, Yinshan, one of Xiao Yang's classmates' father is the deputy chief of our county police bureau. When the ergo ambushed you, did you leave behind any evidence? If we have solid proof, we could turn the situation around and take the initiative. Zhang Yinshan thought for a moment, then shook his head bitterly. Uncle Zheng, I was unconscious at the time. When I woke up, I was already in the hospital. The old ginseng and all my personal belongings were gone. How could there be any evidence? Aside from Li Ergo's gang, I didn't see anyone else from town there. Ah, Zheng Yaoxian let out a soft sigh. Then this is troublesome. More than 2 months have passed. The scene has long been destroyed. I'm afraid we won't find any valuable clues now. With that thought, Zheng Yaoxian turned to Jeanyong and said, Xiaoyang, a wise man doesn't suffer needless losses. How about this? You apologize to Li Ergo tomorrow, just to get past this crisis first? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jeanyong declared without hesitation. Apologizing to Li Ergo under these circumstances? What kind of joke was that? Xiaoyang Yu, Huang Wamping began angrily. But Jeanyong waved her off directly, then walked outside, picked up his medicine basket, took out 20,000 yuan, and handed it to Zheng Yaoxian. Zheng Yaoxian was shocked. Xiaoyang, is this the money from selling your dendrobium? Why are you giving this to me? Jeanyong said, Grandpa Zheng, I want to ask you a favor. What is it? Speak. Zheng Yaoxian's eyes lit up slightly as he urged him on. Li Ergo has committed many evils. I'd like you to mobilize the villagers. Whoever can provide evidence of Li Ergo's attack on my father or any of his other crimes will receive a reward ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan. Zheng Yaoxian's eyes brightened instantly. That's an excellent idea. You're sharper than I am. Li Ergo has been bullying the villagers, acting recklessly and tyrannically. They've long resented him. As long as we do the groundwork properly, someone will come forward with evidence. Grandpa Zheng, I'll leave this matter in your hands. Jeanyong said, pushing the money toward Zheng Yaoxian. Zheng Yaoxian waved his hand dismissively. Xiaoyang, no need for rewards. Your family is in dire need of money right now. We're all neighbors and kin. Just saying a word from me should be enough to get things done, even without rewards. Jeanyong firmly pressed the money into Zheng Yaoxian's hands. Grandpa Zheng, thank you for your kindness. But right now, the most important thing is to find evidence. With this money, it'll be easier to persuade people. Please take it first. Alright then, I'll hold on to it for now. If we don't end up using it, I'll return it to you later. Zheng Yaoxian stopped hesitating, tucked the money into his pocket, and said, Good. I'll go mobilize the villagers right away and try to gather evidence as soon as possible. With those words, Zheng Yaoxian turned sharply and strode toward the door with decisive energy. Grandpa Zheng, your health, Jeanyong said, looking somewhat worried. No problem. After resting for so long, I'm nearly fully recovered. Zheng Yaoxian grinned broadly at Jeanyong, even deliberately stretching his arms and legs. Grandpa Zheng, wait a second. Jeanyong suddenly seemed to remember something and called out. Chapter 48, Puppet Goo. Jeanyong smiled slightly at Zheng Yaoxian, then quickly walked into his room. He took its bottle and filled it with immortal wine, returning to hand it to Zheng Yaoxian. Grandpa Zheng, this medicinal wine was given to me by a friend in the county town. It's very good for your health. Please take it home and try some. This immortal wine had the effects of strengthening the body, prolonging life, and effectively cleansing harmful impurities from within. Zheng Yaoxian's body was extremely aged, nearly at the point of exhaustion. This wine could greatly alleviate his condition and would be of tremendous benefit to him. Zheng Yaoxian's eyes lit up. He reached out and took the bottle, immediately unscrewing the cap and pouring a small amount into the lid. A strange, pleasant fragrance wafted out. No wonder it's from the county town, he exclaimed with admiration. Just the smell tells you it's top quality. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed the liquid in one gulp. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation for a long moment before exclaiming, Excellent, truly excellent. My body feels warm all over, and even my legs feel stronger now. This is the best wine I've ever tasted in my entire life. Better than Moutai I drank when I was young. Jeanyong secretly chuckled. Of course, this was authentic immortal wine. How could ordinary Moutai possibly compare? Whether due to psychological factors or not, Zheng Yaoxian's face turned rosy, and his energy noticeably improved. Grandpa Zheng, I'm glad you like it. But my buddy in the county warned me, the alcohol is very potent. Drinking too much will harm your body. Please don't get carried away. Remember that. Promise me. Jeanyong emphasized carefully. Yeah, I got it. Zheng Yaoxian screwed the cap back on, waved goodbye to Jeanyong and his parents, and announced, I'm off. I'll contact you immediately if I hear anything. With that, he turned and left without delay. Xiaoyang, Zhang Yinshan still wanted to persuade Jeanyong to apologize to Li Ergo, just to get through this crisis first. Alright Dad, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, just rest properly. Jeanyong finished pulling the blanket neatly over Zhang Yinshan. Sigh. Seeing how determined Jeanyong was, Zhang Yinshan let out a soft sigh. Fine, since you've made up your mind, go ahead and do as you see fit. Just promise me one thing, don't make your mother worry. She's suffered enough already. Don't worry Dad, I'll make sure everything turns out okay. Now get some rest. Jeanyong said gently. After all the turmoil, Zhang Yinshan was completely exhausted. His eyes slowly shut, and soon soft snoring sounds filled the room. He had fallen into deep sleep. Back in the living room, seeing Huang Wanping about to speak, Jeanyong quickly interjected. Mom, Me and Sister Xiao Lian haven't eaten yet. We're starving. All right, you two rest a moment. I'll go cook right away. We can talk after dinner. Huang Wamping hurried to the kitchen and began preparing the meal. Li Xiaolian looked at Jeanyong with concern. After a moment's hesitation, she said softly, Xiaoyong, don't be too worried. I believe you'll find a way. Jeanyong gazed at Li Xiaolian's delicate, heart-melting face. A sudden heat rose in his head, and he blurted out, Sister-in-law Xiaolian. I want to ask you for a favor. She replied instantly, of course. Tell me how I can help. Jeanyong clenched his teeth and said, Sister-in-law, I want you to kiss me. Xiaoyong, how can you say such things at a time like this? Is teasing me really that amusing? Li Xiaolian stamped her foot, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Seeing she was truly upset, Jeanyong panicked and hastily said, No, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to tease you at all. I'm just so confused right now, my mind won't settle. Only your kiss can calm me down enough to think clearly and come up with a solution. Li Xiaolian pouted slightly, her fair cheeks burning like ripe apples. Her watery eyes stared at Jeanyong, but she remained silent for a long time. Under her gaze, Jeanyong grew increasingly nervous. Unable to bear it any longer, he was just about to make an excuse to cover up. Then, finally, Li Xiaolian spoke. Will my kiss really calm you down? Jeanyong eagerly nodded. Yes, sister-in-law Xiaolian. Enough. Close your eyes, and don't say another word. Her voice trembled slightly. Okay. Jeanyong nodded, excitedly drinking in the sight of her crimson lips before slowly closing his eyes. In many ways, Li Xiaolian had been Zhang Yang's awakening figure, the dream woman of his youth. His feelings toward her were uniquely special. Jeanyong had originally buried his youthful feelings deep in his heart. But after over a month of constant companionship, their relationship had grown closer, and those adolescent emotions were beginning to stir. Li Xiaolian gazed at Jeanyong, her eyes flickering with mischief as she slowly leaned toward him. Suddenly, she extended a slender, tender finger, white as scallion shoots, and gently pinched his cheek before quickly darting aside, watching him with a half-smile, clearly pleased with herself. Xiaolian, you tricked me. I'm so hurt. Jeanyong deliberately clutched his chest and exaggeratedly wailed at Li Xiaolian. Who tricked you? It's you, the little rascal, trying to steal my first kiss. Li Xiaolian shot back, flustered yet teasing. First kiss. Jeanyong was stunned by her words. She was already married. How could she still have a first kiss? Oh, Li Xiaolian realized she'd slipped up. Her face flushed with panic, and instinctively took a step back from Jeanyong, hastily blurting out, You little devil, stop daydreaming. If you come out of this crisis unscathed then I'll give you a kiss. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up instantly, excitedly exclaiming, Xiaolian, are you serious? Li Xiaolian blushed deeply, shot him a playful glare, and softly pursed her lips. Humph, do you think I'm like you, a little brat who only knows how to lie? I keep my promises. She gave Jeanyong a soft, lingering look and said, All right, now focus on thinking of a solution. I'll go help Aunt Zhang with dinner. With that, Li Xiaolian hurried off like a startled fawn. Her slender waist swayed gracefully, her round, shapely hips trembling slightly with each step, every movement radiating the unique charm of a mature woman. Jeanyong watched, his heart pounding with warmth. Li Xiaolian paused briefly in the yard, then turned back with a coquettish glance at Jeanyong. Seeing his dazed expression, she broke into a bright smile before disappearing into the kitchen. Haha. Jeanyong stared at her retreating figure, a sly, lecherous grin spreading across his face. But soon, a trace of worry crept onto his features. Li Ergo was extremely cunning and treacherous. It wouldn't be easy to get hold of any compromising evidence against him. Ding. Honored host, you currently have 140 credit points and 3 remaining lottery draws for today. Would you like to exercise your drawing rights? Hearing the system's message, Zhang Yang's heart stirred. He quickly transmitted his thoughts to the system. Draw, I want to draw. Ding. Honored host, congratulations. You've drawn a super spatial camera phone. Ding. Honored host, congratulations. You've drawn 1 puppet goo. Ding. Honored host, congratulations. You've drawn a barrel of super nutrient liquid. Chapter 49, Super Spacetime Camera. A super spacetime camera phone? What the hell is this? Jeanyong thought inwardly. Beep. Respected master, the super spacetime camera phone originates from an advanced technological civilization, far surpassing even the most cutting-edge smartphones on Earth. It boasts infinite memory and unlimited storage capacity, maintains signal connectivity anywhere at any time, and a single charge lasts for 100 days. Its primary function is to transcend time and space, recording events that occurred anytime within the past 3 months, at any location. What? This phone can actually record past events across time and space. Zhang Yang's heart stirred. If this phone was truly as miraculous as claimed, he could use it to capture the scene of Li Erga beating his father. It would be irrefutable evidence. Beep. Respected master, this system never lies. The phone truly has the ability to record past events through spacetime. The system has already optimized compatibility with your Earth's Android operating system, installed several apps you frequently use, and will automatically activate once the SIM card is inserted. If you don't believe me, just try it out yourself. Additionally, this system kindly reminds you, you have 3 available uses of the super spacetime recording function, each lasting up to 100 minutes. Please use them wisely. Overjoyed, Jeanyong gently waved his right hand, and instantly, a smartphone similar in appearance to ordinary phones materialized in his palm. However, its screen was exceptionally clear and vivid, and the device felt remarkably lightweight, crafted from some unknown metallic material Zhang couldn't identify. He turned the phone over in his hands, admiring it, then pulled out his nearly ancient Huawei Mate 10, removed the SIM card, and inserted it into the new super spacetime camera phone before pressing the power button. Almost instantly, the boot-up process took no more than 3 seconds. The phone was fully powered on. The more Jeanyong looked at this device, the more he liked it. He unlocked it and entered the home screen. Besides basic functions like calling and texting, it had installed common apps such as WeChat, TikTok, Tushio, and Shimao Fiction. Among them, he spotted one labeled Super Spacetime Camera and quickly double-clicked it open. Two input fields appeared, recording time and location coordinates. Given Jeanyong's intelligence, he immediately understood how it worked. By entering the desired time and geographic coordinates, he could initiate a superspace time recording. Mom, what was the date when Dad got into trouble? Do you remember what time he left the house? Jeanyong hurried to the kitchen door and anxiously asked Huang Wanping, who was busy cooking. Why are you asking about this? Huang Wanping looked puzzled. Mom, don't ask why, just think hard. This is very important. Try to recall as precisely as possible. Jeanyong urged urgently. Seeing how serious her son was, Huang Wanping paused and said, Your father left on May 6th. He was afraid someone might find out he was going to the county town to sell that old ginseng root, so he got up before dawn. He barely ate a few bites of food and rushed out the door. As for the exact time, I remember now. It was 5:15. I still recall trembling with worry that morning, and I deliberately checked the clock. After speaking, she asked him, Xiaoyang, why are you suddenly asking about all this? Mom, don't worry about it now. You'll understand later, Jeanyong said, waving her off before hastily retreating to his room. He couldn't wait to test whether this phone could truly perform superspace time recordings. Huang Wanping watched him go and turned to Li Xiaolian beside her, concerned. Xiaolian, I feel like Xiaoyang's acting strangely. Is something wrong with him? Li Xiaolian's eyes flickered with subtle concern too, but she forced a smile and reassured her. Aunt Zhang, don't worry. From what I've seen, Xiaoyang speaks logically and doesn't seem unwell. You probably just thought of something clever. I hope so. Huang Wanping sighed, then continued. Xiaolian, after dinner, please talk some sense into him. If there's no other way, maybe we should just apologize to that beastly Ergu. If anything happens to him, your Uncle Zhang and I won't have any hope left. At these words, sadness overwhelmed her. She rubbed her eyes and her voice cracked with emotion. Li Xiaolian quickly comforted her. Aunt Zhang, don't panic. I'll talk to him properly. If we really can't think of another solution, then apologizing isn't the end of the world. It won't cost us a piece of flesh. Huang Wanping let out a soft sigh and said gently, Xiaolian, hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Xiaoyang has always been close to you since childhood. Sometimes, your words carry more weight than mine as a mother. He'll definitely listen to you. Oh, Aunt Zhang. Li Xiaolian gasped lightly upon hearing this, a strange nervousness flaring inside her, her cheeks subtly flushing red. Hee, never mind. Let's hurry up and cook. Huang Wanping smiled at Li Xiaolian, then quickly resumed preparing the meal. Jeanyong returned to his bedroom, immediately locked the door behind him, took out the Super Spacetime camera phone, and opened the Super Spacetime camera app. He set the time to 5:15 a.m. on May 6th, and entered his home's coordinates. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the confirmation button with a tense expression. The phone screen flickered, and there appeared Zhang Yinshan walking out of the house with a herb basket on his back, heading toward the county town. This phone really can record past events. Jeanyong felt a surge of joy at first, but his heart instantly tightened, for he knew clearly that in just over 10 minutes, Zhang Yinshan would be attacked. On the screen now appeared two buttons, lock location and lock target. Jeanyong immediately locked the camera onto Zhang Yinshan, and the view followed him as he walked, just as if someone were filming him in real time. Jeanyong stared without blinking, his eyes gradually filling with tears. The Zhang Yinshan on the phone was still a strong, robust man, while the real Zhang Yinshan now lay in bed day after day, helpless. Jeanyong desperately wanted to scream at Zhang Yinshan, warning him of the danger ahead, but he knew it was useless. All he could do was watch intently. As Zhang Yinshan reached the site of the incident, sure enough, 5 or 6 rock chunks, each the size of a football or watermelon, came tumbling down from the steep cliffs on both sides, hurtling directly toward Zhang Yinshan. One struck him hard on the lower back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed motionless to the ground. Zhang Yang's face turned deathly pale. From the video angle, it was clearly visible that shadowy figures were moving atop the hillside. Shortly after Zhang Yinshan fell, Li Ergu descended from the same rocky slope, flanked by 3 or 4 cronies. He first snatched the old ginseng root from Zhang Yinshan's herb basket, then kicked and punched the unconscious man repeatedly before swaggering away with his gang. Li Ergu, Zhang Yang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning completely red, his face twisted with rage, emanating a fierce, chilling aura. In his heart, he made a solemn vow. Li Ergu would pay dearly for this. After a long silence, Zhang Yang edited the video, trimming it to keep only the 7 or 8 minutes showing Zhang Yinshan's attack. Staring at the roughly 5-minute clip on his phone, Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with sharp determination. A plan to deal with Li Ergu began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 50, The Blueprint of an Agricultural Ecological Empire. Zhang Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this video, Li Ergu was already a dish served on a plate, ripe for the taking, anytime he wanted. He completely ignored Li Ergu and turned his full attention to the puppet goo he had obtained from the lottery draw. System, what exactly is the puppet goo? Ding. Honorable Master, the puppet goo originates from the witchcraft civilization. It is a special type of parasitic insect. Through a unique method, it can be implanted into a host's body, completely erasing their individual will and turning them into a puppet that obeys your every command without question. Zhang Yang shuddered inwardly at the thought of such a creature turning someone into a mindless puppet. He mentally transmitted to the system. There's actually something like this? This insect is too evil. Ding. Honorable Master, within the witchcraft civilization, there are far more sinister kinds of goo insects. For instance, blood goo fills a person's bloodstream with worms. Rotting goo causes bones and flesh to decay completely within a week. Zombie goo turns a human into a zombie within 10 days. Detailed descriptions of these can be found in the system shop under the witchcraft civilization section. If you're interested, feel free to explore further. After hearing this, Zhang Yang grew intensely curious about the witchcraft civilization. He opened the system shop and began examining its contents carefully. From the system, Zhang Yang learned that witchcraft was an extremely ancient civilization. Using techniques of goo sorcery, practitioners could control various types of goo insects, not only for harming others, but also for healing and saving lives. The methods used to cultivate goo were exceedingly cruel. A large pit would be dug in the center of a hall, and a clean, large earthen jar placed inside. At precisely noon on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, the Dragon Boat Festival, 12 poisonous creatures such as venomous snakes, eels, centipedes, frogs, scorpions, earthworms, large green caterpillars, mantises, and rats would be thrown into the jar and tightly sealed. A witch doctor would then pray twice daily, morning and evening, without missing a single day for an entire year. During that year, the 12 creatures would devour each other inside the jar until only one remained. Having consumed the other 11, this survivor would undergo a transformation in both form and color, becoming a true goo insect. Through magical rituals, the witch doctor would then imbue the surviving goo with special powers, cultivating various types of goo insects. The puppet goo was merely one among thousands. Just as the system had described, Jeanyong discovered far more horrifying goo insects in the shop, some so terrible they defied words like evil or cruel. There were also many strange and wondrous goo with unusual functions, along with others highly beneficial to humans. For example, the life-extending goo could add years to a person's lifespan by sacrificing itself, though the amount varied by the goo's rank. The lowest grade goo added just 1 hour of life. Then there was the Golden Breeze Refreshment Goo, a medical grade goo used specifically for healing wounds and curing diseases. The more Jeanyong read, the more fascinated he became, but the deeper his frustration grew. These goo insects were exorbitantly priced. Even the cheapest strength goo cost 500 credit points, while the highest tier goo reached tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The prices left him speechless. After all, he currently had only 130 credit points. Accumulating enough to afford the most powerful goo would be nearly impossible. The puppet goo was a rare and valuable specimen indeed, priced at 2,000 credit points. If not for the lottery draw, Jeanyong could never have afforded it with his current resources. With a light wave of his right hand, a dark green insect appeared in his palm, the puppet goo. Staring at the creature, cold glimmers flashed in Jeanyong's eyes. Turning Li Ergo into a puppet using this goo might actually be an option. Once transformed, Li Ergo would effectively cease to exist as a person. What remained would be nothing more than a walking corpse, an ideal way for Jeanyong to exact vengeance. Yet he quickly dismissed the idea. Using a 2,000 credit goo on a trashy worm like Li Ergo seemed like an extravagant waste. This puppet goo should serve a greater purpose. Never mind. I'll decide based on tomorrow's circumstances, Jeanyong murmured. With another wave of his hand, he returned the puppet goo to the system space, reserving it as a last resort against Li Ergo, something he wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary. System, what about that barrel of super nutrient solution? What is that? Jeanyong asked through mental transmission. Ding. Honorable Master, the super nutrient solution is a meticulously developed, non-toxic nutrient liquid created by scientists of the agricultural civilization. It significantly accelerates plant growth and development, greatly increases crop yields, and enhances the quality of fruits and produce. Ding. Honorable Master, the barrel you drew from the lottery has a capacity of 10 liters and is priced at 100 credit points. Additionally, there are 1 liter and 5 liter versions of the super nutrient solution available in the system shop for 10 and 50 credit points respectively. Jeanyong silently nodded in approval. The super nutrient solution was extremely crucial. Though not cheap, the price was still within his acceptable range. Originally, Jeanyong hadn't paid much attention to goods from the agricultural civilization. His focus had always been on the cultivation civilization, the technological civilization, and the witchcraft civilization. Only now did he realize that products from the agricultural civilization were equally important. He quickly summoned the agricultural civilization interface and began carefully browsing its offerings. The more he saw, the more excited he became. Not only were there auxiliary items like super nutrient solution and super non-toxic fertilizer, but also various improved plant seeds, advanced livestock breeding techniques, and optimized feed formulas, practical resources that would greatly benefit Xiushui village. As a native-born rural man, Jeanyong fully understood the immense value of these materials. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. A blueprint for an agricultural ecological empire was quietly taking shape in his mind. With proper execution, transforming Xiushui village into the wealthiest village in all of Qingzhou within a year was no mere fantasy. Xiaoyang, come eat. Huang Wamping's voice called from outside. Coming, Jeanyong responded, quickly composing himself before stepping out of the room. Huang Wamping had prepared a lavish meal, but Jeanyong's mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of the super nutrient solution. He devoured a bowl of rice in just a few rapid bites and urgently asked, Mom, where's our spray bottle? The spray bottle? Huang Wamping stared at him, startled, then said with concern, It's in the storage shed. Xiaoyang, are you alright? Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Jeanyong replied as he immediately stood up and said to Huang Wamping and Li Ziwilian, Mom, sister-in-law Xiulian, I need to go to the orchard. You two eat slowly. With that, he rushed to the storage shed, grabbed the spray bottle, and strode purposefully toward his family's orchard. He couldn't wait to test the effects of the super nutrient solution. Chapter 51. You decide what to do. Arf, arf, arf. Jeanyong had just walked out the door with the spray bottle in hand when Jean darted after him, joyfully running alongside. Seeing Jean, Jeanyong suddenly had an idea. He stopped and ordered, Jean, stay home and protect my parents. If anyone dares cause trouble again, bite them to death. Woof, woof, woof. Jean lifted its head and wagged excitedly. Clearly it would rather follow Jeanyong instead. Jeanyong smiled gently, gave Jean a light pat on the head, and said, Be good. Later, I'll roast some rabbit for you. As much as you want. Arf, arf, arf. A gleam flashed through Jean's squinting eyes. It barked a few times at Jeanyong, then turned and ran back into the house. What a little glutton, Jeanyong chuckled, shaking his head. He then strode briskly toward his orchard, and within minutes reached the place hundreds of meters away. Huang Wamping and Li Xiulian looked at each other in surprise. Neither expected Jeanyong to leave so quickly. By the time they realized what was happening, he was already gone. Huang Wamping anxiously stomped her foot and exclaimed to Li Xiulian, Xiulian, this kid Xiaoyang, has he lost his mind? Skipping meals like that. Where could he possibly be going? Could he be rushing off to fight Li Ergo, that beast? This is driving me crazy. She wanted to run after him and drag him back, but she feared something might happen to Zhang Yinshan at home, so all she could do was stand there helplessly. "And Jean, don't worry. I'll go chase Xiaoyang down right now." Li Xiuyan quickly reassured her. She too suspected Jeanyong might be headed to confront Li Ergo. That would be serious. Good. Xiuyan, please hurry and bring Xiaoyang back. Huang Wanping urged. "Don't worry, Aunt Zhang. I'll stop him," Li Xiuyan said, waving at Huang Wanping before swiftly stepping outside, hopping onto her electric tricycle and speeding off in pursuit. Jeanyong walked fast. Within minutes, he had already reached the village entrance. "Xiaoyang, wait up." A few minutes later, Li Xiuyan caught up on her electric tricycle and shouted. Jeanyong stopped and turned around, asking, puzzled, "Sister-in-law Xiuyan, why are you here?" Li Xiuyan stepped off the vehicle, breathing heavily, and questioned him firmly. "Xiaoyang, where are you going? Are you heading to fight Li Ergo?" "Fight Li Ergo? Does he even deserve that?" Jeanyong scoffed with disdain, shaking his head. "You're overthinking, sister-in-law Xiuyan. I'm going to the orchard. I have no time to deal with scum like him." "To the orchard?" Doubt flickered in Li Xiuyan's eyes. She clearly didn't believe him. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true," Jeanyong insisted. "Cross my heart. Sister-in-law Xiuyan, we've known each other a long time. Have I ever lied to you? I really am going to the orchard." After hearing Jeanyong's words, Li Xiuyan blushed slightly. Her gaze lingered on him, her expression softening considerably. "All right, I believe you. But I'm coming with you," she declared. Though she said she believed him, doubt still lingered in her heart. "You want to come with me?" A flicker of nervousness crossed Jeanyong's face. His eyes shifted momentarily before he spoke. "Sister-in-law Xiuyan, you've been busy since morning. No need to accompany me to the orchard. Go home and rest. I'll be back soon." He was going to verify the effects of the super nutrient solution, so naturally, he didn't want Li Xiuyan tagging along. Some things were hard to explain. How could he possibly tell her he'd gotten a system? Seeing Jeanyong's reaction only strengthened Li Xiuyan's suspicion. She firmly declared, "No. Either take me with you to the orchard, or turn around and go home with me right now. There's no third option. You choose." "This." Jeanyong hesitated, then sighed. "Fine, we'll go together. But if you see anything strange later, don't be too shocked." Jeanyong trusted Li Xiuyan. Since she insisted on coming, he didn't want to embarrass her, but he still planted a warning beforehand. Strange things. Li Xiuyan felt a sudden twinge of curiosity, though she didn't press further. Instead, she simply said, "Get on." "Got it," Jeanyong replied cheerfully and walked toward the front seat, intending to squeeze in beside her. Feeling his movement, Li Xiuyan flushed red, glanced nervously around, then immediately lowered her voice. "Go sit in the back." Jeanyong couldn't help but smile and said teasingly, "Sister-in-law Xiuyan, didn't we sit together all morning? Why make me sit in back now? It was this morning, and now is now. If people in the village see us squeezed together like that, how can we face them later?" Li Xiuyan said anxiously to Jeanyong. Jeanyong smiled gently and teased her playfully. "Sister-in-law Xiuyan, what if I insist on sitting next to you?" As he spoke, Jeanyong deliberately took a step toward her, nearly brushing against her full figure. "Xiaoyang," Li Xiuyan glanced around nervously, then pleaded with him. "Little Yang, I'm begging you. Just go sit in the back. Next time when we go to the county town, you can sit wherever you want, okay?" "Haha, sister-in-law, did you say whatever I want? You promise now, don't go back on your word later." Jeanyong chuckled, feeling he'd teased enough. He gave up and climbed directly onto the back of the tricycle. Li Xiuyan, oblivious to the double meaning in his words, let out a deep sigh of relief and quickly started driving the electric tricycle toward Jeanyang's orchard. Jeanyang's family had an 8-mu orchard, carved out at the foot of a mountain. The soil quality was poor and the location relatively remote, so annual yields were never very high. Of the 8-mu, 5 were planted with mandarin oranges and 3 with apples, the 2 main fruit trees in Xiushui village, and they also grew some melons, fruits, and vegetables. It was July now. The mandarins were beginning to ripen, while apples would mature a bit later. Screech. Li Xiuyan brought the electric tricycle to a stop outside the orchard and asked Jeanyong, "Xiaoyang, what exactly are you doing coming here to the orchard?" Jeanyong got off the vehicle, gave Li Xiuyan a mysterious smile, and said, "Just wait and see, sister-in-law." With that, he walked straight into the orchard. Seeing this, Li Xiuyan hurried after him. Jeanyong strolled around the orchard. The mandarins and apples were large and plump, but nearly 70% were still green and clearly unripe. Based on his experience, they'd need over 10 more days before harvest. Super nutrient solution. It's time for you to show what you can do. Jeanyong crouched down beneath a fruit tree. With a thought, a large 10-liter drum appeared before his eyes, the super nutrient solution he'd won from the system lottery. Xiaoyang, where did this drum come from? Why didn't I notice it before?" Li Xiuyan asked in astonishment, staring at Jeanyong. Chapter 52. Sister-in-law, you should be satisfied. Jeanyong lifted out the bucket and casually said to Li Xiuyan, "Oh, sister-in-law Xiuyan, this is the fruit and vegetable nutrient solution I left here a few days ago. It has a ripening effect." "Nutrient solution? Left here in advance. Why didn't I see it just now?" Li Xiuyan was certain she hadn't missed it. There definitely hadn't been such a bucket beneath that fruit tree earlier. "Really? Maybe you just didn't notice," Jeanyong replied, unwilling to dwell on the topic. He quickly changed the subject. "Sister-in-law Xiuyan, wait here for a moment. I'll go fetch a bucket of water from that well over there." Li Xiuyan gazed at Jeanyang's retreating figure, then glanced again at the mysteriously appearing large bucket. Combined with Jeanyang's odd behavior today, his image in her mind suddenly became enigmatic. But Li Xiuyan was an intelligent woman. Instead of pressing further, she chose silence. If Jeanyong didn't want to explain, there must be a reason. Soon, Jeanyong returned carrying a pail of clear well water. First, he filled the spray bottle with clean water, then took exactly 100 milliliters of the nutrient solution from the bucket according to the proper ratio, added it into the sprayer, gently shook it a few times, and tightly sealed the lid. He selected a citrus tree bearing many unripe green oranges. The fruits on this tree were already large and round, so heavy they drooped the branches. Sadly, all the oranges were still green. They would surely be the sweetest, top-quality ones once ripe. Huff. Jeanyong took a deep breath and pressed the trigger of the spray bottle. Shoo. The mixture of nutrient solution and water sprayed evenly onto the unripe oranges. About 3 minutes later, every single orange on the tree had been coated with the solution. They're yellow. Jeanyong, look quickly. The oranges turned yellow. Just as Jeanyong was about to set down the bucket, the previously silent Li Xiulian suddenly cried out sharply, her voice high-pitched and trembling, as if she'd seen something impossible. Whoa! Jeanyong immediately followed the direction of Li Xiulian's pointing finger, his face mirroring utter shock. The oranges that had first been sprayed were now completely golden yellow, the color of full ripeness. And the other oranges on the tree were visibly shedding their greenness, turning brilliant gold before their very eyes. Within minutes, every single orange on the entire tree had fully ripened. Moreover, several smaller fruits had swelled significantly, growing plump and round like steamed buns. Jeanyong stared in stunned disbelief at the glittering golden harvest, his face filled with astonishment. This super nutrient solution was too powerful. He had anticipated the nutrient solution would be effective, but never imagined it would be this incredible. These oranges originally needed about 10 more days to ripen completely, yet now they transformed in just 3 minutes. Utterly unbelievable. Small Yang, am I seeing things, or did we just see a ghost? Li Xiulian rubbed her eyes hard, her voice quivering as she asked Jeanyong. Jeanyong silently shook his head at Li Xiulian, saying nothing. Instead, he stepped forward and picked one of the oranges that had just turned from green to golden. Honestly, he couldn't believe what he was seeing either. He found it hard to accept that the super nutrient solution could have such miraculous effects. For a moment, he doubted whether this was real. Only tasting it himself could confirm the truth. Quickly peeling the skin, he noticed it was remarkably thinner than usual, so thin that his fingers sliced through it effortlessly, revealing tender, juicy flesh inside, and releasing the distinctive, refreshing fragrance of citrus. So fragrant. A spark of wonder flashed in Li Xiulian's eyes, and she instinctively stepped closer. Battling his excitement, Jeanyong snapped off a segment and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, a burst of sweet juice flooded his palate. So sweet. His expression turned ecstatic. After years of eating oranges, this was the first time he tasted one so incredibly sweet and delicious. At the same time, a strange, invigorating energy seemed to spread from his mouth throughout his limbs, making him feel revitalized and energized. Sister-in-law Xiulian, try some. Noticing the eager look in her eyes, Jeanyong smiled and handed her half of the orange. Li Xiulian accepted it, delicately picking up a petal-like slice with her slender white fingers, gently biting into it. Her eyes lit up with delight. Without hesitation, she placed the remaining segments into her mouth, chewed slowly and carefully, and wore a blissful smile on her face. Sister-in-law Xiulian, how does it taste? Jeanyong asked. Delicious, absolutely amazing, Li Xiulian said earnestly. This orange has thin peel, few seeds, crisp flesh with no pulp residue. Its taste is refreshingly sweet and honey-like, leaving a rich, lingering sweetness aftertaste. Beautiful in appearance, golden in color, truly the best orange I've ever eaten. Citrus cultivation had been around in Shoshue village for over a decade, and the villagers were very familiar with this fruit. Li Xiulian's review was impressively professional. When Jeanyong heard Li Xiulian's words, a radiant smile spread across his face, and he felt an extraordinary surge of joy. With this super nutrient solution, he would receive immense help. Building Shoshue village into the wealthiest village in Qingzhou within a year was no longer just a dream. Xiaoyang, how on earth did you do all this? What's in that bucket? Li Xiulian hesitated for a long time, but her curiosity eventually became too much to bear, and she finally voiced her question. She simply couldn't understand how those unripe green oranges could transform so dramatically in just 3 minutes. And that large bucket appearing out of nowhere. It was just too abrupt. Li Xiulian was absolutely certain she hadn't imagined it. There had definitely been no bucket beneath that tree before. Combined with Jeanyang's strange behavior earlier at home, everything now seemed shrouded in mystery. Li Xiulian's heart was filled with confusion. Jeanyong faltered upon hearing Li Xiulian's question, feeling deeply conflicted. He really didn't know how to explain it. This super nutrient solution wasn't something that should exist in the current world. He couldn't possibly tell Li Xiulian it came from a system lottery. She'd think he was insane. Just as Jeanyong hesitated, a flicker of sorrow passed through Li Xiulian's eyes. She pursed her lips slightly and said softly, Xiaoyang, was I not supposed to ask? Then, seeing Li Xiulian's reaction, Jeanyong suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. He clenched his teeth and said firmly, Xiulian Jiesai, you're the most important woman in my life. There's nothing you shouldn't ask. I'll tell you everything. That bucket contains a super nutrient solution, which I got from. At once, the sadness vanished from Li Xiulian's eyes. A dazzlingly bright smile bloomed across her face. Before Jeanyong could finish speaking, she reached out with her delicate, fair hand and gently pressed her fingers against his lips, suppressing her inner excitement as she whispered, Xiaoyang, don't say another word. Just hearing what you said before, that's enough for your Jiesai. I'm content. Jeanyang's eyes widened instantly. A strange, sweet fragrance, mingled with the fresh scent of citrus, flooded his nose and mouth. His heart flared with heat. Mischievously, he stuck out his tongue and lightly licked Li Xiulian's soft palm. You little rascal, what are you doing? Li Xiulian snatched her hand back sharply, scolding him playfully, her face flushed with embarrassment. Jeanyong gazed at her enchanting appearance, desire stirring fiercely within him. With burning eyes, he murmured huskily, so fragrant. Chapter 53, A Miracle. Xiaoyang. Li Xiulian stomped her foot in feigned anger, pouting her cute little lips at Jeanyong. How can you still be in the mood to tease me at a time like this? You, tease. Seeing Li Xiulian's expression only intensified the fire within Jeanyong, but he knew she was shy and that the moment wasn't right. Acting too boldly now might scare her off. He winked mischievously and said, Xiulian Jiseo, what are you talking about? When have I ever teased you? You're still arguing. Li Xiulian shook her hand in embarrassed fury. You, what did you just do to my hand? And you even said it smelled good. What else would you call that if not teasing? Jeanyong blinked, smiling innocently. Xiulian Jiseo, you're really being unfair. Though your hands do smell lovely, I was actually referring to the orange scent on them. That doesn't count as teasing. You, Li Xiulian stared at Jeanyang's strong physique and his vibrant, handsome face. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably, her breath quickening slightly. Her cheeks burned red, so intense they seemed ready to bleed. Noticing her reaction, Jeanyong felt a surge of emotion. Unable to resist, he stepped closer, so close there were barely 30 centimeters between them, and reached out toward her fair, delicate face. This was a moment he'd dreamed of countless times during his teenage years. Now, as his dream nearly came true, excitement flooded through him. No, we can't. Just as Jeanyong was about to succeed, Li Xiuyan abruptly stepped back, firmly telling him, Xiaoyang, we can't do this. A wave of bitterness washed over Jeanyong. He stood frozen for nearly half a minute before awkwardly pulling his hand back, his face darkened with disappointment. Seeing Jeanyong's devastated look, Li Xiuyan's heart inexplicably ached. Without thinking, she blurted out, Xiaoyang, don't look so sad. I know how you feel, but it's not convenient right now, and Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang are waiting at home. We still haven't dealt with Li Ergo. We can't go any further. Not convenient? Jeanyong instinctively glanced at Li Xiuyan's full figure, then suddenly understood, a sly grin spreading across his face. Li Xiuyan shot him an annoyed glance, gritted her teeth slightly, then said, listen, Xiaoyang, once we've completely settled the matter with Li Ergo, you can do whatever you want. Would that be all right with you? A bright light flashed in Jeanyong's eyes. Overjoyed, he asked, Xiuyan Jiseo, are you serious? Whatever I want. You really mean it? This, Li Xiuyan turned crimson, barely whispering her assent before lowering her head in shy embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Jeanyong couldn't help but burst into a triumphant laugh. Jiseo, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word later. Uffed, you little rascal. When have I ever lied to you? She gently tapped a slender, pale finger against his forehead, then quickly pulled away, curiosity returning. Xiaoyang, this nutrient solution of yours, it accelerates ripening so well and improves the fruit's quality. Is this some kind of cutting-edge technology from outside? This bucket must be extremely expensive. Hearing her words, Jeanyong couldn't help but give a bitter smile. This nutrient solution wasn't merely advanced technology. It surpassed anything this era could imagine. If its existence leaked out, chaos would erupt. Countless people would come digging, probing, investigating, and that would be disastrous for Jeanyong. He had no desire to be locked up and studied like a lab rat. Xiaoyang, what's wrong? Li Xiuyan noticed his strange expression and asked curiously. After a brief hesitation, Jeanyong told her, Jiseo, I won't hide it from you. I obtained this nutrient solution through special means, and for now, it can't be revealed. But the effects are just too incredible. With so many villagers around, someone will notice, and then the secret will be impossible to keep. That's what worries me. So you're saying, the effect is too good? Li Xiuyan blinked, looking at him. Yes. If only the results weren't so extraordinary, Jeanyong sighed, troubled. The nutrient solution far exceeded his expectations, ripening fruit in mere minutes instead of weeks, while also improving quality. This was nothing short of a miracle. It would definitely cause a sensation. Jeanyong could already imagine how the other villagers would react once they saw it. That's simple. I have a way. After a moment's quiet thought, Li Xiuyan smiled brightly. You have a way? Jeanyong's eyes lit up with surprise. Xiuyan Jiseo, tell me, what's your idea? Li Xiuyan swept her long hair back and said to Jeanyong, Xiaoyang, is the nutrient solution this effective because you use too much? What if we cut the amount in half, or even use an even smaller proportion? Wouldn't that make the effect less obvious? Reduce the amount of nutrient solution? Jeanyong exclaimed suddenly, as if waking from a dream. Ah, how silly I've been. Such a simple idea. How could I not have thought of it earlier? Xiuyan Jiseo, you're amazing. Kuku. Li Xiuyan let out a light, girlish laugh and replied, I'm not amazing at all. I've just done more farm work than you and have a bit more experience. You were always focused on your studies before, so naturally you wouldn't be familiar with these things. But honestly, even if I hadn't said anything, I believe someone as smart as you would have figured it out eventually. Sister-in-law, you're truly wonderful. Jeanyong felt lucky to have someone like Li Xiuyan by his side, to share his thoughts with, someone who helped ease the invisible weight in his heart. Alright, quickly remix it and run another test. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang are waiting at home. Let's get this done and head back soon. Li Xiuyan said tenderly to Jeanyong. Jeanyong nodded. He picked up the spray bottle again. It still contained more than half of the nutrient solution, and sprayed it evenly onto 5 other orange trees. Soon, each tree was laden with large, perfectly round, golden oranges, their leaves lush and vibrant, radiating life and beauty. Only a small amount remained in the sprayer, not enough for another full tree, but Jeanyong didn't want to waste it. He carried the bottle over to the vegetable patch tucked into one corner of the orchard. Here grew some common vegetables like Napa cabbage, cucumbers, and tomatoes, grown mainly for household use. Jeanyong wanted to see what kind of effect the nutrient solution would have on them. PSSSH. Jeanyong sprayed the solution evenly across the vegetables. Then, a miracle unfolded. The Napa cabbage, which had been mere seedlings moments ago, shot up rapidly, reaching about 50 centimeters tall, instantly maturing into full-grown plants. The tiny, fist-sized green tomatoes swelled dramatically into spheres over 10 centimeters wide, turning a deep red, glowing like lanterns. The cucumbers stretched long and slender, each crowned with a bright yellow flower blooming at the tip. This, Jeanyong and Li Xiuyan stared at each other, stunned. Even though they'd already witnessed the solution's incredible power on the orange trees, seeing it transform vegetables so drastically pushed beyond anything they'd imagined. Xiaoyang, you were right. A nutrient solution this miraculous absolutely cannot be seen by others. It's too extraordinary. We must reduce its effectiveness, or else. Li Xiuyan said softly, her voice low with concern. They'll go mad. Chapter 54, A Vast Market. Jeanyong nodded at Li Xiuyan, reached out to pick a cucumber, rinsed it in clean water, broke it in half, and handed one piece to her. Sister Xiuyan, size doesn't matter much, it's all about taste. Try it. Li Xiuyan took it, put it into her mouth, and took a gentle bite. Her eyes lit up with pleasant surprise as she exclaimed repeatedly to Jeanyong, delicious. So delicious. Better than any cucumber I've ever eaten before. As she spoke, she took several more bites, her face breaking into a satisfied smile. Really? Is it truly that good? Let me try. Seeing Li Xiulian's exaggerated reaction made Jeanyong curious, so he bit into the remaining half of the cucumber. Crunch. Zhang Yang's expression subtly changed. His mouth filled with the distinct fresh fragrance of cucumber, along with a faint sweetness reminiscent of honeydew melon. The abundant juice gave the cucumber an almost fruity texture, while its crispness was utterly addictive. He devoured the rest in just a few quick bites, his face now glowing with excitement. Nowadays, with living standards improving, people in big cities were increasingly health conscious. The concept of pesticide-free vegetables was gaining huge popularity, and their prices kept climbing. This represented an enormous market opportunity. If these vegetables sprayed with the super nutrient solution were introduced to the market, they'd surely sell like hotcakes. This was clearly a promising industry. Of course, there remained one crucial challenge: determining the right nutrient solution ratio that could be safely demonstrated and shared with others. Only then could this be widely promoted among villagers and openly developed into a legitimate industry. Sister Xiulian, my current testing ratio is 100 milliliters per watering can of clean water. How much should we reduce it by? Since Li Xiulian had far more farming experience than Jeanyong, he immediately sought her advice. Li Xiulian fell silent for a moment before replying. It should be halved at least, or even reduced to just 10%. You mean 10 milliliters of nutrient solution per watering can of water? Jeanyong asked for confirmation. Li Xiulian nodded and added, or maybe even 5 milliliters. After all, the effect right now is already too strong. Then let's reduce it to 10 milliliters first and see how it performs. Without delay, Jeanyong filled a watering can with clean water and carefully added 10 milliliters of nutrient solution. After screwing the lid tightly, he selected another orange tree, sprayed the solution onto it, and began observing closely. Compared to earlier, the changes in the orange tree were noticeably subtler. The leaves and green oranges initially showed no obvious difference. About 10 minutes later, the foliage gradually turned lush and vibrant green, and the unripe oranges slowly gained a hint of golden yellow. Over an hour passed, and the originally green oranges fully ripened into bright gold. Over an hour? That's acceptable, Jeanyong said to Li Xiulian. Li Xiulian gently shook her head. We can reduce it even further, ideally down to under 5 milliliters. That way, it won't attract excessive attention and will still seem plausible. Jeanyong nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. From this experiment, he now had a basic understanding of the appropriate ratio between nutrient solution and water. Li Xiulian glanced at her phone and said, Xiaoyang, we've already been out for nearly 2 hours. Uncle Zhang and Auntie Zhang must be worried. Let's head back quickly. All right, Jeanyong agreed, then told her, Sister Xiulian, tomorrow a friend is coming to discuss fruit procurement. Let's take back some oranges as samples. Fruit procurement? Li Xiulian asked, slightly puzzled. Jeanyong briefly recounted what happened at the pharmacy, of course omitting details about the golden-crowned strange snake and the immortal wine, simply explaining that Qin Yuyan had a supermarket-owning friend interested in buying fruits. Upon hearing this, Li Xiulian's face brightened with hope, but soon turned concerned. Xiaoyang, it's great news if someone wants to buy our village's fruit, but tomorrow Li Ergo plans to bring people over to cause trouble. Don't you think? Jeanyong confidently waved his hand and said, Don't worry about Li Ergo, Sister Xiulian. He's just a grasshopper in late autumn, won't be jumping around for long. Tomorrow, I'll show him what I'm capable of. Alright then. Seeing Jeanyong so confident, Li Xiulian felt reassured and didn't press further. Together, they picked some of the nutrient-sprayed oranges and vegetables, along with some regular oranges, filling an entire three-wheeled cart before heading home laden with goods. Mom, I'm back. Jeanyong opened the courtyard gate and drove the three-wheeler inside with Li Xiulian. You rascal, where have you been? Do you know how worried I've been? Huang Wanping stormed out of the house, broom in hand. But when she saw the fruits and vegetables piled on the three-wheeler, she gasped in astonishment and cried out, Oh my, whose oranges are these? How come they're so big? Almost as large as small watermelons. And look at this cabbage, it's nearly the size of a bucket. One must weigh 30 or 50 pounds. And those giant tomatoes, they look so cheerful and festive. Xiaoyang, where did you get all this? Jeanyong flashed a proud smile at Huang Wanping and said, Mom, what do you mean where did I get it? Of course it's from our own orchard. Our own orchard. Huang Wanping's eyes widened as she glared at Jeanyong. You rascal, don't try to fool me. Don't I know exactly how big our oranges are? Li Xiulian smiled gently and said to Huang Wanping, Aunt Zhang, you're misunderstanding Xiaoyang. These oranges and vegetables really were picked from your own orchard. That's impossible. I was at the orchard over 10 days ago, and the oranges weren't anywhere near this size. Huang Wanping exclaimed in disbelief. Jeanyong paused, momentarily stunned by her words, then quickly improvised. Mom, maybe it's because the weather's been so good lately that the oranges and vegetables grew extra fast so. Li Xiulian gave Jeanyong a sly wink, then turned to Huang Wanping and said, Aunt Zhang, Xiaoyang got his hands on a precious nutrient solution through a friend in the county town more than 10 days ago. We never expected it would work so well. The changes over these past few weeks have been incredible. Even I and Xiaoyang were completely shocked just now. Really? Is there actually such a powerful nutrient solution? Huang Wanping asked, still half doubting. Of course, this is cutting-edge agricultural science from outside. It wasn't easy getting hold of it, Jeanyong declared proudly, then abruptly shifted tone and asked, Mom, where's Dad? Has he woken up yet? Huang Wanping waved her hand dismissively and replied, Not yet. He was so anxious and exhausted worrying about you earlier today that he hasn't recovered yet. Oh no, how could I forget about that? Jeanyong slapped his forehead, waving his arms in self-reproach and exclaiming loudly. Chapter 55, The Aloof Beauty. Xiaoyang, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Seeing Jeanyong's anxious reaction, Zhang's mother was startled and quickly asked. Li Xiulian also stepped forward, looking at Jeanyong with concern. The silver needles. How could I have forgotten about buying the silver needles? Damn it, Jeanyong said in frustration. He had planned to buy a set of silver needles in the county town today and return to treat Zhang Yinshan with acupuncture. But after selling the dendrobium and that strange snake for a huge sum at the pharmacy, his mind got so muddled that he completely forgot about the needles. Silver needles? What do you need needles for? We already have needles at home, though they're iron, not silver. Zhang's mother said, puzzled. Jeanyong helplessly shook his head. Li Xiaolian smiled gently and stepped forward to explain. Aunt Zhang, Xiaoyang isn't talking about sewing needles. He means medical silver needles used for treatment. Oh, I see, Zhang's mother nodded. You mean those needles old Lu from the village uses to poke people's bodies, right? She then turned to Jeanyong and asked, Xiaoyang, why do you suddenly need those? You don't even know how to practice medicine. Me? Jeanyang's eyes flickered as he replied to his mother. Mom, here's the thing. I recently learned a massage and acupuncture technique from old Lu. It might cure father's condition. I want to buy a set of silver needles and give it a try. Really? Zhang's mother looked at him skeptically. Suddenly remembering Qin Yuyan, Jeanyong waved his hand and said, Mom, wait a second. Let me make a phone call first. With that, Jeanyong turned away and dialed Qin Yuyan's number directly. Hello, is this Manager Qin? This is Jeanyong. What do you want? Speak. Jeanyang's brows slightly furrowed. Qin Yuyan's tone was too cold, so distant, as if pushing him miles away. It annoyed him a little. Miss Qin, beauty, I'm trying to support your business, and this is how you treat me? Jeanyong deliberately responded in a flippant manner. Say what you need. If nothing else, I'm hanging up. Qin Yuyan didn't engage with his playful tone at all and bluntly replied. Don't hang up. I have something. Jeanyong chuckled wryly. This Qin Yuyan was really tough. He felt completely powerless against her. 1 minute. Go ahead. Just keep being so proud. One day, I'll make you kneel before me singing Conquer. Jeanyong silently grumbled inwardly, feeling slightly better. Composing himself, he said aloud. Miss Qin, beauty, does your pharmacy have acupuncture silver needles? Yes, Qin Yuyan replied curtly. Great. Bring them with you when you come to our village tomorrow. I need them urgently. Jeanyong told her. No problem. I can bring them for you. But these silver needles aren't cheap. That's fine. As long as the needles are good quality, price isn't an issue. Jeanyong said confidently, thinking of the 400,000 yuan he had on him. To him, a set of needles couldn't cost more than 2 or 3,000, maybe even 10,000 at most, well within his budget. Is that so? I'll bring the needles tomorrow. I just hope you still feel that way then. Hearing this, Jeanyong froze. A vague sense of foreboding crept into his heart as he quickly asked, Manager Qin, what do you mean by that? Is there something special about those needles? But Qin Yuyan didn't answer directly. Instead, she said plainly, Jeanyong, my friend who runs the supermarket and I will arrive at your village at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We'll finish discussing the fruit purchase in half an hour. At exactly 10:30, we're heading into the mountains. I don't want any excuses from you to delay us. Without giving Jeanyong another chance to speak, Qin Yuyan hung up decisively. Jeanyong could only shake his head helplessly. This Qin Yuyan was simply too domineering. To conquer this aloof, frosty beauty within a month, it seemed almost impossible. Yet, Jeanyong instantly steeled his determination. No matter what, he had to win her over within a month. He couldn't afford to fail and be erased by the system. Author's note. Thank you to dear readers user 2775448248704, user 6875086736297, user 1634837966980, Sure Winjin 1, user 9943472913133, and user 9699642414458 for your recent generous gifts. Special thanks to user 1634837966980 for the chapter urging talisman. In appreciation of everyone's support, here's an extra chapter. Chapter 56, Something's Wrong. Xiaoyang, who were you talking to just now? Sounded like a woman, Zhang's mother asked, turning to Jeanyong. Jeanyong, feeling slightly uneasy after hearing Huang Wanping's words, cast a quick glance at Li Xiaolian beside him and said, Mom, it was the owner of the medicine shop in town. She's coming to our village tomorrow. I asked her to bring a set of silver needles for me. The medicine shop owner? Is she a woman? What's she coming to our village for? Zhang's mother's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she questioned Jeanyong. Li Xiaolian didn't say anything, but her large, watery eyes stared straight at Jeanyong, clearly very interested in the answer too. You see, Jeanyong explained, I sold her a few dendrobium stems before, and she's curious about where I found them. She wants me to take her into the mountains to have a look. With that, he pulled out the remaining 20,000 yuan from his herbal basket and handed it to Huang Wanping. Mom, here's the money from selling the dendrobium. Put it away. Zhang's mother waved her hand at him. Xiaoyang, now that we've got money, pay back that young girl Xiaoying first. At the mention of Xiaoying, Jeanyang's expression darkened. Forcing himself to stay composed, he told his mother, Mom, the dendrobium sold for 200,000. I still have over 100,000 left. I'll pay her back. I'll handle it. Don't worry about it. What? 200,000? His mother couldn't believe it. A couple years ago, old Li from our village found 2 dendrobium stems and sold them through Liergo for only a few thousand. How did you manage so much? Humph. While dendrobium is worth every penny. Old Li got cheated by Liergo, that bastard. This time, I'll make sure he spits out everything he swallowed. Jeanyong growled angrily. All right then, I'll take this money, his mother agreed. And when I get the chance, I'll pay back everyone else. Mom, no need, Jeanyong insisted confidently. Just keep these 20,000 at home for daily expenses. I'll take care of paying back the villagers myself. Bang! Huang Wanping smacked Jeanyong on the head and scolded. Listen up, you rascal. The rest of the money should be saved. No reckless spending. You're not a kid anymore. We're saving this for your marriage. When you finally bring us a chubby grandchild, your father and I can rest easy. When Li Xiaolian heard the word marriage, a shadow passed across her face. She looked at Jeanyong with complex eyes, then slowly lowered her head. Her small foot unconsciously rubbed against the ground as she lost herself in thought. Jeanyong instantly noticed Li Xiaolian's reaction, and a sudden, sharp pain pierced his heart. Looking up at his mother, he said, Mom, how old do you think I am? Talking about marriage and grandchildren already. What are you even saying? Then he quickly changed the subject. Mom, I'm hungry. All right, I'll go cook right away. Zhang's mother turned to Li Xiaolian and said warmly, Xiaolian, you and Xiaoyang must be exhausted from today. Rest for a bit. I'll go prepare dinner. With that, she went into the bedroom to put the 20,000 yuan away safely, then headed into the kitchen to start cooking. Sister-in-law, don't mind what my mom says. I'm telling you again. If you're here, there's no one else. Jeanyong hesitated, then spoke softly to Li Xiulian. Li Xiulian's eyes flickered with emotion. She lifted her gaze and looked deeply at Jeanyong, then whispered, Xiaoyang, just hearing you say that is enough for me. But please don't say such things again. I don't deserve them. She gave him another complicated look, then said, enough standing around. Let's unload those oranges and vegetables from the cart. Without waiting, she walked straight to the electric tricycle and began moving the produce off the vehicle. Jeanyong gazed silently at her back, let out a quiet sigh, then stepped forward to help her. He didn't say another word. Some things were better shown than spoken. Zheng Yaoxian, however, waved anxiously at Zheng's mother and said to Jeanyong and her, Xiaoyang, things aren't looking good. Yesterday, I spent the entire afternoon mobilizing people just as we discussed, but everyone's terrified of retaliation from Li Ergo and Lin Hu. No one dares to come forward as a witness. I'm afraid this matter won't end easily today. Here's that 20,000 yuan. Take it back. Chapter 57. Replacing Lin Hu. Zheng's mother turned pale, her face filled with terror as she cried out to Zheng Yaoxian. Uncle Zheng, Xiaoyang depends on you now. Please, you must save him. Mrs. Yinshan, don't panic. Haven't you seen that I've already brought people here? As long as I'm around, not a single hair on Xiaoyang will be touched today. Zheng Yaoxian declared firmly. That's right. With us here, no one can lay a hand on Xiaoyang. Sister Zheng, don't worry. As long as we're here, no one will take Xiaoyang away. Exactly. Li Ergo framed brother Yinshan, and now he wants to throw Xiaoyang in jail too? That's outrageous. He clearly has no respect for the men of Xiao Shui village. I've always hated Li Ergo. If Lin Hu hadn't been protecting him, I'd have beaten him to a pulp ages ago. Lin Hu is nothing but a petty man. Uncle Zheng shouldn't have stepped down and let him become village chief 10 years ago. Look at all the mess he's caused since. Right? Lin Hu has long been bought off by Li Ergo. He's just Li Ergo's dog. The few men from the Zheng family who accompanied Zheng Yaoxian began shouting angrily all at once. Thank you so much. My husband Yinshan and I are forever grateful to all of you. Huang Wanping said emotionally, bowing repeatedly to the crowd. Zheng Yaoxian and these villagers were her only hope. Zheng Yaoxian's face darkened as he listened. Lin Hu had been his carefully chosen successor a decade ago. Never had he expected that Lin Hu would turn out like this. Grandpa Zheng, don't get angry. Let me show you something, said Jeanyong calmly. He pulled out his super temporal camera phone, opened the video recording of Li Ergo sabotaging Zhang Yinshan's truck, and handed it to Zheng Yaoxian. Zheng Yaoxian's eyes widened with fury. So Yinshan was really framed by Li Ergo? This beast. I'll never forgive him. The others, seeing Zheng Yaoxian's reaction, paused momentarily in shock before crowding around to watch the video. After viewing it, they all erupted in rage. Many had long suspected that Li Ergo was behind several mysterious car accidents in nearby villages, but until now there had been no evidence. This video was solid, irrefutable proof. With a grim expression, Zheng Yaoxian handed the phone back to Jeanyong and asked, Xiaoyang, where did you get this video? Jeanyong, who had prepared his story the night before, replied immediately, Grandpa Zheng, when Li Ergo attacked my father, a villager happened to pass by. He secretly recorded the whole thing. But fearing retaliation from Li Ergo, yet not wanting to see me wrongfully imprisoned, he secretly gave me the video. However, he insisted on remaining anonymous, so I won't reveal his identity. Li Ergo is a dangerous criminal. For someone to dare deliver this evidence to you, it shows tremendous courage, Zheng Yaoxian muttered, a flash of sharpness in his eyes. Then, with cold determination, he said to Jeanyong, Xiaoyang, this video is ironclad proof. Come with me right now to confront Lin Hu. If he refuses to uphold justice for you, then this time, we deal with him too. Jeanyong smiled faintly and replied, Grandpa Zheng, doing it that way would be too dull. Isn't Li Ergo planning to bring the police here at 9:30 to arrest me? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of calling them myself. A flicker of concern passed across Zheng Yaoxian's face. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Xiaoyang, I understand how you feel. But from what I know, Li Ergo has powerful connections in the county town. If he gets all his contacts lined up first, we'll be at a disadvantage. Even with this video, we might not be able to touch him. Jeanyong replied confidently, Don't worry, old secretary. I've got backup plans. Nothing will go wrong. And besides, you're here to back me up. With you on my side, I'm not worried at all. The puppet goo was Zhang Yang's ultimate trump card. If Li Ergo tried any tricks later, he'd turn him into a puppet, solving every problem instantly. With this advantage, Jeanyong was already invincible. Alright then, if you've got it under control, I won't interfere, Zheng Yaoxian said with a small smile, handing the two 10,000 yuan bills back to Jeanyong. Son, you won't need this money anymore. Take it back. Jeanyong gently pushed the money back and said, Grandpa Zheng, last month you organized the village to donate 20,000 yuan for my father, remember? Please return this money to everyone. Xiaoyang you. Zheng Yaoxian's expression turned urgent. He seemed about to say more. But Jeanyong cut him off with a calm smile. Grandpa Zheng, don't worry, I have money. The day before yesterday, I found 7 dendrobium plants on the mountain and sold them for over 100,000 yuan. 100,000? How could that be? Zheng Yaoxian asked in astonishment. That doesn't add up, someone from the crowd spoke up. Old Li found 2 dendrobium plants 2 years ago, and Li Ergo only gave him 5,000 yuan, not 21,000 per plant. What do you expect? Of course Li Ergo pocketed the rest. That bastard is way too greedy. Tell me about it. A month ago, I picked 2 clematis plants in the mountains, and that dog said they weren't worth anything. Only paid me 20 yuan. Damn it. This beast has been sucking the blood of our Xiao Shui village for too long. It's time we got rid of him once and for all. Seeing the fury swelling among the villagers, Jeanyong wore a faint smile. This was exactly the united front he wanted, the perfect momentum to pave the way for his next move. Replacing Lin Hu, Zheng Yaoxian turned to Jeanyong and said, Alright, I'll help you return this money to everyone. Xiaoyang, Li Ergo has always been the main fruit buyer for our village. That's Lin Hu's biggest excuse for keeping him around. If Li Ergo really gets locked up, watch out. Lin Hu will use that against you. If our fruits end up unsold, things could get messy. Jeanyong immediately replied, Grandpa Zheng, I've already thought of that. I've contacted a friend who runs a supermarket in the county town. She's coming to our village today to assess things. If the price is right, she'll take all our village's produce. Without Liergo, we can still sell our fruit. Maybe even at better prices. A sudden, bright gleam flashed in Zheng Yaoxian's eyes as he looked deeply at Jeanyong and said, Xiaoyang, I've always seen you as just a child, but you've truly surprised me. If you can really solve the problem of fruit going unsold, I'll fully support you in taking Lin Hu's place. Zhang Yang's heart leapt with joy. Gaining complete control over Xiaoshui village was a crucial part of his plan. Only then could he possibly transform Xiaoshui into the wealthiest village in Qingzhou within a year. Grandpa Zhang, aren't I too young? I'm not sure I could win everyone's trust. Jeanyong deliberately declined modestly. Nonsense. Isn't there still me, an old man, backing you? Who dares oppose you then? Besides, when I left the village to join the army, I was only 16, still younger than you are now. Enough talk. Just tell me, are you willing or not? Chapter 58 Power Rules. Grandpa Zhang, let me put it this way. As long as the folks in the village have no objections, I'm willing to contribute my strength to Xiaoshui village. It's not just my responsibility, but also my duty, and one I won't shirk, Jeanyong said to Zheng Yaoxian, though inwardly he felt rather helpless. If it weren't for the system mission, he would much rather choose to live in a big city. Tsk Tisk, truly someone who's been educated. The way you speak is so pleasing to hear. Zheng Yaoxian smiled faintly and said to Jeanyong, if today we can eliminate Liergo, that pest, and solve the problem of unsold fruit, you'll have resolved 2 major issues for our Xiaoshui village. Then becoming village chief would be only natural, and all of us will fully support you. Don't you all agree? The dozen or so men from the Zheng family exchanged glances upon hearing Zheng Yaoxian's words, stunned into silence for a moment, none daring to speak up. After about a minute, Zheng Weiman, a representative of the younger generation of the Zheng family, stepped forward. In his 30s, he said, Xiaoyang, don't feel any pressure. We all follow Uncle Zheng. Whatever he decides, we'll do the same. That's right. We'll follow old secretary. Yeah, we've got to listen to what the old secretary says. With Zheng Weiman leading the way, the others finally chimed in agreement. Truth be told, just a month ago Jeanyong was still a high school student, barely 18 years old. In everyone's eyes, he was still just a kid with downy hair not yet fully grown. Had it not been for Zheng Yaoxian's suggestion, how could they ever willingly support him as village chief? That would be absurd. Jeanyong well understood their mindset, but wasn't upset. This was exactly what he had expected. With all the miraculous abilities provided by the system, if he couldn't win over these villagers, then he might as well give up now and wait to be wiped out by the system. Alright, it's still early. Everyone go home and eat. Be back here promptly at 9 o'clock. Zheng Yaoxian instructed the dozen or so men. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's mother grew anxious and quickly stepped forward. Wait, don't leave yet. Xiaoyang picked several huge cabbages from the field yesterday, and we've still got over 10 jean of meat. Let me make a cabbage braised with pork stew. Everyone can have a simple meal. As she spoke, Zhang Lu pointed toward the giant cabbages sitting by the kitchen door. Sister Zhang, no trouble needed. We'll just go eat at our own homes. Zheng Weiman began to decline politely, but when he spotted the cabbages, he gasped in shock. Wait, how come your cabbages are so big? They must be over half a meter tall. Ordinary cabbages were usually only 10 to 20 centimeters high, rarely exceeding 30 centimeters. These half-meter-tall giants were utterly beyond Zheng Weiman's imagination. At Zheng Weiman's exclamation, everyone turned their attention to the cabbages and immediately burst into excited chatter. Wow, look at that. These cabbages really are huge. Must be over half a meter tall. I'd say even more than that. Look at the biggest one there, nearly up to my waist. At least 80 or 90 centimeters. Tsk. Not only are they enormous, but the color is gorgeous too, bright green, as fresh and vibrant as jade. Hey, suddenly, one man cried out, walking over to the basket and pointing at the tomatoes inside. Come quick, look at these tomatoes. They're huge too, almost as big as small watermelons. Another man pointed at a different basket. And these tangerines, so large, so golden yellow. These are king tangerines. You'd be lucky to find 2 or 3 per move of orchard. To see so many together like this is unheard of. Everyone stared at each other in bewilderment. Their eyes turned to Jeanyong, filled with confusion and awe. They desperately wanted to know why these cabbages, tomatoes, and tangerines had grown so large and perfect. Zheng Yaoxian, noticing the commotion, hurried over. He first inspected the cabbages, then picked up a tomato and a tangerine separately, turning to Jeanyong. Xiaoyang, what's the story behind these cabbages, tomatoes, and tangerines? Grandpa Zheng, why ask such a question? These vegetables and fruits were picked straight from my field. What else could it be? Jeanyong replied deliberately, playing coy. You rascal, don't pull that act with me. I'm asking why these vegetables and tangerines grew so big. Quick, tell us. Having lived over 80 years, Zheng Yaoxian had never seen cabbages this massive before. Even he was completely baffled. The villagers stared at Jeanyong with hungry anticipation, practically wanting to pry the secret of the oversized produce straight from his mouth. As farmers themselves, if their own vegetables and tangerines could grow this large, it would be an incredible blessing indeed. Jeanyong saw that the moment was right and spoke up directly. Grandpa Zheng, uncles and elders, here's the thing. I have a very good friend from high school. His relative is an agricultural technology expert at Longdu Academy of Sciences, specializing in farming techniques. When my friend heard I was returning to Xiaoshui village to farm, he specifically took me to Longdu to meet his relative. I stayed with him for 3 days and learned quite a lot about agricultural techniques. So now, using what I've learned, I planted and managed these vegetables and fruits, and that's how I got these giant cabbages, tomatoes, and tangerines. Wow, did you hear that? Xiaoyang's techniques come from experts at Longdu Academy of Sciences. No wonder they're so impressive. Those experts are national treasures, even more precious than giant pandas. Yeah, never thought Xiaoyang had such strong connections. No wonder he can grow tangerines this big and beautiful. If only we could learn these techniques from Xiaoyang, we'd be set for life. Cough cough. Zheng Yaoxian cleared his throat a few times, signaling everyone to quiet down. He looked at Jeanyong eagerly, then asked somewhat sheepishly, Xiaoyang, Could you possibly share them with the villagers so everyone in the village might benefit too? Of course, no problem at all. Jeanyong agreed immediately, speaking with noble resolve to Zheng Yaoxian. Grandpa Zheng, do you remember what I said earlier? This is my responsibility and duty. Helping the villagers live a better life is something I'm fully committed to. Yay, yay. Hearing Jeanyong's words, the crowd burst into loud cheers, their faces lighting up with excitement. But Jeanyong waved his hand toward the group and said, Grandpa Zheng, uncles and elders, don't get too excited yet. These techniques were after all taught to me by that expert. Before passing them on to you, I need to contact him first to avoid any misunderstandings. Of course, since he was willing to teach me, I doubt he'll object. Just wait for my update. The crowd paused in surprise upon hearing this. Zheng Weiman's eyes flickered uncertainly as he stepped forward and said to Jeanyong, Xiaoyong, you're thinking very carefully. Yes, we should definitely inform him beforehand. Let me make this clear. If you can make this happen, from now on, I, Zheng Weiman, will unconditionally support you becoming our village chief. That's right? I raise both hands in support of Xiaoyong becoming our Xiushui village chief. Both hands. I'll raise both hands and feet to support him. Power rules. Jeanyong observed the crowd's reaction, suddenly gaining clarity in his heart. Only by possessing absolute strength does one truly earn the respect of others. Chapter 59, 1 million for every household. Everyone, don't just stand there, please sit down and rest. I'll go start cooking right away. Zhang's mother cheerfully greeted the group, her eyes twinkling as she observed their earlier reactions. She felt immense pride having a son like Jeanyong. Alright then, no more formalities. We're eating right here. Zheng Yaoxian stepped forward and said to Huang Wanping, Mrs. Yinshan, don't go through too much trouble. Keep the meat for Yinshan, just stir fry some simple bok choy. Let's taste what that legendary cabbage is really like. Alright, Uncle Zheng, you leave it to me. I'll make sure everyone eats well and drinks heartily. Zhang's mother smiled warmly at Zheng Yaoxian. Then, spotting Li Shulian walking in from outside, she quickly called out, Shulian, you're here. Help me cut up that piece of meat in the kitchen. I'm off to steam the rice. Sure thing, Aunt Zhang. Shulian replied, nodding briefly toward Jeanyong before heading into the kitchen, where she swiftly began slicing the meat with practiced efficiency. Shulian's a good girl, but her fate's been too cruel. Such a pity. Zheng Yaoxian sighed softly, turning to Jeanyong. Little Yang, you must look after Shulian more in the future. Make sure nobody bullies her. Did you hear me? The speaker meant nothing by it, but the listener was startled. Jeanyong's heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words, fearing the old man had somehow seen through him. Only when he noticed no unusual expression on Zhang's face did he relax slightly, replying nervously, Why yes, Grandpa Zheng. I've heard you loud and clear. I'll take good care of Sister Shulian. I won't let her suffer any injustice. Unwilling to dwell further on the subject, Jeanyong quickly peeled an orange and offered it to Zheng Yaoxian. Grandpa Zheng, try this. Tell me how it tastes. My teeth aren't what they used to be, and I don't like sour things. Oranges give me heatiness anyway. I'll pass. Grandpa Zheng, this one isn't sour at all. Not only won't it cause heatiness, it's actually great for your health. If you don't try it, you're missing out. Is that so? Well then, let me have a taste. Zheng Yaoxian took a segment and popped it into his mouth, chewing slowly. Delicious, absolutely delicious. After all my years, this is the best orange I've ever tasted. Give me a few more segments. His eyes lit up as he stared eagerly at the orange still in Jeanyong's hand. Haha, see Grandpa Zheng? I told you. Here, take the whole thing. Enjoy it slowly. Jeanyong laughed, handing over the entire orange. Zheng Yaoxian, forgetting all about heatiness now, kept popping segment after segment into his mouth until he devoured more than half the fruit. Seeing how delighted Zheng was, the others couldn't help but gaze longingly. They, too, wanted to taste this miraculous orange. Uncles, elders, don't just stare. Help yourselves. Jeanyong, noticing their hopeful expressions, grinned and tossed an orange to each person. No one hesitated. They peeled them open and took their first bites. So good. This is incredible. Yeah, seriously, so sweet. Not a hint of sourness. Uncle Zheng's right. This is the best orange I've ever eaten in my life. Zheng Weiman's eyes gleamed as he turned to Jeanyong. Little Yang, you've lived in the county town for a few years now. You've seen the wider world. Fruit like this must sell for 2 or 3 yuan per jean there, right? 2 or 3. Jeanyong raised an eyebrow, proudly retorting. Oranges of this quality are top-tier luxury fruits. In the county town, they'd go for at least 10 yuan per jean, and that's low because our town has weak spending power. In big cities, the price would easily double. 10 yuan, Zheng Weiman exclaimed in shock. An orchard can yield at least 2,000 to 3,000 jean per mo. At 10 yuan per jean. Even if we calculate the buying price at 5 yuan, that's 10,000 to 15,000 yuan income per mo. That's way too high. The others sat dumbfounded. Every year, they sold their oranges to Li Ergo, who drove the price down and picked only the best ones, leaving them with barely 7 or 800 yuan per mu after costs. 10,000 yuan was unimaginable, a fortune beyond dreams. What's 15,000 yuan per mu? With my new techniques, yield can reach at least 5,000 jean per mu. And if we intercrop vegetables, income per mu could easily hit 50 or 60,000. Jeanyong declared proudly. The crowd froze in stunned silence, their faces twisted in disbelief. Jeanyong's claim was staggering. 50,000 per mu? Impossible. Jeanyong smiled quietly at their reaction. This was exactly the impact he wanted. Only such a shocking revelation could rally hearts swiftly and bring these people firmly under his influence. 50,000 yuan per mu? I have 10 mu of orchard, so that means an annual income of 500,000. A man in his 40s whispered after nearly a full minute of stunned silence. Snap! Zheng Yaoxian slapped the man on the head and snapped. 500,000 a year? You really dream big. The new technology belongs to Jeanyong. If anyone's going to earn 500,000 a year, it'll be him, not you. What are you getting excited about? Zheng Yaoxian turned sharply toward Jeanyong, his eyes burning with intensity as he declared, Little Yang, I'm telling you this right now. Don't even talk about 500,000 a year. If you can manage to help every household in the village earn 50,000 a year, the position of village chief is yours, no questions asked. And if anyone dares complain, this old man will be the first to shut them up. That's right. I won't allow it. We none of us will. Yes, we all stand with you. And I'm putting it out there too. If anyone tries to harm little Yang, I'll be the first one to deal with them. The crowd was completely captivated by the future Jeanyong had painted. Right now, they worked themselves to the bone only to earn a few thousand yuan a year. To make 50,000 annually was an irresistible dream. At that moment, Jeanyong was no longer seen as just some unripe kid. He had suddenly taken on a mysterious, almost legendary aura in their eyes. Jeanyong smiled faintly and waved at everyone, then said firmly, Grandpa Zhang, uncles and elders, I'm making this promise right here. If you all fully support me, then this time next year, if any household savings fall short of 1 million yuan, you're welcome to do whatever you please with me. Zheng Yaoxian took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with sharp determination. He turned to Zheng Weimin and said, Weimin, you know what to do from here, right? Zheng Weimin nodded and replied, Uncle Zheng, I understand. I'll gather every member of the Zheng family immediately. Today, it doesn't matter if Li Ergo shows up, or even if the Heavenly King himself comes. They won't lay a single finger on little Yang. Chapter 60. Done talking? Then you can get lost. Xiaoshui village wasn't large, a typical small mountain village with a total population of just over 1,000. After subtracting the more than 200 young people who had gone to work in various cities, only about 700 remained. At 9 o'clock in the morning, villagers from Xiaoshui gradually gathered near Zhang Yang's house. 700 or 800 people crowded together, forming an impenetrable ring around the area. Broadly speaking, these 700-plus people fell into 3 camps. The first group was led by Zheng Yaoxian and consisted of members of the Zheng family and their close allies, about 200 people. They were stationed inside and just outside the Zhang family courtyard, guarding it tightly. They were determined to protect Jeanyong at all costs. The second group was led by Lin Hu and included members of the Lin family and Lin Hu's personal friends and supporters. They gathered to the right side of the Zhang's gate. Lin Hu had spent 10 years carefully building his influence in Xiaoshui village. Though the number of Lins couldn't compare to the Zhes, there were still many who supported Lin Hu, over 100 when combined. Due to shared interests, Lin Hu was tightly bound to Li Ergo. He had no choice but to support Li Ergo in suppressing the thorny Jeanyong, even if it went against his conscience. Only this way could he protect his own interests and maintain his position as village chief. The remaining 300 or so villagers refused to take sides. They gathered on the left side of the courtyard gate, mostly out of curiosity and a desire to see the spectacle. In truth, many among these 300 sympathized with the Zhang family's plight and wanted to help Jeanyong in their hearts. But out of fear of retaliation from Li Ergo and concern over Lin Hu's power, they chose neutrality. Seeking advantage and avoiding harm is human nature. In fact, if Jeanyong hadn't demonstrated his formidable strength that morning, even the Zheng family might not have stood behind him so firmly. Inside the house, Zheng Yaoxian sat in the central seat. Jeanyong served tea beside him, while Zheng Weimin busied himself running back and forth, occasionally sending messengers to scout the movements of Lin Hu and Li Ergo. Woo woo woo. At 9:15, the sound of police sirens came from the village entrance. Uncle Zheng, bad news. Bad news. Police cars are coming. A scout sent by Zheng Weimin ran back breathlessly, shouting toward Zheng Yaoxian and Jeanyong. What's the rush? How many police cars? Where are they now? Zheng Yaoxian's eyes flashed sharply as he questioned the messenger. There are 2 police cars, followed by several private vehicles. They've just entered the village and are heading straight here, the scout reported. Zheng Yaoxian turned to Jeanyong and asked, Xiaoyong, are you ready? Jeanyong nodded to him. Good. Stick to what we discussed. Don't be afraid. We're backing you, Zheng Yaoxian encouraged. Jeanyong smiled faintly and replied, Grandpa Zheng, don't worry. I'm fine. The ones who should be afraid are them. Then let's go meet them, Zheng Yaoxian said, watching Zhang Yang's calm demeanor with a flicker of admiration. Even in his youth, he might not have been this composed. His esteem for Jeanyong grew steadily. All right, Jeanyong agreed, ready to step out with Zheng Yaoxian. Xiaoyong. Just then, Li Shulian suddenly called out, her eyes shimmering with worry. What is it, Sister Shulian? Jeanyong turned to ask. Be careful. Don't make me, your Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, worry. Li Shulian took a deep breath and said solemnly. A warm feeling spread through Zhang Yang's heart as he said confidently. Don't worry, Sister Shulian. I'll be fine. Please look after Mom and Dad. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. I'll take good care of Uncle and Aunt Zhang. Li Shulian replied firmly. Jeanyong nodded, then said to Zheng Yaoxian, Grandpa Zheng, let's go. Surrounded by Zheng Yaoxian, Zheng Weimin, and the entire Zheng family, Jeanyong walked straight out of the courtyard gate. In the distance, they saw a convoy of 2 police cars and 5 or 6 private vehicles driving straight toward them. The air was thick with tension. Before the storm comes the wind. The faces of every member of the Zheng family darkened, and even Zheng Yaoxian looked grave. Woo woo woo. The police cars stopped about 20 meters from the Zhang residence. About a minute later, Lin Hu stepped out from one of the vehicles behind the police car and walked directly toward Jeanyong. Oh, old secretary, you're here too. Lin Hu greeted Zheng Yaoxian with a smile. Shouldn't I be? Zheng Yaoxian shot back sharply. Experience had made him tough. Lin Hu's expression clouded slightly, his smile not reaching his eyes. Old secretary, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it like that. It's just enough. At this point, there's no need for pretense. Lin Hu, say what you really want to say. Zheng Yaoxian cut in bluntly. Lin Hu frowned, his face turning sour. He clenched his teeth and said, fine, then I'll speak plainly. Lin Hu pointed at the convoy behind him and turned to Jeanyong coldly, saying, Jeanyong, the incident from yesterday has blown up. Look, Deputy Chief Li from the police station came in person to arrest you. Jeanyong sneered slightly and replied coolly to Lin Hu, good. They came just in time. I was about to go report this myself. You damn kid, how can you be so unreasonable? You beat Manager Li and his men so badly, yet you still want to report it? Do you think the police station is your own backyard, that you can file a report whenever you want? Lin Hu said disdainfully, repeatedly calling Jeanyong kid, clearly showing his irritation. Village Chief Lin, let them come forward. Then you'll see exactly what I'm reporting, Jeanyong said calmly. You, Lin, who hadn't expected Jeanyong to be so defiant. He turned to Zheng Yaoxian and said, "Old secretary, let me speak with you instead. The police station has already evaluated Manager Li's injuries. They've been classified as serious. If Manager Li presses charges, Jeanyong could face several years in prison. Village Chief Lin, the police station isn't mine to run, but it's not yours either. Whether I'm convicted or not isn't up to you," Jeanyong said with a cold smile, facing Lin, who directly. "You forget it. I won't waste words on a fool like you. Out of consideration for our village ties, I even pleaded on your behalf. After mediation by me and officers from the police station, Manager Li has agreed to settle this peacefully. But you must apologize to him in front of all the villagers of Xiushui village and pay 50,000 yuan for medical expenses and emotional distress. Only then will he drop the matter and no longer pursue legal action against you." Lin, who finally revealed his true intentions. A cold gleam flashed in Zheng Yaoxian's eyes as he spoke up. "Lin, who? Wasn't it settled yesterday that an apology would be enough? Why are you demanding money now?" Lin, who deliberately put on a troubled expression and said, "Old secretary, you don't know. The injuries Manager Li and his men suffered are too severe. Just Nyoair needed over a dozen stitches. Their combined medical bills have already cost tens of thousands. 50,000 really isn't much." Before Zheng Yaoxian could reply, Jeanyong stepped forward directly and said to Lin, who, "Done talking? Then you can get lost." Chapter 61, Premeditated Murder. "What the hell did you just say? How dare you speak to my uncle like that? You're just as bad as your paralyzed father. Smarten up and back off, or Lin Baoqiang." Lin, whose nephew, stepped forward to defend his uncle, shouting furiously at Jeanyong. Slap. The moment Jeanyong heard the words paralyzed father, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he darted beside Lin Baoqiang and delivered a crisp, clean slap across his face. Ouch! Lin Baoqiang staggered, barely managing to steady himself. Clenching his teeth, he growled at Jeanyong. "You little bastard, still so arrogant even now? Brothers, beat him up." As Lin Baoqiang raised his fist and advanced toward Jeanyong, more than a dozen men from the Lin clan followed closely behind him, ready to attack. "What are you doing? What do you think you're doing?" Zheng Weimin roared, leading over 20 members of the Zheng family who immediately surged forward, forming a tight circle around Jeanyong, shielding him completely. Lin Baoqiang and the group of Lin clansmen froze in surprise, instinctively halting their advance. Lin Baoqiang's eyes flickered nervously. He glanced back at Lin who remained silent, then mustered his courage and shouted, "Zheng Weimin, this is my personal matter with this Zheng kid. Get out of the way." Lin Baoqiang, "Who the hell do you think you are, ordering us Zheng people around?" Zheng Weimin marched right up to Lin Baoqiang, waving his fists defiantly. "If you want to lay a hand on Xiaoyang, you'd better ask our Zheng family's fists first whether they'll allow it." Roar, roar. The Zheng family had long been known for unity in Xiushui village. At Zheng Weimin's words, all 20-some members rose to their feet with a collective roar, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The situation turned dangerous in an instant. Lin Baoqiang and the Lin clansmen instinctively took 2 steps back, fear flashing in their eyes. Gritting his teeth, Lin Baoqiang forced bravado and snapped at Zheng Weimin. "Zheng Weimin, are you really willing to start a war with the Lin family over some kid? Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? If you want him, step over our bodies first." Zheng Weimin ripped off his shirt, revealing a well-toned, muscular frame. Behind him, the 20-plus Zheng men automatically stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Lin Baoqiang and the Lin group. Seeing Zheng Weimin's defiant stance, Lin, who felt a sudden flicker of doubt. Ever since Zheng Yaoxian had fallen ill and withdrawn, the Zheng family had kept a low profile. He couldn't fathom why they were now standing so firmly behind Jeanyong. This didn't make sense. A deep instinct told Lin who something was off, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out what. Fear flickered in the eyes of Lin Baoqiang and the Lin clansmen, yet retreat was no longer an option. If they backed down today under pressure from the Zhengs, the Lin family would lose face in the village forever. Even more importantly, Lin, who hadn't given any orders yet. So Lin Baoqiang steeled himself, took one bold step forward, and stood nose to nose with Zheng Weimin in direct confrontation. Tension crackled between the two groups. A full-scale brawl loomed. Yet both Lin Hu and Zheng Yaoxian stood impassive, as if completely unaware of the chaos before them. Neither made a move to intervene. Both understood that whoever stepped forward first would lose momentum, and more crucially, both knew someone else would soon arrive to settle things. "Stop it! Everyone stop!" Sure enough, loud shouts rang out as Li Dong, deputy chief of Xiushui Town Police Station, arrived with 3 officers. They rushed straight to where Lin Baoqiang and Zheng Weimin faced off, urgently yelling, "What do you think you're doing? Gang fighting is a serious crime. Separate your people now." But neither Lin Baoqiang nor Zheng Weimin so much as flinched. They continued glaring at each other, unmoving. Li Dong grew anxious. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Clan brawls in rural villages were no joke. If blood was shed, he would be the first held responsible as deputy chief. "Village Chief Lin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and separate them." Li Dong turned sharply to Lin Hu and shouted. Lin Hu gave Li Dong a calm nod, then assumed his authoritative role as village chief. "What are you all doing? Fall back now." Lin Baoqiang exhaled in relief and led his men in a tactical retreat. But Zheng Weimin and the 20-plus Zheng family members stood firm, not budging an inch. Li Dong frowned slightly, then turned with a forced smile to Zheng Yaoxian. "Secretary Zheng, I've come to see you. I'm so glad to see you're still so strong and healthy." A sharp gleam flashed through Zheng Yaoxian's aged eyes as he fixed his gaze on Li Dong. "Shali, I know why you're here. Now I ask you just one question. Can you handle this fairly?" "Of course," Li Dong said solemnly. "Old Secretary Zheng, I've known you ever since I came to Xiushui Town Police Station. Almost 20 years now. You know what kind of person I am. I give you my word as a man. I will handle this matter fairly and justly, without favoring any side." "Fair and just," Zheng Yaoxian sneered coldly, pointing at the 7 or 8 sedans parked behind the police car. "Shali, can you really be fair? What about those cars back there? Is this some kind of show of force?" Hearing Zheng Yaoxian's words, Li Dong felt a flicker of panic but quickly replied, "Old Secretary, we're living in a society governed by law. It's the right of the person filing the report. We can't interfere too much, can we? Don't you agree?" Zheng Yaoxian remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on Li Dong. Seeing this, Li Dong gritted his teeth and waved impatiently at the vehicles behind the police car. Li Erga stepped out of his car and hurried toward Li Dong, followed by more than 20 young hooligans with dyed yellow hair and black tank tops. Li Dong shouted at Li Ergu, "Boss Li, if you're here to report something, fine, but why bring so many people? Are you trying to stage a demonstration? Tell them to leave immediately and wait outside the village." "Ah." Li Ergu yelped in surprise and quickly said, "Director Li, don't get upset. I'll have them leave right away." Turning to his men, Li Ergu bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear what Director Li said? Go, get going." The group didn't dare linger. They scrambled into their cars and quickly drove out of Shishui village. Smiling, Li Dong turned to Zheng Yaoxian. "Now, old secretary, are you satisfied?" Zheng Yaoxian said nothing. He simply nodded slightly at Zheng Weiman, who then led his people away. Fearing complications if things dragged on, Li Dong pulled out his handcuffs and approached Jeanyong directly. "Are you Jeanyong? Someone has accused you of intentional assault. Please cooperate with our investigation and come with us." Jeanyong smiled faintly and calmly replied, "Director Li, I'm willing to go with you and cooperate fully. But before that, I also want to file a report." "You want to file a report too? Who are you reporting?" Li Dong frowned slightly and asked. Jeanyong took a step forward, pointed at Li Ergu, and declared, "I'm reporting him for attempted murder of my father. If you're going to arrest me, arrest him too." Chapter 62, Perjury. "You little bastard, you still dare to spout nonsense in front of Chief Li? Everyone knows your father was injured by a rock rolling down from the mountain. How dare you accuse me of intentional murder? Do you have any evidence?" Li Ergu grew anxious as Jeanyong accused him of premeditated murder. This was a capital offense, and enraged, he shouted at Jeanyong. Jeanyong sneered coldly, staring at Li Ergu with icy eyes like one gazing upon a corpse. "Li Ergu, how do you know I don't have evidence?" "Have evidence? Then bring it out. Let everyone see it for themselves." Li Ergu believed that if Jeanyong truly had evidence, he would have revealed it long ago. He was confident his tracks were clean, leaving no incriminating clues, so he arrogantly taunted, "Don't tell me your so-called evidence is just testimony from your paralyzed old man. I have an alibi. I was drinking with Lin Hu, our village chief, when your father got hurt. His word alone can't convict me. Chief Lin, why are you still standing there? Step forward and testify for me." Li Ergu turned to Lin Hu. Lin Hu frowned slightly. Of course he didn't want to stand up before the entire village to vouch for Li Ergu. Yet thinking of Li Ergu's vicious and ruthless nature, Lin Hu sighed quietly. There was no room for compromise now. With no choice, he stepped forward and recited the story they had agreed upon earlier. "Yes, I can testify for Mr. Li. The night before old Zhang's accident, I invited him over to discuss this year's fruit purchase. We talked enthusiastically, drinking and chatting until nearly 6 o'clock the next morning. We were just about to rest when someone came to report that old Zhang had been injured. We rushed over immediately. Before that, Mr. Li had been with me the whole time. He had neither opportunity nor motive to commit such a crime. It simply couldn't have been him." Upon hearing Lin Hu's words, Zhang Yang's eyes turned cold. This was pure fabrication. The surrounding villagers erupted into murmurs, casting strange looks at Lin Hu. Regardless of whether his testimony was true or not, Jeanyong was, after all, a fellow villager of Shishui village. For Lin Hu to say such things publicly was tantamount to betrayal from within. Zheng Yaoxian let out a deep sigh, never imagining that the successor he had carefully chosen 10 years ago would fall so far. Jeanyong had originally intended to let Lin Hu off lightly. After all, his impression of Lin Hu had been decent, and he even had a good relationship with Lin Hu's daughter, Lin Yaxing. But after these words, Jeanyong completely lost faith in him. He made up his mind firmly. This time, Lin Hu would be dealt with too. "Kid, did you hear what our village chief just said? Your paralyzed father has nothing to do with me. What more do you have to say?" Li Ergu stepped forward, arrogantly provoking Jeanyong. "Enough." Li Ergu stepped back. Li Dong judged the moment ripe and intervened, hoping to prevent complications. "This is under control." "Why yes, Chief Li, I'll leave it to you. Make sure not to let this slanderous brat get away." Li Ergu replied. "Do I need you to tell me how to do my job?" Li Dong said impassively. "Ah, yes. Li Ergu chuckled nervously, a flash of darkness flickering deep in his eyes. "Son, you've heard what your village chief said. Do you still intend to accuse him of intentional homicide?" Li Dong turned to Jeanyong and asked. "Accuse? Why wouldn't I? Not only will I charge Li Ergu with premeditated murder, but I'll also accuse village chief Lin Hu of providing false testimony. I will pursue criminal liability against him." Jeanyong declared firmly. Lin Hu's face changed color. Unable to contain himself, he said, "Jeanyong, have you gone mad? Even now, must you persist in your folly? Just apologize properly to Mr. Li, and it'll be over. Why make such a spectacle? Apologize? I, Jeanyong, answer to heaven above and my conscience below. Why should I apologize to him?" Jeanyong sneered coldly at Lin Hu. "Lin Hu, the one who's gone mad is you. The one obstinate in error is you. And the one who should be apologizing is you. Put your hand on your chest and ask your own conscience. Have you lived up to the trust of every man, woman, and child in Shishui village?" Chapter 63, Destroying the Evidence. "You." Lin Hu was rendered speechless by Zhang Yang's rapid-fire questions, clutching his chest as he staggered backwards several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Li Dong furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. After a moment of hesitation, he said to Jeanyong, "Young man, do you have any evidence? Let me remind you, falsely accusing or framing someone is also a serious crime. For severe circumstances, it carries a penalty of fixed-term imprisonment of up to 3 years, criminal detention, or public surveillance. If serious consequences result, the sentence ranges from 3 to 10 years in prison. You need to think carefully before you speak." Jeanyong immediately pulled out that old transformed mobile phone and said to Li Dong, "There's a video on this phone. It's direct proof that Li Ergu intentionally plotted to murder my father, and also concrete evidence exposing our esteemed village chief Lin Hu of giving false testimony. My father wasn't even at his house when he was attacked." "A video?" Li Dong's eyes flickered uneasily. He stretched out his hand toward Jeanyong and said, "Let me see it. If it really is as you say, I'll make sure justice is served." Xiaoyang. Zheng Yaoxian's eyes flashed with suspicion. He wanted to say something to Jeanyong immediately. Jeanyong waved him off gently, gave Li Dong a deep, penetrating look, then handed the phone directly into his hands. Li Dong opened the video right away. As soon as he saw Li Ergo appear in the footage accompanied by several others standing near Zhang Yinshan, his expression changed drastically. He shot an exceptionally sharp gaze at Li Ergo. Under Li Dong's glare, Li Ergo felt a chill run down his spine. Nervously, he spoke up. Chiefly, don't stare at me like that. It makes me so uneasy. What exactly happened? What happened? Don't you know what you've done? Li Dong rebuked Li Ergo sternly. Sensing danger, Li Ergo walked straight over to Li Dong. Chiefly, what kind of video is this? Let me take a look. As he spoke, Li Ergo reached out and snatched the phone. To everyone's surprise, Li Dong didn't dodge. Only after the phone was taken did he shout. Li Ergo, what are you doing? Give it back. Though Li Dong's words were forceful and his expression harsh, his feet remained rooted to the spot. Li Ergo quickly played the video. When he saw its contents, his face turned pale. He glared at Jeanyong and demanded, Kid, where did you get this video? It's fake, has to be fake. Jeanyong let out a cold laugh and replied, You don't need to know where I got it. All you need to know is that this video is enough to land you behind bars for life. At this point, Li Dong turned to Li Ergo and said, Li Ergo, this video is critical evidence. Hand it back now. Even as he spoke, his eyes darted sideways with a subtle glance. Following Li Dong's gaze, Li Ergo glanced aside and spotted a water well just a few meters away, over 2 meters wide in diameter. Suddenly understanding, his eyes lit up. Yes, chiefly, I'll give it back right away. Speaking, Li Ergo took a few quick steps toward the well and flung the phone straight into it. Then, loudly exaggerating, he cried out, Oh no, chiefly, the phone with the fake video, it fell into the well. What should we do now? Idiot. We haven't verified whether the video is genuine yet, and you've already thrown it in. Li Dong pretended to be furious, shouting at Li Ergo. Chiefly, there's no need to verify. You just heard Village Chief Lin's testimony. He said I stayed at his place until after 6. How could I possibly appear in that video? Don't you trust me, but would you rather doubt Village Chief Lin? Li Ergo argued stubbornly. I don't trust anyone. I only trust evidence. Li Dong declared with righteous indignation, turning to Lin Hu. Village Chief Lin, stop standing there. Immediately organize a retrieval team. We must recover that phone. Lin Hu deliberately put on a show of anxiety and said insincerely, Chiefly, I want to retrieve that phone as urgently as you do, but that well connects to an underground spring and is over 10 meters deep. We're powerless here. There's simply no way we can fish it out even if we try. If it can't be retrieved, you still must retrieve it. Zheng Yaoxian stepped forward abruptly, shoved Lin Hu aside, and called out to Zheng Weiman. Weiman, you're the best swimmer. Find a rope and go down. You must bring that phone back. Yes, sir. Zheng Weiman answered firmly, immediately ordering someone to fetch a rope while he began stretching and preparing his body for the descent. Lin Hu and Li Ergo exchanged a glance. A cold smirk flashed simultaneously across both their faces. That well was over 10 meters deep, and the water inside was icy cold. Finding a tiny phone in such conditions was nothing short of impossible. Seeing Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Weiman spring into action, Jeanyong felt a warmth spread through his heart. He could truly feel the old man was wholeheartedly on his side. Grandpa Zheng, don't let Uncle Weiman go down the well. Look at this. As Jeanyong spoke, he pulled out the time-crossing video phone directly from his body and waved it a few times in front of Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Weiman. Chapter 64, Director Zhao. Xiaoyang. This mobile phone. Zheng Yaoxian looked at Jeanyong with some confusion. Grandpa Zheng, how could I possibly hand over such important evidence to them just like that? Jeanyong glanced disdainfully at Li Dong and Li Ergo before continuing to speak to Zheng Yaoxian. Don't worry, this phone has that video too. You little rascal, huh? Zheng Yaoxian looked at Jeanyong with admiration and burst into hearty laughter. What? This phone also has that video? Impossible, impossible. Li Ergo and Lin Hu turned extremely pale. Even Li Dong's face twitched unnaturally. Grinding his teeth, Li Ergo lunged straight toward Jeanyong, trying to snatch the phone. Zheng Weiman's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward with the rest of the Zheng family, blocking Jeanyong protectively and glaring menacingly at Li Ergo. Jeanyong smiled slightly and said to Zheng Weiman, Uncle Zheng, no need to stop him. Let him try to take it. Enough. Li Dong barked at Li Ergo. Li Ergo, what are you doing? Stand down. Li Ergo glared at Jeanyong with an ugly grimace. That video was far too clear. It would be more than enough to convict him for murdering Zhang Yinshan. Li Dong stepped forward, slapped Li Ergo hard on the shoulder, then shoved him aside. Turning to Jeanyong, he forced a smile and spoke in a remarkably gentle tone. Jeanyong, thank goodness you made a backup. Now I can breathe easy. Otherwise, if something like this happened, I wouldn't be able to explain myself even if I had 100 mouths. As he spoke, Li Dong extended his hand toward Jeanyong, his voice growing even more cordial. All right now, bring me your phone so I can have a proper look at that video. Don't worry, I guarantee nothing like earlier will happen again. Xiaoyang, you. Zheng Yaoxian's eyes flickered with suspicion as he hesitated, beginning to say something to Jeanyong. Jeanyong nodded slightly with a faint smile, then turned to Li Dong. Director Li, after what just happened, do you really think I'd still hand my phone over to you? Li Dong's expression darkened. He snapped at Jeanyong. What exactly are you implying? Are you suggesting I did that on purpose? You know very well whether it was intentional or not. Jeanyong replied coldly. Let me make it clear, Director Li. I won't hand over this phone until I meet your superior. You. Li Dong's eyes flashed with icy light. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine. Then I'll take you right now to see our director Wang Jeanyong. Turning to 2 officers beside him, Li Dong ordered, take him to the car immediately and bring him to our director. Yes, sir. The 2 officers responded sharply and began walking toward Jeanyong with hostile eyes. Wait. Zheng Yaoxian shouted loudly, stepping forward with the Zheng family to block Jeanyong once more. Old secretary, what are you doing? Li Dong forced a smile as he spoke to Zheng Yaoxian. Director Li, I've known Wang Jeanyong for over 30 years. We're old friends. I'll personally escort Xiaoyang to see him. No need for you to trouble yourselves. Turning to Zheng Weiman, Zheng Yaoxian added, Weiman, gather everyone who owns a tricycle. Every able-bodied member of the Zheng family will accompany Jeanyong to the police station. Yes, Uncle Zheng. I'll get right on it. Zheng Weiman agreed and immediately started rallying villagers to bring their vehicles. Li Dong's face turned ashen. Clenching his teeth, he growled at Zheng Yaoxian. Old secretary, what is the meaning of this? Are you saying you don't trust me? Director Li, you're misunderstanding me. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm actually protecting you. Zheng Yaoxian spoke calmly. Protecting me? Li Dong looked puzzled. Li Ergo brought over 20 men waiting outside the village. What if they meant harm and attack you on the way? My people going along will ensure your safety. Zheng Yaoxian paused, then added with a shift in tone. Besides, Wang Director and I are old friends of over 30 years. This is a perfect chance to visit him and share a drink. Director Li, surely that isn't illegal, is it? Zheng Yaoxian's words blended firmness with diplomacy. Though Li Dong resented it, he had no choice. He knew full well how much influence Zheng Yaoxian held in Zaiwishui village. If things escalated, he'd be the one at a disadvantage. Fine, you may follow, but he must ride in my car. After a moment's hesitation, Li Dong compromised. No, Xiaoyang is one of our Zaiwishui villagers. He will ride in our vehicle. We won't trouble you, Zheng Yaoxian insisted firmly. Li Dong's eyes darkened further. His hand instinctively gripped the weapon at his waist as he threatened. Old secretary, I respect your character, but Jeanyong is currently our suspect. He must ride in my car. I ask you not to obstruct official duties, otherwise. Otherwise what? You planning to hit an old man like me? Zheng Yaoxian glared, took a step toward Li Dong, and snapped. Come on then. I'm over 80 years old. Do you think I'm afraid of a brat like you? If you've got the guts, arrest me too. You. Ice-cold light flared in Li Dong's eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Zhang Yang's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out, looked at the screen, and his expression turned oddly amused. With a quick flick of his eyes, he answered. Director Zhao, your police station must be so busy. How do you have time to call me today? Chapter 65, Favors. Director Zhao, the police station? Li Dong was stunned upon hearing Zhang Yang's words. There was only one Director Zhao in Xiushui County's police department, Zhao Dongchu. The moment this thought crossed Li Dong's mind, a flash of panic flickered in his eyes. Though Zhao Dongchu was merely the deputy chief of police, he had spent over 20 years carefully cultivating influence across Xiushui County. With vast connections, he was a true local power broker whose clout rivaled that of the actual police chief. Now, Zhao Dongchu himself had taken the initiative to call Jeanyong a poor village youth, and from the ease in Zhang Yang's tone, it was clear they were on familiar terms. This completely overturned Li Dong's expectations. If Jeanyong truly had a relationship with Zhao Dongchu, then today's incident would take a serious turn. Should Zhang say anything against him to Zhao, he'd be in deep trouble. You little rascal, what's wrong with you? You've always called me Uncle Zhao, why Director Zhao all of a sudden? What are you up to? Came a deep, hearty, and cheerful voice from Zhang Yang's phone. It was none other than Zhao Dongchu himself, the father of Zhang Yang's close friend Zhao Xiang and the deputy head of Xiushui County Police Department. Uncle Zhao, I was just joking with you. What instructions do you have for me? Jeanyong smiled and replied into the phone. Uncle Zhao. Li Dong's vision darkened. His legs buckled slightly as if about to collapse. If the man on the phone truly was Zhao Dongchu, then their relationship was far closer than he had imagined. This situation had just turned dangerous. Li Dong shot a furious glare at Li Ergo, his mind racing frantically, desperately searching for a way out. All right, I won't beat around the bush with you, Zhao Dongchu said directly. Here's the thing, Xiaoyang. Yesterday, Shanzi brought me that bottle of liquor you sent over. The packaging wasn't much, but the taste was outstanding. I brought it to dinner last night and shared it with a few old friends. They all praised it without reservation and loved it immensely. Jeanyong smiled faintly and told Zhao Dongchu, Uncle Zhao, I'm glad you like it. But remember, that liquor is very potent. Did Shanzi tell you? Don't drink too much. Just 3 to 5 mace a day, absolutely no more than 1 liang. Yeah, I've noted it down. Zhao Dongchu affirmed, then hesitated slightly before continuing. Xiaoyang, you see. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered with suspicion. Uncle Zhao, if you need something, just say it outright. As long as it's within my ability, I'll give it my all. Because of Zhao Xiang, Zhao Dongchu had shown exceptional kindness to Jeanyong over the past 3 years. When Zhang Yang's father, Zhang Yinshan, was hospitalized in the county seat, Zhao Dongchu had offered substantial help and visited him multiple times. Jeanyong genuinely respected Zhao Dongchu. After all, not everyone would lend a hand in times of hardship. Xiaoyang, I'm being overly cautious. I'll speak plainly then. Zhao Dongchu paused briefly before continuing. Xiaoyang, I have a very important friend who really enjoyed that liquor. Do you still have any more of it left? Jeanyong fell silent for a moment, then hesitated as he spoke. Uncle Zhao, to be honest, that liquor came by chance. It was given to me by a wandering old doctor to help strengthen my father's health. I do have a bit left, but not much. At this point, Jeanyong said directly, 5 Jean, that's the most I can get for you. Is that acceptable? Each immortal liquor pill cost 100 credits in the system shop, a steep price for Jeanyong, considering how hard credits were to come by. He currently possessed only 3 such pills. One pill could be dissolved into 20 Jean of low-grade immortal wine. Li Lingyun had once traded a courtyard house in Long City for just 1 bottle of this wine, clearly showing how precious it was. Jeanyong didn't mind giving Zhao Dongchu 5 Jean this time, but he feared creating the impression that the liquor was easy to obtain. If Zhao Dongchu started asking for more every few days from now on, things would get complicated. So Jeanyong laid the groundwork early, not only emphasizing the rarity of the liquor, but also preemptively discouraging further requests. Hearing Zhang Yang's initial explanation, Zhao Dongchu felt a pang of disappointment. But when he heard the offer of 5 Jean, his heart leapt with joy. He quickly replied, yes, with 5 Jean, I can settle things nicely with my friend. Then Zhao Dongchu shifted tone and added, Xiaoyang, don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss. How much does it cost? We'll pay you properly. Uncle Zhao, you're really making things too formal. Money? Forget it. Consider this my gift to you, Jeanyong laughed. After all, Li Lingyun had once set an outrageous price, 1 courtyard home in Long City, for just 1 Jean of this wine. Could he possibly demand 5 courtyard homes from Zhao Dongchu for these 5 Jean? Better to just give it away freely and earn a favor in return. Haha. Alright, I like the sound of that. You're a good one, kid. We'll talk more later, Zhao Dongchu said, then immediately added to Jeanyong. Xiaoyang, I'll send someone over right away to pick up the liquor. They should arrive in your Xiushui village in about an hour. Just wait at home. An hour? Zhang Yang's eyes flickered with calculation as he replied. Uncle Zhao, that might not work out. Li Dong, the police chief from our Xiushui town station, is currently blocking my front door with his men, insisting on taking me back to the station for cooperation in an investigation. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Li Dong's vision darkened and cold sweat instantly broke out across his forehead. The way Zhang Yang had just spoken, things were looking very bad. Li Dong? What's he pulling now? What's going on here? Chapter 66. The Law. Uncle Zhao, here's what happened. Zhang Yang then briefly explained to Li Dong how Li Ergo had pushed a boulder down the mountain to injure Zhang Yinshan, and yesterday had led a group to storm the Zhang family home. The more Li Dong listened, the more frightened he became. Cold sweat poured from his body as he stared at Zhang Yang with pleading eyes, desperately hoping Zhang wouldn't expose his earlier behavior. Zhang Yang noticed Li Dong's reaction clearly. Earlier, Li Dong had obviously favored Li Ergo. Without his cooperation, there was no way Li Ergo could have thrown the phone into the well. Originally, Zhang Yang had intended to deal with this Li Dong too. But seeing his current reaction, Zhang Yang paused slightly and deliberately omitted mentioning Li Dong's role in helping Li Ergo deliberately throw the phone into the well. Zhang Yang understood that right now, his main target was Li Ergo. Recklessly dragging Li Dong into it might not be wise. It would only add unnecessary complications. When Li Dong saw that Zhang Yang hadn't mentioned him, he exhaled deeply in relief, clasping his hands together gratefully and nodding heavily toward Zhang Yang. Xiaoyang, are you telling the truth? Was your father really intentionally harmed by that heartless businessman Li Ergo? Do you have evidence for all this? Zhao Dongchu asked Zhang Yang sternly. Yes. There was a villager passing by at the scene who happened to witness everything and secretly recorded a video. This video is now in my hands. Zhang Yang replied. Good. Send me that video. If what you say is true, I'll make sure you get justice. Zhao Dongchu said gravely to Zhang Yang. Alright, Uncle Zhao. I'll send it right away. Zhang Yang hung up, found the video, and sent it over immediately. The superdimensional camera phone in Zhang Yang's hand truly lived up to its reputation. Its signal was exceptionally strong. In almost an instant, the video had been transmitted. Xiaoyang, is this the father of your good buddy you mentioned yesterday, the deputy police chief of Xiushui County Bureau? Zheng Yaoxian quietly asked Zhang Yang during a pause. Yes, Grandpa Zhang. Zhang Yang nodded. Excellent, excellent. What did he say? Zheng Yaoxian asked eagerly, beaming. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhang. Everything is under control. Even without Director Zhao, I'd still find a way to deal with that bastard. Zhang Yang said confidently. Zhang Yang wasn't bragging. He never intended to rely on Zhao Dongchu's connection in the first place. If things really escalated today, he planned to use the puppet goo to turn Li Ergo into a puppet and force him to confess to all his crimes. That would solve the problem once and for all. Good lad, I knew you had it in you. Zheng Yaoxian laughed heartily and slapped Zhang Yang hard on the shoulder. Xiao Zhang. Li Dong hesitated, forcing a smile onto his face as he tried to say something to Zhang Yang. At that moment, Zhang Yang's phone rang loudly. Without even glancing at Li Dong, Zhang Yang answered the call directly. Xiaoyang, I've seen the video. These animals. Don't worry. I will absolutely get justice for you. Zhao Dongchu said resolutely. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Zhang Yang felt a warmth in his heart as he spoke. What's there to thank me for? What kind of relationship do we have? Now, pass the phone to Li Dong, Zhao Dongchu instructed. Alright, Zhang Yang handed the phone directly to Li Dong. Li Dong hesitated for quite some time before shakily reaching out to take the phone, stammering. Hello, FF. Li Dong, this is Zhao Dongchu. Zhao Dongchu said authoritatively. Snap. Li Dong straightened his posture sharply and replied. Hello, Chief Zhao. Let me explain. Today it was like this. Li Dong, have you seen the video? Anything you'd like to say? Zhao Dongchu interrupted Li Dong directly, speaking with stern authority. Li Dong flinched. He knew this was the most crucial moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, Chief Zhao, I've seen the video. It clearly proves that Li Ergo intentionally injured someone and robbed their property. The evidence is rock solid. You can rest assured. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Li Ergo's expression changed drastically. His face twisted in rage as he shouted at Li Dong. Li Sua, what are you trying to do? Have you forgotten what I gave you last night? Hearing this, Li Dong panicked. Without letting Li Ergo finish, he quickly shot a glance behind him at his two subordinates. The two men instantly understood. They stepped forward and swung their palms hard across Li Ergo's face. Ow! Caught completely off guard, Li Ergo stumbled backward and fell to the ground. The two men quickly pounced on him, pinning him down and firmly restraining him. Li Dong, why is it so chaotic over there? What's going on? Zhao Dongchu asked Li Dong. Li Dong's heart skipped a beat. He quickly composed himself and hurriedly said to Zhao Dongchu. Director Zhao, that Li Ergo just now tried to attack me. I've already taken him into custody. Bastard. This despicable scoundrel not only bullies people and harms innocent villagers, now he even dares to assault an officer. Is there no law anymore? Zhao Dongchu said sternly to Li Dong. Li Dong, you know exactly what needs to be done now, don't you? Chapter 67. The sky is about to change in Xiushui village. With such obvious intent behind Zhao Dongchu's words, Li Dong didn't dare utter a single objection. He quickly declared with righteous determination, Director Zhao, rest assured. This case has solid evidence, ironclad proof. I'll immediately apprehend the suspect and resolve the matter as quickly as possible, giving the victim a satisfactory resolution. Make sure you remain fair and impartial during the investigation. Don't be swayed by external factors. Make the case rock solid. Zhao Dongchu paused, then added, Li Dong, relay this message to your station chief, Wang Jeanyong. Secretary Li has already seen this video, and he's highly concerned about this case. You have 3 days. Whether or not you deliver a satisfying result depends entirely on you now. Secretary Li Dong's heart froze upon hearing this. He hurriedly replied, Yes, Director Zhao, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Good. Now return the phone to Jeanyong, Zhao Dongchu instructed. Yes, sir. Li Dong answered promptly. Holding the phone with both hands, he respectfully passed it to Jeanyong and said, "Young Master Jeong, Director Zhao would like to speak with you." In Li Dong's eyes at that moment, Jeanyong was no longer the helpless rural youth he could push around, but someone high above him, someone who could determine his fate. If Jeanyong said anything unfavorable to Zhao Dongchu, the consequences would be unthinkable. Filled with regret, Li Dong thought bitterly. If only he had known Jeanyong had such powerful backing earlier, he would have handled everything differently. "Uncle Zhao." Jeanyong took the phone and greeted warmly. "Xiaoyang, just wait patiently for a few more days. It'll all be settled soon," Zhao Dongchu told him. "Uncle Zhao, I actually need to go into town tomorrow anyway. How about I bring you that bottle of liquor when I come? This time you've helped me immensely. I really should express my thanks in person," Jeanyong insisted. "That works. It's been too long since we've seen each other. Let's have a proper chat. I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. Just call me when you arrive," Zhao Dongchu replied. "All right, Uncle Zhao. You take care then. We'll see each other tomorrow," Jeanyong said before hanging up. Jeanyong lifted his head and glanced at Li Dong. "Chiefly, I'm heading into town shortly. Do I still need to go to the police station with you?" No need at all. You go ahead and take care of your business. The facts of the case are clear now. Just stop by later to give your statement when you're free," Li Dong said, wiping cold sweat from his forehead and forcing a nervous smile. "Got it, Chiefly. I'll send you the video right away." As he spoke, Jeanyong exchanged phone numbers with Li Dong and forwarded the video. "Young Master Jeong, I'll be off now, but feel free to call me anytime. I'm at your service," Li Dong said with a smile. Then turning to his two subordinates, he ordered sharply, "Put him in the car. Watch him closely. If anything happens, I'll hold you personally responsible." "Yes, sir," they responded crisply, twisting Li Ergo's arms behind his back before shoving him roughly into the patrol car. Li Dong glanced at Lin Hu, who was cowering behind like a startled bird, trembling in fear. Looking up briefly at Jeanyong, Li Dong addressed Lin Hu, "Village Chief Lin, you're suspected of giving false testimony. Come with us." "Ah." Lin Hu cried out in panic, managing a grimace that looked worse than a cry. "Chiefly, do I really have to go?" "Yes. Village Chief Lin, I ask for your cooperation with our investigation. Otherwise," Li Dong cut in firmly, "I'll have no choice but to detain you on suspicion of obstructing official duties. The decision is yours." "Ah." Lin Hu slumped, his eyes filled with dread, his former authority as village chief completely gone. Desperately, he turned toward Jeanyong, pleading weakly, "Xiaoyang." But Jeanyong remained impassive, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Lin Hu was certainly involved in Li Ergo's wrongdoing, at the very least, an accomplice. There was no way Jeanyong would help him now. "Humph," Zheng Yaoxian sighed softly, watching Lin Hu's pitiful state. A twinge of pity stirred within him. After hesitating a moment, he said to Jeanyong, "Xiaoyang, do an old man a favor. Let him off for now. We can deal with him after the truth comes out." Zhang Yang's expression flickered slightly with hesitation. But Zheng Yaoxian had worked tirelessly these past few days. He deserved some respect. So Jeanyong turned to Li Dong and said, "Chiefly, the priority now is investigating Li Ergo's crimes. Let's put his case on hold for the time being." "Fine. We'll set it aside for now." Li Dong turned back to Lin Hu. "Village Chief Lin, since young Master Jeong has shown leniency, I won't take you in today. But you're a smart man. You know what you must do if you hope for lenient treatment." Yes. I'll reflect deeply and get back to you soon with a proper account." Lin Hu gasped in relief, hastily replying. Li Dong hesitated no longer. He nodded at Jeanyong, then quickly stepped into the police car and drove off, rapidly leaving Xiaoshui village behind. Lin Hu could no longer bear to stay. With a complex look toward Jeanyong, he slunk away in shame, and the rest of the Lin family followed him like a defeated army, fleeing in disarray. Ow! Ow! Led by Zheng Weimin, the Zheng family burst into cheers. The onlookers now looked at Jeanyong with awe and astonishment. No one had expected that Jeanyong wielded such power, toppling two great scourges of the village, Li Ergo and Lin Hu, with just a few actions. In many hearts, a clear realization dawned. Change was coming to Xiaoshui village. Chapter 68, Jeanyong arrives. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the villagers were cheering, two massive Jeep Wranglers came roaring straight toward them. Zheng Weimin, who now deeply respected Jeanyong, flashed a cold look and immediately stepped in front of him, shouting loudly, "Li Ergo's men are coming. Get into position and protect Xiaoyang." At Zheng Weimin's words, over 20 men from the Zheng family quickly formed a protective line, shielding Jeanyong completely behind them. Jeanyong looked toward the approaching vehicles, a faint smile appearing on his face. He waved at Zheng Weimin and called out, "Uncle Zheng, don't worry, it's my friends." Even as he spoke, the two jeeps came to a stop just outside the crowd. The doors opened, and two tall, strikingly composed women stepped out. One of them was none other than Qin Yuyan. Friends, Zheng Weimin and the others from the Zheng family instinctively turned to look. When they saw Qin Yuyan and the woman beside her, they froze. These two women were simply too beautiful. Qin Yuyan stood nearly 170 centimeters tall, wearing a form-fitting windbreaker that accentuated her long, curvaceous figure. On her feet were hiking boots, her head crowned with a baseball cap, and her angelic face radiated confidence and charm. She exuded both elegance and strength. The woman beside her was slightly shorter, at 165 centimeters, but still tall, dressed in a sleek black business suit that emphasized her mature, professional aura. Wow, Xiaoyang," Zheng Weimin murmured admiringly, leaning close to whisper, "Which one is your girlfriend? They're incredibly beautiful, more stunning than any celebrity on TV." "Girlfriend?" Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat at the words. Without thinking, he glanced toward Qin Yuyan, then quickly shook his head. "Uncle Zheng, you're joking. They're not my girlfriends. Don't say things like that, or it'll be awkward if they hear." Zheng Weimin chuckled, giving Jeanyong a knowing wink. "It doesn't matter if they aren't your girlfriends now. They might be in the future. Young man, I'm rooting for you." Jeanyong helplessly shook his head but didn't reply further. He clasped his hands together and addressed the villagers. "Dear elders, uncles, aunts, neighbors, all of you. I couldn't have made it through today's crisis without your support. I have urgent matters now, but I promise to throw a grand banquet later to repay your kindness. You must all come and grace the occasion." Don't talk like that, Xiaoyang, said Zheng Weimin, now Zhang Yang's most vocal supporter, stepping forward. We're all kin here. This is what we should do. And actually, it's us who should thank you for ridding our village of Liergo, that big menace. Am I right, everyone? You're absolutely right, Weimin. Xiaoyang. We'd have done the same. Please don't feel indebted. Yes, yes. Who would have thought the silver mine was sabotaged by that beastly Liergo? He deserved what he got. Exactly. With such a villain in our Xiao Shui village, none of us could live in peace. It's us who should be thanking you. Voices rose from every direction, buzzing with agreement. At that moment, Zheng Yaoxian stepped forward, waving his hands. All right, everyone go about your business now. Let's disperse. Hearing Zheng Yaoxian, the crowd began slowly walking away after bidding farewell to Jeanyong. I'm off, Xiaoyang. Call me if you need anything. Zheng Weimin said. Jeanyong waved, then called out, Uncle Weimin, Grandpa Zheng. Wait a moment. Zheng Weimin paused, glancing at Zheng Yaoxian before turning back to Jeanyong. What is it, Xiaoyang? Something else. Jeanyong smiled gently and said, Grandpa Zheng, Uncle Weimin, my two friends here plan to buy fruit from our village. They've come today to assess the local produce. You know much more about this than I do. Could you please give them an introduction? Buy our village's fruit. That's great news. I'll definitely stay. Zheng Weimin said excitedly. Xiaoyang, is everything finally resolved? Thank heavens. Mother Zhang emerged, accompanied by Sister Xiao Lian, her expression filled with emotion. Jeanyong smiled reassuringly. Mom, Sister Xiao Lian, don't worry. Li Ergo has been arrested, and this matter is completely settled. Thank heavens, thank heavens. His mother clapped her hands, then added, Xiaoyang, what are you standing around for? Quickly invite your Grandpa Zheng and Uncle Weimin inside. Sister Xiao Lian's face also lit up with joy, her eyes gazing lovingly at Jeanyong, brimming with happiness. Just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly shifted, and she whispered cautiously to Jeanyong, Xiaoyang. Who are they? At that very moment, Qin Yuyan approached with a young woman in business attire beside her. Jeanyong said to Li Xiulian, Sister Xiulian, they're my friends. Let's talk later. As he spoke, Jeanyong walked toward Qin Yuyan and politely extended his hand. Manager Qin, we meet again. Friends. Li Xiulian looked at the radiant Jeanyong and the elegant, poised Qin Yuyan, a trace of sadness flickering in her eyes. A nameless bitterness welled up inside her. She quietly stepped back, lowered her head awkwardly, and stood there lost in thought. Chapter 69, Jealousy. Hello, Miss Qin, we meet again. Jeanyong said, extending his hand toward Qin Yuyan in a gentlemanly manner. Qin Yuyan stared at him expressionlessly, completely motionless, clearly showing no intention of shaking his hand. The young woman behind Qin Yuyan couldn't help but burst into laughter, her eyes now filled with teasing as she looked at Jeanyong. Jeanyong felt instantly awkward and somewhat humiliated, beginning to withdraw his hand, when suddenly Qin Yuyan reached into her bag and pulled out an exquisitely wrapped jade box, thrusting it into his hands, saving him from the embarrassment. Puzzled, Jeanyong glanced curiously at the jade box in his hands and asked Qin Yuyan, Manager Qin, what is this? Before Qin Yuyan could respond, Jeanyang's mother approached with Li Xiulian and asked him, Xiaoyang, who are these two young ladies? Hastily, Jeanyong replied, Mom, this is Ms. Qin Yuyan, the owner of Baikatang Pharmacy in the county town, and this lady is her friend. The girl behind Qin Yuyan stepped forward automatically, blinked playfully at Jeanyong, and said, Hu Rian. Jeanyong smiled and nodded at Hu Rian, then turned back to his mother. Mom, Miss Qin and Ms. Hu are very interested in our village's fruit. They came today mainly to discuss fruit procurement. Fruit procurement? That's wonderful news. Jeanyang's mother exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing that Qin Yuyan and Hu Rian had come for fruit purchases, Li Xiulian inexplicably relaxed, her previously stiff expression softening considerably. Jeanyong gestured toward his mother and Li Xiulian and introduced them to Qin Yuyan. Miss Qin, Ms. Hu, this is my mother and Sister Xiulian. Qin Yuyan gave a small smile and greeted them politely. Auntie, Sister Xiulian, hello. Jeanyang's mother stepped forward warmly. Miss Qin, Miss Hu, you're both so beautiful, like fairies from a painting. Who would have thought our Xiaoyang has such lovely friends? Come, let's not stand outside. Step inside for some tea. As she spoke, Jeanyang's mother directly reached out and took the hands of both Qin Yuyan and Hu Rian, leading them toward the house. The two women exchanged surprised glances but didn't resist, following her through the courtyard gate. Grandpa Zheng, Uncle Weimin, let's go in too. Jeanyong called out to Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Weimin. Just then, Li Xiulian gently tugged on Zhang Yang's sleeve. Understanding her cue, Jeanyong slowed his pace. After Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Weimin had entered the house, he quietly asked Li Xiulian, What is it, Sister Xiulian? Something wrong. Li Xiulian pressed her pretty lips together and murmured, Xiaoyang, since when did you have such beautiful friends? How come I never knew anything about them? Sister, are you jealous? Zhang Yang's eyes lit up with amusement as he teased her. You little rascal, what nonsense are you saying? Who's jealous? Li Xiulian stammered, flustered. Haha. Jeanyong chuckled, catching the faint sourness in her tone. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he said, Sister Xiulian, are they really that pretty? I don't think so at all. Compared to you, they're nothing special. Li Xiulian's eyes sparkled upon hearing his words, a faint smile creeping onto her lips. Pouting slightly, she retorted, You're just saying whatever comes to mind to make me happy. I'm just a simple village girl. How can I possibly compare to them? Sister Xiulian, you're being unfair to me. I'm not lying. In my heart, you're far more beautiful than them. Honestly, Jeanyong declared earnestly. I'd sooner believe ghosts exist than trust a man's sweet talk. Don't think I'll fall for your words so easily. Li Xiulian replied with a playful smile. Sister Xiulian, to be honest, I can't even call them true friends. I only met Ms. Qin yesterday, and this is the first time I've ever seen Hu Rian. Jeanyong quickly changed the subject. Li Xiulian frowned, puzzled. Then why would they travel so far just to buy fruit from our village? Jeanyong paused to think before replying. Well, it's actually an exchange. Later, I'll take Ms. Qin Yuyan into the mountains to find a special herb, and in return, she'll arrange for her contacts to purchase our village's fruit. That's all there is to it. Oh, I see. Li Xiulian finally breathed easy, her worries completely gone. Her eyes softened as she gazed at Jeanyong and said, "Let's hurry inside. We shouldn't keep our guests waiting." With that, she strode toward the house, her steps noticeably lighter than before. Jeanyong smiled gently, then entered the room. He first introduced Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Weiman to Qin Yuyan and Hu Rian, then shook the jade box in his hand and asked Qin Yuyan, "Miss Qin, may I ask what this is?" Qin Yuyan said calmly to Jeanyong, "Have you forgotten the phone call you made to me yesterday? Could it be the acupuncture needles?" Zhang Yang's eyes lit up as he asked Qin Yuyan. Qin Yuyan gave him a slight nod. Excitedly, Jeanyong immediately opened the jade box and saw a layer of gold foil inside, thin as cicada wings. Resting on the foil was a row of dozens of shimmering silver needles. Jeanyong picked up one needle and gently shook it. A faint, melodic chime, like the soft cry of a dragon, rippled through the air. Extremely pleased, he smiled at Qin Yuyan and said, "Manager Qin, I'm very satisfied with this set of needles. How much do they cost? I'll transfer the payment to you right now." Chapter 70. Silver needles worth 2 million. Transfer me the money? Qin Yuyan stared at Jeanyong with a blank expression, though her eyes held a strange glint. Seeing her reaction, Jeanyong felt puzzled and said aloud, "Miss Qin, don't stand on ceremony. Paying for what you buy is only natural. Just tell me the price. I'll transfer it right away." A peculiar smile flickered across Qin Yuyan's lips as she told him, "Fine. Since you insist, I'll give you a discount. Just pay this amount." As she spoke, she lifted two delicate, porcelain-white fingers and waved them gently in front of Jeanyong. 2,000. Sure, I'll send it to your WeChat right now. Jeanyong assumed the silver needles were priced at 2,000 yuan. Although he thought 2,000 was slightly expensive, considering he'd just earned 400,000 from Qin Yuyan yesterday, he didn't hesitate. He pulled out his phone, ready to make the transfer. 2,000. Qin Yuyan merely smiled, saying nothing. Jeanyong froze at her reaction. After a moment's hesitation, he asked cautiously, "Miss Qin, is it not 2,000? Could it be 20,000? At that thought, his heart ached. 20,000 for a set of acupuncture needles. That was quite costly. Still, it was barely within his acceptable range. After all, the set looked extremely exquisite, and he really liked it. But Qin Yuyan acted as if she hadn't heard him at all. She calmly picked up her teacup and took a small sip, remaining completely silent. Zhang Yang's heart sank. His brows knitted together. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Miss Qin, surely the price of this set of needles isn't 200,000? Wrong." Qin Yuyan said coolly, setting down her cup with deliberate grace. "Not 200,000. 2 million. 2 million. 2 million. 2 million. Everyone in the room except Hu Rian gasped in shock. Especially Zheng's mother, Zheng Yaoxian, Zheng Weiman, and Li Xiulian. Combined, they had likely never seen 2 million yuan in their entire lives. Hearing that a mere box of silver needles cost 2 million, they stood with mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Jeanyong was equally stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. But seeing Qin Yuyan sitting there so calm and composed, a flash of realization crossed his eyes. He took a deep breath and asked, "Miss Qin, you're joking with me, right?" Before Qin Yuyan could respond, Hu Rian stood up and said to Jeanyong, "Little Zhang, Sister Yuyan isn't joking. In fact, these needles are actually worth far more than 2 million. Sister Yuyan is already being very generous to you." "Is that so?" Jeanyong twitched an eyebrow at the familiar address, Little Zhang, then placed the box of needles back on the table and said to Hu Rian, "Miss Hu, it seems I'm terribly ignorant. I'd like to hear exactly why these needles are worth 2 million. Please enlighten me." Hu Rian smiled gently, unperturbed by Zhang Yang's tone. She stood, picked up the box, and said, "Of course. Let me explain briefly. Everyone, please look. This jade case is carved from a single piece of Hetian seed jade. Setting aside everything else, a piece of raw Hetian seed jade this large would be worth over 2 million yuan at today's market prices. And this is no ordinary carving. It's a masterpiece by the renowned jade artisan He Wensheng from 500 years ago." "Hetian seed jade? A jade carver from 500 years ago?" Zhang Yang's eyes lit up as he asked. "Could it be? Could these silver needles themselves be 500 years old?" Hu Rian smiled and nodded. "Exactly. These are known as the golden jade Jeanyong needles, the very acupuncture set used by Li Shizhen, the sage of medicine, during his travels across the land 5 centuries ago. Forged from celestial dark iron, each needle is lined with 20-karat pure gold foil. The jade case was painstakingly crafted by He Wensheng, a dear friend of Li Shizhen, from a single flawless block of Hetian seed jade. This set is hailed as the foremost among the 10 most extraordinary acupuncture sets in China." She paused, then continued, "Sister Yuyan acquired this set at an auction in Longdu 2 years ago for 5 million. Last year, Qianjin Yue, a major collector in Qingzhou, offered 10 million to buy it. Sister Yuyan didn't even hesitate. She turned him down immediately. So today, it's truly remarkable. Not only is she willing to sell this set to you, but at the incredibly low price of 2 million, it seems you hold quite a special place in her heart. Otherwise, Rian, have you finished showing off?" Qin Yuyan interrupted coolly. "Done, done." Hu Rian playfully made a face at Qin Yuyan, quickly sat back down, and fell utterly silent. Jeanyong stood dumbfounded, feeling utterly helpless. He had merely wanted a simple set of silver needles for Zhang Yinshan's acupuncture treatment, but never expected Qin Yuyan to produce such an extraordinarily renowned set. He was now completely at a loss, almost wanting to burst into tears. Huff! Jeanyong took a deep breath, placed the set of needles back onto the table, gently pushed it toward Qin Yuyan, and said aloud, "Miss Qin, you had better take these needles back. I can't afford them." Chapter 71. Spinal nerve necrosis. Qin Yuyan smiled slightly and gently pushed the golden jade Jeanyong needles back toward Jeanyong, saying, "I don't want you to buy them. This set of needles, I'm giving it to you." "What? You're giving them to me?" Jeanyong was stunned. According to Hu Rian, Qin Yuyan had bid 5 million at an auction for this very set of needles. If they were truly the ones once used by Li Shizhen, their actual value would definitely exceed 10 million. Now Qin Yuyan was actually giving this priceless treasure away to him. This was beyond generous. Not only Jeanyong, but everyone else in the room was utterly shocked as well. Especially Hu Rian. She had a close relationship with Qin Yuyan and fully understood just how precious these silver needles were. Hearing that Qin Yuyan was simply handing them over to Jeanyong for nothing left her deeply curious about the nature of their relationship, wondering what could possibly drive Qin Yuyan to such a drastic gesture. That's right. These needles are already yours. Put them away, Qin Yuyan said calmly to Jeanyong. Xiaoyang Yu, Zhang's mother was a simple, honest woman. Though uneducated, she had always lived humbly and never took so much as a needle from anyone in her life. Seeing Qin Yuyan gift her son silver needles worth 2 million made her heart race, and she immediately tried to say something to her son. Jeanyong understood his mother's concern perfectly. He waved her off gently before turning to Qin Yuyan and saying, Miss Qin, as the saying goes, one shouldn't accept gifts without merit. I have no reason to receive such an invaluable gift from you. Please take them back. Qin Yuyan had expected Jeanyong to refuse, but not so firmly and decisively. A flicker of admiration flashed across her eyes as she replied, It's not like you've done nothing. Yesterday, you gave that bottle of wine to Grandpa Li, and he shared half a bottle with my grandfather. Grandpa Li was even willing to give you a courtyard house within Beijing's second ring road just for that wine. Compared to that, giving you a set of needles is nothing. In fact, I'm the one who gained more from you, so you should accept them without hesitation. Zhang Yang's heart stirred. Truthfully, he did greatly admire those golden jade Jeanyong needles, not just because they were supposedly used by Li Shizhen, but also because their craftsmanship offered an exceptional tactile experience, allowing a practitioner to maximize the precision of acupuncture techniques. But after a brief hesitation, he replied firmly, Miss Qin, first of all, thank you sincerely for your generosity. However, that bottle of wine was my voluntary gift to Mr. Li. What he chooses to do with it has nothing to do with me. Therefore, I cannot accept these needles. Thank you again for your kind offer. Qin Yuyan's eyes flickered with surprise. She was an intelligent woman. When she saw how highly old fox Li Lingyun valued that bottle of wine, willing to trade a Beijing inner ring courtyard house for it, she immediately realized its extraordinary worth, which was why she managed to secure half a bottle for her own grandfather from Li Lingyun. An intensely proud person deep down, Qin Yuyan hated owing others without repayment. That was precisely why she brought the golden jade Jeanyong needles. She believed half a bottle of that wine was worth at least this much. Yet she hadn't expected Jeanyong to refuse so resolutely. After a moment of thought, she asked him, What do you need the needles for? Are you planning to use them yourself, or do you have some other purpose? Jeanyong didn't hide anything from Qin Yuyan. He said directly, Miss Qin, my father was recently sabotaged and injured in the lower back. The hospital diagnosed him with spinal nerve necrosis. He's lost his ability to work and is now bedridden. What? Your father also has spinal nerve necrosis? Qin Yuyan suddenly exclaimed loudly upon hearing this, her face turning abnormally pale. Jeanyong froze at her reaction, feeling deeply puzzled. He nodded and said, Yes, Miss Qin. Is something wrong? Nothing. It's just that a friend of mine was also diagnosed with spinal nerve necrosis and has lost the ability to walk. That's why I reacted this way. Please continue. Qin Yuyan quickly regained her composure and urged him on. Hearing her words, Jeanyong suddenly understood. Qin Yuyan's desperate pursuit of the golden crown dragon snake's gallbladder and the mysterious Xinhun grass was probably all for this friend suffering from spinal nerve necrosis. But whether this friend was male or female remained unclear. At that thought, a strange sense of bitterness welled up inside him. Jeanyong, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Yuyan noticed that Jeanyong had fallen silent for a long time, and asked urgently. Chapter 72, Fulfilling All Your Demands. Oh, after hearing Qin Yuyan's words, Jeanyong immediately snapped back to attention and said with renewed vigor, Here's the thing. I recently learned a set of acupuncture techniques from an old traditional Chinese doctor. It has very noticeable effects on treating spinal nerves, so I asked you to bring me a box of silver needles so I can start acupuncture treatment for my father as soon as possible. Acupuncture. Qin Yuyan's eyes flickered with sharp interest as she asked Jeanyong, Who's going to perform this acupuncture on your father? Is it that old TCM practitioner you just mentioned? Jeanyong shook his head at Qin Yuyan and proudly declared, No, I'll do it myself. You? Disappointment flashed in Qin Yuyan's eyes as she said to Jeanyong, Jeanyong, let me ask you, how long have you been studying this so-called acupuncture technique? Well, only about half a month or so, Jeanyong admitted, scratching his head awkwardly, understanding what Qin Yuyan was implying. Half a month. Qin Yuyan shook her head and cautioned him. Jeanyong, from what I know, acupuncture requires extremely precise control of force and energy. Without proper training and years of practice, using it recklessly could bring unknown risks to the patient. I urge you to think carefully. If anything goes wrong, the consequences would be irreversible. Zheng Yaoxian chimed in, saying to Jeanyong, Xiaoyang, what Miss Qin said makes sense. I know you've been spending a lot of time lately with old Lu, always hanging around his place studying that tattered old medical book, trying to find a cure for Yinshan's condition. But even old Lu couldn't help your dad. So how could you, after just a few days of learning, possibly cure him? That's nonsense. I won't allow you to stick any needles into Yinshan. Zheng Weimin also added his voice at this moment. Xiaoyang, I understand how you feel. But haven't you noticed that old Lu hasn't done acupuncture on anyone much these past few years? A few years back, he treated a patient from the neighboring village and caused uncontrollable bleeding. Nearly got reported to the police station. Even an experienced TCM practitioner like old Lu made such a mistake. How can you, after only reading some medical books for a few days, recklessly try acupuncture on Yinshan? It's far too dangerous. Jeanyong fell silent after hearing everyone's opinions. Though they were all questioning his ability, he wasn't angry. He knew their concerns came from genuine care for Zhang Yinshan's well-being. Otherwise, why would they bother speaking up? What troubled Jeanyong more was that there were certain things he simply couldn't explain. He couldn't exactly say he had inherited the mystic medical scripture from the system. That would make people think he'd lost his mind. Li Shilian felt a pang of pain in her heart, seeing Jeanyong fall silent. Hesitating briefly, she stepped forward and spoke up for him. Grandpa Zhang, Uncle Weimin, I respectfully disagree with what you're saying. Just yesterday, Xiaoyang used the massage technique he'd just learned on Zhang Shu, and Zhang Shu felt greatly relieved. His legs actually regained some sensation. If old Lu couldn't do it, it doesn't mean Jeanyong can't. If he wants to try acupuncture on Zhang Shu, there must be good reason behind it. This. Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Weimin were stunned by Li Shulian's bold defense. They exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Hearing Li Shulian's words warmed Zhang Yang's heart. He lifted his head and looked at her, suddenly feeling a delightful glow inside. Feeling his gaze, Li Shulian blushed slightly and instinctively lowered her head. At this moment, Zhang's mother stepped forward to mediate. Miss Qin, Uncle Zheng, Weimin, since Xiaoyang gave Yinshan a massage yesterday, he really did feel much better. Last night, he even told me his limbs felt warm and much more comfortable. Yinshan himself wants Xiaoyang to try acupuncture on him. Zheng Yaoxian, Zheng Weimin, Qin Yuyan, and Hu Ruyan all fell into silence. Clearly, none of them approved of Zhang Yang performing acupuncture on Zhang Yinshan. But since this was ultimately a family matter, they didn't feel they could say more. Uncle Zheng. A voice suddenly called from the inner room. Zheng Yaoxian quickly stood and headed toward the bedroom, the others rising to follow him. Yinshan, don't get up, stay lying down. What is it? Zheng Yaoxian hurried forward upon seeing Zhang Yinshan struggling to sit up. Uncle Zheng, for the past few days, Xiaoyang has been massaging me every day, and I really have started to feel some sensation in my legs. And yes, I've agreed to let him try acupuncture on me, Zhang Yinshan said firmly. Worry flickered in Zheng Yaoxian's eyes as he said, but, before Zheng Yaoxian could finish, Zhang Yinshan cut in. Uncle Zheng, I know what you're worried about. But look at me now, how much worse could it possibly get? At least let Xiaoyang try. I know Xiaoyang's temperament better than you. He won't give up unless he gets to try for himself. Alright, Zheng Yaoxian sighed helplessly. Qin Yuyan's brow furrowed slightly as she said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, tell me the truth. What are your chances of curing your father's spinal nerve necrosis with acupuncture? A flicker of irritation flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. Being questioned repeatedly like this would frustrate even the most patient person, let alone someone as proud as Zhang Yang. Miss Qin, are you doubting me? What if I told you I have a 100% chance of curing my father? Would you believe me? Zhang Yang replied stiffly. Qin Yuyan stared straight into his eyes and said, Then, do you dare perform acupuncture on your father right now? Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Zhang Yang retorted defiantly. Fine, then do it now. If you can prove you're capable of curing spinal nerve necrosis, not only will I give you this set of golden jade Jeanyong needles, but I'll also fulfill any demand you have. Chapter 73. I want you. Will you give yourself to me? Meet all my demands. Zhang Yang's heart stirred at Qin Yuyan's words, and he asked aloud. Miss Qin, I don't understand what you mean. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Does that make it clear? Qin Yuyan replied bluntly. Anything I want, you'll give it to me? A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he immediately recalled the task assigned by the system. A faintly wicked smile crossed his lips. He stepped directly beside Qin Yuyan and whispered so only the two of them could hear. Miss Qin, if later on, I want you, will you give yourself to me? You. A flicker of anger flashed across Qin Yuyan's eyes, shattering her earlier composure. She shot Zhang Yang a sharp, icy glare, utterly unprepared for such a bold remark. Seeing her expression, Zhang Yang felt a pang of regret, realizing how abrupt his words had been. But there was no taking them back now. He forced himself to hold her gaze steadily, feigning nonchalance. Qin Yuyan took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and leaned close to Zhang Yang's ear, whispering softly. I already said, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. That includes myself. Zhang Yang's heart leapt with joy. You're serious? No backing out later. Humph. Qin Yuyan gave a cold laugh. Don't get too excited just yet. The condition is that you must prove you can cure spinal nerve necrosis. If you dare deceive me, you'll pay dearly for those words. Huh. Miss Qin, rest assured, I won't give you the chance. Seeing the light of success in completing his mission to conquer Qin Yuyan, Zhang Yang felt a surge of confidence. He turned to his mother and said, Mom, bring me a candle. I'm going to start acupuncture now. Everyone, watch closely. This is the moment miracles happen. Xiaoyang, you. Zhang's mother sensed something unusual in his demeanor, her eyes filling with concern. Qin Yuyan spoke up. No need for a candle. I have an alcohol lamp. She reached over and grabbed her large hiking backpack, pulling out a compact medical kit. Inside was a small alcohol lamp alongside bandages, gauze, several surgical blades, and a few emergency anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicines, all prepared in advance for her mountain expedition. Here, she handed the alcohol lamp to Zhang Yang. He took it and said, Miss Qin, you really thought of everything. Bringing an alcohol lamp too. Enough talk. Hurry up and start the acupuncture. Qin Yuyan snapped coolly. Unfazed, Zhang Yang turned to Li Shulian. Shulian, help me prepare a basin of warm water and a clean towel. Of course, I'll get it right away. Li Shulian quickly brought over a basin of warm water and a fresh white towel. Zhang Yang then turned to Zhang Yinshan. Dad, I'm about to perform acupuncture on you. Are you ready? Huh. Zhang Yinshan took a deep breath and said firmly, I'm ready, son. Your old man believes in you. Do whatever you need to do. Let's go. Zhang Yang smiled gently. Dad, don't be nervous. I'll cure you. Before long, you'll be able to walk again. Zhang Yinshan nodded heavily, closing his eyes slightly. Zhang Yang took the towel and gently wiped his father's body. Then he lit the alcohol lamp, drew the longest golden jade Jeanyong needle from the jade case, sterilized it briefly over the flame, and said, Dad, you might feel tingling, numbness, or swelling shortly. Try your best to endure it and stay still. If it becomes unbearable, call me. I'll stop immediately. Ha! Zhang Yinshan laughed heartily. Boy, you're underestimating your old man. Go ahead and stick me. If I flinch even once, I don't deserve to be your father. Zhang Yang smiled, focused his mind, activated the mystic healing scripture to its fullest, and carefully inserted the needle straight into the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of Zhang Yinshan's foot. Chapter 74. Lift your feet. Everyone in the room held their breath, eyes locked onto Zhang Yang, afraid to miss a single movement. Zhang's mother wore a look of intense anxiety. Though she had verbally supported Zhang Yang performing acupuncture on Zhang Yinshan, her heart now throbbed in her throat, sweat beating on her forehead, terrified that Zhang Yang might make a mistake. If anything happened to Zhang Yinshan, it would be a disaster. A flicker of surprise flashed across Qin Yuyan's eyes. She hadn't expected Jeanyong's movements to be so proficient. The way he had just inserted the needle into the Yongquan point at the sole of Zhang Yinshan's foot was clearly not the act of a beginner. A new sense of anticipation stirred within her. Unfazed by everyone's reactions, Jeanyong focused entirely on the needles in his hands and on Zhang Yinshan lying on the bed. His hands moved swiftly, fingers dancing. Within moments, over a dozen needles were precisely inserted into key acupoints on Zhang Yinshan's feet, legs, and waist. How is he moving so fast? This is unbelievable. Hu Rian murmured softly, staring at Zhang Yang's strikingly handsome face. Shut up, don't speak. Before she could finish, Jeanyong snapped her head toward Hu Rian, giving her a sharp, stern glare as she whispered firmly. This was the first time Hu Rian had ever seen Jeanyong so severe. Startled, she immediately clamped a hand over her mouth, frantically shaking her head at Jeanyong, too frightened to utter another sound. Jeanyong shot one more warning glare at Hu Rian before turning back, fixing her gaze once again on Jeanyong, more precisely, on his hands. After inserting over a dozen needles into Zhang Yinshan's feet, legs, and waist, Jeanyong paused, took a deep breath, then summoned all his strength to activate the divine medical scripture passed down from his system. A faint golden glow shimmered around his right hand as he gently grasped the handles of the needles one by one, twisting them in a strange, rhythmic motion. As Jeanyong twisted the needles, they began vibrating at a peculiar frequency, creating an intricate, harmonious resonance. Hey, Uncle Zhang, why does Xiao Yang's acupuncture technique look different from old Lu's? Look, his hands have left the needles, yet they're still trembling. Zheng Weimin whispered to Zheng Yaoxian beside him. Zheng Yaoxian's eyes also gleamed with astonishment as he replied. Not just the needles. Look at the muscles in Yinshan's legs, feet, and waist. They're trembling in sync. Uncle Zheng, you're right. The muscles are moving too. Wait, no, look quick, Uncle Zheng. Aren't those needles turning red? At Zheng Weimin's words, Zheng Yaoxian, Zheng's mother, Li Xiuyan, Qin Yuyan, and Hu Rian all turned their eyes to the needles embedded in Zhang Yinshan's body. Sure enough, just as Zheng Weimin said, the tips of the needles had turned a vivid crimson red. A spark of amazement lit Qin Yuyan's eyes. Suddenly, she realized Jeanyong hadn't been bluffing. He truly possessed exceptional skill in acupuncture. A powerful thought surged within her. Perhaps, just perhaps, Jeanyong really could cure spinal nerve necrosis, a medical challenge considered unsolvable worldwide. Ouch ouch. Just then, Zhang Yinshan, who had been silent and with closed eyes, suddenly let out soft groans, his face turning bright red. Seeing this, Zhang's mother paled, unable to contain her worry any longer. She stepped forward anxiously. Husband, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Yinshan abruptly opened his eyes and forcefully waved at her. Be quiet. Can't you see Xiao Yang is treating me with acupuncture? Don't disturb him. Jeanyong smiled slightly, wiping sweat from his forehead as he said, Dad, it's okay. I'm almost done. How do you feel? Tingly, aching, and a bit painful too. Zhang Yinshan replied joyfully. Ever since his injury, his legs had felt as if they'd been severed, completely numb. Now, to actually feel tingling, soreness, and even pain, it thrilled him beyond words. That's good. It means your damaged meridians are beginning to recover slowly. Dad, bear with it a little longer. Jeanyong encouraged. All right, go ahead. I'll endure. Zhang Yinshan said firmly, closing his eyes once more. Saying nothing further, Jeanyong bent down again and resumed twisting the needles with full concentration. No one knew how long passed. Perhaps 5 minutes, perhaps 10, maybe even half an hour. Sweat drenched Zhang Yang's body, and his face grew extremely pale, yet he continued to push himself relentlessly. Suddenly, Jeanyong let out a loud shout, abruptly standing upright. His hands flew as he pulled out every needle from Zhang Yinshan's body. Then he shouted loudly, Dad, lift your feet. As Zhang Yang's shout rang out, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Zhang Yinshan's feet. Like a reflex, the moment Jeanyong yelled, Zhang Yinshan's feet trembled and, under everyone's astonished eyes, actually lifted up, genuinely lifted off the bed. Chapter 75, Get the hell out right now. Shock, absolute shock. Everyone present had astonishment written all over their faces. Everyone knew that ever since Zhang Yinshan's waist was crushed, both of his legs had completely lost sensation. It wasn't just that he couldn't stand or walk, he couldn't even twitch them. Needles pricking his skin brought no reaction at all. Yet now, after Yang Zhang performed some acupuncture, Zhang Yinshan's legs had actually lifted off the bed. It was utterly unbelievable. Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Weimin stood with mouths agape, staring at Yang Zhang without moving for a long time, completely stunned by this seemingly miraculous technique. Zhang's mother burst into tears of joy, gazing at her husband's raised legs, her eyes brimming with tears. But these were tears of overwhelming happiness, not bitterness. She clearly remembered how depressed and hopeless Yinshan had been after the accident. Determined to cure him no matter what, she tried countless methods over the past month and a half, but none could even make his legs twitch. Now, with just a dozen needles, Yang Zhang had made her husband's feet rise. For the first time, Zhang's mother saw real hope that her husband might be cured. Even more meaningful, this person capable of healing him was Yang Zhang, her own son-in-law. That brought an extra swell of pride in her heart. Qin Yuyan's face also showed utter amazement. She had special interest in spinal nerve necrosis, knowing better than most just how cruel this condition was. Patients first experience gradual leg atrophy and numbness, then paralysis slowly spreads upward, eventually leading to full-body immobility, a vegetative existence confined to a bed. Spinal nerve necrosis remained an unsolvable medical nightmare worldwide. To date, there had never been a single confirmed case of recovery anywhere on Earth. Precisely because of that, Qin Yuyan found Yang Zhang's acupuncture treatment utterly shocking. Could it be? He really can cure spinal nerve necrosis? But how is that possible? She thought silently. If anyone in the room remained calm, it was Li Xiuyan, and that was because her gaze hadn't left Yang Zhang for a single moment. From initial tension, to seeing him drenched in sweat and feeling shinta, when Zhang Yinshan's legs finally lifted, a sparkle flashed in Li Xiuyan's eyes. A sweet warmth welled up inside her. She felt genuine pride for this young man standing before her. Xiaoyang, am I dreaming? Are my legs really lifting? Zhang Yinshan stared wide-eyed, disbelieving, asking Yangzhang. Dad, you're not dreaming. Your legs really are moving, Yangzhang replied, voice thick with emotion. Wah! Zhang Yinshan wept uncontrollably. Ever since his spine was shattered over 2 months ago, he hadn't shed a single tear in front of Yangzhang. But now, tears instantly flooded his face. All right, Dad, your legs have just started recovering. Put your feet down, don't strain yourself, Yangzhang said gently, wiping his own eyes and turning to his father-in-law. No, let me keep them up a little longer, just 1 more minute, Zhang Yinshan pleaded, unwilling to lower his legs. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Yuyan suddenly rushed forward, shouting at Yangzhang. Yangzhang, answer me. Was your father's diagnosis truly spinal nerve necrosis? A cold glint flashed in Yangzhang's eyes as he opened his mouth to respond. Zhang Yinshan's legs dropped heavily back onto the bed. He cried out in pain and immediately tried to lift them again. But no matter how hard he struggled, his feet refused to move even a millimeter. Honey, what's wrong? Don't scare me like this. Zhang's mother hurried forward, voice trembling on the verge of tears. Zhang Yinshan anxiously exclaimed, I've lost all feeling again. Xiaoyang, come quickly. Check what's going on. Yangzhang shot a sharp, furious glare at the panicked Qin Yuyan, then quickly knelt down to take Zhang Yinshan's pulse. After checking his legs thoroughly, he reassured him. Dad, don't worry. Your legs are fine. It's just that the injury has lasted too long. The meridians are damaged and qi and blood flow is blocked. After a few more acupuncture sessions, you'll be able to stand. With trembling excitement, Zhang Yinshan asked, Xiaoyang, are you telling the truth? Can I really stand up again? Dad, why would I lie to you? I promise you, 100%. I will get you back on your feet within 3 months, Yangzhang declared solemnly. Good boy. Zhang Yinshan stammered, overcome with emotion, wanting to say something more but unable to find the words. Enough, Dad. No need for thanks between us. Just rest now. Yangzhang gave Zhang Yinshan a light pat on the arm, then turned to Zhang's mother and said, Mom, clean Dad's TV screen later. After speaking, Yangzhang shot an unusually sharp glance at Qin Yuyan and said coldly, You, come with me for a moment. Qin Yuyan let out a soft breath and followed Yangzhang into the courtyard. Qin Yuyan, what exactly are you trying to imply? Do you doubt my medical skills, or do you think our entire family is conspiring to put on a show for you? Today, you owe me an explanation. Otherwise, get out of here right now. Chapter 76, Humility. Dragons have a scale that cannot be touched, offenders will die. To Jeanyong, his family and kinship were exactly that inviolable scale. What Qin Yuyan had just said didn't merely question Zhang Yang's medical skills. It even insinuated doubts about Zhang Yinshan and Zhang's mother. This was absolutely unacceptable to Zhang Yang. Because of this, Zhang Yang instantly severed ties with Qin Yuyan. It wasn't only for his own sake, but more importantly, for the dignity of his parents. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Qin Yuyan's eyes turned cold. She was also an extremely proud and self-assured person, a celestial maiden born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone, let alone tell her to get lost. Qin Yuyan stared at Zhang Yang coldly, her eyes laced with faint traces of killing intent. As Zhang Yang and Qin Yuyan stood off against each other, the atmosphere grew ominously tense. For a moment, nobody among the onlookers dared utter a word. Xiaoyang, what are you doing? You should not. Li Shulian hesitated briefly upon seeing the scene, then stepped forward and tugged at Zhang Yang's sleeve, trying to urge him to calm down. But before Li Shulian could finish speaking, Zhang Yang waved her hand aside and snapped, Sister-in-law Shulian, this is a matter of principle. Stay out of it. But, Li Shulian furrowed her brows slightly. She hadn't expected Zhang Yang to be so resolute. Still, things couldn't go on like this, so she wanted to try mediating on Qin Yuyan's behalf once more. Qin Yuyan took a deep breath, then offered Li Shulian a slight smile. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Shulian, but please don't interfere. He wants an explanation? Then I'll give him one. Qin Yuyan walked directly to a spot roughly 1 meter from Zhang Yang. She gazed deeply into his eyes and said, Zhang Yang, I never doubted your medical abilities, nor did I mean any disrespect toward your parents. But whether your father's illness is spinal nerve necrosis matters greatly to me. That's why I double-checked with you. If I was rude or inappropriate earlier, I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive me. As she spoke, Qin Yuyan bowed deeply, lowering herself into a 90-degree bow before Zhang Yang, remaining in that posture without rising. Yuyan Jieyu, Hu Rian felt panic welling up inside her at the sight of Qin Yuyan's act. She knew very well how exalted Qin Yuyan's background truly was. Now, she was actually bowing deeply to a village boy. If word got out, the scandal would be unbearable. Hurriedly, she stepped forward, trying to lift Qin Yuyan back up. But Qin Yuyan shot her a sharp glare and waved her away, signaling her to retreat. Then, she lowered her body once again in another solemn bow. Zhang Yang had always been someone who softened at humility and resisted confrontation. Seeing Qin Yuyan's gesture, much of his anger instantly dissipated. At the same time, he felt he might have overreacted earlier. After a brief hesitation, he muttered, Fine, let's let it go. Just get up already. Only then did Qin Yuyan straighten her back. Her eyes locked onto Zhang Yang as she asked, Zhang Yang, so, was your father's condition truly spinal nerve damage or not? Zhang Yang's eyes flared open, the flame of anger that had just subsided now reigniting fiercely. Yet he restrained himself from erupting further and clenched his teeth as he said, You're impossible. Fine, wait here. With that, Zhang Yang turned and went into the house, returning moments later with a stack of documents which he thrust toward Qin Yuyan. Here, these are my father's medical records and all previous x-rays. They clearly state his actual condition. If you still don't believe me, feel free to investigate at the county hospital. I'm sure with your influence, uncovering the truth won't be difficult. Qin Yuyan carefully flipped through Zhang Yinshan's medical file, then raised her head to face Zhang Yang seriously. Thank you for the suggestion. I will send someone to verify this at the county hospital. May I borrow these medical records and x-rays for a few days? I'll return them after authentication. Is that acceptable? Zhang Yang slapped his forehead. He was truly defeated by Jeanyong. With a drained voice, he replied, "Do whatever you want. Anyway, these documents are useless now. Whether you return them or not doesn't matter." Then, a flash of insight crossed Jeanyong's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he asked Jeanyong, "Director Jean, are you going through all this just to prove I really can cure spinal nerve necrosis, so that afterward, I'll treat that person of yours who suffers from it?" Upon hearing Jeanyong's words, Jeanyong's gaze softened. She replied, "That's correct. Everything I've done is to make you agree to treat him." Seeing the tenderness in Jeanyong's eyes, Jeanyong felt uneasy inside. He asked quietly, "Director Jean, may I ask, one friend, just who could possibly be important enough for you to lower yourself so completely?" Chapter 77, The Half-Month Agreement. Humble. Jeanyong frowned slightly and said to Jeanyong, "I don't understand what you mean by that, and I certainly don't think of myself as humble." Jeanyong's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he replied, "For this friend of yours, you've abandoned your privileged life, traveled thousands of miles from the bustling capital Longdu to a backwater place like Xiaoshui County, and stayed here for 3 years. Again, for this same friend, someone proud by nature and noble by birth, you willingly sacrificed your dignity and bowed in apology to me, a mere village boy. Isn't that precisely what it means to be humble?" Jeanyong's expression shifted upon hearing his words. She glanced at Jeanyong with complex eyes and said, "First, I have my own reasons for coming to Xiaoshui County. You're not part of this situation, so you have no right to judge my actions. Second, I apologize because my earlier behavior was indeed rash, but it had nothing to do with your status. Whether you're a rural nobody, a good-for-nothing beggar, or just a loudmouth punk, if I was wrong, I'd still apologize." A wry smile flashed across Jeanyong's face. Jeanyong really had sharp wit. Within just 2 sentences, she completely dismantled his argument while subtly comparing him to a worthless bum and a foul-mouthed thug. His gaze flickering, Jeanyong straightened himself, preparing to counter her words, when suddenly Jeanyong shifted tone and said gravely, "Besides, even if I were being a little humble, so what? If my humility could save my friend's life and help him recover, I would gladly remain humble forever." As she spoke, her expression darkened, and a faint sorrow surfaced in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Jeanyong hesitated, then asked softly, "Your friend also suffers from spinal nerve necrosis?" Jeanyong nodded. "Yes, already 5 years now, and his condition is far worse than your father's. He has completely lost sensation below the waist, and it's gradually spreading upward. The doctors say if left unchecked, the numbness will reach his hands and eventually other parts of his body." Surprise deepened in Jeanyong's eyes. Now he understood why Jeanyong seemed so desperate. If everything she said was true, her friend's illness was extremely severe, on course to becoming a living corpse capable only of thought. In the end, it would be worse than becoming a full vegetative state. At least then there would be no pain. Jeanyong looked at Jeanyong, clenched her teeth, stepped close to him, and whispered into his ear, You want me, don't you? If you can cure my friend, I'll be yours." Jeanyong's face changed dramatically, his eyes flashing with sudden intensity. "Do you mean that seriously? No regrets later?" Jeanyong turned pale, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Then she gritted her teeth and said firmly, "Jeanyong never goes back on her word. If you don't trust me, we can even sign a contract. But before you treat my friend, you must first prove you truly have the ability to cure spinal nerve necrosis. Otherwise, I won't let you near him." "Prove it. How do you want me to prove?" Jeanyong felt a stirring inside and asked. "Simple. Didn't you just promise your father he'd stand again within 3 months? That's too long. I want him standing within 1 month. Only then will I take you to see my friend." Jeanyong declared resolutely. 1 month. A gleam sparked in Jeanyong's eyes as he asked, "Just getting him to stand on his own is enough, right?" "Yes, as long as he stands independently for 1 second. You pass my test," Jeanyong said. Hearing this, Jeanyong relaxed inwardly. Completely curing Jeanyong might be complicated, but making him stand for just 1 second? That was much easier. Filled with confidence, he declared proudly, 1 month is too long. 15 days is more than enough. Miss Jean, come back in 15 days. By then, I'll make you witness with your own eyes as my father rises to his feet." Chapter 78, A Made-Up Master. Half a month? Are you serious? Jeanyong was visibly moved as she asked Jeanyong. She knew very well how difficult it was to treat spinal nerve necrosis. Hearing that Jeanyong claimed he could make a man with dead spinal nerves walk again within half a month, she didn't believe it for a second. Jeanyong gave a proud smile and said, "Miss Jean, do I look like I'm joking? Besides, whether it's true or not, won't you know in half a month? Fine, I'll come back to your home in half a month. I hope you won't let me down." Jeanyong said solemnly to Jeanyong, "You won't be disappointed. You'll witness a miracle with your own eyes." Jeanyong declared confidently, Xiaoyong, can you really make Brother Yinshan stand up again? Can I come see it then, in half a month?" Zheng Weiman stepped forward eagerly, his face glowing with anticipation. "Uncle Weiman, why are you getting so excited? Your legs belong to you. If you show up that day, am I going to chase you away?" Jeanyong laughed. Zheng Weiman had been nothing but supportive today, and Jeanyong didn't want to hurt his feelings. Good. I'll definitely be there." Zheng Weiman beamed, then curiously asked, "Xiaoyong, who did you learn acupuncture from? Was it old Lu? But wait, that can't be right. He doesn't have such skills. Come on, tell us." At Zheng Weiman's words, everyone turned their eyes to Jeanyong. In truth, they all still harbored doubts about his medical abilities. After all, he was so young, and until now had been focused solely on academics, never formally studying medicine. Yet the incredible scene of Jeanyong performing acupuncture on Zhang Yinshan just moments ago remained vivid in their minds. The fact that Yinshan had actually lifted his feet afterward made them reluctantly acknowledge the astonishing power of Jeanyong's skill. It was precisely this contradiction, that a young student could perform such miracles, that filled them all with curiosity. Jeanyong's eyebrows twitched. For a moment, he was at a loss. He couldn't very well say he learned it all from a system. That would get him labeled insane, if not draw unwanted attention, which would be disastrous. His mind raced, his eyes flickered, and an idea struck. Looking at Zheng Weiman and the others, he said, "Learning from old Lu was just one part. Actually, I have another master. Most of my medical knowledge comes from him. A master? Zheng Weiman said excitedly. Xiaoyang, what kind of master? Is he one of those immortal-like hermits, coming and going from the mortal world? Jeanyong played along. Uncle Weiman, my master isn't quite as exaggerated as you describe, but close enough. He's a wandering Taoist priest. I happened to meet him when I was attending high school in the county town. We got along very well. Whenever he was free, on weekends, or in between travels, he'd seek me out and teach me medicine, along with all sorts of strange and unusual knowledge. Honestly, I used to be skeptical about what he taught. Today was the first time I gathered the courage to try it on my father, and I never expected such amazing results. Jeanyong, what's your master's name? Where is he now? Can you contact him? Qin Yuyan's eyes lit up sharply as she urgently questioned him. Well, he's off wandering again. I can't reach him. Of course, the master didn't exist. He was just a fictional shield Jeanyong had created to deflect scrutiny. How could he possibly contact someone who wasn't real? Wandering? Can't be contacted. Qin Yuyan frowned. In her mind, if the disciple was already this remarkable, then the mysterious Taoist must be even more skilled. Having him treat her friend would be far more reliable. Zhang Yang's gaze darted around nervously. Still fabricating freely, he continued. Before he left, he told me he was heading to the Western Plateau to visit some old friends. He said our karmic connection had reached its end, and whether we'd meet again depended entirely on fate. Then he left. Now, I have no idea where to find him. A flash of disappointment crossed Qin Yuyan's eyes, followed by suspicion. Zhang Yang's story sounded too fantastical. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed on. At least you know your master's name, don't you? Of course I know. Zhang Yang blinked, continuing his charade. He once told me his name was, Qinjianzi. Said he was the headmaster of something called the Xin medical sect. Uffed. The old man always talked in mystical riddles. I always thought he was just making things up, so I never took it seriously before. Qinjianzi? The Xin medical sect? Qin Yuyan's brow furrowed slightly. Instinctively, she doubted the truth of Zhang Yang's tale, but she had no way to disprove it. Xiaoyang, you have such an incredible master. Why didn't you say so earlier? You, help me take a look too. See if there's anything wrong with my body. Zheng Weiman stepped forward eagerly, his eyes burning with excitement as he pleaded with Jeanyong, his heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 79, Miraculous Medical Skills. Alright, then let me take a look. Uncle Weiman, sit here and stretch out your hand. Jeanyong smiled slightly, gesturing for Zheng Weiman to sit by the small square table in the courtyard. Zheng Weiman quickly stepped forward and sat down at the table, extending his right hand toward Jeanyong. Uncle Weiman, men use their left hand, women the right. This is the rule, Jeanyong said with a smile. Oh right. Zheng Weiman scratched his head sheepishly and quickly offered his left hand instead. Jeanyong gently laid Zheng Weiman's forearm flat and level with his heart, keeping the wrist straight, palm facing upward, ensuring smooth flow of qi and blood so he could better observe the pulse. Then he placed the 3 fingers of his right hand on the pulse point of Zheng Weiman's wrist, beginning his diagnosis. Qin Yuyan stared intently at Jeanyong, not blinking once. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to assess the true extent of his medical skills. Zheng Weiman had just turned 30, his prime, full of vitality. Standing about 175 centimeters tall, years of hard labor had shaped him into a robust man, one of the strongest in Xiushui village. After a short while, Jeanyong released Zheng Weiman's wrist. Immediately, Zheng Weiman asked eagerly, Well, is everything alright with my health? Jeanyong smiled slightly and replied, Uncle Weiman, don't you already know your own body? You're as strong as an ox. What's there to worry about? A flicker of disappointment passed through Qin Yuyan's eyes. This was not at all what she wanted to hear. It gave her no insight into Zhang Yang's medical abilities. I'm just being cautious. Since you say I'm fine, then I can finally breathe easy. Zheng Weiman chuckled and said. Jeanyong shook his head gently and said, Uncle Weiman, though your body is currently very healthy, there is actually a hidden concern. If it's not properly addressed, the consequences could be severe. Qin Yuyan's eyes lit up suddenly with interest, her focus sharpening back onto Jeanyong. A hidden concern? Zheng Weiman's expression changed instantly. He leaned forward anxiously. Xiaoyang, don't scare me like this. What kind of hidden problem do I have? Tell me quick. Jeanyong waved his hand calmly and said, Uncle Weiman, during cloudy or rainy weather, your right foot feels slightly sore, numb, and swollen. Am I right? Zheng Weiman cried out in astonishment, staring at Jeanyong in disbelief. Xiaoyang, how did you know that? Jeanyong said, Uncle Weiman, never mind how I know. Am I correct or not? Zheng Weiman nodded vigorously and said, Xiaoyang, you're absolutely right. Whenever the weather changes, my right foot starts tingling with numbness and discomfort. But otherwise, it's completely fine, so I've never taken it seriously. I just rub some medicinal wine on it, and the sensation goes away. Xiaoyang, what exactly is wrong with my foot? Jeanyong explained. Based on your pulse, your right foot suffered an injury in childhood that never fully healed, leaving behind lingering effects. Childhood. Injury to my foot. Zheng Weiman looked puzzled, racking his brain trying to recall events from his early years. Jeanyong continued. If I'm not mistaken, you were 6 years old when this happened. 6 years old. Zheng Weiman's eyes suddenly brightened. I remember now. When I was 6, a brick fell on my foot. It swelled badly for several days. My mother applied some herbal poultices, the swelling went down after a few days, and we didn't think much of it afterward. Xiaoyang, did you really deduce all of this just from reading my pulse? That's unbelievable. Qin Yuyan's eyes also sparkled with amazement. If everything Jeanyong had said truly came solely from diagnosing the pulse, then his medical skill must already be at an extraordinary level. Jeanyong smiled lightly and said, The feet are among the most important parts of the human body, one where many major meridians converge. 6 years ago, that injury damaged a tiny but vital meridian in your foot, and it has never fully recovered. He paused, then added, But because the meridian was injured yet not completely severed, and since you're now in your vigorous prime with abundant qi and blood, the symptoms have been suppressed and remain invisible. However, If timely regulation isn't done, once your qi and blood weaken with age and physical decline, the symptoms in your foot will gradually emerge. At its worst, you could end up permanently disabled in your right foot. What? My foot could become disabled. Zheng Weimin was instantly overwhelmed with anxiety upon hearing Zhang Yang's words. He shot to his feet and urgently pleaded, Xiaoyang, what should I do? You must save me. I'll devote my life to repaying your kindness, serving you like an ox or a horse. Chapter 80. Little brother, can you check for me too? Wei Min, when will you ever get rid of this rash temper of yours? If Xiaoyang pointed out your illness, do you think he'd leave it untreated? Sit down properly and stay calm. What's there to panic about? Seeing the situation clearly from the sidelines, Zheng Yaoxian spoke up. Yes, I'll sit. Zheng Weimin replied hastily, straightening himself into a formal posture. Yet his eyes still flickered with unease. Jeanyong smiled at him and waved gently. Uncle Wei Min, don't worry. This is a minor issue I can handle easily. I'll write you a prescription later. Every day, dissolve it in boiling water and soak your feet. After a month, I'll give you an acupuncture session, guaranteed to cure you completely. Great. That's wonderful. Let's do exactly that. Zheng Weimin said excitedly to Jeanyong. Xiaoyang, I was originally half doubting your medical skills, but now you've even diagnosed an injury I suffered when I was 6 years old. That's incredible. I'm convinced. Truly convinced. As he spoke, Zheng Weimin glanced at Zheng Yaoxian and said to Jeanyong, Xiaoyang, Uncle Zheng hasn't been feeling well lately too. Could you take a look at him as well? Zheng Yaoxian's expression shifted slightly. He waved his hand toward Jeanyong and said, Xiaoyang, as the old saying goes, medicine cannot save those destined to die. I know my own body. It's nearly burned out, nearing its end. I might close my eyes forever any day now. There's no need for you to examine me. Jeanyong smiled gently and waved back. Grandpa Zheng, don't talk yourself down. How did you feel after drinking the bottle of liquor I gave you yesterday? A bright gleam flashed in Zheng Yaoxian's aged eyes as he replied. Xiaoyang, come to think of it, since drinking that bottle of yours, I felt stronger in the bones, more energy when walking, and even my spirit has improved. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the strength to endure today's gathering. Could all this really be because of your liquor? Jeanyong laughed heartily. Grandpa Zheng, if you drink 3 qian of that same liquor every morning and evening, and let me prescribe a formula to replenish your body, I may not guarantee everything, but I can promise you an additional 10 years of life. Whoosh! Zheng Yaoxian shot upright from his seat, his voice trembling slightly. Xiaoyang, are you telling the truth? Grandpa, calm down. Do you really doubt my integrity? I wouldn't say such things without confidence. Jeanyong quickly stood up to steady the elderly man. After all, this old gentleman was already advanced in age and physically frail. A sudden surge of emotion could bring serious consequences. Supported by Jeanyong, Zheng Yaoxian slowly sat back down, his heart still pounding. Xiaoyang, I'm already 86. In all the history of our village Xiushui, no one has lived beyond 89. If I could truly reach 96. Jeanyong lightly patted Zheng Yaoxian's hand and said, Grandpa, 10 extra years is just the safest estimate. If you follow my instructions fully, living to 99, or even 109, isn't impossible. Then, surpassing Qingzhou's longevity record would be a glory for our entire Xiushui village. Good. From now on, I'll follow your guidance. Zheng Yaoxian paused, then flashed a sharp look at Zheng Weimin. Wei Min, do you understand what you should do now? Whatever Xiaoyang says, it's as if I said it myself. You must obey unconditionally. Got it. Yes, Uncle Zheng. Your words are engraved in my mind. Zheng Weimin replied earnestly. Then, lifting his head to Jeanyong, he added, Xiaoyang, from now on, tell me whenever you need anything. I'll follow your lead. I'll show you through action. Uncle Wei Min, don't put it like that, Jeanyong said lightly, though inwardly he was overjoyed. This was exactly the response he wanted. With the full support of the Zheng family, his various initiatives in Xiushui village would go much more smoothly. A key reason why he had worked so hard to win over the uncle and nephew. After what had just transpired, Qin Yuyan gained her first real impression of Zhang Yang's medical skill. Still, her doubts weren't entirely erased. After all, neither Zheng Yaoxian nor Zheng Weimin were people she knew well or could fully trust. Qin Yuyan thought for a moment, then subtly gave a glance to Hu Ruyan beside her. Hu Ruyan instantly understood her meaning. She stepped forward toward Jeanyong, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Little brother, I never expected I misjudged you. Your medical skills are truly extraordinary. I'm deeply impressed. Since the opportunity's here, could you check me too, please? As she spoke, Hu Ruyan extended her left hand toward Jeanyong, lips slightly pursed, gazing at him with a coy, charming smile. Author's note. Extra update provided. Thank you all once again for the gifts and support. Chapter 81. An exorbitant consultation fee. Hu Ruyan and Qin Yuyan were two women of utterly contrasting styles. Qin Yuyan was graceful and elegant, her demeanor aloof and striking. Clearly a refined lady from a prominent family, each movement exuding poise and nobility. Hu Ruyan, on the other hand, was petite, barely around 165 centimeters tall, yet she had a well-proportioned, slender figure with just the right curves. Her delicate features and ever-present sweet smile gave her a charming appeal that made people instinctively warm up to her. At this moment, Hu Ruyan smiled coquettishly, pouting slightly in a playful, almost childish manner. Jeanyong had never encountered a woman quite like her before. Her flirtatiousness sent an unexpected ripple through his heart, leaving him momentarily stunned. Kikik. Hu Ruyan giggled melodiously, her voice dripping with sugary sweetness as she said to Jeanyong, Big brother, why are you staring at me like that? It makes me so shy. Just check my pulse, okay? Then I'll treat you to dinner later, pretty please. Vixen. Jeanyong snapped back to his senses, quickly averting his gaze from her and silently cursing himself in his mind. Ahem. He covered his fluster with a few light coughs, composed himself, and said to Hu Ruyan, Ms. Hu, you haven't paid the consultation fee yet. How can I examine your pulse without that? Hu Ruyan gasped in mock surprise, pouting again as she said, I came all the way from the city to buy fruit from your village. You actually have the nerve to charge me for a medical checkup? How stingy can you be? Jeanyong smirked inwardly, feeling a sense of victory. With a calm smile, he replied, Ms. Hu, one thing at a time. I truly appreciate your business in our village, but treating patients and collecting fees is only natural. If everyone who shows up expects a free consultation, things would descend into chaos. Jeanyong silently nodded toward Hu Rian. Seeing this, Hu Rian sighed dramatically. Fine, fine. You tightwad, just name your price. I'll pay whatever you say. A mischievous, almost devilish grin flickered across Jeanyong's lips as he said, It's simple. The fee is 10% of your net worth. And since you're supporting our village's fruit industry, I'll cut you a deal. Just 5% of your total value will do. What? 10% of my net worth? That's highway robbery. Hu Rian exclaimed in shock. By Jeanyong's logic, if someone was worth 100 million, a single visit would cost 10 million. An astronomical sum, nothing short of a fortune. Jeanyong chuckled smugly. Well, sorry, but it's what my Taoist master taught me when he passed down his medical knowledge. He said this is the sacred rule of our mystical healing sect. I can't go against tradition. But, Hu Rian retorted, her eyes darting slyly toward Zheng Weimin and Zheng Yaoxian standing nearby. Why didn't you charge these two 10% of their net worth earlier? Jeanyong answered flatly. Grandpa Zheng and Uncle Weimin are practically family. Would I ever charge family for medical help? Ms. Hu, don't you agree? Jeanyong's expression shifted slightly, as if about to speak, but Hu Rian, quick-witted and playful, turned back to Jeanyong with twinkling eyes. Big brother, you really want 10% of my net worth as a consultation fee? Jeanyong deliberately wore a troubled look. Ms. Hu, I don't want to be difficult either, but rules are rules. If my Taoist master found out I broke them, he'd never forgive me. Surely you wouldn't want that. Stop. Don't say another word. Fine, I'll pay you 10%. Hu Rian declared, then extended her soft, fair hand toward Jeanyong and said, Now, hand me $1,000. Jeanyong stared at her, utterly bewildered. Wait, Ms. Hu, what are you talking about? You're supposed to be paying me, not the other way around. Hu Rian grinned like a little fox who just pulled off a clever trick. Big brother, my current net worth is negative 10,000 yuan. 10% of that is negative 1,000. So if you're claiming 10% of my worth, you owe me 1,000 yuan. What? Your net worth is negative 10,000. Jeanyong frowned slightly. Ms. Hu, are you joking? Aren't you the owner of Tianrun Supermarket? You've dozens of branches across Qingzhou. How could your net worth possibly be negative? Chapter 82. Little brother, you're a good person. Kikik. Hu Rian giggled, waving playfully at Jeanyong. Little brother, don't be in such a rush. I'm not tricking you. I'll explain everything to you. Jeanyong's expression grew slightly colder. Truthfully, his demand for a consultation fee from Hu Rian had been half joking. Even if she had insisted on paying, he would have found an excuse to refuse. After all, she was here to purchase fruit, which was actually beneficial for Xiushui village. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly accept her money? Yet Hu Rian's evasion caught him off guard. He felt as though he were being toyed with, and that made him deeply uncomfortable. He watched her coldly, waiting to see what excuse she would come up with next. Cough cough. Hu Rian wore a faint, delicate smile as she said to Jeanyong, Little brother, here's the thing. It's true that Tianrun Supermarket belongs to my family, but strictly speaking, it's my father who you at his property. It's his wealth, not mine. So it absolutely can't count as my personal net worth. Huh. Jeanyong's eyes widened. He never expected such an answer, yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, Hu Rian was barely in her early 20s. There was no way she could have built Tianrun Supermarket into one of Qingzhou's leading enterprises on her own. But according to your logic, Jeanyong countered, your father Hu Yueta is a billionaire tycoon. As his daughter, even if your personal fortune isn't in the tens of millions, shouldn't you still have at least $1 million or $2 million? How can you say you're negative 10,000? Just how do you explain that? TSK, don't even mention it. Hu Rian pouted her crimson lips and sighed. He's even more stingy than you. He claims he wants to train me to be independent, so he gave me nothing. Not property, not cars, not shares. Instead, he shipped me off to this backwater little county, Xiushui, to manage one of the supermarket branches, and pays me only 5,000 yuan a month. Do you think that's enough for me to live on? My credit card is completely maxed out, and I've already accumulated over 10,000 in debt. At this, Hu Rian blinked her big, watery eyes at Jeanyong, staring straight into his soul as she whispered, Little brother, you're so kind. You know I'm just a poor nobody, yet not only are you willing to treat me, you even want to shoulder 10% of my debt under the guise of a consultation fee. You're truly a good person. Jeanyong stared at her, utterly speechless, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Not only had he gained nothing, he'd even been handed a nice guy card. He wanted to point at her and shout, you're the good person. Your whole family are good people. His mind raced frantically, searching for a way out. His gut told him Hu Rian was acting, but her performance was too convincing, her words too natural. He couldn't find a single flaw to counterattack. Unwilling to accept defeat, yet unable to respond, he could only stand there in stunned silence. Kikik. Beside them, Li Shuyan couldn't hold back any longer. She covered her mouth and burst into laughter. She'd never seen Jeanyong so thoroughly flustered, and she found this mischievous Hu Rian utterly delightful. Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Weimin also wore awkward smiles. They wanted to say something to help Jeanyong save face, but they had no idea where to begin. Little brother, what are you thinking about? Are you considering helping me pay off some of my debts? Then, Hu Rian flashed a sly, fox-like grin, continuing to tease Jeanyong. Alright, Rian, that's enough. Jeanyong cut in sharply, then turned to Jeanyong and said, Jeanyong, Rian was just joking with you earlier. You don't need to take it seriously. Her health hasn't been great lately. If it's convenient, please take a look at her condition. Jeanyong paused, then added, she wasn't lying entirely. Her father really does keep a tight rein on her. Apart from some pocket money, he hasn't given her any significant assets. But she's not as broke as she claims. She's worth at least 5 million. 10% of that is 50,000. I'll cover the fee. Expect the transfer to your account soon. Hearing Jeanyong's words, Jeanyong finally felt relieved. His pride and dignity were restored in an instant. Seizing the moment, he said smoothly, President Qin, I was just joking with Director Hu earlier. A guest from afar is always welcome. You and Director Hu traveled all this way to support our village's fruit industry. How could I possibly charge you for a consultation? Consider this one on the house. Jeanyong's gaze sharpened. She looked at him coolly and said, isn't charging 1/10 of a person's net worth as a consultation fee the rule of your mystic medical sect? If you waive it this time, how will you ever explain it to your master later? Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, how would my master ever find out? Jeanyong waved his hand at Jeanyong and said aloud, it's settled then. If you still feel uneasy about it, just make sure to offer a good price for our village's fruit later. Seeing that Jeanyong and Jeanyong were speaking seriously, Hurian dropped her playful attitude as well. She turned to Jeanyong and said, you can rest assured, out of respect for Jeanyong, as long as your village's fruit meets our supermarket standards, I'll give you the best possible price. Then on behalf of over 1,000 villagers, I sincerely thank you. With those words, Jeanyong said to Hurian, Director Hu, please extend your right hand. Chapter 83, a potential issue that wasn't really a problem. Hurian sat down at the square table as Jeanyong instructed, rolled up her sleeve, and gently placed her delicate, porcelain-white arm in front of him. Jeanyong, already a young man full of vigor, had undergone physical enhancement through the system and was even more energetic than before. Seeing Hurian's arm, smooth and tender like a lotus root, his heart stirred slightly. He steadied himself, then placed his fingers gently on her pulse, focusing completely on the diagnosis. About a minute later, Jeanyong withdrew his hand and chuckled at Hurian. Why are you laughing like that? Hurian felt uneasy under his gaze, pursed her lips slightly, and asked timidly, what's so funny? Is something wrong with me? Jeanyong suppressed his laughter and waved his hand dismissively. Don't misunderstand, Director Hu. Your body is perfectly fine, healthy as a wild kitten living on the mountainside. There's absolutely nothing wrong. You're the one who looks like a wild kitten. Relieved by his words, Hurian quickly retorted, if I'm so healthy, why are you still laughing? Grinning, Jeanyong replied, I'm just glad I didn't charge you for this consultation. Otherwise, your 500,000 would have been spent even more unjustly than Do-E's tragic on. Hurian couldn't help but laugh at his joke. She glanced at Jeanyong beside her, pouted, and said to Jeanyong, so you're saying I'm completely healthy? But that can't be right. I've been feeling dizzy and lightheaded every night lately. What about that? Looks like your medical skills aren't all that great after all. At those words, everyone in the room turned their eyes toward Jeanyong. Li Xiuyan looked worried, clearly troubled by Hurian's blunt challenge to Jeanyong's abilities. In sharp contrast, Jeanyong's gaze held unmistakable skepticism. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Yet Jeanyong remained calm, smirking slightly as he looked at Hurian. Director Hu, have you been trying to lose weight recently? Hurian stared at him in surprise. How did you know? Jeanyong smiled faintly. I also know you've barely eaten anything these past few days. The reason you're feeling dizzy and disoriented is simply because you're starving. Jeanyong turned sharply to Hurian and said sternly, Hurian, have you started restricting your diet again? I've told you countless times, you need to take care of your body. Losing weight by starving yourself is extremely unhealthy and causes serious harm. Why won't you listen? Hurian was visibly afraid of Jeanyong. Seeing her genuinely angry, she quickly stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and gently shook it, speaking in a meek, almost childish tone. Jeanyong, don't be mad. I thought I was too fat, so I secretly cut back for a few days. I promise, from now on, I won't try to lose weight anymore. Jeanyong sighed helplessly. I'm not saying you can't lose weight. There are many proper ways to do it. Sacrificing your health isn't one of them. Besides, you're not fat at all. Why create trouble for yourself? Pouting slightly, Hurian muttered, don't comfort me. Compared to your perfect figure, I'm so overweight I can't even face people. Jeanyong couldn't help but chuckle. In reality, Hurian already had an excellent figure, curvy in all the right places, with just the right amount of softness where needed. It was just that Jeanyong, being naturally stunningly beautiful with near-perfect proportions, made Hurian's sense of inferiority somewhat understandable. What's so funny? Is it really that amusing? Hurian glared at Jeanyong, half embarrassed, half annoyed. Ahem. Jeanyong cleared his throat a few times and said seriously, Director Hu, Director Jean is absolutely right. Dieting does severe damage to your body. If I'm not mistaken, you've been dieting for 7 days now. Your body is already teetering on the edge of suboptimal health. The only reason you haven't developed other symptoms besides dizziness is because your baseline health is strong. But if you continue like this, there could be unforeseen risks. You must take this seriously. After hearing Jeanyong's words, Hurian's expression turned solemn. After a brief hesitation, she gave him a small, sweet smile and said softly, Young master, thank you for your advice. I'll remember what you said, and I'll take it to heart. Jeanyong found himself developing a bit more fondness for her. Though she could be spoiled at times, she was ultimately reasonable, a rare and valuable trait. After a moment of silence, Jeanyong asked Jeanyong, apart from the discomfort caused by her dieting, are there any other issues we should be aware of regarding Hurian's health? After hearing Jeanyong's words, a slightly strange expression appeared on Jeanyong's face. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Jeanyong and Hurian, well, it's not that there's nothing. There's actually one more issue, though it's barely worth calling Chapter 84. Miss Hu, do you have a boyfriend? Not a hazard, but a potential one. Jeanyong lightly furrowed her brows and asked Jeanyong, what do you mean by that? Can you explain yourself more clearly? Hurian also anxiously said, little brother, you look so dignified and manly, so why do you speak in such a roundabout way? That's not manly at all. What exactly is wrong with my body? Just tell me straight. After what had just happened, Hurian already had some understanding of Jeanyong's medical skills. The moment he mentioned a hidden problem with her body, she immediately grew anxious. Hearing Hurian's words, Jeanyong's eyebrows twitched slightly. After a moment's thought, he replied, since you insist, I'll just say it plainly then. Miss Hu, you suffer from extremely irregular menstruation and experience severe abdominal pain when your period comes. Am I right? A flicker of confusion passed through Hurian's eyes as she stared at Jeanyong. Jeanyong, what are you talking about? I don't understand anything you're saying. What menstrual flow, what abdominal pain? Why can't you just be direct? At this, Qin Yuyan tugged gently on Hu Rian's sleeve and whispered, "Silly girl, he means your irregular periods and dysmenorrhea?" Ah, Hu Rian gasped, her face instantly turning crimson, as if blood might drip from her cheeks. Flustered and furious, she pointed at Jeanyong and snapped, "You, pervert, who gave you the right to ask me something so personal? But didn't you just tell me to speak directly?" Jeanyong helplessly waved his hand. He hadn't originally wanted to be so blunt, but after Hu Rian kept calling him unmanly, he felt compelled to just say it outright. "You." Hu Rian grew even more embarrassed and angry, pouting as she glared at Jeanyong, clearly seething. Zheng Weimin couldn't help but chuckle at Hu Rian's reaction, covering his mouth as he snickered. Cough cough. Zheng Yaoxian loudly cleared his throat at Zheng Weimin, then turned to Qin Yuyan and Hu Rian, saying, "Miss Qin, Miss Hu, please continue your conversation. I'm going inside to check on Yinshan and see if he's feeling better." With that, Zheng Yaoxian shot Zheng Weimin a stern glare before stepping into the room. Zheng Weimin finally realized he shouldn't stay any longer. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and mumbled, "You two keep talking. I'll go outside for a smoke." And with those words, he slunk out of the courtyard. Qin Yuyan tugged on Hu Rian's arm. "Rian, what are you doing? Sit down." She pulled Hu Rian back onto the seat, then turned to Jeanyong and asked, "Jeanyong, nearly every woman suffers from mild to moderate menstrual pain. Since you've brought up Rian's issue, there must be a reason behind it. What's your take?" Jeanyong nodded appreciatively at Qin Yuyan and replied, "According to the theories of our Xian Men school, when a woman experiences abdominal pain during menstruation, it is caused by injury to qi and blood, leading to bodily weakness, allowing cold pathogens to invade the meridians and damage the conception and governor vessels. Miss Hu, during those days each month, you suffer intense pain, which lasts for 1 or 2 days each time. Am I correct?" Hu Rian's expression shifted again. Unable to contain herself, she blurted out, "How do you know that? No one except those closest to me knows about this." How could you possibly know?" Jeanyong smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, I diagnosed it from your pulse. I also know your period will start again tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock. I suggest you prepare accordingly." Hu Rian had never discussed such intimate matters with another man before. She was flustered, angry, agitated, and upset, all at once. She wanted to lash out at Jeanyong, yet found herself at a loss for words, left only to fume silently. Seeing her reaction, a flash of sharpness lit Zhang Yang's eyes. He spoke seriously, "Miss Hu, there's no need for this. Right now, I am merely a doctor providing answers to your health concerns. Nothing more. If you're uncomfortable, I won't say another word." Qin Yuyan quickly nudged Hu Rian, then urged Jeanyong, "Jeanyong, Rian is just acting childish. Don't take it personally. Is Rian's condition serious? Is there any way to fix it?" The displeasure in Zhang Yang's heart faded significantly. After a brief pause, he answered, "It's not exactly dire. The root cause lies in the fact that when her mother was pregnant with her, she suffered from exposure to cold or fright, allowing wind-cold pathogen to enter the body. This has left Miss Hu with a constitution that tends toward internal cold." You can actually tell all that." Hu Rian was stunned upon hearing this, speaking almost breathlessly, as if dazed. "Rian, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Qin Yuyan asked with concern. Hu Rian steadied herself and said to Qin Yuyan, "Sister Yuyan, my mother once told me that when she was pregnant with me, she went out for a walk in an outing, but the weather suddenly changed and it poured down rain. She was caught completely off guard, drenched to the bone, frightened and shocked. Back then, I nearly didn't make it. She stayed in the hospital for over half a month just to save me. Could it be that my menstrual pain has its roots in that incident? But that was more than 20 years ago. How could he possibly know about this?" As Hu Rian spoke, she turned her head toward Jeanyong, suddenly feeling that he was so mysterious. A flicker of wonder flashed across Qin Yuyan's eyes as well. Now she had an even deeper understanding of Zhang Yang's medical skills, and his standing in her heart grew heavier by the moment. Feeling the two women's slightly worshipful gazes, Jeanyong couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of pride inside. Being admired like this by two stunningly beautiful women was enough to make any man proud. Cough cough. Jeanyong deliberately cleared his throat a few times, feigning profundity, then spoke up. "Don't look at me with such admiration. These are merely basic skills for those of us who practice medicine. Nothing special at all. Little brother, is this illness serious?" Hu Rian asked Jeanyong, her tone clearly different from before. Jeanyong blinked and replied, "For now, aside from intense pain and fatigue, there's nothing too alarming. But if left untreated and allowed to progress, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. In the most severe cases, it might even result in infertility." Infertility? Hu Rian gasped in shock. For a woman, this was already the gravest and most painful condition possible. No woman wanted to face this fate, and Hu Rian simply could not accept it under any circumstances. Jeanyong waved a hand toward Hu Rian and said, "Miss Hu, don't worry. I only mentioned the worst-case scenario. There's merely a risk of infertility. Your physical constitution is still quite good. It doesn't necessarily mean you'll end up that way. That's still not acceptable. I want a 100% guarantee to eliminate this risk," Hu Rian firmly declared to Jeanyong. "Little brother, you must have a way to cure me, right? Name your price. I'll agree to any fee as long as you can heal me." "You're right. I indeed have 2 methods to cure this condition," Jeanyong said, glancing up at the now joyful Hu Rian. Then he continued, "But forget about payment. I already said I won't charge you for this consultation." Hu Rian froze upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, about to speak again, when Qin Yuyan quickly cut in and said to Jeanyong, "All right then, I'll thank you on Rian's behalf. Jeanyong, may we know what these 2 methods are?" "Miss Hu, do you have a boyfriend?" Jeanyong nodded slightly at Qin Yuyan, then abruptly turned to ask Hu Rian. Chapter 85, I won't allow another man. You treat the illness, that's fine, but why are you asking such personal questions? What does this have to do with treatment?" Hu Rian's face slightly reddened as she stared at Jeanyong with cautious eyes. "Of course it's relevant, and very important," Jeanyong told her seriously. Hu Rian blinked her large, watery eyes, pursed her lips, and stood there stiffly, clearly reluctant. She felt Jeanyong was deliberately teasing her. What on earth did having a boyfriend have to do with medical treatment? Qin Yuyan's eyes flickered with doubt as well, yet she didn't think Jeanyong was joking. After a moment's thought, she reached over and tugged lightly on Hu Rian's arm. I don't have one, okay? No boyfriend, and I've never even been in a relationship. Are you satisfied now? Hu Rian snapped, irritation mixing with a faint blush of embarrassment. Jeanyong smiled gently and said, then you should find a boyfriend soon. If you can get married within a year, I guarantee you'll give birth to a healthy baby boy, and by then, all the hidden ailments in your body will vanish completely. That is my first method of treatment. Humph. Hu Rian could no longer contain her anger. She shot up from her seat, like an enraged female leopard glaring at Jeanyong. Jeanyong, are you mocking me? What kind of ridiculous treatment is that? Qin Yuyan's expression tightened. She pulled Hu Rian back down and asked Jeanyong, you must have some basis for saying this. Could you please explain the medical principles behind it, so we can understand better? Jeanyong waved his hand calmly and said, ladies, remember, the world thrives not on solitary yang nor isolated yin. The balance of yin and yang is the eternal principle of heaven and earth. When a woman becomes pregnant, she isn't merely nurturing new life. She is also subtly transforming her own body, adjusting it to its optimal state. This naturally expels the cold, wind-induced pathogenic qi within her. It follows the Tao of nature above and aligns with human ethics below. It's truly the best possible solution. Both Qin Yuyan and Hu Rian were visibly stunned. They never expected Jeanyong to utter such words. Hu Rian struggled to find arguments against him, but the more she thought about it, the more his reasoning seemed valid. Unable to counter him, she fell silent. Huh. Qin Yuyan took a deep breath and respectfully clasped her hands toward Jeanyong. Jeanyong, I had no idea your understanding of medicine ran so deep. I stand corrected. I've learned something today. Jeanyong, inwardly proud, casually waved her off with an air of superiority. Miss Hu, you flatter me. This is just basic stuff. Nothing worth mentioning, really. Qin Yuyan gave him a light smile, then turned to Hu Rian. Rian, you heard what Jeanyong said. It's time you started looking for a boyfriend. Besides, you're not exactly young anymore. Auntie Hu called me yesterday, asking me to find some suitable matches for you here in Longdu. I think we should go ahead with it. I'll pick out a few good candidates and bring them over to Shoshui County for you to meet one by one. How does that sound? No, Yuyan Jia, please don't. I'm still young. I don't want to get married or have kids so soon. That'd be so boring. And who even does blind dates these days? So outdated. Hu Rian protested. Still young? You're 21 already. Even if you don't marry right away, you could start dating. Who knows? You might find someone perfect. Besides, Jeanyong just said it would greatly benefit your health. Qin Yuyan reasoned gently. Yuyan Jia, you're 2 years older than me and haven't dated anyone either. You're my idol. I'm supposed to follow your example. I'll date when you date, and marry when you marry. Hu Rian replied half jokingly, half seriously. Hearing that Qin Yuyan had never been in a relationship made Jeanyong's eyes instantly brighten. His mind cleared, and his mood inexplicably lifted. Qin Yuyan, however, turned pale, her eyes clouding with complicated emotions. Realizing she might have said something inappropriate, Hu Rian glanced apologetically at Qin Yuyan and quickly changed the subject, turning to Jeanyong. Your so-called treatment method is nonsense. I won't date or marry for at least 5 years. You mentioned a second method. Hurry up and tell us about it. The second method? Jeanyong gave a strange smile. Better left unspoken. You wouldn't agree to it anyway. That only piqued Hu Rian's curiosity even more. Her brows twitched as she leaned forward. Big brother, how do you know I won't agree? Just say it, say it. If it really cures my illness, I'll reward you handsomely. Alright, then I'll be straightforward. The second method is also very simple. I'll give you an acupuncture session, and all your problems will be completely resolved. Jeanyong said to Hu Rian. Acupuncture. Hu Rian's face showed a flicker of hesitation as she asked Jeanyong. Will it hurt to have so many needles stuck in me? Not painful at all. Barely any sensation whatsoever. It's just, Jeanyong looked up at Hu Rian before continuing. The locations where the needles are placed are somewhat sensitive. Sensitive locations? Hu Rian eyed Jeanyong warily. Jeanyong, explain yourself clearly. What do you mean by sensitive? Jeanyong clenched his teeth slightly, then told her. Your issue lies within the internal palace, so the needles must be inserted into key acupoints and meridians in the lower abdomen and inner thighs. And to achieve the best effect, aside from undergarments, you can't wear any other clothing. Upon hearing this, Hu Rian's face instantly flushed burning red. Clenching her teeth, she snapped at him. Jeanyong, you. Before she could finish, Jeanyong cut her off firmly. Miss Hu, everything I just said is purely for the purpose of treating your illness. I have absolutely no intention of taking advantage of you. You're free to decline, but I hope you won't misunderstand my character. Thank you. Through pulse diagnosis, Jeanyong had already determined that Hu Rian was a virgin, and from her conversation with Qin Yuyan, he knew she'd never been in a relationship before. He'd long judged her to be a woman of high moral integrity, extremely conservative in nature, precisely why he'd anticipated she'd refuse this form of acupuncture, and thus prepared his justification in advance. You humph. Hu Rian huffed, and sat back down angrily. Qin Yuyan gently waved a calming hand toward Hu Rian, then turned to Jeanyong. Jeanyong, apart from these two methods, are there any other ways to treat her? Jeanyong thought for a moment, then replied, fine, I'll write her a prescription. Take it when her period starts, it'll effectively relieve the pain. But this method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. And over time, with repeated use, its effectiveness will gradually diminish. In the long run, only the first two approaches offer permanent solutions. Qin Yuyan glanced at the still angry Hu Rian and said to Jeanyong. Then, Jeanyong, please go ahead and write the prescription first. We'll decide about the rest later. There won't be a later. Hu Rian blurted out, voice trembling with determination. Aside from my future husband, I absolutely will not allow any other man to touch my body like that. No, never. Chapter 86, a steady, gentle flow. Sure, I respect your decision. I'll send the prescription over right away, said Jeanyong as he added Hu Rian on WeChat, and sent the formulas separately to Qin Yuyan and Hu Rian. Although Hu Rian had refused so definitively, Jeanyong felt no anger at all. In fact, he secretly admired her. In this modern, open era, women like Hu Rian who maintained their integrity were rare indeed. Especially someone as beautiful as she was, on par with top-tier beauties like Jeanyong. Surely she would attract many suitors. The fact that she could stay true to herself was truly commendable. Hu Rian glanced at the recipe on her phone. After a moment's hesitation, she said to Jeanyong, "Jeanyong, thank you." Jeanyong smiled and waved casually at her. "Director Hu, no need to be polite. Now, let's get down to business. Let me show you our village's oranges." "All right." Hu Rian stood up briskly and replied without hesitation. "Uncle Wayman, come here please. Help me bring out all the fruit." Jeanyong called out. Together with Zheng Wayman, they carried out several baskets of oranges from the kitchen, along with vegetables such as Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, and cucumbers. "Oh," Hu Rian exclaimed in shock, utterly astonished. "How can this basket of oranges be so big? And these cabbages, they must be 70 or 80 centimeters tall. Are those tomatoes? They look more like watermelons to me. And these cucumbers, they're almost as thick as my arm, yet still so tender." The largest supermarket in Qingzhou, Tianren Supermarket, belonged to the Hu family. Hu Rian also served as the store manager of its Xiushui County branch. She'd dealt with countless fruit and vegetable suppliers before, but she'd never seen such large, fresh-looking produce. Her heart swelled with amazement. Even the normally composed Jeanyong showed visible surprise. Clearly, what she was seeing went far beyond anything she'd ever imagined. Jeanyong grinned proudly, picked up an orange ripened with nutrient solution, and said cheerfully to Jeanyong and Hu Rian, "Boss Jean, Boss Hu, this is a new variety we've recently developed in our village, the Xiushui orange. Try it for yourselves." As he spoke, Jeanyong handed the orange to Hu Rian. With eager anticipation, Hu Rian peeled the orange quickly. Seeing the glistening, translucent flesh inside, her mouth began watering. She nearly wanted to devour it right then and there. But first, she respectfully split it in half and offered one portion to Jeanyong, then broke off a segment and popped it into her mouth without delay. So sweet, so fragrant, so juicy, delicious. Absolutely delicious. This is the best orange I've ever tasted in my entire life. Hu Rian closed her eyes slightly, her face glowing with bliss as she spoke loudly, then quickly stuffed the rest of the segments into her mouth, wearing a deeply satisfied smile. Can it really be that amazing? Jeanyong thought silently as she watched Hu Rian. Slowly, she extended her delicate, jade-like fingers, gently tore off a segment, and elegantly placed it in her mouth. "So, Boss Jean," Jeanyong asked with a confident smile, "what do you think? Care to give us a review?" Jeanyong gracefully swallowed the piece in her mouth, took 2 tissues from her bag, handed one to Hu Rian, wiped her lips, and said to Jeanyong, "It's acceptable. The texture is good." Jeanyong, who had been so confident about his oranges, couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment at her understated comment. Giggle, giggle. Hu Rian covered her mouth with laughter and said to Jeanyong, "Little brother, are you feeling disappointed?" Jeanyong chuckled awkwardly. "No, not at all. Giggle, giggle." Hu Rian burst into silvery laughter again, then continued, "Let me tell you a secret, little brother. Sister Yuyan has never eaten oranges before. Today, not only did she eat more than half, but she even gave a good texture rating. That's extremely rare. It proves your oranges really are exceptional." After hearing Hu Rian's words, Jeanyong suddenly felt much better. Picking up another orange, Hu Rian asked Jeanyong, "What's the total yield for this new variety?" Jeanyong replied directly, "This year's output is around 30 to 50,000 Jean. Next year, we'll launch large-scale promotion, with a minimum total yield exceeding 200,000 Jean." "Only 30 to 50,000 Jean." Hu Rian showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "I'll take it all, at 10 yuan per Jean. No, I'll even reserve next year's entire harvest now. We can sign the contract immediately, and I'll pay you a 30% deposit on the spot." "What? 10 yuan per Jean? 10 yuan per Jean?" Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Wayman were utterly shocked. They knew these oranges would be expensive, but never imagined they'd reach such a price. After all, Li Ergo had only priced their oranges at 4 or 5 mao per Jean before. This was over 20 times higher. An acre of orchard could yield between 3,000 to 5,000 Jean of oranges. At 10 yuan per Jean, that meant an income of 30 to 50,000 yuan per acre. For 10 acres, it would amount to 300,000 to half a million yuan, an enormous sum for anyone in Xiushui village. 10 yuan per Jean. Jeanyong gently shook his head, glanced at the quiet Jeanyong beside him, and said, "All right then, I'll supply you with 30,000 Jean at this price. But let's leave next year's harvest for later discussion. Don't put it off. If you think the price isn't suitable, we can still negotiate." Hu Rian urged Jeanyong anxiously. The Tianren Supermarket, the largest supermarket in Qingzhou, had been founded by Hu Rian's father. Influenced deeply by her father, Hu Rian clearly understood the true value of high-quality fruits like the Xiushui orange. Though 10 yuan per Jean seemed steep, with proper marketing, these premium oranges could easily be packaged as luxury gifts. Just 3 or 5 oranges in an upscale gift box could sell for dozens or even hundreds of yuan, yielding at least a 3 to 5-fold profit. And once a brand effect was established, even greater wealth could be generated. Precisely because of this, Hu Rian sensed a golden opportunity. She was determined to secure next year's entire output immediately. Jeanyong smiled slightly and shook his head at Hu Rian. "Director Hu, it's not about the price. It's just that we don't know what next year will bring, so I can't make any promises now. Let's discuss it again when the time comes." With that, Jeanyong pointed toward another basket of regular oranges and changed the subject. "Director Hu, our regular oranges aren't bad either. They're chemical-free, pollution-free premium fruits. Let's talk about pricing for these instead." But Hu Rian was reluctant to give up and wanted to press further. Jeanyong gave Hu Rian a meaningful look and said earnestly, "All right, Rian, stop pushing for now. Doing business is about chemistry and long-term cooperation. It thrives on steady, gentle flow. The worst thing is being overly ambitious. If you handle everything well and earn Zhang Yang's satisfaction, continuing cooperation next year will happen naturally. What you need to do now is prove your capabilities through action." Chapter 87. Into the Mountains. Hu Rian shuddered slightly, stood up, nodded to Qin Yuyan, and said respectfully, "Yinjia, thank you for your guidance. I understand now. Just wait and see my performance. Qin Yuyan smiled gently and waved her hand at Hu Ruyan, saying, wrong. Not my opinion, but Zhang Yang's. It's Jeanyong who should see your performance. Yes. Hu Ruyan replied promptly, then turned to Jeanyong and said, Mr. Zhang, please feel free to point out anything I do wrong in the future. Whatever you say, I'll do my best to make you satisfied. Jeanyong was very pleased with Hu Ruyan's current attitude. At least she no longer carried that aloof, superior air from before. It made him feel much more comfortable. Jeanyong reached up and rubbed his nose, saying, Ms. Hu, you're being too formal. In any case, you've helped our Xiushui village tremendously this year. If there are any good cooperation opportunities in the future, I'll definitely consider you first. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, a faint smile appeared on Hu Ruyan's face. To her, it was somewhat comforting and laid a solid foundation for further collaboration. Ahem. Hu Ruyan cleared her throat lightly before speaking to Jeanyong. Then, let's discuss the regular oranges. Roughly how many of those does your village produce? Try to be as accurate as possible. Zheng Yaoxian and Zheng Weimin perked up immediately upon hearing this. The topic they cared about most had finally arrived. Jeanyong turned to Zheng Weimin and said, Uncle Weimin, you know these details better than I do. Please tell Ms. Hu. All right. Zheng Weimin straightened himself and said to Hu Ruyan, MMS. Hu. Our village has about 300 mu of orange orchards. Each mu can yield about 2,500 jin of oranges, so the total production is roughly 700,000 jin. 700,000 jin. Hu Ruyan nodded. This number was close to her own estimate. After mentally calculating, she said to Jeanyong, Jeanyong, before coming here, I did some research. The quality of your Xiushui village oranges is excellent, with a decent reputation in the market, around 3 yuan per jin. However, your transportation conditions are extremely poor, which silently increases logistics costs. Add in storage and other operational expenses, and considering variations in orange quality, the highest price I can offer for purchase would be between 80 fun and 1 yuan 2 mao. My goodness, 90 fun to 1 yuan 3 mao? Good heavens, I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Zheng Weimin stared blankly after hearing Hu Ruyan's words, blurting out in shock. Previously, Li Ergo's highest purchase price hadn't exceeded 5 mao per jin, and if the quality was slightly worse, it dropped to 2 or 3 mao. A price of 90 fun to 1 yuan 3 mao was something Zheng Weimin had never even dared to dream of before. What, do you think this price isn't suitable? Hu Ruyan asked Zheng Weimin. She cared too much about Zhang Yang's feelings, becoming slightly anxious and fearful of being misunderstood. Ms. Hu. No, it's not. Zheng Weimin blinked in surprise at her words, quickly waving his hands vigorously, desperate to explain. But Jeanyong interrupted before Zheng Weimin could speak. Yes, Ms. Hu. Look how hard our villagers work. Every household depends on their few mu of orchard for survival. Could you possibly raise the price just a little? Consider it an act of kindness toward our village. Hu Ruyan paused briefly, then smiled at Jeanyong. Little brother, I never thought besides being such a skilled doctor, you also have the potential of a shrewd businessman. All right, since you've asked, I'll certainly give you this favor. How about this? I'll raise it by 1 mao. Set the price at 90 fun to 1 yuan 3 mao. That should be acceptable now, right? Instead of answering directly, Jeanyong turned to Chen Weimin and Zheng Yaoxian and asked, Grandpa Zheng, Uncle Weimin, what do you think? Is this price fair? Fair? More than fair. Xiaoyang, let's settle on it. Chen Weimin exclaimed excitedly. Zheng Yaoxian also nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied with the offer. Good, Jeanyong said, smiling at Hu Ruyan. Ms. Hu, we've got a deal. On behalf of all our villagers, thank you. Hu Ruyan glanced over at the other 2 crates filled with cabbage, tomatoes, and cucumbers, and asked curiously, by the way, why are your vegetables so big? They're not genetically modified, are they? Ms. Hu, you're overthinking it. How could a small mountain village like ours have access to such advanced technology? These vegetables, just like our oranges, are organic, no pollution, no pesticides, no chemical fertilizers. The taste is exceptionally good. Our village has great feng shui, rich soil, perfect for growing vegetables. That's why they grow so large. Jeanyong explained. Hu Ruyan picked up a tomato the size of a small watermelon, inspecting it closely. The more she looked, the more she liked it. She turned to Jeanyong and asked, do you sell these vegetables? And what's the yield? When Jeanyong heard Hu Ruyan's words, his mind lit up instantly, and he became energized. Vegetables were different from fruits, much shorter growing cycles, possible greenhouse cultivation, and with the help of nutrient solutions, they could be produced in virtually unlimited quantities. Sell? Absolutely. As long as the price is right, I can supply as much as you want. Jeanyong said excitedly to Hu Ruyan. This was also a highly promising industry. If developed properly, it could generate tremendous profits. Hu Ruyan pondered for a moment, then said to Jeanyong, I didn't investigate this before coming, so I can't give you an exact price right now. How about this? I'll take some samples back with me. After our supermarket's professionals evaluate them, I'll get back to you. Does that work? Sure, absolutely. Take all these vegetables with you. If it's not enough, I'll go pick more from the field for you. Jeanyong told her. Plenty, plenty. This is already more than enough for evaluation. I'll get back to you within 3 days. As she spoke, Hu Ruyan pulled out 100,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Jeanyong, saying, this is the deposit for the fruit purchase. I'll draft the contract over the next few days, and once we sign it, we'll officially start the fruit procurement. Jeanyong didn't refuse. He took the 100,000 yuan directly and said, all right, then I'll wait for your message. Seeing this, Qin Yuyan stood up immediately and said to Hu Ruyan, all right, Ruyan, business is settled. You can leave now. Leave? Hu Ruyan was taken aback. She looked at Qin Yuyan and said, Yuyanjia, didn't we agree that I'd accompany you into the mountains? I've even brought my hiking gear and clothes. You're telling me to leave now? Qin Yuyan replied, haven't you always wanted to be a career woman? Right now, the most important thing is to handle the preliminary work for the fruit purchase and quickly develop a detailed plan for acquiring these vegetables. Do you really still have time to go into the mountains? But, Hu Ruyan hesitated, clearly reluctant, her heart still longing for the mountain trek. Enough. The mountain isn't going anywhere, is it? You'll have plenty of chances to climb later. Hurry on and go. Qin Yuyan said firmly. Fine, Yuyanjia, then please take care. Hu Ruyan said with regret. Jeanyong and Zheng Weimin carried the crates of vegetables and oranges over and loaded them onto Hu Ruyan's vehicle. After watching Hu Ruyan drive away, Qin Yuyan turned to Jeanyong and said, "All right, now it's time for us to head into the mountains." Into the mountains? Jeanyong checked the time and said to Qin Yuyan, "Miss Qin, wouldn't going now be a bit too hasty? It's almost mealtime. How about we eat first and then go?" Chapter 88. Encounter with a venomous snake. Rushed, Qin Yuyan said coolly to Jeanyong. "According to my plan, we should have entered the mountains by 10:30. It's already been over an hour. We've completely disrupted my schedule." Plan? Schedule? Jeanyong shook his head and said to Qin Yuyan, "Miss Qin, if everything has to follow a prearranged plan, don't you think that would be exhausting and boring?" Qin Yuyan replied bluntly, "Not at all. It's only tiring when things don't go according to plan." Jeanyong was momentarily speechless. He suddenly felt he couldn't keep up with Qin Yuyan's uniquely peculiar way of thinking. After a moment's thought, he said, "Miss Qin, it's already 12 o'clock. Why don't we have a quick bite first before heading out? I promise it won't delay us." Qin Yuyan remained cold and indifferent, as if she hadn't even heard Jeanyong's words. She showed no reaction at all, clearly determined to enter the mountains immediately. Seeing this, Jeanyong could only sigh helplessly. This woman really was a spirited and independent mare. "Miss Qin," Zhang's mother stepped forward and gently replied, "Climbing mountains consumes a lot of energy. You can't go on an empty stomach. How about I quickly stir-fry a couple of dishes? You and Xiaoyang can eat first before leaving. What do you say?" "Huh." A smile flickered across Qin Yuyan's face. She quickly unzipped her backpack and said cheerfully, "Annie, look, I brought compressed biscuits, energy bars, canned fruit, and instant heated rice. We can eat while walking along the way. I won't let your son go hungry." Jeanyong shook his head helplessly and remarked, "Miss Qin, you really are prepared for everything. Not only did you bring a first aid kit, but also so much food. No wonder your backpack is so huge. But seriously, can you even carry all that?" "If I can't, I still have to. Besides, isn't there you?" Qin Yuyan said calmly to Jeanyong. "Jeanyong, can we leave now?" Seeing how firm Qin Yuyan was, Jeanyong finally gave in and said, "All right then, let's get going." "Xiaoyang, you." Zhang's mother wanted to say more. Jeanyong waved his hand toward her and said, "Mom, I'm going with Miss Qin deep into the mountains to find a special medicinal herb. If we leave too late, we might not make it in time. Don't worry about me." Turning to Li Xiulian beside him, Jeanyong said, "Xiulian, I'm leaving the family in your hands. Please take good care of my parents." Li Xiulian nodded and said, "Don't worry, I've got everything covered. You be careful." Jeanyong smiled at her, then turned to Zheng Weimin and said, "Uncle Weimin, even though Li Ergu has been arrested, he still has plenty of henchmen. Keep an eye on my house. I'm afraid they might come to cause trouble." Zheng Weimin, who deeply admired Jeanyong and was counting on him to make big money, immediately promised, "Xiaoyang, rest assured. I'll personally lead 2 men to guard here and assign a few others to watch the village entrance. If those bastards dare show up and cause trouble, I'll make them pay." Hearing Zheng Weimin's words, Jeanyong felt reassured. He added, "Uncle Weimin, go ahead and inform everyone about the fruit purchase initiative. Let anyone interested sign up with you so we can start preliminary preparations." "Sure, leave it to me. Though honestly, I don't think signing up is necessary. At such high prices, unless someone's an idiot, they'll definitely join in." Zheng Weimin grinned. A flash of sharp intelligence lit Jeanyong's eyes as he smiled slightly and said, "Not necessarily. Anyway, enough talk. We're off." After bidding farewell to everyone, Jeanyong took the initiative to shoulder Qin Yuyan's massive backpack and strode outward. "Woof, woof." The Jean came sprinting over, playfully tugging at Jeanyong's pant leg, his small eyes fixed on him with obvious reluctance to part. "You want to come too?" Jeanyong asked the Jean. "Woof, woof, woof." The Jean barked excitedly, nodding vigorously. Everyone marveled at how intelligent the dog seemed. This dog was truly remarkable. "All right, come along then. But you must behave." With Zheng Weimin assigning guards, the Zhang family home was much safer, so there was no longer a need to keep the Jean behind for protection. Moreover, the Jean might prove unexpectedly useful in the wilderness. "Woof, woof." The Jean howled with excitement, dashing ahead as the vanguard. "Miss Qin, follow me." Jeanyong gave Qin Yuyan a light smile and marched forward behind the Jean toward the vast mountains. The weather today was exceptionally clear. It was already noon, the sun blazing fiercely overhead. Combined with the rugged mountain path, the climb was proving extremely arduous for both Jeanyong and Qin Yuyan. Jeanyong was doing relatively well. He was used to hiking mountain trails, and with his body enhanced by the system, even carrying a backpack weighing over 20 pounds didn't tire him much. But Qin Yuyan was suffering badly. Her long hair clung to her forehead, soaked in sweat. Her face was flushed, and she was breathing heavily, clearly struggling. Yet despite this, she stubbornly stayed close behind Jeanyong, striving to keep up with his pace without uttering a single word of complaint. Jeanyong felt a new respect for Qin Yuyan. For a woman from a major city like her to endure this was no small feat, so he deliberately slowed his steps to make it easier for her. About an hour into their trek, Jeanyong noticed the small stream where he had caught fish last time not far ahead. He stopped and said to Qin Yuyan, "Miss Qin, there's a little stream just up ahead. How about we stop there to eat and rest for a bit?" Qin Yuyan asked, "How far is it from here to the place where you found the golden crown dragon snake?" Jeanyong thought for a moment and replied, "At our current pace, about another hour and a half." "All right, let's rest at the stream then," Qin Yuyan decided, nodding. "Got it." Jeanyong whistled sharply and told the Jean, "Go on, catch 2 pheasants. I'll roast them for you." "Woof, woof." The Jean barked excitedly and dashed off. "Miss Qin, let's go," Jeanyong said, leading her toward the stream. They hadn't walked more than a few steps when Qin Yuyan suddenly screamed. What is it?" Jeanyong's heart leapt as he turned to her urgently. Pale with shock, Qin Yuyan pointed shakily at the grass about a meter away and stammered, "Snake. There's a snake right here." Following her finger, Jeanyong saw a red and white striped snake slithering out from the bushes. It raised its triangular head, fixed cold eyes on Qin Yuyan, and flicked its bright red tongue repeatedly, emitting a chilling hiss. Chapter 89. Sucking the snake venom by mouth. Jeanyong's face turned pale when he saw the golden-white striped venomous snake. He quickly waved at Jeanyong, whispering in a low voice, "Don't move. This is a highly poisonous banded kite." The banded kite is a front-fanged venomous snake with toxicity comparable to that of the cobra, ranking among China's top 10 most venomous snakes. Its venom takes effect within minutes after a bite, and once it enters the bloodstream, the consequences would be catastrophic. Upon hearing Jeanyong's words, Jeanyong turned deathly pale, her face overtaken by fear. Her body instantly stiffened, eyes fixed terrified on the snake as she raised a hand to cover her mouth, afraid she might scream out loud. Jeanyong gently gestured to reassure her, whispering softly, "Slowly take 2 steps back, then quickly come toward me. I'll cover you." He kept his full attention locked onto the banded kite, cursing inwardly that Jean wasn't here hunting prey. He knew Jean could handle this snake as easily as snacking on spicy strips. Okay, Jeanyong nodded and began to retreat cautiously. But perhaps from too much tension, she tripped over a stone behind her foot and staggered backward. Startled by the sudden movement, the banded kite retracted its head like a spring, then launched itself into the air, striking Jeanyong like lightning. "No!" Jeanyong shouted, pushing off the ground with all his strength and reaching for the snake's neck. Yet Jeanyong was just a fraction too slow, or rather, the snake was terrifyingly fast. The moment his hand closed around the reptile, the snake sank its fangs into Jeanyong's calf. My leg." Like most women, Jeanyong harbored a natural fear of snakes, and now she shrieked in a trembling voice as sharp pain shot through her lower leg. Jeanyong's heart clenched in panic, accelerating his movements to seize the snake's neck. Feeling the threat, the snake immediately released Jeanyong's leg and swung its head to bite Jeanyong's arm instead. In the blink of an eye, Jeanyong gripped the snake's neck tightly and gave a violent shake. Instantly, the kite's spine dislocated, collapsing limply to the ground like a noodle, completely immobilized. Still not letting his guard down, Jeanyong snatched up a rock and smashed the snake's head until it turned into a pulpy mess. Only then did he finally feel safe. Rushing over, he saw that Jeanyong's face had turned ashen gray. A terrible feeling gripped him, and he quickly asked, "Where did it bite?" My lower leg." Jeanyong weakly pointed at her right calf, her voice shaking uncontrollably as she shivered violently, as if suddenly freezing cold. "Don't worry. I'm here. You'll be fine." Jeanyong steadied himself and said firmly, "Miss Jean, take off your pants. I need to treat the wound immediately, or the consequences will be dire." "No, absolutely not." Alarmed by his words, Jeanyong tensed up, glaring warily at Jeanyong. With all her remaining strength, she cried out while clutching desperately at her pants. "Miss Jean, I'm truly sorry for offending you." Jeanyong gritted his teeth, then swept Jeanyong into his arms, pulling her against his chest. His hands grabbed the hem of her right pant leg and yanked hard. The fabric tore open up to her thigh, exposing her long, sensual leg and much of her creamy, smooth upper thigh. A faint glimpse of purple lingerie peeked through. For a brief moment, Jeanyong froze, taken aback by the sight. His gaze flickered with heat. He had imagined her legs might be beautiful, but never imagined they'd be this stunning. Jeanyong, seeing the look in his eyes, Jeanyong felt both shame and urgency, struggling feebly to escape his hold while trying her best to pull back her leg. But dizziness overwhelmed her. She couldn't move no matter how hard she tried. "Oh right." Jeanyong snapped back to focus, saying urgently, "Miss Jean, stay still. The more you move, the faster the poison spreads. I'm going to treat your wound now." Composing himself, he gently extended her right leg and examined the wound. His expression darkened again. On her otherwise flawless white calf, one spot had already turned deep purple black. Thick black fluid oozed from the center of the wound, and the discoloration was spreading upward at an alarming rate. In barely a minute since the bite, the darkness had reached her knee and continued racing higher. A chill ran through Jeanyong. Immediate action was critical. If the venom reached near her heart, even the highest celestial immortal couldn't save her. He deeply regretted not bringing the golden Jeanyong needles with him. If he had, treatment would have been far easier. "Jeanyong, my bag." Jeanyong struggled to lift her finger toward the backpack scattered nearby, trying desperately to say something, but her body was extremely weak, and her voice came out faint and breathless. "Don't talk. I'll suck the venom out right now," Jeanyong said to Jeanyong. This was the most effective method he could think of at the moment. Suck. Hearing Jeanyong's words, a strange shyness surged in Jeanyong's heart, and she immediately wanted to say something to stop him. But before Jeanyong could speak, Jeanyong had already leaned down, covering the wound on her leg with his mouth, gently sucking at it, drawing the snake venom into his mouth before spitting it onto the ground. Jeanyong felt a tingling, electrifying sensation spreading throughout her entire body, an odd, never-before-felt novelty that made her instinctively close her eyes, sinking helplessly into the strangely exquisite feeling. After several pulls, the deep purple black around the wound visibly lightened and stopped spreading upward. Slowly, Jeanyong's skin began regaining its original rosy hue. Though effective, this method of treating venom was also incredibly dangerous. If Jeanyong had any cuts or sores in his mouth, the snake poison could enter his bloodstream, and he would be poisoned too. Fortunately, no such misfortune occurred, and Jeanyong felt no discomfort whatsoever. Jeanyong sucked a few more times, only stopping when the blackness around the wound had completely faded. He grabbed his water bottle, rinsed his mouth thoroughly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and tiredly asked Jeanyong, "Miss Jean, how do you feel now?" Jeanyong trembled slightly, slowly opening her eyes. The look she gave Jeanyong grew complicated, filled with a mix of shy anger, silent grievance, yet also a hint of tenderness and closeness. This was, after all, the first time a man had touched her body so intimately. "Miss Jean, what are you thinking about? How do you feel now?" Seeing the dazed look in her eyes, Jeanyong grew anxious and called out to her again. "Oh, I'm much better. Just still a bit dizzy, and I feel cold." Jeanyong snapped back to awareness, quickly avoiding Jeanyong's gaze like a startled fawn, speaking softly. She no longer resembled the domineering female CEO from before, but instead looked like a frightened young girl next door. Hearing her words, Jeanyong lightly frowned. After a moment's thought, he said, A small amount of venom has already entered your bloodstream. If not removed in time, there could be unforeseen dangers. Lie down. I'll give you a massage to force out the remaining venom. Only then will you be truly safe. Chapter 90. Massage. Lie down and get a massage? Jeanyong stared at Jeanyong in confusion, repeating his words with a puzzled expression. Yes, the golden ring snake's venom is extremely potent. Even the smallest trace left inside your body could be life-threatening. No time to argue. Just lie down quickly, Jeanyong said as he took off his jacket and spread it beneath a patch of shade under the trees. Jeanyong looked at him, suddenly remembering how he had leaned over her leg, sucking out the poison. Her face flushed red, and a strange tingling sensation stirred deep within her chest. After a brief moment of silence, she obediently lay stiffly onto his jacket exactly as instructed, gently closing her eyes. If her family or friends saw her now, they would no doubt drop their glasses in shock. Known for her cold, unyielding personality and often called the Ice Queen, when had she ever lain so defenselessly before another man? But Jeanyong wasn't thinking about that. He fully understood how dangerous her condition was. Carefully adjusting her body to lie flat, he placed her arms gently along her sides. President Jean, I'm now going to perform a full-body massage on you. This might involve some, uncomfortable procedures. If anything seems inappropriate, please forgive me, Jeanyong said solemnly, placing his hands directly on her head and beginning to gently knead and press. Jeanyong sucked in a sharp breath, her body instinctively shivering. Her face grew even more flushed as she reflexively grabbed Jeanyong's hand. Jeanyong, what do you mean? I was bitten on the leg. Why are you massaging my head and entire body? Jeanyong met her gaze firmly. President Jean, based on my judgment, traces of venom have already spread through your bloodstream into your whole system. I need to perform a complete top-to-bottom massage to force the toxin back toward the wound in your leg, where it can be expelled. Only this way can we completely remove the venom. Jeanyong, I don't want this. My bag. Hearing that he intended to massage her entire body, panic surged through her. She pointed weakly toward her bag and struggled to sit up, but her limbs were limp and powerless, unable to support her. Slap. Seeing her struggle, Jeanyong grew anxious and instinctively slapped her shapely behind, snapping, Stop moving. Don't you realize you're in mortal danger right now? Can't you stay still for once? You. Humiliated and furious, Jeanyong's face turned crimson, nearly dripping blood from its intensity. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, Jeanyong, how dare you slap my backside, you? Asterisk slap. Slap? Asterisk realizing too late that his action had been improper, but also knowing there was no taking it back. Jeanyong clenched his jaw, raised his hand again, and delivered 2 more firm smacks. Threateningly he growled. Yeah, I slapped you. What are you gonna do about it? Lie still. Move again, and I'll do it harder. You HMPF. With complex emotions flashing across her eyes, Jeanyong shot Jeanyong one final look before squeezing her eyes shut. She lay perfectly still, surrendering herself completely to his touch. Yet the restless rise and fall of her chest betrayed the storm raging inside her. Seeing her compliance, Jeanyong hesitated no longer. He rubbed his palms together until they warmed, then placed them gently on Jeanyong's head, resuming the massage using precise techniques. His hands opened like claws or pressed flat like palms, fingers applying pressure in coordination with the mystical healing energy flowing through him from the Xian, Yizhen Jing. He worked meticulously over every inch of her scalp, then slowly moved down to her shoulders and neck, leaving nothing untouched. Perhaps the sensation was simply too pleasant. Jeanyong had long ceased resisting, letting out an involuntary soft moan as she slightly opened her eyes. Seeing Jeanyong's intense concentration and the sweat glistening on his brow, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. A new warmth softened her gaze toward him. After finishing her shoulders, Jeanyong slowed his movements, hesitation flickering in his eyes. What came next was the most sensitive area. He worried she might misunderstand, but skipping it could leave lingering venom. He was torn. AI. Jeanyong let out a soft sigh, speaking faintly. Just do it. I won't blame you. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes again, not stirring another muscle, as though those words hadn't come from her lips at all, though her trembling body told otherwise. Hearing her consent, Jeanyong froze for a moment, then slowly extended his hands. The moment his fingers made contact with that exquisite curve, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and without thinking, he pressed slightly harder. Jeanyong trembled again violently, snapping her eyes open to glare at him with quiet reproach. Instantly realizing his mistake, Jeanyong gave her an awkward smile, quickly composed himself, and resumed the massage with renewed focus, tracing each meridian along her body, pressing and kneading carefully from head to toe. As Jeanyong continued the massage, a stream of purplish-black blood, emitting a foul and fishy odor, slowly oozed from the bite wound. Only after Jeanyong finished massaging did the dark, toxic blood completely stop flowing, and Jeanyong's leg gradually regained its original porcelain-white appearance. Phew! Jeanyong let out a long breath, swayed unsteadily, and plopped down onto the ground, gasping heavily. Jeanyong, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Jeanyong instantly sat up and asked with deep concern, her face filled with worry. Chapter 91. Call me sister from now on. Although the previous massage seemed highly intense, Jeanyong had not only been fully activating the mystic physician true scripture, but also resisting the overwhelming temptation from Jeanyong. It took a severe toll on both his mental and physical energy, leaving him feeling completely drained. After Jeanyong's massage, the snake venom in Jeanyong had been thoroughly cleared. The dizziness and disorientation were gone, and most of her strength had returned. Seeing Jeanyong's condition, she was startled and immediately sat up from the ground, asking with concern, Jeanyong, what's wrong with you? Jeanyong waved his hand at her and said, Nothing serious, just a bit tired. I'll be fine after a short rest. Hearing this, Jeanyong relaxed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she stood up, took a bottle of water from her backpack, and handed it to Jeanyong. Here, drink some water and rest for a while. Jeanyong reached over, unscrewed the cap, and drank nearly half the bottle. He immediately felt much better, his spirit largely restored. As Jeanyong gazed at Jeanyong, she suddenly recalled the sensations during the massage. Her face subtly flushed, and her eyes gained an indescribable gleam. Feeling somewhat unnerved under her stare, Jeanyong instinctively touched his face and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? Is there a flower on my face or something?" Jeanyong snapped back to reality instantly. She shook her delicate little fist at him and warned, "What happened today must never be mentioned to anyone, especially not in front of Hurrian. Not even a single word. Otherwise, I swear I won't forgive you. Got it?" Earlier, Jeanyong had torn Jeanyong's pants up to her thighs. As she moved, her long, slender legs and a faint glimpse of purple at a crucial area became intermittently visible. Jeanyong's gaze froze for a moment, and he subconsciously licked his lips. "Ah." Jeanyong quickly realized it, shrieked, and grabbed her pants back into place. She glared at him playfully. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough already?" "Haha, not enough. Such beautiful legs can never be fully appreciated," Jeanyong leered, blurting out without thinking. "You." A wave of embarrassment and anger surged through Jeanyong. Her eyes flared, ready to erupt. Jeanyong instantly snapped back to his senses and hastily said, "Miss Jean, I've remembered your warning. What happened between us stays between us. Only heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Not a single word will escape my mouth, especially not to Miss Hu. You can rest assured." "Humph." Jeanyong sniffed haughtily. "You'd better keep your promise." She squatted down, grabbed her backpack, pulled out a medical kit, rummaged through it, and retrieved a vial of serum and a syringe. Then she rolled up her sleeve. Jeanyong looked on curiously and asked, "Miss Jean, what's that serum for?" Jeanyong gave him a sidelong glance and replied, "It's the most advanced anti-venom serum on the market, effective against cobras, five-step snakes, golden chain snakes, and silver chain snakes." "What?" Jeanyong exclaimed, shocked that Jeanyong had brought anti-venom all along. He stared at her oddly and said, "Miss Jean, if you had this, why didn't you say so earlier? I worried myself sick and sweated buckets for nothing." "Say so earlier?" Jeanyong gritted her teeth, indignant. "I tried several times to remind you I had the serum in my bag, but did you let me speak? After taking such huge advantage of me, you now have the nerve to blame me?" "This," Jeanyong paused, recalling how she had pointed toward her bag multiple times earlier, only to be cut off each time by him. He awkwardly scratched his head and muttered, "Well, I was just worried about you, afraid something might happen. Honestly, that was dangerously close. Golden chain snake venom isn't something to joke about." "Humph." Jeanyong huffed again, but a flicker of tenderness passed through her eyes, and her expression noticeably softened. Seeing that Jeanyong was about to inject herself with the anti-venom, Jeanyong quickly interjected, "Miss Jean." At the familiar title, Jeanyong's expression shifted slightly. She looked at Jeanyong with complex eyes and asked quietly, "You, what did you just call me?" Caught off guard, Jeanyong scratched his head and said, "Miss Jean, is something wrong?" Jeanyong gently shook her head. "Don't call me Miss Jean anymore." Jeanyong was utterly baffled. "If not Miss Jean, then what should I call you?" Jeanyong locked her eyes onto his and said softly, "I'm a few years older than you. From now on, call me sister." Chapter 92. Don't worry, I'm here. "What? You want me to call you sister from now on?" Jeanyong said in surprise, staring at Jeanyong, not expecting her to make such a request. Jeanyong's expression shifted slightly as she replied coolly, "What? You don't want to? Or do you think I'm not worthy?" Jeanyong's eyes flickered. Just 2 days ago, he had received a mission from the system to win over Jeanyong within 1 month. Making her his sworn elder sister would definitely bring them closer. He certainly wasn't opposed. Smiling gently, he said to Jeanyong, "It's my honor to have such a beautiful elder sister. From this moment on, you're officially my sister." He emphasized the word elder just slightly when he said it. Jeanyong was sharp. How could she miss the hidden meaning behind his words? Her eyes flashed with both embarrassment and anger. But then she remembered how Jeanyong had risked his life to suck the snake venom out of her body. Her heart softened. Pretending she hadn't noticed the implication in his tone, she asked, "By the way, what were you going to tell me earlier?" Jeanyong pointed at the syringe in Jeanyong's hand and said, Jean, this anti-venom must be extremely expensive. I can guarantee the poison is already completely gone from your body. Injecting this would just be a waste." Jeanyong trusted Jeanyong's medical judgment. After his massage treatment, not only had her dizziness vanished completely, but she also felt unusually energized. Her fatigue from hiking up the mountain trail had disappeared entirely. She'd never felt physically better in her life. Convinced, she decided not to use the serum and carefully put it back into her medical kit. Then she took out some bandages and began wrapping the wound on her leg to prevent infection. Her eyes fell on her torn pants, ripped all the way up to her thigh, and her brows furrowed slightly. Thinking for a moment, Jeanyong said, "Jean, you're injured and your pants are torn. We're about to enter deep woods ahead. The trails will be even rougher. How about we turn back the way we came? We can return another day after we're fully prepared." "Humph." Jeanyong gave him a haughty look, scoffed lightly, then squatted down and pulled out an identical pair of pants from her backpack. Jeanyong couldn't help but marvel. This backpack of hers seemed like a magic treasure chest. He even wondered if sanitary pads might be hiding in there somewhere. "You, go wait over there. I need to change." Jeanyong blushed faintly as she said sternly, "I'm warning you. Don't you dare peek, or I'll make you pay." Jeanyong grinned and said, "Jean, you can stay here if you want, but this place isn't just home to venomous snakes. It also has centipedes, scorpions, and all kinds of poisonous insects. Are you sure you want me to leave you alone?" Hearing that, Jeanyong felt a chill run down her spine. Like most women, she dreaded creatures like centipedes and snakes. Though naturally proud and strong-willed, she was still a woman. "You, turn around. If you dare look back, I'll cut you off." She made a slashing motion with her hand, threateningly. Jeanyong chuckled. "Don't worry, Jean, I'm a decent young man. I'm not as low as you think." With that, he turned his back to her. Watching his back, Jeanyong pouted slightly. Changing pants in front of him made her feel awkward and flustered. But after what Jeanyong had said, she didn't dare stay alone. Gritting her teeth, she quickly took off her torn pants and clumsily pulled on the new pair. Behind him, the rustling sound stirred waves of excitement in Jeanyong's heart. Images of Jeanyong's slim, stunning figure flashed through his mind. But despite these thoughts, his body remained perfectly still. Just as he claimed, he wasn't that kind of man. Woof! Woof! Suddenly, rustling came from the nearby bushes, followed by a loud roar from some unknown wild animal. Jeanyong, still struggling to pull up her pants, was on edge. The sudden roar startled her so badly that she instinctively abandoned the pants altogether and lunged straight into Jeanyong's arms. Jeanyong instantly spun around and tightly pulled Jeanyong into his embrace, shouting firmly, "Don't worry, Jeanyong, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here." When Jeanyong heard those words, her eyes widened momentarily, and all fear instantly melted away. Nestled in Jeanyong's arms, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety and calm, as if, as long as he was by her side, no challenge could ever defeat them. Lost in this thought, Jeanyong subconsciously wrapped her arms around Jeanyong's waist and gently closed her eyes. Chapter 93. Take your dog hand off. Jeanyong was also startled by the rustling in the bushes, assuming it was a wild wolf, boar, or some other beast. He tightly wrapped his arms around Jeanyong, staring tensely at the undergrowth and bracing himself for an attack. A figure suddenly leaped out from the grass, lunging straight toward Jeanyong and Jeanyong. When Jeanyong finally recognized who it was, he immediately relaxed, relief washing over his face followed by a helpless smile, because the figure was none other than Jeanyong. Jeanyong's small mouth clamped onto a pheasant and a wild rabbit, which was exactly why the strange noises had been made. In just a few quick hops, Jeanyong bounded up to them and dropped the pheasant and rabbit at Jeanyong's feet. Blinking its little eyes cutely, it jumped eagerly around their legs, wagging its tail in hopes of praise. Jeanyong screamed again, flinching violently and pressing even tighter into Jeanyong's embrace. Jeanyong now felt her fiery figure and sensual curves more clearly than ever, sending ripples through his heart. He gently patted her back and said softly, "Sister Jean, don't worry, it's only Jeanyong." Jeanyong slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the familiar dog, her tension eased, but only briefly. Then her body stiffened, her eyes flashing with sharpness as she tilted her head up sharply to glare at Jeanyong. That fierce look sent shivers down Jeanyong's spine. Puzzled, he asked cautiously, "Sister Jean, why are you looking at me like that?" A spark of humiliation and anger flickered in her eyes. Clenching her teeth, she snapped, "Was my ass comfortable to touch? Now get your damn dog hand off me right now." Jeanyong froze momentarily upon hearing her words, then realized his arm, he'd still been holding her close, had somehow ended up resting directly on her shapely rear. Instinctively, he squeezed once more before quickly jumping back, stammering awkwardly, "Sister Jean, I didn't mean to. It was unintentional. I'll turn around immediately, so you can finish dressing." As he spoke, he couldn't help but give his right hand a subtle shake, savoring the lingering sensation of that delightful touch. His gaze drifted briefly to Jeanyong's long, toned, and incredibly sexy legs before he pretended to start turning away. Jeanyong gritted her teeth coldly. "Turn around? What's the point now that you've already seen everything?" Jeanyong scratched his nose with a faint grin. "Well, you do have a point, Sister Jean. No use turning now, so I won't. Just hurry up and put your clothes on. Don't catch a chill. You." Jeanyong seethed inwardly. Always sharp-minded and strong-willed, she'd never suffered such humiliation in her life. Yet there was nothing she could do to Jeanyong now. Helpless rage burning in her chest, she shot him one last venomous glare, then turned abruptly, fumbling hurriedly as she pulled on her pants. Seeing her flustered state, Jeanyong chuckled quietly. He bent down and lightly patted Jeanyong on the head, saying, "Good boy, Jeanyong. You're amazing. I'll roast you some meat later." "Woof, woof." Jeanyong barked excitedly, leaping and dancing joyfully at the promise. "Shut up. One more bark and I'll roast you instead." Jeanyong snapped after getting dressed, turning her head sharply toward the dog, irritation clear in her voice. "When?" Jeanyong instantly sensed her murderous intent and immediately cowered beside Jeanyong, whining pitifully like a scolded housewife. Jeanyong gently stroked Jeanyong's head several times, soothing, "It's okay, big guy. Sister was just kidding." Then standing up, he turned to Jeanyong and said, "Sister Jean, not far ahead there's a clear stream. Let's go there, eat something, and rest a bit. Roast pheasant and roast rabbit are my specialties. You'll get to taste them soon." Jeanyong glanced at him and asked, "How far is it to our destination?" Jeanyong understood what she really meant and replied, "Not far at all. With Jeanyong leading the way, we're no more than half an hour away. Don't worry, we won't delay your mission." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Jeanyong retorted icily. "Sister Jean, how's your leg? Want me to carry you?" Knowing she was still angry, Jeanyong didn't take offense. Instead, he asked sincerely. After all, he had touched and groped her, not to mention fully glimpsed her nearly naked body. That was quite the privilege. Upon hearing this, Jeanyong's expression softened slightly. "I'm fine. Just move faster. Eat, then push forward." "All right." Without another word, Jeanyong slung Jeanyong's backpack over his shoulder and led her toward the direction of the creek. Chapter 94. The Three Major Challenges. Jeanyong brought Jeanyong to the small stream where they had rested before. He cleaned the pheasant and wild rabbit, seasoned them with salt, then entered the stream to catch a few small fish. After preparing the fish, just as he had done with the other meat, he started a fire in a shady spot, skewered the fish, pheasant, and rabbit onto sticks and branches, and began roasting them over the flames. Soon, delicious aromas filled the air. The scenery here is truly wonderful, an ideal place for relaxation and cultivating peace of mind. If we built a wellness retreat here, I'm sure many people would flock to it. Jeanyong splashed some clear stream water on her face, instantly feeling refreshed. Gazing at the breathtaking surroundings, she couldn't help but speak aloud. The speaker meant nothing by it, but the listener took notice. Jeanyong's heart stirred at Jeanyong's words. Lately, he'd been pondering how to rapidly develop Shoshui village within a year. Relying solely on agriculture wasn't realistic, and even that would take a long cycle to show results. Her comments suddenly opened up a promising new direction. Shoshui village boasted beautiful waters and lush landscapes. Tourism could be an incredibly promising industry. Jeanyong, if we develop this place into a wellness retreat, do you really think people would come? Jeanyong asked. Jeanyong turned to look at him, took 2 bottles of water from her bag, handed one to Jeanyong, opened the other, took a sip, then replied, life in big cities moves at such a fast pace that many people dream of leisurely rural living. This place has fresh air and stunning views. It's among the finest tourist resources not only in Qingzhou, but even across the country. If properly developed into a resort with complete facilities and good promotion, it could become a benchmark for Qingzhou's tourism industry. There'd be no shortage of visitors. In time, tourists from all over the nation might come just for its reputation. Jeanyong listened, his imagination soaring. Her words had opened up a whole new perspective. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Turn the food already. The fish is almost burning. Jeanyong caught a faint burnt smell and called out to remind him. Oh, right. Jeanyong snapped back to reality, quickly rotating the skewers. He picked out 2 well-roasted fish, sprinkled them with salt and chili powder, and handed them to Jeanyong. She didn't hesitate, taking them directly, gently blowing on them before biting in. The fish carried the unique charred fragrance of grilled fare, crispy outside, tender and juicy inside, bursting with flavor. In moments, she had finished both fish completely. These grilled fish are great. Much better than those compressed biscuits or energy bars. Didn't know you had this kind of skill. Jeanyong praised him. Jeanyong smiled proudly, handing her 2 more. If you like them, eat up. But I suggest saving some room. I've got the pheasant and rabbit roasting now, and they'll taste even better. Too bad I didn't bring a pot. Otherwise, I could stew that golden-banded snake that bit you together with the pheasant into a dragon and phoenix soup. Now that would be delicious. Can you stop already? Do we have to talk about that damn snake? Hearing Jeanyong mention the golden-banded snake made Jeanyong recall the incident again. Her face flushed slightly, and with a touch of shyness, she snapped at him. Fine, I won't mention it anymore. Here, Jeanyong, have some more fish, Jeanyong said, offering her the 2 newly roasted fish again. She snatched them from his hand, gave him a sharp glare, and bit down hard, as if she were biting Jeanyong himself. Jeanyong sensed the killing intent in her eyes and involuntarily shrank back, feeling uneasy. Seeing his reaction, Jeanyong burst into giggles. Even she didn't know why she was laughing, but inexplicably, she felt happy. Jeanyong looked at her in confusion. She had clearly been annoyed a moment ago. Why was she suddenly laughing now? He felt once again that women were truly strange creatures. Ahem. Realizing her behavior seemed odd, Jeanyong covered by coughing lightly a few times, then changed the subject. You seemed so focused earlier. Don't tell me you're actually considering developing the mountains tourism? Jeanyong's eyes lit up as he quickly responded. Not exactly considering, but what you said just now makes a lot of sense. Developing this mountain might actually be a great option, one that could significantly boost the development of our Xiushui village. Jeanyong raised her head, gave him a glance, elegantly took another bite of fish, chewed slowly, swallowed, then extended 3 fingers toward him, and said, I only told you half of it earlier. Yes, the tourism resources here are exceptional, but if you truly want to develop it, you must first solve 3 major challenges. Each one is difficult, none easy to overcome. I'd advise you to drop the idea. Chapter 95, Leisure and Vacation. 3 major problems? Jeanyong, slightly taken aback by Jeanyong's words, quickly asked, Sister Qin, could you tell me what these 3 major problems are? Jeanyong looked at him with a faint, teasing smile. You really want to know? Jeanyong nodded vigorously at her, saying earnestly, Sister Qin, please enlighten me. Alright then, I'll briefly explain them to you. But don't just listen. You can't let the chicken and rabbit burn. I'm planning to eat them later. Jeanyong said, a subtle trace of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Don't worry, they won't burn. Jeanyong hurriedly shook the skewers holding the chicken and rabbit. He was genuinely interested in developing tourism in Xiushui village and eager to hear Jeanyong's insights. No longer beating around the bush, Jeanyong said directly. First comes transportation. Transportation? Jeanyong instinctively repeated, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. That's right, transportation. A sharp glint flashed in Jeanyong's eyes as she continued. Think about it. Even globally, any economically developed area invariably boasts extremely convenient transportation. The same holds true for tourism. Only with convenient access can you attract visitors from all over. It's one of the essential prerequisites. Its importance might even surpass that of the scenic beauty itself. Jeanyong suddenly felt enlightened. Since ancient times, the folk saying went, to get rich, first build roads. That alone spoke volumes about the significance of transportation. But Jeanyong shifted tone and added, however, your Xiushui village is surrounded by mountains, everywhere filled with steep cliffs and rocky walls. The only existing path is narrow and extremely rugged. Large vehicles simply can't enter. So how will you transport the massive amounts of construction materials needed for building a scenic area? And even if you somehow manage to construct the resort using local resources, would tourists really be willing to hike over an hour along mountain trails just to visit your attraction? Therefore, if you truly want to develop tourism here, you must at least build a provincial-grade highway. Jeanyong's eyes lit up as he said to Jeanyong, we could apply to the county or Qingzhou city for funding to build the road. If that doesn't work, we could even build it ourselves. Build it yourselves? Jeanyong gently shook her head, speaking calmly to Jeanyong. Do you know how much it costs to construct a single kilometer of provincial-grade highway? At minimum, it's 20 million per kilometer. Your Xiushui village is more than 20 kilometers away from the nearest provincial road. Can you even calculate the total cost? Do you honestly think the county or Qingzhou would approve such a huge sum for you? Besides, a provincial-grade highway isn't something you can just decide to build on your own. It requires official approval from top-level planning authorities. Do you have the capability to obtain that approval? Jeanyong froze after hearing Jeanyong's words, cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hadn't realized building a road could be so complicated. Yet Jeanyong fully understood that constructing this road was inevitable, not only for developing tourism, but also because without smooth transportation, there was absolutely no way to turn Xiushui village into the wealthiest village across all of Qingzhou within a year. He racked his brain for solutions, but no good ideas came forth. All he could do was feel anxious. Hey, the chicken's about to burn. Turn it. Jeanyong smiled lightly and reminded him. Oh right. Jeanyong snapped back to reality, quickly adjusting the skewers of chicken and rabbit. Then he asked, Sister Qin, what exactly is the second problem? The second problem is easier compared to transportation. It's funding, Jeanyong said with a faint smile. Funding. Jeanyong frowned slightly, echoing questioningly. Yes, funding. Jeanyong looked at him, seemingly seeing straight through his thoughts. Don't get carried away just because you've made tens or even hundreds of thousands recently. That amount is nothing compared to what's actually needed. To properly develop this place into a scenic tourist destination, I estimate you'll need at least 3 to 500 million. Business people chase profit. Given your village's current conditions, raising even a few million yuan would be difficult, let alone 3 to 500 million. Practically impossible. 3 to 500 million. Jeanyong felt a slight sense of relief. With the system's support, while raising such a sum was challenging, it wasn't insurmountable. And the third problem? Jeanyong asked Jeanyong. Jeanyong furrowed her brows slightly and asked, Are you serious? You're not actually thinking of turning this place into a resort, are you? Why not? It's a great thing that would benefit the entire region. Jeanyong smiled confidently at Jeanyong. Sister Jean, you just said yourself that we have one of the best tourism resources in the world. Wouldn't it be a terrible waste to let it remain unused? Even if conditions aren't right now, that doesn't mean they never will be. One day, I'll solve every single one of the problems you've mentioned. Jeanyong gazed at Jeanyong, a flicker of surprise glowing in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she shook her head slightly and said, Is that so? Then I'll be watching. Sister Jean, what's the third challenge you were talking about? Chapter 96, Huangshe National Park of Xia Country. The third challenge is about the planning and positioning of the scenic area. Seeing Jeanyong's seriousness, Jeanyong responded with equal earnestness. Planning and positioning of a scenic area? A flash of sharp insight lit Jeanyong's eyes. He looked solemnly at Jeanyong and said, Sis Jean, I roughly understand what you mean, but some parts are still blurry. Could you please enlighten me? Jeanyong explained to Jeanyong. In recent decades, our country has gradually emphasized the development of tourism, developing numerous scenic spots all over the nation. However, these places tend to be more or less the same, heavily designed by humans, essentially just a combination of parks and amusement zones. If you build yours in the same way, not only will it damage the local ecological environment, but also lacks any unique competitive edge compared to others. It might attract a wave of tourists initially, but over time, it'll fade into mediocrity and won't sustain long-term growth. Therefore, before development begins, proper planning and clear positioning are crucial. You need to identify this place's core competitiveness and maximize its expression. That's the true path towards sustainable development. A gleam sparked in Jeanyong's eyes. Jeanyong's words were like a spring breeze clearing away the fog in his heart, bringing sudden clarity. Noticing the roasted game chicken was nearly done, Jeanyong sprinkled on a layer of seasoning, tore half of it, and tossed it to Jean, who had been eagerly waiting, then gently pulled off a drumstick from the remaining half and handed it to Jeanyong, saying, Here, Sis Jean, try my cooking. She reached out and took it, blowing gently a few times until the surface cooled down, then elegantly opened her rosy lips to take a bite. Her eyes flickered with surprise. After swallowing, she nodded repeatedly at Jeanyong, saying, I didn't expect you to have such skills. The chicken is perfectly roasted, crispy skin, fragrant meat, juicy and tender, and remarkably not dry at all. Very good, very good. As she spoke, her two delicate, slender fingers held the drumstick, and she began nibbling at it bit by bit. Jeanyong smiled slightly, placing the other half of the chicken in front of Jeanyong and saying, If you like it, eat more. We came unprepared today, so I didn't bring all the seasonings. If we'd marinated it earlier and brushed honey over it before roasting, the flavor would have been even better. Next time I'll make it for you properly. In no time, Jeanyong finished the drumstick completely, then reached out to tear off a chicken wing, placing the rest of the bird in front of Jeanyong. Don't just sit there watching me eat. Eat too. Jeanyong told her. Game chicken is warming in nature. It helps greatly with fatigue, menstrual irregularities, anemia, and general weakness. Since you're injured, eating more of this will do you good. This half is still for you. Jeanyong's eyes shimmered slightly as she moistened her lips and asked, If you give it all to me, then what will you eat? Jeanyong smiled, casually tearing off a rabbit leg and replying, There's still this wild rabbit. More than enough for me. With that, he took a bold bite of the rabbit leg and began eating heartily. Jeanyong's gaze softened noticeably. Wild rabbit was gamey and far inferior in taste to the chicken. Watching Jeanyong devouring the rabbit with gusto, her heart fluttered faintly, as if touched by a soft feather, tingling with warmth. Here, drink some water. Jeanyong thought for a moment, picked up a bottle, and handed it to him. Jeanyong accepted it, and took a sip, then said, Sis Jean, I really think what you said earlier makes a lot of sense. But how exactly can we best showcase our core advantage here? Could you tell me more? Jeanyong blinked and asked, Have you heard of America's Yellowstone National Park? I saw it in a magazine before. I only know it's the largest park in America, but I don't know much else, Jeanyong admitted frankly. Yellowstone National Park's full name is the National Park for Protecting Wildlife and Natural Resources. It spans tens of thousands of hectares and contains one of the world's largest forests, home to hundreds of species of wildlife and over 1,100 native plant species. It also features countless hot springs, waterfalls, and other natural wonders. Every year, countless tourists from around the globe flock to visit, giving it a prestigious reputation worldwide within the tourism industry. Jeanyong explained smoothly to Jeanyong. A spark ignited in Jeanyong's mind as he said, Are you suggesting we build a scenic area here similar to Yellowstone National Park? Why not? Jeanyong said to Jeanyong with burning eyes. As far as I know, Shizhong Mountain stretches for hundreds of miles, home to countless steep peaks and innumerable species of flora and fauna. Although its tourism resources may not quite match Yellowstone National Park, they're close enough. With proper development, there's no reason we couldn't build here the equivalent of Xia Country's own Yellowstone. Jeanyong stared in stunned silence. He hadn't expected Jeanyong to have such a grand vision, to actually turn this place into a world-class national park like America's Yellowstone. The ambition was staggering. After a moment of thought, Jeanyong shook his head slightly at Jeanyong and said, Sis Jean, I truly admire your vision and courage, but that's simply unrealistic. First, jurisdiction over Shizhong Mountain belongs to Xiushui County. Our Xiushui village occupies only a tiny portion. It doesn't have the authority to develop the area uniformly. Second, if we stretch ourselves so thin on such a massive project, the investment required would be astronomical, far beyond what we could ever afford. Jeanyong smiled gently and replied, your concerns aren't entirely groundless, but they aren't insurmountable either. These are problems that can be solved. Hearing her words, Jeanyong perked up immediately. Sis Jean, what do you mean? Jeanyong explained. You just mentioned that Shizhong Mountain falls under the jurisdiction of Xiushui County. So why not go straight to the county authorities and obtain development rights from them? As long as you prepare a solid plan and demonstrate real capability and potential, I guarantee the county leaders will treat you like an honored guest. To them, this would be an extraordinary political achievement. Second, the investment isn't nearly as huge as you imagine. Such a large-scale project won't be completed overnight. It can be carried out in phases. You only need enough funds to get started. Once the project launches successfully and proves its potential, countless investors will come knocking with substantial capital seeking equity stakes. At that point, your problem won't be finding money. It'll be figuring out how to keep people from throwing money at you. Hee hee. Jeanyong felt his blood surge with excitement, his eyes shining brightly. What had seemed impossible to him now appeared effortless through Jeanyong's perspective. He couldn't help but feel deep admiration, becoming even more certain that Jeanyong must come from a significant background. Ordinary people simply didn't possess such foresight and skill. Seeing Jeanyong's odd expression, Jeanyong gave a faint smile and said, don't get too excited yet. Besides the transportation and funding issues I've already mentioned, there's one other matter that's extremely tricky when it comes to turning this place into Xia Country's Yellowstone National Park. Chapter 97, Good Luck. Jeanyong was still riding high on excitement. At this moment, he truly admired Jeanyong's insight and capability. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but pause slightly. Anything that Jeanyong considered troublesome must be no simple matter. He quickly asked, Sis Jean, what do you mean by a troublesome problem? Jeanyong looked straight at Jeanyong and said, in recent years, several scenic areas in our Xia country have promoted themselves as primitive forest parks. For example, Zishuangbana Primitive Forest Park in the far south, or Xiaoxing Primitive Forest Park up north. When these parks were first established, their goal was to emulate a country's Yellowstone National Park. But over time, they've all gradually turned into entertainment-focused destinations with very little authentic forest atmosphere, completely deviating from their original purpose. Do you know why? Why? Jeanyong asked eagerly. Safety. Jeanyong didn't beat around the bush and answered directly. Safety. A flash of understanding passed through Jeanyong's eyes, as if he began grasping what she meant. That's right, safety, Jeanyong explained. If we want to build a semi-open park like Yellowstone, we need to preserve the site's original appearance as much as possible, avoiding disruption of the current ecological balance. But doing so introduces many dangerous factors. As she spoke, Jeanyong shifted slightly, gesturing to her injured right leg. Shizhong Mountain is an undeveloped primitive forest, teeming with venomous insects and wild beasts. Take me, for instance, I accidentally got bitten by a golden-banded kite just now. Imagine if it had been a tourist visiting here. That would have caused enormous trouble. Public opinion alone could shut this scenic area down overnight. Jeanyong felt a chill run through him after hearing this. He shook his head and replied, Sis Jean, I admit what you're saying makes sense, but surely it's not that serious. As long as we implement sufficient safety measures, we can still guarantee the basic safety of tourists. And I don't think public opinion carries that much weight. You're wrong. Jeanyong countered sharply, her eyes flashing. The power of public opinion is even greater than I've described. 3 years ago, do you remember how the Longdu Tiger Garden human attack incident ended? The owner paid over $1 million in compensation to the victims, and the park was ordered by authorities to reorganize. But even now, it has never reopened. It's effectively been shut down permanently. That so-called temporary reorganization is just another way of saying closure. And mind you, the person behind that park had considerable connections. If not, the punishment would have been even harsher. Longdu Tiger Garden was a wildlife park housing nearly 10,000 animals from over 100 species, including tigers and lions. Visitors drove through the park in their own vehicles. During one visit, 2 female tourists suddenly opened their car doors mid-route and stepped out, only to be attacked by several tigers, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury. At the time, the incident made massive waves throughout society. Someone uploaded surveillance footage of a tiger attack online, sparking widespread outrage. For weeks, news outlets and social discussions were flooded with coverage. It became a topic of casual conversation everywhere, from dinner tables to bar stools. Jeanyong froze upon hearing this. 3 years ago, he had just entered high school, yet even then, he remembered hearing about the Longdu Tiger Garden tragedy. Now he finally understood exactly what Jeanyong meant by that third challenge. Sis Jean, how does a country's Yellowstone National Park handle things? Don't they ever have security issues? No, you're mistaken. Yellowstone has its fair share of accidents every year, but a country places extreme emphasis on rules and laws, with well-established systems for accident compensation. More importantly, as long as the park can prove its safety protocols weren't flawed, all consequences fall solely on the individual involved. Our Xia country is different. Many people simply don't respect rules, and public discourse here has a long tradition of sympathizing with the perceived victim. That's precisely the core of the issue. Jeanyong said calmly, now do you understand what I mean? How to best preserve the region's primitive character while simultaneously ensuring maximum tourist safety. That's the real crux of the third problem. Jeanyong nodded slowly. I get it now. If we turn this place into another generic, commercialized, formulaic resort, it won't stand out or attract visitors. But if we preserve the wilderness too faithfully, safety risks arise, and if something goes wrong, the consequences would be disastrous. So finding a perfect balance between these two extremes is the key, right? A faint smile appeared on Jeanyong's face as she said, not bad. You catch on quickly. That's exactly what I meant. Well then, enough armchair strategizing. Let's eat quickly. We still have a long way ahead of us. Jeanyong shook his head at Jeanyong and said solemnly, Sis Jean, you're wrong. This might not be just idle talk after all. Thank you for your guidance today. Jeanyong's gratitude toward Jeanyong was genuine. Xiaoshui village was nestled deep in the mountains, extremely isolated and poorly located, with only these 100 li of Wang hills to work with. To transform Xiaoshui into the wealthiest village in Qingzhou, relying solely on ecological agriculture would not be enough. Qin Yuyan's words had given Jeanyong significant inspiration. Perhaps tourism could be the breakthrough they needed. Moreover, turning Xiaoshui village into the richest village in Qingzhou was merely the first main quest assigned by the system. Who knew what future tasks might come? Perhaps transforming it into the wealthiest village in Jiangnan province, or even in the entire country, or the world. If so, Qin Yuyan's suggestion would become even more invaluable. Hearing Jeanyong's words, Qin Yuyan froze momentarily and asked, "Could it be, you actually plan to develop tourism at Shizhong Mountain?" Jeanyong smiled and shook his head. "Not necessarily. Nobody can predict the future. But there's one thing I'm absolutely certain about." "What is it?" Qin Yuyan asked. "Building a road. A provincial-grade highway that meets the standards you just described." Jeanyong said firmly. He clearly understood that a good road was the foundation for Xiaoshui village's rise. Qin Yuyan gazed deeply at Jeanyong, then faintly shook her head. In her eyes, Jeanyong was merely a capable rural youth. She didn't believe he had the ability to construct a provincial highway. It required not only enormous funds, but also extensive connections, something far beyond what a village boy could possibly manage. "Is that so? Then I wish you good luck," Qin Yuyan said, nodding slightly at Jeanyong before adding, "I've finished eating. Hurry up and finish yours too. We've wasted quite enough time already. We leave exactly 15 minutes from now." Chapter 98. Is the Jean really a dog? An hour later, Jeanyong brought Qin Yuyan to the cliff, where he had found the Dendrobium candidum. Jeanyong gazed at the cliff, his heart filled with emotion. It was right here that he obtained the system that completely changed his fate, transforming his life in ways he could never have imagined. "So this is the cliff you mentioned? Where exactly did you find the golden crown dragon snake?" Qin Yuyan asked, slightly anxious. Instinctively, Jeanyong looked up at the spot where he had discovered the Dendrobium, then quickly turned his eyes downward and pointed beneath the cliff. "There, right down there, I found the snake's corpse. See, there's still bloodstain left." That day, since he hadn't brought a proper container, the golden crown dragon snake's blood had spilled all over the ground. Though it had dried after several days, the traces were still clearly visible. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Yuyan's eyes. She hurried over to the dried bloodstain, squatted down, and examined it carefully. After a moment, she stood up and began searching around within a radius of about 10 meters, as if looking for something specific. "Are you hiding something from me?" Qin Yuyan suddenly stopped, her expression turning serious as she faced Jeanyong. "Did you really find the golden crown dragon snake here?" Jeanyang's heart skipped a beat. Slightly unnerved, he asked, "Why do you ask that?" Seeing Jeanyang's reaction only deepened Qin Yuyan's suspicion, but she kept her composure and calmly replied, "The golden crown dragon snake is highly sentient. The one you sold me must have lived for at least 50 or 60 years. A spiritual creature of such caliber always resides near some rare and precious treasure. But I just searched the entire area, nothing. So I'm certain this place couldn't possibly be its original habitat." Jeanyong scratched his head and said, "Really? I didn't know that was a thing. Maybe the snake was carried here by some wild beast from somewhere else." He wasn't willing to reveal the actual location where he found the snake. The last time, Jean, the golden-haired howler hound with enhanced sense of smell, had acted strangely at that particular cliff. Jeanyang's gut told him there was more to that spot than met the eye, though he hadn't had time lately to investigate further. Qin Yuyan instinctively sensed that Jeanyong was deliberately holding back information. Frowning slightly, she turned her gaze toward the 20-meter-high cliff and asked, "You gathered those dendrobium plants from this cliff, didn't you? Tell me exactly where." Jeanyang's heart sank again. He looked at Qin Yuyan and asked, "Sister Qin, are you suggesting those few dendrobium plants might be the very treasure guarded by the golden crown dragon snake?" Qin Yuyan gently shook her head. "Dendrobium candidum is valuable to humans, but for a spiritual being like the golden crown dragon snake, it's practically insignificant. Still, I believe there must be some kind of connection between them, perhaps even a clue. Come on, just tell me where you found the dendrobium." Qin Yuyan's ability to connect the tiniest clues amazed Jeanyong even more. He deeply admired her intelligence and insight. After a brief pause, he said, "Sister Qin, I understand how you feel, but those dendrobium grow on a cliff over 10 meters high. It's not easy to climb. What if we come back another day, better prepared? How does that sound?" Qin Yuyan smiled faintly. "I've loved rock climbing since childhood. Besides, I brought this." She pulled out a long climbing rope from her backpack, with a grappling hook attached to one end. "Just tell me the exact spot. You don't need to worry about anything else. I can handle it myself." "Wow," Jeanyong said with a wry smile. "You're incredible. Your attention to detail is insane. Bringing food and a first aid kit I can understand. But who brings a climbing tool too? What kind of brain do you even have? Well, if you want to do a job well, you must first sharpen your tools. That's wisdom passed down from our ancestors." Qin Yuyan said coolly. "Now point out where you found the dendrobium. Once you've done that, your part is over. The rest is none of your concern." "There, it's about 12 meters above the ground," Jeanyong pointed, choosing honesty. Qin Yuyan was far too sharp. Trying to deceive her would be difficult and awkward anyway. Being upfront was safer. Qin Yuyan studied the spot, then pulled a small, bulging waist pack from her backpack and fastened it around her waist. She picked up the climbing rope and moved to the base of the cliff. She raised her head, assessing the surface, then swung the grappling hook, aiming to hook it onto a rocky protrusion. But the cliff face was extremely steep, offering very few anchor points. She tried several times without success, and a trace of anxiety began to show on her face. Seeing this, Jeanyang's heart softened. He reached out to Qin Yuyan and said, "Give it to me." "What do you want to do?" Qin Yuyan asked him. "Of course I'm going to help you hook it up," Jeanyong said, taking the climbing rope from Qin Yuyan's hand. He stretched his limbs slightly and moved toward the base of the cliff, ready to climb. Only then did Qin Yuyan realize what Jeanyong intended to do. She quickly stepped in front of him and exclaimed, "You're going to climb barehanded? No way. That's far too dangerous. With no safety gear, you'd be throwing your life away." Jeanyong felt a warm glow inside. He spoke gently to Qin Yuyan. "Don't worry, Sister Qin. The day before yesterday, I climbed up exactly like this to pick those dendrobium plants. Nothing bad happened back then, and nothing will happen now. But 2 days ago you were just lucky. You can't expect luck like that every time. Qin Yuyan insisted firmly. No more talking. Even if I can't get up today, I absolutely won't let you climb without protection. Though her tone was unusually stern, Jeanyong felt a faint touch of emotion. He could clearly sense that Qin Yuyan was genuinely worried for him. Fine. Just give me back the climbing rope, Qin Yuyan said to Jeanyong. I'll try a few more times. If it still doesn't work, we'll just have to come back another day with better preparation. Jeanyang's eyes flickered with an idea. He said to Qin Yuyan, Sister Qin, don't rush. I've got a solution. A solution? What solution? Qin Yuyan asked suspiciously. Jeanyong gave her a mysterious smile, waved at Jeanyong, and said, Jeanyong, see that rocky protrusion up on the cliff? Go there and tie this rope securely around it. If you do a good job, I'll make you grill meat tonight. If you mess up, I'll grill you instead. Qin Yuyan had thought Jeanyong actually had a plan, but seeing him actually order a dog to do the job filled her with disappointment. She couldn't help but say, Jeanyong, are you joking? How could it possibly? She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening, her face frozen in shock. With a loud, "Ayo woo," Jeanyong snatched the grappling hook in its mouth, dashed up the cliff like lightning, and in almost an instant reached the rocky ledge. It swiftly wound the rope around the rock several times, secured the hook firmly, then leaped and bounded back down to Jeanyang's feet, panting happily as it rubbed affectionately against Jeanyang's pants. Jeanyong tugged hard on the climbing rope a few times, finding it completely secure. Satisfied, he gave Jeanyong a light kick and turned to the stunned Qin Yuyan, saying, Sister Qin, the rope is ready. After you, Jeanyong, Qin Yuyan murmured, staring at him in disbelief. Is your Jeanyong really a dog? Chapter 99, The Mysterious Cave. Seeing Qin Yuyan's reaction, Jeanyong smirked proudly and said, Sis Qin, what kind of question is that? If it's not a dog, could it possibly be a cat? You, Qin Yuyan shot Jeanyong an annoyed look and asked, Jeanyong is truly remarkable. Where did you get him from? Jeanyong replied casually, I found this guy in the mountains. What's so special about him? He's just an insatiable eater. You saw it earlier. I only ate one leg of that wild rabbit. The rest I fed to him, and he still wasn't full. In the mountains? Qin Yuyan's eyes lit up as she turned to Jeanyong. Since you think he eats too much, how about giving him to me? Don't worry, I won't take him for free. Name your price. As long as I can do it, I'll agree. Jeanyong waved his hand dismissively and said, Sis Qin, now you're being too formal. No conditions needed. If Jeanyong agrees, you can take him away right now. Really? Qin Yuyan asked with pleasant surprise. The more she looked at Jeanyong, the more she liked him. Yeah, a real man's word is final. Why would I lie to you? Jeanyong replied solemnly, though a faint smile flickered in the corners of his eyes, because he knew perfectly well Jeanyong would never follow Qin Yuyan. Delighted, Qin Yuyan crouched down and reached out toward Jeanyong. Jeanyong, come be with me from now on. You love eating, right? From now on, I'll give you delicious food every single day. Roast chicken, roasted wild rabbit, all kinds of barbecue, as much as you want. Whatever you desire, I'll buy it for you. Come here, come here. Ha! Jeanyong had never seen such a playful and genuine side of Qin Yuyan before, and couldn't help but laugh. This was exactly how someone her age should act. Qin Yuyan blushed slightly, stood up, glared at Jeanyong, then turned back to Jeanyong and urged, Jeanyong, what are you waiting for? Come over. Not only will I feed you well, I'll take you out to play every day. Hurry up and come to me. Woof woof. Jeanyong narrowed his small, long eyes, barked a few times at Qin Yuyan, yet remained rooted beside Jeanyang's feet. Sorry, Sis Qin, Jeanyong smiled apologetically. If Jeanyong doesn't want to go with you, there's nothing I can do. Qin Yuyan slowly stood up and glanced regretfully at Jeanyong. A dog with such intelligence is extremely rare. You must treat him well. She paused, then added, all right, you stay down here. I'll go ahead first. With that, Qin Yuyan tugged on the rope and began climbing with both hands and feet. Indeed, Qin Yuyan had trained in rock climbing. Her movements were agile and graceful, and with the aid of the climbing rope, she quickly ascended several meters in no time. Watching her bold and confident figure, Jeanyong nodded silently. He'd once assumed she was an aloof, delicate young lady far removed from reality. But after spending time with her today, he realized her cold demeanor was merely a protective shell. In truth, she was both intelligent and emotionally perceptive, far more approachable than he'd imagined. Standing beneath the cliff, Jeanyong kept his eyes fixed on Qin Yuyan, ready to rush forward at the first sign of danger. But Qin Yuyan didn't give him the chance. About 5 minutes later, she reached the spot Jeanyong had indicated, secured a safety rope, and began inspecting the area carefully. Seeing this, Jeanyong wasted no time. He began climbing as well. Accustomed to mountain paths since childhood and physically enhanced by the system, with the climbing rope providing additional leverage, he reached Qin Yuyan's side in 2 or 3 minutes, planting his feet firmly on a protruding ledge. Why did you come up? Make sure you hold the rope tight, understand? Qin Yuyan warned him earnestly. Don't worry, Sis Qin. I'll be fine, Jeanyong replied, touched by her concern. There are indeed traces of the golden crown dragon snake here. Look, bloodstains. Qin Yuyan pointed excitedly at a spot of blood on the rock wall. Jeanyong looked closely and saw a palm-sized smear of dried blood. He immediately recognized it as the blood sprayed when Jeanyong had bitten the snake at its vital point. He didn't reveal the truth, simply saying, yes, looks like the golden crown dragon snake fought some unknown beast here, splattering blood onto the wall. Qin Yuyan nodded and said, that's likely. If I'm not mistaken, the snake's lair is nearby. Help me search around. Jeanyong looked at her curiously and asked, didn't you want the snake's gallbladder? Why are you looking for its nest? Qin Yuyan said to Jeanyong, the dragon snake you sold me was a female. If we find her nest, there might be eggs or baby snakes inside. After breeding them for a while, I could get as many gallbladders as I need. Do you understand now? I see. Jeanyong nodded at Qin Yuyan and instinctively glanced toward a nearby patch of grass where Jeanyong had once acted strangely. Following Jeanyong's gaze, Qin Yuyan's heart stirred. She stepped aside and gently pushed the clump of grass aside, revealing a dark, pitch-black hole over 20 centimeters in diameter. It's here. Qin Yuyan exclaimed inwardly with joy. She quickly pulled out a powerful flashlight from her waist pouch and shone it into the donko. The opening plunged deep downward at an angle, gradually widening as it descended. It was pitch black inside. Even with the flashlight beam, only 2 or 3 meters could be seen. Beyond that, nothing was visible. This must be the golden crown dragon snake's den, but the entrance is too narrow and far too deep. Qin Yuyan wore a worried expression. She was certain this was the snake's lair, yet the narrow, deep passage high up on the cliff face made it visible but inaccessible, filling her with anxiety. Jeanyong stared at the donko and immediately recalled how agitated Jean had been near this spot before. He had a hunch that this mysterious cave was more than just a simple den for the golden crown dragon snake. Jeanyong, do you have any way to get inside? Qin Yuyan asked him, frowning. After thinking for a moment, Jeanyong shook his head and replied, the entrance is too small, an adult couldn't possibly crawl through. And this is all solid granite. I can't think of any way to get in. Qin Yuyan's expression shifted. She bit her lip lightly, then took from her waist pouch a palm-sized device equipped with a camera. She pressed a button and carefully positioned it at the narrow donko. Curious, Jeanyong asked. Sis Qin, what is that thing? This is the most advanced wireless satellite surveillance camera available on the market, Qin Yuyan explained. Its battery can last for a full month. If it captures footage of the golden crown dragon snake within that time, next time I'll bring explosives. No matter what, I'll blow up the entire cliff if I have to, just to get that snake. Blow up the cliff. Jeanyong shuddered inwardly. Qin Yuyan was too extreme, willing to demolish the whole cliff just for one snake. Qin Yuyan glanced at Jeanyong and said coolly, of course, unless you can definitively prove your ability to cure spinal nerve necrosis. Then none of this would be necessary. I told you before, as long as you can heal my friend's spinal nerve necrosis, anything you want, I'll give it to you. I never go back on my word. Chapter 100. Stand straight when you speak to me. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Jeanyong and Qin Yuyan emerged from the mountains into Shoshui village, walking toward Zhang's home. In Jeanyang's backpack was a few wild fish, while in his hands he carried 2 plump, fat bamboo rats and 2 pheasants. Among the fish were 2 crucian carps weighing about 7 or 8 taels each, along with several grass carps, one of which weighed over 5 Jean. He had caught these during his return journey from a mountain stream, all raised naturally in pristine, pollution-free water. The taste was exceptionally fresh, especially the 2 wild crucian carps, perfect for making a rich, flavorful soup. The bamboo rats and pheasants were Dejin's doing. Having grown fond of Jeanyang's roasted meat, Dejin would have brought back even more game if not restrained. As a smell-sensing golden howler, Dejin had an extremely keen nose for medicinal herbs, and had detected many valuable plants along the way. But since Qin Yuyan ran a general store specializing in herbs and wild forest products, Jeanyong worried she might notice something strange and quickly stopped Dejin. So aside from gathering a few common herbs, some mushrooms, and wild fruits, purely for show, nothing more had been done. Are you going to the county town? I can take you with me, Qin Yuyan said expressionlessly as they walked through the village path. Clearly in a poor mood after failing to capture the golden crowned dragon snake, she had barely spoken throughout the journey, lost deep in thought, her mind clearly elsewhere. Leaving now? Jeanyong asked, pausing briefly before replying. It'll be dark soon. Traveling the mountain path at night is very unsafe. Why don't we leave early tomorrow instead? Let me prepare these things first, a stewed pheasant with mushrooms, some wild herbs for nourishment and flavor, plus a fish soup and roasted bamboo rat. This kind of authentic, untouched mountain delicacy isn't easy to find outside. It'll taste completely different from anything you've had before. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Jeanyong spoke enthusiastically. He deliberately caught fish in the stream not only to add nutrition for his father, Zhang Yinshan, but also to treat Qin Yuyan to a proper meal. But Qin Yuyan simply replied coolly, that won't be necessary. Thank you for your kindness, but I have urgent matters to attend to. I'm leaving right away. Fine then, Jeanyong said. Proud by nature, seeing how firm she was, he didn't press further. Qin Yuyan slightly furrowed her brows, perceiving Jeanyang's subtle shift in mood. After a moment's thought, she added, Jeanyong, I'm not trying to reject your goodwill. I really do have pressing business to handle. I'll come back to your village in a few days. Then I'll finally get to taste your cooking. Surprise flickered across Jeanyang's eyes. He hadn't expected the proud Qin Yuyan to offer an explanation. That alone implied his growing importance in her eyes. Any hint of displeasure instantly vanished. Waving his hand at her, he said, Sis Qin, go ahead and take care of your business. Just stay cautious. The mountain road at night really is dangerous. Qin Yuyan looked at him and replied, I'll leave as soon as I get back. I should clear the toughest part of the trail before dark. It'll be fine. Then next time you visit, I'll cook you a few special dishes. Jeanyong nodded to her, saying no more as he quickened his pace toward home. A few minutes later, Jeanyong and Qin Yuyan arrived near the Zhang household, and Zhang's expression changed immediately. Ahead, another 20 to 30 people surrounded the front of his house, and angry voices could faintly be heard. When Jeanyong recognized their faces, his expression turned grim. Every single one of them belonged to the Lin clan or were close loyalists of Lin Hu. They had surrounded Zheng Weimin and several other members of the Zheng family who were blocking the gate, berating them without pause. Damn it, I already showed mercy, yet you still dare cause trouble? Do you really think I'm someone you can push around? Jeanyong clenched his teeth and strode forward. Zheng Heir, where's Jeanyong? Get him out here, we've got something to discuss with him. The speaker was Lin Delong, Lin Hu's nephew. Big, strong, and slightly cunning. Lin Delong had earned Lin Hu's trust over the years and helped carry out many of his schemes. Truly one of Lin Hu's most capable lieutenants. Zheng Weimin replied to Lin Delong. Lin Delong, I already told you. Xiao Yang went into the mountains with Miss Qin from the county town. No one knows when they'll return. You should go home for now. If you have anything to say, come back tomorrow. Into the mountains? Lin Delong sneered coldly at Zheng Weimin. Zheng Heir, who do you think you're fooling? We've been waiting for hours. He must be hiding inside the house. Move aside right now and let us search. Otherwise don't blame us for being rough. Rough? Zheng Weimin gritted his teeth and shot back. Lin Delong, do you still think this is the old days? Lin Hu can barely protect himself now. Try getting rough with me. I'd like to see if our Zheng family won't beat the crap out of you. You, Lin DeLong flared up in rage, but seeing Zheng Weimin and the few other Zheng clan members glaring fiercely behind him, a flash of instinctive hesitation struck him. Still, he snapped, Zheng Weimin, this is between our Lin family and the Zhongs. What business is it of yours? Get out of the way. If Jeanyong isn't home, then we'll just have a little chat with his parents instead. No way, absolutely not. Xiaoyang specifically told us to guard his home. If we let you in, how can we face him? Zheng Weimin declared firmly. Face him. Lin DeLong gave a vicious laugh. Zheng Weimin, since when did your entire Zheng family become that Brad Zhongyang's dogs? Why are you so obedient to him? Say one more word, Lin DeLong, and I'll smash your face in. Zheng Weimin roared. Remembering Lin Hu's instructions, Lin DeLong clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Zheng Weimin, what can you even do? Get out of the way now, or else bear the consequences. We've got just as many men as you do. You. Zheng Weimin's temple throbbed with anger, ready to shout back. Uncle Zheng, just open the gate for them. I'd like to see which one of them dares step into my home. Jeanyong stood outside, speaking coldly. Hearing Jeanyang's voice, Lin DeLong's eyes lit up with malicious delight. He quickly signaled the 20 or 30 people behind him, who immediately surrounded Jeanyong in a tight circle. Lin DeLong sneered and stepped forward, puffing up arrogantly as he said, Jeanyong, perfect timing. You're just the man we're looking for. Slap. Before Lin DeLong could finish, Jeanyong darted forward in a flash, striking him across the face with a crisp, forceful backhand. Ow! Lin DeLong staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Glaring venomously, he growled, Jeanyong, you dare hit me? Hitting you is too light a punishment, Jeanyong spat coldly. Even Lin Hu wouldn't talk to me like that. Stand straight when you speak to me. Chapter 101, disgusting. Lin Hu himself wouldn't dare order me around like this anymore. What the hell are you to talk to me like that? Stand up straight when you speak to me. Jeanyong snapped fiercely at Lin DeLong. Lin DeLong was used to throwing his weight around in the village. To be slapped in the face by Jeanyong in front of so many people left him momentarily humiliated. His expression turned hideous as he snarled. You dare to hit me? You really don't give a damn about us, Lins. Zheng Weimin's eyes flared. He stepped forward and roared at Lin DeLong. So what if he hit you? What are you going to do about it? I've already sent someone to call for backup. If there's any trouble, bring it on us Zhengs. With that, Zheng Weimin led a few men forward, forming a solid wall directly behind Jeanyong. Uncle Weimin, step aside, Jeanyong said, tossing the bamboo rats and mountain chickens aside. He strode past Zheng Weimin, his eyes flashing with cold, icy light as he stared down Lin DeLong and the 20-odd men behind him. If they want to fight, I'll give them one. One comes, I beat one. Two come, I thrash both. Today, I'm taking out every last fool here. Let's see who dares block my door again. Xiaoyang, you. Zheng Weimin panicked, wanting to reason with him. But even the strongest fists couldn't overcome numbers. No matter how skilled Jeanyong was, facing over 20 men was suicide. Uncle Weimin, no need to say more. I don't even consider these trash worth my time. Jeanyong waved him off, then glared at Lin DeLong. You want to fight? Fine. I'll teach you all how to be human today. Jeanyong cared most deeply about his family. At a critical moment when Zhang Yinshan was still recovering, these people kept showing up to provoke them. He had reached a point beyond fury. He was close to wanting to kill every single one of them. Woof! Woof! De Jean, sensing Zhang Yang's rage, stood beside him with fur bristling like a furious lion. Its eyes gleamed with deadly intent, ready to pounce at a single command. Seeing Zhang Yang's determination, Zheng Weimin hesitated, then reluctantly took a few steps back with his men. Still, he was resolved. The moment Jeanyong appeared overwhelmed or in danger, they would rush in without hesitation. You! Lin DeLong's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he swung his arm backward and shouted, since he's begging to die, let's oblige him. All of you charge. Kill this bastard dog. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Lin DeLong rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, fist clenched. The others followed closely behind, closing in on Jeanyong with menacing intent. A flash of cold light flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. He stood perfectly still, yet his 18 dragon-subduing palms were coiled like a spring, ready to unleash thunderous force the instant Lin DeLong came within range. Stop! Stop! Lin DeLong, stop right now! Suddenly, a figure sprinted toward them from a distance, shouting frantically. Second uncle. Lin DeLong froze at the voice, instinctively halting. It was his second uncle, Lin Hu, the village chief of Xiao Shui village, who was rushing toward them. Second uncle, why are you here? Lin DeLong asked as Lin Hu approached. Lin Hu glanced coldly at Jeanyong standing nearby, then gritted his teeth and slapped Lin DeLong across the face. Lin DeLong, who gave you the right to bring men to attack Xiaoyang? Apologize immediately. Earlier, Jeanyong had struck Lin DeLong's right cheek, swelling it red and puffy like a steamed bun. Now Lin Hu's slap landed hard on the left cheek, which began visibly swelling at an alarming rate. Stunned, Lin DeLong clutched his face and cried in vain. Second uncle, but wasn't it you who told me? You damned fool. How dare you argue? Hearing this, Lin Hu panicked and kicked Lin DeLong hard in the rear, bellowing. Don't even call me your second uncle. Jeanyong just rid our Xiao Shui village of a menacely ergo, and now you bring a mob to attack him? What kind of heart do you have? Did a dog eat your conscience? Lin Hu raged at Lin DeLong, finger pointed and shouting, but all the while, he kept winking furiously at him. Finally catching on, Lin DeLong quickly changed his tone. Second uncle, you misunderstood me. I didn't come here to cause trouble with Jeanyong. I came to talk about fruit procurement. True, Li Ergo was despicable, but over 90% of our village's fruit relied on him to sell. Now that he's been arrested, who will buy our harvest? His expression shifted slightly as he pointed at Jeanyong. But this Jeanyong, the moment he saw us, started hurling curses and slapped me. I could barely hold back. What just? Don't you know brother Yinshan isn't well? Since Xiaoyang wasn't home, couldn't you just come back later? Who told you to block their door? Getting slapped is what you deserve. If it were me, I'd hit even harder. Lin Hu declared righteous indignation at Lin DeLong. Second uncle, Lin DeLong's face flickered with unease, stuttering as he tried to speak. Don't say another word. Hurry up and take these people to apologize to Xiaoyang. Lin Hu snapped at Lin DeLong, then waved dismissively at the crowd before stepping directly toward Jeanyong. His face broke into an unnaturally warm smile as he said, Xiaoyang, my Lin family's unruly descendants have caused you great offense. It's due to my failure as a leader. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize. As Lin Hu spoke, he took a deep breath and slightly bent his waist, preparing to bow deeply to Jeanyong. In truth, this entire scene had been orchestrated by Lin Hu. He clearly understood that Li Ergo was doomed this time. If he didn't secure Jeanyang's forgiveness, he himself might face criminal charges too. After much agonizing thought, Lin Hu devised this scheme. He deliberately instructed Lin Delong to rally villagers under the pretense of unsold fruit, pressuring Jeanyong until the situation escalated beyond control. Then, at the perfect moment, he would step in to save Jeanyang's position, indirectly earning Jeanyang's goodwill and laying solid groundwork for future negotiations. But Lin Delong, that idiot, actually intended to lead a mob attack against Jeanyong, completely contradicting Lin Hu's plan. Not only would such actions destroy any chance of reconciliation, they would further provoke Jeanyong, something Lin Hu absolutely could not allow. So immediately, Lin Hu intervened, scolding and striking Lin Delong, even publicly leading his clansmen in an apology to Jeanyong. Though Lin Hu resented it deeply, this was his forced resort, a bitter strategy born of desperation, the only option left available to him now. Jeanyong stared coldly at Lin Hu, then sneered aloud. Lin Hu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Drop that hypocritical act of yours, it's disgusting. Chapter 102, Lin Hongyu. When Lin Hu heard Jeanyang's words, his expression instantly changed. He hadn't expected Jeanyong to be so confrontational. The attitude was completely different from what he had anticipated, and he sensed trouble brewing. In Xiaoshui village, Lin Hu had long reigned like a local tyrant, unchallenged and wielding absolute authority. Never before had someone pointed a finger in his face and berated him like this. His temper flared at once. But times had changed. Jeanyong was now clearly close with Director Zhao from the county town. Lin Hu understood all too well that the most critical matter right now was to regain Jeanyang's goodwill. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. So he forced down his anger and managed a strained smile as he spoke. Xiaoyang, I've always treated you well, haven't I? Have you forgotten how I even gave you a new school bag when you started high school? Lin Hu was indeed a shrewd man, pragmatic and flexible. He began by appealing to emotion, then continued reasonably. I admit I made a mistake today regarding Li Ergu, but I acted for the greater good of our village, not out of personal gain or selfishness. I haven't benefited in the slightest. I'm here specifically to clear up this misunderstanding between us. Rest assured, as long as I, Lin Hu, am around, you'll never suffer any injustice in this village again. I'm here to help you. These few disrespectful fools disrupted your family's peace. I'll make them apologize right now. If you're still unsatisfied, go ahead and slap them around a bit. Do whatever it takes to let off steam. Lin Hu truly was a figure of influence, a man capable of bending without breaking, lowering himself before others when necessary. After all, village chiefs, just like people in general, care about dignity. Trees need bark, and people need face. Yet standing before the villagers of Xiaoshui, could he honestly claim he held no private interests in the case of Li Ergu? Over recent years, Li Ergu had run rampant, utterly shameless in his behavior. Jeanyong stared at Lin Hu emotionlessly and said coolly, no selfish motives? No personal gain? How can you claim ignorance of Li Ergu's crimes, harassment, bullying, every kind of evil? If you weren't backing him from behind the scenes, would he dare act so brazenly? And don't pretend you've gained nothing. Then where did your 130 square meter apartment in the county town come from? Or the 235,000 yuan in your bank account? Lin Hu's face turned deathly pale. He stared at Jeanyong as if seeing a ghost, his voice cracking in panic. 235,000. How on earth do you know that? The apartment and the deposit were Lin Hu's deepest secrets. Especially that sum of money, 235,000 yuan. Not even his wife or daughter knew about it. Now Jeanyong had precisely named both the amount and the size of the house. Lin Hu was stunned, overwhelmed by a chilling sense of dread. Jeanyong sneered coldly and said, if you don't want others to find out, then don't do it yourself. And stop putting on that disgusting act of pretending to help me. If you hadn't been scheming behind the scenes, would they have dared come to my home causing trouble today? You play the kind one. They play the villain. Do you really think I can't see through such a clumsy trick? You. Lin Hu's face flushed red, then went white. His expression twisted into something ugly, his eyes flashing with vicious light. What? Can't keep up the pretense anymore? Want to break my back too? Then come on. One by one. Bring it all. You won't leave here until I've broken every last one of your legs. If I don't, I won't call myself Zhang. Jeanyong was truly enraged. He'd already shown Lin Hu mercy, yet the man still pulled these underhanded stunts. That was unforgivable. Xiaoyang, how dare you speak to village chief Lin like that? At that moment, Zhang's mother came out from inside the house, accompanied by Li Shulian, speaking sharply to Jeanyong. Mom, why are you coming out? Go back inside. This doesn't concern you. I'll handle it. Jeanyong urged quickly, but Zhang's mother walked straight to his side and said firmly, with such a big commotion happening, how can I stay inside? No matter what, Lin Hu is still our village chief. He's bought you stationery before. How can you treat him with such disrespect? A flash of sharpness crossed Jeanyang's eyes as he whispered to his mother, Mom, you don't understand. How don't I understand? We're all neighbors, all kin. Why make things so bitter? Right now, we're in the right. But if you actually hurt them, then they'll become the wronged party. Who'll clean up the mess then? Zhang's mother whispered back urgently. And what about little Hongyu? If you seriously injure Lin Hu, how will you ever face that poor girl? Jeanyong froze at the name Hongyu. A clear image of a delicate young girl flashed in his mind, and faintly, he seemed to hear the tinkling sound of her laughter. Brother Jeanyong. Brother Jeanyong. The Hongyu Zhang's mother mentioned was Lin Hongyu, Lin Hu's only daughter. She was about the same age as Jeanyong, just 1 year younger, and would be entering her senior year of high school after the upcoming term. Lin Hongyu had long admired Jeanyong since childhood, always trailing behind him and calling him Brother Jeanyong over and over again. She was his devoted little fangirl. Jeanyong had always treated Lin Hongyu like a younger sister. If anyone dared to bully her, he would immediately step in to defend her. Their bond was warm and close. They were playmates who'd grown up together like childhood sweethearts. Even after growing older, Lin Hongyu showed no restraint. Whenever she had free time, she stuck close to Jeanyong, still teasing him lightheartedly the way she did when they were young. Many gossiping villagers joked that Lin Hongyu was surely destined to become Jeanyang's wife one day. Lin Hu, of course, was deeply displeased. Though Jeanyong excelled in many ways, his family background was terrible. Lin Hu dreamed for his daughter to attend a top university and marry into a big city far away. He strongly opposed any further closeness between Lin Hongyu and Jeanyong. But Lin Hongyu had a stubborn personality. No matter how much Lin Hu nagged, she continued doing exactly as she pleased, treating her father's words as mere noise. Lin Hu had only this one daughter, and he could do nothing about her defiance. Under the excuse that she'd soon enter her senior year of high school, he forcibly kept Lin Hongyu in the county town. He even sent his wife there under the pretense of caring for her, strictly forbidding Lin Hongyu from returning to the village. When Jeanyong heard his mother mention Lin Hongyu, a faint smile naturally appeared on his face, and his resentment toward Lin Hu unconsciously softened a little. Seeing this, Lin Hu quickly shifted tactics. Stepping forward, he turned to Zhang's mother and said, "Sister-in-law, I've been meaning to come by and visit brother Ingshan these past few days. How is he doing? Is he feeling better?" A flicker of disgust flashed deep within Zhang's mother's eyes. She knew perfectly well that Lin Hu colluded with Li Ergu and couldn't be innocent in Zhang Yingshan's injury. Yet she had stepped forward not to protect Lin Hu, but out of fear that Jeanyong might do something reckless in a fit of rage that would truly cause endless trouble. With that thought, Zhang's mother replied coldly, "He's much better now, village chief Lin. Thanks for your concern." After speaking, she immediately turned to Lin Delong and said firmly, without humility or arrogance, "Delong, didn't you say you had something to discuss with Xiaoyang? Well, here he is. Speak up quickly. We're all busy. Once you're done, everyone can go their separate ways. Blocking the front gate of my house like this, what kind of behavior is this?" Chapter 103, Striking Back from Behind. Lin Delong was taken aback by Zhang's mother's words. Instinctively, he glanced at Lin Hu, now at a complete loss about what to do. Seeing that even Aunt Zhang, known throughout the village as a kind-hearted woman, held such an attitude, Lin Hu could only let out a soft sigh. He realized they had deeply offended the Zhang family this time, and the feud between them might now be impossible to mend. Lin Hu's eyes flickered slightly, and subtly nodded to Lin Delong, signaling him to carry on with their plan. If things escalated beyond control, he would step in to help clean up the mess for Jeanyong. Only then might there still be a sliver of hope. As the backbone of the Lin family, Lin Hu's silent approval gave Lin Delong instant confidence. He stepped forward and said to Jeanyong, "Jeanyong, I didn't come here for anything else. The tangerines are just about to ripen, but you've gone and locked Mr. Li away. That'll definitely disrupt fruit procurement for our entire village. You owe us all an explanation. We can't just let our harvest rot in the fields." Jeanyang's brow furrowed slightly. He turned to Zheng Weiman and asked, "Uncle Weiman, didn't I ask you to inform everyone that Miss Hu is ready to buy our village's fruit? Did you deliver the message?" Zheng Weiman sadly shook his head. "I did. Right after you left, I sent someone to notify every household. But many people are suspicious about the price Miss Hu offered." "Price?" Jeanyang's eyes narrowed coldly as he looked at Zheng Weiman. "What exactly do you mean, Uncle Weiman? Are you telling me people think 90 cents to $1.30 per jean is too low?" Zheng Weiman's expression shifted slightly. He quickly said, "Xiaoyang, don't rush to anger. Let me explain. It's not that people think 90 cents to $1.30 is too low. It's that they think it's too high. Too high. No one believes anyone would pay such a high price for our village's tangerines. Too high." Jeanyong was stunned. A strange mix of amusement and frustration welled up inside him. He'd worked so hard to secure such favorable terms for the villagers, yet the very reason for doubt was now the price itself. Lin Delong stepped forward again and spoke up. "Jeanyong, could it be that this Miss Hu of yours isn't actually real? Could she be some actress you hired to trick us? I've already checked. Our village's tangerines sell for no more than 2 yuan per jean in the county town. How can she afford to pay us $1.30? After transportation costs and losses, how could this Miss Hu possibly make a profit? Is she some kind of saint?" Turning around, Lin Delong raised his voice to address the Lin family members and the crowd gathering behind him. "Unless you clarify this, none of us will feel confident. Nobody dares to wait and sell their fruit to her. Am I right, everyone?" "That's right. Explain it clearly." "Yes, explain yourself. Mr. Li's highest offer was only 50 cents. How dare this Miss Hu quote $1.30? This whole thing smells fishy." "I agree. Forget waiting for her. Might as well let the tangerines rot in the field." Sigh. Amid deliberate provocation from the Lin family, the surrounding crowd began murmuring among themselves. Stirred by Lin Delong's words, most villagers now felt uneasy about selling their fruit to Miss Hu. Hearing the chatter, Zhang Yang's face darkened. He had sincerely wanted to do something good for the village, yet he was being treated like this. A deep sense of disillusionment washed over him. Just then, an old man in his 60s pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. "Xiaoyang, give me a straight answer. Is this deal with Miss Hu real or not? You know my situation. I depend on those few acres of tangerine grove to make ends meet. If it's not reliable, tomorrow I'm off to the county town to sell. Every bit counts. Better than letting it all rot." "Yeah, Xiaoyang, this concerns the livelihood of every single villager. You've got to give us a definite answer." Another middle-aged woman, around 40, chimed in. "To be honest, Xiaoyang, that Li Ergu was despicable, sure, but couldn't you have waited a few more days before dealing with him? Now he's locked up, who's going to buy our tangerines?" Honestly, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Hu's eyes, mixed with satisfaction. This was exactly the outcome he desired. He shot a glance at Lin Delong, signaling him to pour more fuel on the fire. Once chaos spread further, he would step in to restore order, then naturally position himself as Zhang Yang's savior. Both Zhang's mother and Li Shulian wore looks of deep worry. They knew Zhang Yang's proud, unyielding nature all too well. Seeing him treated this way by the crowd, they feared he wouldn't be able to endure it. He had already angered Lin Hu. If he now clashed with the rest of the village, he might not be able to stay in Xiushui village ever again. Qin Yuyan's expression remained calm, but her eyes never left Jeanyong. This was the perfect opportunity to observe his character, crucial for determining how to deal with him in the future. Jeanyong looked at the angry crowd, his mind completely calm. He shot a cold glance at Lin Hu and finally understood his sinister intentions. Huff! Jeanyong took a deep breath, waved his hand at the crowd, and spoke loudly. All right, everyone calm down. You want a definite answer? Then I'll give you one. At Jeanyong's words, the crowd gradually quieted down. Zhang Weimin glanced at Jeanyong's expression and quickly stepped forward, motioning for others to closely follow behind him as a show of support. Mom, Xiuyan, go get the 120,000 yuan we have at home. Jeanyong said to Zhang's mother and Li Xiuyan. Of this amount, 100,000 yuan was the deposit brought by Hu Rian, and the remaining 20,000 had been brought from the county town yesterday. Okay. Though Zhang's mother and Li Xiuyan didn't understand Jeanyong's intention, they immediately went home and fetched the money. Jeanyong took it and placed the entire stack directly at his feet. Huff, huff. The villagers had never seen so much money before. Seeing the thick pile of cash at Jeanyong's feet, each person's face changed instantly, their breathing becoming rapid and shallow. Lindalong, in previous years, how much could you sell one moo of your tangerines for at most to Li Ergu? Jeanyong shouted loudly at Lindalong. Well, I get around 7 or 800 yuan. Why do you ask? Lindalong replied, confused. You doubted Miss who was trying to deceive you, right? Fine. I'll buy your tangerines right now at 1,000 yuan per moo. Will you sell? Jeanyong stepped forward, staring fiercely at Lindalong. Lindalong was stunned by Jeanyong's words, momentarily losing his composure as he turned his head toward Lin Hu for guidance. Ignoring Lindalong, Jeanyong turned instead to the onlookers and the rest of the Lin family, shouting, what about the rest of you? Step forward if you want to sell. 1,000 yuan per moo. I'll take all you've got, and I'll pay you cash right here, right now. The crowd fell completely silent. The stillness was so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping would have been clearly audible. No one had expected Jeanyong to pull such a move. Jeanyong let out a cold smile and said, I should remind you all, one condition. Once you take my money, you must sign an agreement. After that, the tangerines in your fields belong to me. Whether I later sell them for 9 jiao per jean or $1.30 per jean, no matter what price I get, it will have nothing to do with you. Anyone who comes looking for more later won't get a cent from me. Enough talk. If you want to sell, come over, take your money, and sign the agreement. Chapter 104. Just because your Lin family refuses a kindness. Jeanyong had intended to do something good for the village, doing his best to secure the most favorable price possible for the villagers. An acquisition price of up to 1.3 yuan per jean was already quite high, yet he never expected such skepticism. This made him extremely angry. Still, having grown up in the countryside, Jeanyong knew that while villagers were generally simple and honest, they could also be very pragmatic, especially when their own interests were involved. At a moment like this, explanation was useless. Showing any sign of weakness would only make things worse. Only cold, hard cash and an unyielding attitude could keep them in line. Otherwise, they would become even more demanding. Precisely because of this, Jeanyong decisively ordered his mother and Li Xiuyan to bring out 120,000 yuan in cash, speaking the words he had just uttered. You want to sell your oranges? Fine, then let it happen. Jeanyong had done all he could. After all, each moo of land could yield between 2,000 and 3,000 jean of oranges. Even at 1 yuan per jean, that meant over 2,000 yuan per moo, an utterly risk-free deal that promised huge profits. The group who had been challenging Jeanyong stood stunned. They had originally doubted the credibility of his rumor about buying oranges in the village, automatically assuming no one would pay such a high price. But Jeanyong's firm attitude and the pile of over 100,000 yuan lying on the ground before him shattered their doubts. Could the purchase price of 1.3 yuan really be true? Everyone wavered, growing anxious and hesitant. Even at the lowest price of 9 mao per jean, that still amounted to nearly 2,000 yuan per moo. Selling to Jeanyong at 1,000 yuan per moo suddenly seemed like a terrible loss. Silence fell. Every person present, including Lindalong and the clan members he had brought with him, fell into deep thought, mentally calculating what choice would serve them best. Watching from the sidelines, Jeanyong nodded inwardly, her eyes flickering with admiration. Jeanyong's decisive move had struck right at the heart of the issue, instantly subduing everyone and seizing control of the situation. Trying to patiently explain himself to these villagers would have put him at a disadvantage. It was undoubtedly the wisest course of action under the circumstances. Li Xiuyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at Jeanyong with worshipful eyes, a look of satisfaction on her face. At the same time, she felt a strange emotion stirring inside. Unbeknownst to her, the little boy she remembered had quietly grown into such a commanding figure. Jeanyong swept his sharp gaze across the crowd, finally locking onto Lindalong. He sneered coldly. Lindalong, wasn't it you demanding a definite answer? I've given you one. Will you sell me your oranges or not? Lindalong was stunned by Jeanyong's words, unsure how to respond. Instinctively, he turned his head toward Lin Hu. But Lin Hu hadn't expected Jeanyong to pull such a move either. This completely disrupted their original plan, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lindalong took a long breath, then quickly shifted his eyes, replying to Jeanyong. This isn't something trivial. We need time to discuss it, to think it over properly. How about this? We'll give you our answer tomorrow. No, others may take time to consider. They can give me an answer tomorrow, but you cannot. A sharp glint flashed in Jeanyong's eyes as he stared directly at Lindalong. Out of respect for you being a fellow villager, I'll give you one last chance to decide within 1 minute whether or not you'll sell me your oranges at 1,000 yuan per moo. If you don't respond within 60 seconds, start preparing to hawk oranges in the county town. I guarantee Miss who won't buy a single orange from your household ever again. Lindalong grew anxious. His family owned 8 moo of orchard, producing over 15,000 jean of oranges. How much could he possibly sell by street vending? With such hot weather, most would rot right there in the field. Thinking of this, Lindalong snapped angrily at Jeanyong. Jeanyong, how dare you treat me like this? Why can they have a day to think it over, but I can't? How dare I? Jeanyong sneered coldly. Because I say so. Because if I tell Miss Hu not to buy from your family, she won't. Because your Lin family refuses the kindness I offer. Are those reasons enough? You, how arrogant. Do you really think we're afraid to beat you? Lin Delong, humiliated beyond endurance, flew into a rage. Unable to hold back any longer, he immediately moved to signal his relatives behind him to attack. A flash of cold light appeared in Jeanyong's eyes. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, pointing straight at Lin Delong. What? Thinking about bringing people to beat me? Jeanyong sneered coldly and addressed the more than 20 people behind Lin Delong. Listen well, all of you. If any of you dare lay a hand on me today, you'll end up just like him. Think carefully. Do you want to sell your oranges at 1.3 yuan per jean, or let them rot in the field? The choice is yours. The moment they heard Jeanyong's words, the faces of those behind Lin Delong changed instantly. Except for 3 or 5 diehard loyalists of Lin Hu and Lin Delong, the rest instinctively stepped backward, creating distance between themselves and Lin Delong. You. Seeing their reaction, Lin Delong grew furious and was about to say something. Lin Hu let out a deep sigh, feeling as though all hope was lost. He waved his hand at Lin Delong, then turned to Jeanyong and said, Xiaoyang, let me plead with you for Delong. What do you think? Village Chief Lin, call me Jeanyong. Xiaoyang is a name only those closest to me can use. Speak plainly. I'm listening. Jeanyong cut him off harshly before he could finish, and that was only out of respect for Xiao Yu, his childhood friend. Otherwise, his words would have been even harsher. Lin Hu's face turned alternately red and pale upon hearing this, but he shut his mouth and said nothing further. With Jeanyong having spoken so bluntly, anything he added now would be meaningless, only bringing further humiliation upon himself. Xiaoyang, how can you speak to Village Chief Lin like that? Zhang's mother stepped forward. She first pretended to scold him, then turned to Lin Delong and said, Delong, don't worry. We're all fellow villagers here, neighbors and kin. I'd never treat anyone differently. You'll have the same one day to consider as everyone else. Just give us your final answer tomorrow. Hearing Zhang's mother speak, both Lin Hu and Lin Delong immediately felt relieved, their expressions softening considerably. She had given them a way to back down gracefully, at least sparing the situation from becoming unbearably awkward. Mom, Jeanyong called out, clearly dissatisfied. He had truly intended to make an example of Lin Delong. Exactly like killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. What are you calling me for? Am I not still your mother? Will you listen to me or not? Zhang's mother deliberately asserted her authority as a parent, but in truth, she didn't want Jeanyong to build such deep enmity with the Lin family. In the long run, this was for his own good. Chapter 105 That tree is what awaits you. Alright, I'll listen, okay? Jeanyong understood what his mother meant and casually replied, a flicker of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he loudly addressed the crowd. Fine, that's the situation. I've made it clear already. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you all one day to think it over. If anyone wants to sell their orange grove to me at 1,000 yuan per mu, go register with Uncle Wayman. I'll pay cash on the spot. Those who don't want to sell can wait. Miss Hu will come to our village to buy the oranges within 5 days. Everyone understand? Understood. Got it. The crowd responded in unison. Then the elderly man from earlier, over 60 years old, stepped forward again and asked Jeanyong, Young Zhang, are you sure this Miss Hu will really come to our village to buy the oranges within 5 days? Jeanyang's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Weiman quickly stepped in and said to the old man, Old Wang, aren't you tired of nagging? Didn't you hear what Xiaoyang just said? See those 100,000 yuan in cash right at his feet? That's the deposit Miss Hu already paid, something I saw with my own eyes. Do you still doubt it? Just go home and wait patiently. That's good. Old Wang broke into a delighted smile, stepping closer to Jeanyong. Now, young Zhang, don't take offense at an old man like me being bothersome. My family depends entirely on those few mu of orange trees. I have to be careful. Please forgive me if I said anything inappropriate. Exactly, Xiaoyang. If Miss Hu really buys our oranges for over 1 yuan per jean, you'd be doing our entire village a huge favor. Right. When that happens, you'll be our village's greatest benefactor. Anyone who dares oppose you will have the whole village against them. We won't stand for it. Lin Hu watched all this unfold, silently sighing deep inside. His face darkened. He hadn't expected Jeanyong, so young, to be so shrewd, turning the orange harvest into such an effortless means of winning the villagers' support. A sudden clarity came over Lin Hu. He realized his era in Xiushui village was over. The time of Jeanyong had now arrived. Had the crowd reacted this way from the start, Jeanyong might have felt joyous. But after the earlier skepticism, he now felt no particular delight. Expressionless, Jeanyong swept his gaze across the assembled people, gently waved his hand, and said coolly, Don't celebrate yet. Even though Miss Hu has already paid a 10,000 yuan deposit, the actual purchase hasn't begun. There's still some risk involved, so consider carefully. I stand by my word. Anyone who registers with Uncle Wayman before tomorrow will have their oranges bought by me at 1,000 yuan per mu. The crowd froze once more at Jeanyang's words. As they began to speak up, Jeanyong cut them off without hesitation. Enough. My father still needs rest. Don't crowd around here anymore. Go back home. Seeing this, Zhang Weiman immediately stepped forward and declared to the crowd, Everyone, Xiaoyang has made himself perfectly clear. Those who don't want to take risks, come find me tomorrow to register. Those holding out for a higher price can wait 3 or 5 more days. It's that simple. Move along. The villagers exchanged glances. But with Jeanyong having spoken so plainly, there wasn't much more they could say. Slowly, they began to disperse. Lin Delong turned and glanced at Lin Hu, noting his lack of reaction. After a moment's hesitation, he waved to the Lin clan members behind him and prepared to leave. A cold glint flashed in Jeanyang's eyes. He called out, all of you wait. A hint of fear flickered in Lin Delong's eyes. Slightly nervous, he asked Jeanyong, Didn't Annie and Shan just say we're also part of Xiushui village, and shouldn't be treated differently? What do you want? Jeanyong stilled his breath, his gaze locking onto a small willow tree beside the road about as thick as an arm. He raised his hand, forming the first move of the 18 dragon subduing palms, *con long yu hui *, and struck straight down at the trunk. Crash! The willow tree, thick as an arm, snapped cleanly in two, its branches and leaves scattering wildly across the ground. All the Lin clan members, Those who hadn't yet left, even Zheng Weimin, Jeanyong's mother, and Li Ziwilian. Everyone's eyes widened to the size of saucers, staring at Jeanyong as if they'd seen a ghost, their faces etched with utter disbelief. How could this be? How could Jeanyong possibly have severed such a thick tree with a single palm strike? They knew he was strong, but never imagined his strength could reach such terrifying heights. Do you see? Jeanyong said coldly, like a battle god standing among mortals, glaring at Lin Delong. If any of you ever dare block my family's door again, this tree is what awaits you. Jeanyong hadn't intended to be so ostentatious, but he didn't want to be constantly bothered by nuisances like Lin Delong, especially now, when Zhang Yinshan needed rest. By displaying such an awe-inspiring display of power, he meant to send a clear message and intimidate anyone with ulterior motives. His tactic worked. Lin Delong instinctively flinched, shrinking back. If that palm strike had landed on him instead of the tree, his bones would surely have shattered. Suddenly, he felt deeply relieved he hadn't actually fought Jeanyong earlier. No, we're leaving. Lin Delong stammered before turning abruptly and hurrying away without even glancing at Lin Hu. The other Lin family members scattered like frightened birds, eager to avoid provoking Jeanyong further. Within moments, they were all gone. Lin Hu raised his head and looked at Jeanyong with complex eyes. Xiaoyang, he truly wanted to talk with Jeanyong, hoping to earn his understanding. But at this moment, he had no idea what to say. With a deep sigh, he turned to leave, his figure appearing especially desolate. Wait, do you have something you want to say to me? Jeanyong called out. Yes, I really want to have a proper talk with you. Only, I don't know if you'd be willing to give me that chance, Lin Hu said, his heart leaping with hope as he quickly responded. I'm busy now. How about this? I'll come to your house tonight at 9:30, Jeanyong said. Good. Then I won't go anywhere tonight. I'll wait for you at home. A faint smile spread across Lin Hu's face. Now that Jeanyong was willing to talk, there was hope. He felt confident he could persuade Jeanyong to let him off the hook and keep him from being dragged into Liergo's case. After nodding slightly toward Jeanyong, Lin Hu turned and left swiftly, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Are you a martial cultivator? What realm have you reached? At that moment, Jeanyong quietly approached Jeanyong's side and asked, a martial cultivator? Realm. Jeanyong scratched his head, shaking it in confusion. Sister Qin, I don't understand what you mean. I'm not a martial cultivator, and I don't know anything about realms. Are you mistaken? Chapter 106, Twin Blossoms. You don't know? Jeanyong's brow slightly furrowed as she asked Jeanyong. Then who taught you that palm technique capable of snapping a sapling in one strike? This, Jeanyong's eyes flickered briefly before he replied to Jeanyong. That palm method was also taught by the old man who passed on his medical knowledge to me. He said learning it would help me defend myself, so I just followed along and practiced randomly for a few years. Randomly practicing for a few years, and you can already shatter a tree this thick with one slap? You're being too modest. Jeanyong's eyes sparkled with suspicion. Clearly, she didn't believe Jeanyong's words. She had the distinct feeling there was something hidden behind his calm demeanor. Jeanyong smiled lightly and said to Jeanyong, Sister Qin, what you don't know is that I grew up in the mountains. I've always been quite strong. Besides, this tree was infested with insects and already weak inside, which is why I managed to break it with one strike. The actual power of this palm technique isn't nearly as exaggerated as you imagine. Xiaoyang, how could you hit a tree with your hand? Is your hand alright? Just as Jeanyong and Jeanyong were talking, Zhang's mother arrived with Li Shulian, coming over to check on him with concern. Mom, my hand is fine. See, nothing wrong at all. Jeanyong held up his hand to show both Zhang's mother and Li Shulian. Unwilling to linger on the subject, he turned back to Jeanyong and said, Sister Qin, it's getting late. It won't be safe to head back to town now. Why don't you stay overnight and leave first thing tomorrow? When Jeanyong and Jeanyong returned from the deep mountains, it was already nearing 6 o'clock. After Lin Delong's interruption, the time had crept close to 7, and dusk was slowly settling in. Zhang's mother looked surprised as she turned to Jeanyong and asked, Miss Qin, are you still planning to return to town this late? Jeanyong gave her a gentle smile and said, Auntie, I still have some matters to attend to back in town. I'll come see you again in a few days. Zhang's mother immediately urged her, Miss Qin, you absolutely mustn't travel the mountain paths at night, not just because the road is rough, but also because wild boars, wolves, and other beasts roam around after dark. If you ran into any of them, it would be extremely dangerous. Take my advice and stay here tonight. You can head back early tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Jeanyong's brows knit together slightly, hesitation flashing in her eyes. She was driving a Jeep Wrangler, perfectly capable of handling rugged terrain, but as a woman, the mere thought of possibly encountering wild boars or wolves stirred instinctive apprehension within her. Jeanyong glanced up at Zhang's house and hesitated, saying, Auntie, wouldn't that be inconvenient? I think I'd better go back. Zhang's house was a single-story building with 4 rooms. The main structure included a living room, dining area, and 2 bedrooms. Zhang Yinshan and his wife occupied 1 bedroom, while Jeanyong used the other. There were no spare rooms available. Though not overly concerned about formalities, Jeanyong, swayed by Zhang's mother's urging, had begun entertaining the idea of staying, but still felt awkward about imposing. At that moment, Li Shulian stepped forward and said, Miss Qin, I've got an empty room at my place, and bedding is all ready. If you don't mind, why not stay with me? Sister-in-law Shulian, isn't this too much trouble for you? Jeanyong hesitated as she addressed Li Shulian. Not at all. Everything's ready. We just need to lay out the quilts. I live alone, so having you stay over would actually be great company. Li Shulian warmly invited. Seeing Li Shulian's sincerity, Jeanyong stopped resisting and smiled, saying, All right then, sister-in-law Shulian. I'll be under your care tonight. Oh, you're Xiaoyang's honored guest. This is the least I can do. Don't say trouble at all. Li Shulian laughed. Miss Qin, you've been in the mountains all afternoon. You must be exhausted. My home is right next door. I'll take you over so we can get the room ready. You can wash up and rest a bit. Go ahead. Take your time. No rush. I'll start cooking dinner now. You'll come over when you're ready. Zhang's mother smiled at Jeanyong and Li Shulian. All right. Jeanyong nodded to Zhang's mother, then followed Li Shulian toward her house. TSK, this Miss Qin is truly stunning. Her figure, her height, her looks, even Shulian is almost outshone beside her. Zhang's mother watched Li Shulian and Qin Yuyan walking side by side, and couldn't help but remark aloud. Hearing his mother's comment, Jeanyong instinctively looked toward Qin Yuyan and Li Shulian. Gazing at their backs, a ripple of emotion stirred in his heart. Both women were exceptionally beautiful, each possessing first-rate appearances and physiques. Yet Qin Yuyan was fairer-skinned and carried herself with the grace of a refined lady, while Li Shulian exuded a unique wild beauty, her body more athletic, vibrant, full of life. Together, they walked like twin blossoms, forming a breathtaking sight. Ouch! Jeanyong was gazing intently when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He gave an awkward smile and said to Zhang's mother, "Mom, why did you pinch me for no reason? You little rascal, tell me the truth. What exactly is your relationship with that Miss Qin?" Zhang's mother's eyes sparkled with suspicion as she lowered her voice and asked Jeanyong. "What relationship?" Jeanyong scratched his head and replied, "How complicated could it be? I only met her yesterday for the first time. She's the owner of a medicine shop in town. I went there yesterday to sell some herbs, and that's how we got acquainted. Really that simple?" Zhang's mother clearly didn't believe him. "You expect me to buy that? You just met, and yet she came all the way here today? And she even convinced Miss Hu to buy our village's tangerines at such a high price. Mom, you're overthinking it. Miss Hu paid a high price because our village's tangerines are good quality. She came today because she's interested in where I found the Dendrobium candidum. She insisted I bring her here to see if we could find more. That's all there is to it." To stop his mother from pressing further, Jeanyong downplayed his connection with Qin Yuyan as much as possible. There's none who know their child better than a mother. Zhang's mother looked at Jeanyong with lingering doubt. Clearly, she didn't fully believe his explanation. Yet she chose not to press further. Instead, she spoke earnestly. "Xiaoyang, there are some things I don't quite know how to say, but let me remind you, we're just farmers from a small mountain village. There are certain people and matters beyond our control. Don't forget the lesson with Xiaoyang." So, Zhang's mother paused, hesitating as she stared at Jeanyong, her expression turning somewhat grim. Upon hearing these words, Jeanyang's face darkened, shadows flickering in his eyes. Forcing a faint smile, he said to his mother, "Mom, don't say any more. I understand what you mean. I'll be careful, don't worry. I promise nothing like that will ever happen again. Xiaoyang, you've always been a good boy. I trust you'll handle this properly." With a deep sigh, Zhang's mother added sorrowfully, "Ah, it's your father and I who have held you back. Otherwise, with Xiaoyang, it might have been different, ah." Another heavy sigh escaped her lips, filled with guilt. Jeanyong gently took his mother's hand and comforted her. "Mom, please don't think too much. Trust your son. Everything will work out." He forced a small smile, then changed the tone and said, "All right, Mom, they'll be back soon. Let's go home and start cooking dinner." "All right, let's go cook," Zhang's mother agreed, picking up the fish, pheasant, and bamboo rat lying on the ground, and walked home together with Jeanyong. Chapter 107, Mountain Flavors. Zhang Mu and Jeanyong returned home and began bustling around. Zhang Mu slaughtered chickens and fish, while Jeanyong started preparing the bamboo rat. Though called a rat, the bamboo rat is fundamentally different from ordinary rats. It's an animal that lives in bamboo forests, feeding mainly on bamboo, miscanthus grass, and plant stems. Its meat is exceptionally tender and flavorful, delicious whether stewed in soup or roasted. Today, Jeanyong planned to make roasted bamboo rat, one of his signature dishes. After slaughtering and thoroughly cleaning the bamboo rat, he stuffed its belly with scallions, ginger, and garlic, then poured in light soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, and a proper amount of salt. He rubbed the mixture evenly over the entire surface and set it aside to marinate. After 30 minutes, once the flavors had fully penetrated the meat, it would be ready for roasting. Then the texture would be at its best. "Mom, you've been busy all day. Go rest for a bit, and check on Dad too. I'll start stewing the pheasant. Cousin Shilian, your fish soup is the most delicious. I'll save the fish until you arrive to cook them." Jeanyong said to his mother. "All right, I'll leave it to you two then." Zhang Mu agreed, walking into the house briefly to tend to Zhang Yinshan. But she couldn't stay idle for long. After returning, she first put the rice onto steam, then sat down on a bench and began sorting vegetables. Pheasants, also known as wild chickens or rainbow silver pheasants, are precious game birds valued for their meat, aesthetic appeal, and medicinal properties. Particularly prized for consumption, pheasant meat is delicate and flavorful, rich in gamey essence, with protein content as high as 40%, far exceeding that of regular chicken or pork, and almost zero cholesterol. It's a rare delicacy, high in protein and low in fat. Moreover, pheasant feathers are unique and can be used to craft feather fans, decorative art pieces, toys, and other handicrafts. Indeed, every part of the bird is valuable. The two pheasants Jean had caught were plump and healthy, each weighing about 3 Jean. Jeanyong chopped the clean birds into small pieces, mixed them with egg whites, salt, cooking wine, and starch until evenly coated to remove any gaminess, then blanched them briefly in boiling water before fishing them out. He washed the mushrooms and bamboo shoots he'd gathered from the mountain, sliced them, and blanched them in the same pot. Then, after rinsing the pot clean, he added fresh water, placing in the blanched pheasant, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. He seasoned it with a pinch of salt, added scallions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine to eliminate odor, brought it to a boil over high heat, skimmed off the foam, then lowered the flame, covered the pot, and let it simmer slowly. This was the classic clear broth porcini pheasant soup, featuring wild pheasant as the main ingredient, with mushrooms and bamboo shoots as accompaniments. The resulting broth turned milky white, extremely savory, nutritious, and known for its nourishing and complexion-enhancing properties. Jeanyong picked up the marinated bamboo rat, ready to head outside to fire up the grill, when Li Shilian and Qin Yuyan returned. Qin Yuyan's hair was wet, her face glowing, clearly just out of the bath. She wore clothes lent by Li Shilian, and compared to earlier, her previously sharp demeanor had softened into gentleness, making her seem much more approachable. "Smells wonderful. Little Yang, is there anything we can help with?" Li Shilian asked. Jeanyong smiled and replied, "I just started stewing the pheasant. It'll take about half an hour. Cousin Shilian, I'm going to roast the bamboo rat. Later, you can handle the fish." "Sure thing, go ahead." This kitchen's mine now, Li Xiuyan responded briskly. Jeanyong was just about to leave the kitchen with the marinated bamboo rat when Qin Yuyan reached out and said, "Give it to me. I'll do the roasting." "You?" Jeanyong looked at Qin Yuyan, slightly doubtful. "You know how to roast bamboo rat?" In Jeanyang's mind, Qin Yuyan had always been that untouchable, no-nonsense female CEO, far removed from mundane matters like cooking. He couldn't quite believe she knew how to roast a bamboo rat. "Never done this before, but I've roasted whole lamb a few times. How much harder could this be?" Qin Yuyan said calmly. "Roasted whole lamb?" Jeanyong raised his eyebrows slightly, then immediately handed over the 2 marinated bamboo rats. "Roasting a whole lamb is way harder than this. If you've handled that, you won't have any problem with bamboo rat. Today's roasting duty is yours." Qin Yuyan took the rats, walked into the yard, grabbed the bamboo skewers Jeanyong had already prepared, and swiftly secured the bamboo rats onto them with practiced ease. Jeanyong nodded approvingly in silence. He hadn't expected to misjudge her so badly. From her smooth, confident movements, it was clear she was an expert at barbecuing. "What are you standing there for? Go light the fire and heat the charcoal," Qin Yuyan instructed. "Understood, sir. Right away." Jeanyong saluted playfully, pulled over several lychee wood logs he'd cut earlier on the mountain, and began starting the fire. Lychee wood is the best fruit wood for barbecuing. Charcoal made from lychee wood not only effectively removes gamey odors, but also infuses the meat with a subtle fruity fragrance, giving it a uniquely rich flavor. After Jeanyong finished preparing the charcoal, Qin Yuyan placed the 2 marinated bamboo rats onto a specially designed rack and began roasting them, turning them occasionally. After about 10 minutes, the surface of the bamboo rats gradually turned golden brown. The fat slowly seeped out from the skin, dripping onto the hot coals below and releasing an irresistible aroma. Jean caught the scent and started wagging his tail excitedly, circling around Qin Yuyan while staring intently at the increasingly tempting roasted bamboo rats. When the bamboo rats were about 70 to 80% cooked, Qin Yuyan brushed a layer of prepared oil and honey over their surfaces, followed by a coat of her pre-mixed seasoning sauce. After a few more minutes of roasting until the skins turned golden red, resembling suckling pigs, she finally sprinkled on a layer of cumin, lifted the skewers off the grill, and said to Jeanyong, "Done. How do you think it looks?" "Great. Wow. Qinjia, I never expected that someone as beautiful as you could barbecue so well." Jeanyong said sincerely. He truly hadn't imagined she could roast the bamboo rats this perfectly. Even he himself couldn't have done better. Hearing his words, Qin Yuyan's face flushed slightly. She glanced at Jeanyong with soft eyes and replied, "Stop flattering me. Go cut up the bamboo rats. This is best eaten hot." "Got it." Jeanyong took the 2 roasted bamboo rats, brought them into the kitchen, and swiftly sliced them apart. He placed the most tender portions onto a serving plate, then tossed the remaining half to Jean, who immediately pounced on it and began devouring it happily. "Miss Jean, let's eat." Jean Mu warmly called out to Qin Yuyan. "All right." Qin Yuyan didn't hesitate and sat down directly at the square table. Dinner was incredibly lavish. Fragrant clear broth porcini pheasant soup, gold-encrusted roasted bamboo rat, and Li Xiuyan's naturally flavored wild crucian carp soup, accompanied by a few seasonal vegetables, well-balanced, nutritious, and bursting with color, aroma, and taste. "Miss Qin, we're just a simple mountain village with nothing fancy to offer. Please don't stand on ceremony. Just enjoy yourself." Jean Mu smiled as she spoke. "Auntie, please don't say that. A meal like this would cost at least 1,000 yuan outside." Qin Yuyan responded. "What? That much?" Jeanyong exclaimed in surprise. Having grown up in the mountains, he'd often eaten wild rabbits and pheasants. Since high school, he had spent most of his time on campus and wasn't very familiar with city dining prices. "It's even more than that. With ingredients this fresh and flavors this authentic, you might not be able to find something like this anywhere else, no matter how much money you have," Qin Yuyan explained. Jeanyong fell silent, a vague idea flickering in his mind. Perhaps he had just discovered another path for Shoshui Village's development, though it wasn't yet fully clear. "Miss Qin, here's some chicken soup stewed by Xiaoyang. Try it." Zhang Mu smiled and served Qin Yuyan half a bowl of broth along with a few pieces of chicken, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. "Thank you, Auntie." Qin Yuyan picked up her spoon, gently scooped a mouthful of soup, and tasted it. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she murmured, "So delicious." Chapter 108, The Priceless Mushroom. So fragrant, so delicious. Qin Yuyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She couldn't help but take a few more sips of the soup, but suddenly stopped, her expression shifting slightly as she exclaimed, "Wait, no, something's wrong." Jeanyong, feeling rather proud at that moment, was taken aback by her words and quickly asked, "Sis Qin, what's wrong? What happened?" Zhang's mother and Li Xiuyan exchanged confused glances, staring at Qin Yuyan with growing unease, unsure what could possibly be amiss. Qin Yuyan turned to Jeanyong and said, "I've had wild chicken soup many times before, but none were as delicious as yours. Did you add something special to enhance the flavor?" Jeanyong blinked in surprise and shook his head. "No, nothing at all. Just some mushrooms and bamboo shoots. I didn't even use monosodium glutamate or chicken bouillon. Everything is completely natural. The chicken was freshly slaughtered, the mushrooms and bamboo shoots picked fresh from the mountain, all extremely fresh. And our water comes from natural spring sources on the mountain, much purer than city tap water. Add my superior stewing technique, and that's why it tastes so good." He paused briefly before adding, "If you like it, Sis Qin, have more while it's hot. There's still plenty left in the pot." Qin Yuyan gently shook her head. Even with such high-quality ingredients, the difference in taste shouldn't be this dramatic. She was certain there was some hidden secret behind this broth. Mushrooms. Her eyes lit up as she recalled Jeanyong mentioning mushrooms. Quickly picking up a piece with her chopsticks, she chewed it slowly and elegantly. Her expression became increasingly complex. Looking at Jeanyong, she asked urgently, "Are there more of these mushrooms? Bring them here, I want to see them." Jeanyong looked at her in mild astonishment, puzzled by her intense reaction, but he didn't overthink it. "Sure, I'll get them for you right away." He got up and fetched the leftover mushrooms that hadn't been used, handing them over to Qin Yuyan. As soon as Qin Yuyan saw them, her breathing quickened slightly. Picking up one mushroom, she examined it closely, then brought it to her nose and sniffed delicately. Then she said, Earlier I said this whole meal could sell for over 1,000 yuan outside. That was underestimating. Just this pot of chicken soup alone could easily fetch 2,000 yuan here in Qingzhou. And if sold in a big city like Longdu, the price would double. What? 2,000 yuan for just this pot of soup? Jeanyong was utterly shocked. Sis Qin, are you kidding me? How can it possibly be that expensive? Zhang's mother and Li Xiulian wore equally stunned expressions. 2,000 yuan for a single pot of soup? It defied everything they knew and imagined. Kidding? Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Yuyan set down the mushroom, leisurely took a few more sips of the soup, and nodded contentedly. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. Sis Qin, I know wild mountain chickens are pricey. One might go for a couple hundred yuan, but saying this pot of soup is worth 2,000? That's absurd. The chicken itself isn't nearly that valuable. I never said it was the chicken, Qin Yuyan replied calmly. What makes this soup truly valuable are these mushrooms. These mushrooms. Jeanyong glanced at them, his mind filled with doubt. Do you even know what these mushrooms are called? Qin Yuyan asked. Miss Qin, Zhang's mother chimed in with a smile. I don't know what you folks in the cities call them, but since they resemble a human thumb, we villagers call them big thumbs. They're very rare. We only gather 1 or 2 jin a year. Still, they do fetch a decent price. That scoundrel Liurdu, who got arrested today, used to buy them from us. Fresh ones, he paid 8 yuan per jin. Dried, he'd resell for over 30 yuan. Most villagers can't bear to eat them ourselves. We usually sell them all to him. 30 yuan. Qin Yuyan stared, baffled, then gave Zhang's mother a strange look. Auntie, do you have any idea how much these sell for outside? Dried, they go for over 10,000 yuan per jin. What did you say? 10,000. Miss Qin, are you mistaken, or did I mishear? Zhang's mother stammered, wide-eyed and disbelieving. The faces of Jeanyong and Li Xiulian showed equal shock. They had sensed these mushrooms were valuable, but never imagined they could be this expensive. 10,000 yuan per jin? How is that possible? Auntie, I didn't make a mistake, and you heard correctly. These mushrooms are called lingtu gu, also known as lingtu morels. They're an extremely rare variety that only grows deep in remote forests and cannot be cultivated artificially. When stewed with meat or fish, they have an exceptionally delicious flavor. So a price of 10,000 yuan per jin is actually quite conservative. Qin Yuyan spoke confidently, then continued. By the way, do you watch TV? Recently there was a very popular variety show where a small young who started as a contestant casually picked 2 mushrooms called bacha mushrooms and made a mushroom omelet. That single dish ended up being priced at over 600 yuan. In fact, our lingtu mushrooms and those bacha mushrooms are both types of morels. Li Xiulian's eyes lit up as she turned to Qin Yuyan. I've seen that show. It's called something like Keep Running, right? The mushrooms Yang Xiaoyue used for her omelet cost about 12,000 yuan per kilogram. Qin Yuyan nodded at Li Xiulian and said, You're absolutely right, Sister Xiulian. The growing environment for lingtu morels is even harsher than that of bacha mushrooms, and their yield is even scarcer, so naturally, they're more expensive. Jeanyong felt his heart race as he listened to Qin Yuyan. He asked eagerly, Sis Qin, are you sure these lingtu morels really can't be cultivated? Qin Yuyan shook her head and replied, The conditions required for lingtu morels to grow are extremely demanding. As far as I know, no one has ever successfully cultivated them. If you're serious about developing something, maybe focus on mountain chickens instead. According to national regulations, selling truly wild mountain chickens is officially banned. But I have some friends who lease barren mountains and free-range breed mountain chickens there. The taste is almost indistinguishable from wild ones, and the market price is excellent, over 30 yuan per jin. The income is substantial and the prospects are promising. A flash of sharp insight lit Zhang Yang's eyes. Suddenly, everything clicked. Qin Yuyan had opened an entirely new door for him, leasing barren mountains for animal farming. If he wanted to transform Xiushui village into the wealthiest village in Qingzhou within a year, relying solely on ecological agriculture wouldn't be enough. Tourism development demanded huge investments, took a long time to pay off, and involved too many unstable factors. But leasing wasteland for livestock breeding was a truly practical and viable path, and the system's agricultural civilization contained abundant advanced techniques for raising livestock. Moreover, although Qin Yuyan claimed lingtu morels couldn't be cultivated, Jeanyong wasn't convinced. He possessed that miraculous nutrient solution. What others couldn't achieve, he might very well accomplish. That could become another fast track to rapid growth. Jeanyong, what's wrong with you? Why are you just standing there grinning like an idiot? Qin Yuyan noticed he hadn't spoken for a while and asked curiously. Chapter 109, Dealing with Lin Hu. Are you drunk? What heaven, what favors? Stop babbling. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Qin Yuyan's face flushed slightly. She glanced at Li Xiulian beside her, who looked somewhat downcast, then changed her expression and spoke up. But heaven really has been good to you. Xiulian's sister takes care of your home, saving you so much trouble. Shouldn't you toast her instead? Hearing Qin Yuyan's words, Zhang Yang's excitement gradually faded. He lifted his head and saw Li Xiulian's uneasy expression, suddenly realizing what he'd done. Just as he was about to speak, Li Xiulian smiled gently and said to Qin Yuyan, Miss Qin, this is all I should do. No need for any toast. You've come such a long way and have helped Xiaoyang greatly. He really ought to drink to you first. Don't decline. A glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. He immediately turned to both women and said, Both my senior sisters, stop pushing around. I'll toast both of you together. I'll drink first to show my sincerity. With that, he tilted his head back and drained his cup, then showed them the empty bottom. See? Is that enough for you too? Qin Yuyan and Li Xiulian exchanged a glance, both smiling slightly. Then simultaneously turning to him, they declared, No. Huh. Jeanyong stared at them in surprise. Toasting both of us together. How can 1 cup be enough? You've got to drink 3 at least. Qin Yuyan said with a playful smile. Exactly. 1 cup won't get rid of us. At the very least, you must drink another. Li Xiulian chimed in agreement, though subtly reducing the demand to protect Jeanyong. Jeanyong gazed at Qin Yuyan and Li Xiulian, now getting along so easily, feeling quite bewildered. He hadn't expected them to form a united front so quickly. Yet this situation was precisely what Jeanyong had hoped for. At least the atmosphere wasn't awkward anymore. Laughing, he said, Alright then, since both my senior sisters insist, I'll drink. He poured himself another cup and downed it in one gulp. Jeanyong and Li Xiaolian smiled, raised their glasses, clinked them together, and drank as well. Don't just drink. Eat some food too. Come on, eat, eat. Mother Jeong took the chance to ease the mood. Under Zhang Yang's lead, the atmosphere warmed up steadily. Everyone ate happily, truly enjoying the evening like honored guests and warm hosts. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jeanyong finished the last sip of tomato egg soup in her bowl and patted her stomach contentedly. A hint of worry appeared on her face. She'd never eaten so much before tonight. Although the dishes looked simple, the taste was surprisingly exceptional. Even common vegetables like cabbage, cucumber, and tomatoes exceeded her expectations by far. Noticing this, Mother Jeong warmly urged, "Young Miss Jean, don't sit idle. Have more, have more." Waving her hand, Jeanyong smiled and said, "Auntie, no need to persuade me. I really can't eat any more." Then pointing at several vegetable dishes on the table, she asked Jeanyong, "Jeanyong, are these made from those new varieties of vegetables you mentioned?" Jeanyong nodded and replied, "Yes. How do they taste? Give me your review." "The texture is genuinely excellent. Besides their natural flavor, there's also a unique fragrance. If they're not genetically modified or grown with chemical fertilizers, they hold great potential. The price wouldn't be low. These would sell for at least 3 to 5 times more than regular vegetables," Jeanyong said seriously. Jeanyong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Jeanjia. These vegetables are purely natural, pollution-free, and harm-free original crops. No GMOs, no chemical fertilizers used whatsoever." "In that case, no problem. Rian's supermarket chain is huge, and in recent years she's been planning to expand beyond Qingzhou. 2 flagship stores are expected to open in the provincial capital this year. High-quality produce like yours could help her brand gain fame. As long as quality remains consistent, I believe she'll offer you a satisfying price," Jeanyong told him. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. If things went as Jeanyong suggested, he could appropriately raise the vegetable prices during his upcoming negotiation with Hu Rian. Looking up at Jeanyong, he suddenly realized she had deliberately revealed this information. Smiling faintly, he said, "Thanks for your guidance, Jeanjia." "What thanks? I didn't really do anything for you, did I?" Jeanyong blinked her large eyes and said lightly, Yes, you really didn't say anything at all." Zhang Yang smiled faintly and said to Jeanyong, "Jeanjia, since you like my family's vegetables so much, take some with you when you leave tomorrow. From now on, your vegetable supply is on me. This is coming from you. I'm holding you to it." Jeanyong blinked playfully, chatted a bit more with Mother Jeong and the others, then stood up and said to Mother Jeong, "Auntie, I have to leave early tomorrow morning, so I think I'll go rest now. Do you need help cleaning up?" No need at all. Just these 2 dishes. I can handle them myself." Mother Jeong turned to Li Xiaolian and said, "Xiaolian, take Qing girl to her room." "Okay, Auntie. Then I'll take Yin away first." Li Xiaolian smiled at Mother Jeong, took Jeanyong's hand, and began walking off. After their earlier conversation, the bond between Li Xiaolian and Jeanyong had rapidly deepened. They leaned in frequently to whisper to each other, like 2 sisters who could talk about anything. The friendship between women could be so strangely quick to form. "Wait!" Jeanyong suddenly called out to Jeanyong and Li Xiaolian. "What is it? Xiaoyang, do you have something else?" Li Xiaolian turned around, puzzled. "Take this guy with you," Jeanyong said, lifting his foot to nudge Dajin, who was lazily lying on the ground. He shouted, "You've eaten your fill tonight. Now it's time to earn your keep. Protect those 2 senior sisters well tonight. If anything happens, I'll skin you alive, got it?" "Woof!" Dajin seemed thrilled, let out an odd yelp, and dashed over to Jeanyong and Li Xiaolian, wagging his tail eagerly like a true lapdog. Giggle, giggle. Seeing Dajin's adorable antics, both Li Xiaolian and Jeanyong burst into soft laughter. They bent down and picked him up, hugging him close. Waving at Jeanyong and Mother Jeong, they walked straight out of the courtyard gate. Jeanyong glanced at the time, helped Mother Jeong carry the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen, then said, "Mom, I ate way too much tonight. I'll go for a walk to help digest." "All right, but it's late. Don't stay out too long. Come back soon," Mother Jeong reminded him. "Got it, I'll be back shortly." With that, Jeanyong left the house and strode quickly toward Lin Hu's place. He had made up his mind. He would settle the problem with Lin Hu tonight. Screech. Jeanyong arrived at Lin Hu's house and pushed open the door, which was slightly ajar, stepping directly inside. Lin Hu had been anxiously pacing around the courtyard, but as soon as he saw Jeanyong, he hurried forward to greet him. "Xiaoyang, you're here? Please come in, quickly come in." Jeanyong walked into the room. Lin Hu quickly went outside the main gate, glanced left and right, then shut the gate tightly and slid the wooden bolt into place. "Xiaoyang, a friend gave me this before rain Longjing tea. Try some." Lin Hu, clearly prepared, had already brewed the tea. He lifted the pot and poured a cup for Jeanyong. Jeanyong gazed at Lin Hu indifferently and asked coolly, "Where's Annie Lin? Isn't she home?" Before this moment, Jeanyong had held a reasonably good impression of Lin Hu. Because of his connection with Lin Hongyu, Jeanyong had always respectfully addressed Lin Hu and his wife as uncle and Aunt Lin. But he never imagined that Lin Hu's true nature could be so despicable. Lin Hu gave Jeanyong an ingratiating smile, bowing slightly as he spoke. "Hongyu will enter her senior year next semester. It's a critical period. I arranged a tutoring class for her in the county town, and your Aunt Lin has gone there to take care of her living needs." "Good," Jeanyong replied with a curt nod. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. With a subtle flick of his right hand, a strange talisman, the Great Wary Heavenly Dragon Talisman, appeared in his palm. He waved it briefly in front of Lin Hu, formed an odd hand seal with his fingers, and instantly the talisman burst into flames. Jeanyong barked, "Great Heavenly Dragon, from now on, you answer every question I ask, understood?" Having no interest in further games with Lin Hu, and unwilling to waste more time, Jeanyong had immediately used the Great Wary Heavenly Dragon Talisman to hypnotize him. Lin Hu shuddered. His facial expression froze, turning stiff and lifeless, as he replied in a strange, mechanical voice, "Yes, I will answer whatever you ask." Jeanyong pulled out his phone and turned on the recording function. He then asked Lin Hu, "Why do you protect Liergo so fiercely? Have you engaged in any corrupt dealings with him?" "Yes, Lin Hu continued in that same mechanical tone. 6 years ago, Li Ergo suddenly came to me, wanting to start business dealing in mountain goods, herbs, and fruits in our Xiushui village. He asked me to provide insider information and suppress opposition from villagers. In return, he offered me a 30% silent share. I was tempted and foolishly agreed. Later, I regretted it deeply when I saw him bullying villagers with impunity thanks to his powerful backing. I once thought of quitting, but by then I was already trapped. Li Ergo used threats and inducements, blackmail and bribery. I couldn't withstand the pressure and ultimately became his accomplice, a tool to oppress our own people. 30% shares. A cold light flashed in Jeangyang's eyes. How much profit have you made from Li Ergo over these years? I don't remember the exact amount, but altogether it must be around 7 or 800,000. Lin Hu droned. The apartment I bought in the county town, over 200,000 yuan in my savings account, and most of my expenses these past 5 years, all came from Li Ergo. Bang! Jeanyong slammed his fist hard on the table, his face dark with fury. The villagers struggled all year long just to earn less than 10,000 yuan. Yet Lin Hu alone took nearly 200,000 yuan annually from Li Ergo. This wasn't money, it was the blood of every villager in Xiushui village. Lin Hu and Li Ergo were nothing but parasites, feeding on the lifeblood of their fellow villagers. What enraged Jeanyong even more was that if someone like Lin Hu had pocketed 7 or 800,000, one could only imagine how much Li Ergo himself had stolen from the villagers. At minimum, 3 to 5 million yuan, or perhaps even more. Suddenly, Jeanyong recalled Qin Yuyan's earlier words, that Lingtu morel mushrooms sold for tens of thousands per gene in the outside market, while Li Ergo paid villagers merely 30 or 50 yuan per gene. The sheer scale of exploitation was staggering. Jeanyong took a deep breath, struggling to contain his rage. He looked at Lin Hu and asked, "Tell me the truth about what happened to my father." Lin Hu replied, "That evening, I noticed Zhang Yinshan coming down from the mountain in a panic. I suspected he'd found something valuable, so I deliberately approached him and started chatting. Sure enough, I discovered an old wild ginseng in his herb basket. That was extremely precious, worth a lot of money. I immediately informed Li Ergo." Lin Hu paused, then continued. When Li Ergo heard about it, he took it very seriously and rushed to Xiushui village that same night. He planned to forcefully buy the old wild ginseng from Zhang family early the next morning. But the next dawn, Zhang Yinshan tried sneaking away to the county town. Our men spotted him immediately. Li Ergo flew into a rage. Opposition against him in the village had been growing stronger lately, so he decided to make an example of someone, to teach Zhang Yinshan a harsh lesson and show villagers what would happen if they dared sell herbs in the county town on their own. So he laid an ambush along the only path leading to the county, hiding up on the mountain. When Zhang Yinshan passed by, they rolled several massive boulders down from above, striking and injuring Zhang Yinshan. At this point, Lin Hu's face flickered with regret as he added, "I never imagined Li Ergo would be so ruthless and reckless. If I'd known he'd do something like this to Yinshan, I wouldn't have told him about the ginseng even if I were beaten to death. Yes, I wanted money, but not at such a terrible cost. I didn't want anyone in the village really harmed. Shut up and drop your hypocritical act." Jeanyong snapped furiously at Lin Hu. Lin Hu was directly responsible for enabling Li Ergo to harm his father, and Jeanyong burned with anger. After a moment of silence, Jeanyong asked, "What happened to my father's old wild ginseng? How much money did you get from this?" "The ginseng was taken and sold by Li Ergo. Later, he gave me 8,000 yuan. Lin Hu answered honestly, completely under the hypnosis of the Great Worry Heavenly Dragon Talisman. 8,000. Jeanyong sneered coldly. Lin Hu had caused his father to become paralyzed over a mere 8,000 yuan. His heart was truly vile. Glancing at the time, Jeanyong noticed there were only a few minutes left before the effect of the Great Worry Heavenly Dragon Talisman wore off. He turned to Lin Hu and asked, "Besides helping Li Ergo oppress the villagers, what other evil deeds have you committed?" Lin Hu then confessed to embezzling government relief funds, among other sins. He also admitted having improper intentions towards several good-looking women in the village, 2 of whom he had already seduced, while 2 or 3 others were still being harassed by him. When Jeanyong heard the name of one woman who hadn't yet fallen victim to Lin Hu's advances, a chilling light flashed in his eyes. He demanded, "You actually have designs on Lin Shuifeng? She's your cousin's daughter-in-law. By family seniority, she calls you uncle. Are you an animal? How could you harbor such thoughts about her?" Lin Shuifeng was the wife of Zheng Jing, the village's only butcher, and ranked among the 4 beauties of Xiushui village, one of the most beautiful women in the area. Jeanyong had interacted with her just 2 days ago when buying meat. Hearing this, Jeanyang's fury intensified even further. Chapter 111, 2 Matters. You're wrong there. Although Shuifeng calls Mitong uncle, we're actually beyond the 5th degree of kinship. There's no issue with blood relation or ethics. And besides, she's so damn enchanting. It's only natural I'd have thoughts about her. Under the hypnosis of the great heavenly dragon talisman, Lin Hu revealed his deepest, most secret thoughts to Jeanyong without reservation. Jeanyong grew even angrier upon hearing Lin Hu's words. He never expected that Lin Hu, who had always appeared upright and righteous on the surface, was actually so despicable and vile at heart. Jeanyong couldn't help but feel it was a tragedy that Lin Hongyu had such a man for a father. Haha. Lin Hu gave Jeanyong a lewd grin and said, "Actually, I didn't have any ulterior motives towards Shuifeng at first. But 2 months ago, old Lu told me a secret, and from that moment on, my feelings towards Shuifeng changed." Jeanyong frowned slightly and asked, "What does old Lu have to do with this? What secret did you learn from him?" Old Lu was the village doctor in Xiushui village. His family had been physicians for generations, but traditional Chinese medicine had declined over time. Besides, old Lu himself was untalented. He had inherited only superficial knowledge from his ancestors. Aside from minor ailments like colds or diarrhea, he couldn't treat serious or complex illnesses. Without hesitation, Lin Hu told Jeanyong. Shuifeng's husband, Butcher Zheng, encountered a wild boar weighing over 300 jin when he went into the mountains 2 years ago. Thinking himself young and strong, he tried to capture it, but accidentally got injured in, well, the manhood. Since then, he hasn't been able to perform as a man anymore. What? You're telling me this is true? How come I've never heard anything about this? Jeanyong was shocked and could hardly believe what he was hearing. Old Lu told me this personally 2 months ago. Of course they'd keep it quiet. It's not exactly something to be proud of. If word got out, the couple would never be able to hold their heads up in the village again. Lin Hu chuckled and continued. But Shui Feng and her husband haven't given up on treatment. Over these past 2 years, they've secretly visited hospitals in Qinzhou and the county town, but nothing helped. Still unwilling to give up, a year ago they came to old Lu, hoping he could help regulate things with some herbal therapy. Lin Hu paused, then went on. You know how skilled old Lu is, completely useless. He can handle common colds or headaches, but how could he possibly cure something like this? Butcher Zheng took his herbal medicine for over half a year with 0 results. Frustrated and short-tempered, he nearly beat old Lu to a pulp. Old Lu got scared and came to me to mediate the conflict. After all, his old bones wouldn't stand a chance against Butcher Zheng. Jeanyong was stunned, his expression turning extremely strange. Hearing Lin Hu describe everything so vividly, he believed most of it. Suddenly, he understood why Zheng and Lin Shui Feng had acted so strangely the day he bought meat from them. The reason lay in Zheng's injury. Recalling the words Butcher Zheng had spoken that day, Jeanyong felt a faint warmth stirred deep within his chest. Haha. Lin Hu grinned lewdly again and said to Jeanyong, Shui Feng is still in the prime of her life, in need of affection and care. My intentions are just to help her out, to spare her from suffering with a useless man like Zheng. Beast, what the hell are you talking about? Should she thank you for that? Jeanyong exploded in rage, unable to contain himself any longer. With one heavy slap, he struck Lin Hu across the face. Ow! Lin Hu, utterly unprepared for the force behind Jeanyong's blow, cried out and fell flat onto the ground. The effect of the great heavenly dragon talisman had already begun to wear off. With that slap, Lin Hu instantly snapped back to consciousness. He stared at Jeanyong in shock, touching his rapidly swelling cheek with disbelief. Xiaoyang, why did you hit me? What did I just say? Lin Hu had no memory of what happened under the talisman's hypnosis. Only a vague sense that he'd spoken a lot to Jeanyong, though he couldn't recall a single word. Jeanyong stared coldly at him, saying nothing extra, and simply played back the recording he had just made. When Lin Hu heard his own voice confessing those terrible things, his face turned ghost white with terror. After listening for about a minute and a half, a flash of cold light crossed his eyes. He scrambled to his feet, limbs flailing, wildly trying to grab Jeanyong's phone. Lin Hu knew full well, once this recording got out, his life would be ruined. He might even face prison time. Jeanyong gave a cold smile. Before Lin Hu could lunge at him, he said calmly, If you don't want to end up like that tree in my yard, stay where you are. I don't want to dirty my hands. You, Lin Hu, recalling how Jeanyong had shattered a tree as thick as an arm with a single palm strike, felt a flicker of fear deep in his eyes and immediately abandoned any thought of attacking him. His fate might not be any better than that of the tree. Jeanyong, how did you do it? Can you use sorcery? Lin Hu asked in terror. He didn't doubt for a second that the recording was fake. Those words were the deepest, most secret thoughts buried within his heart, something no outsider could possibly know. Yet try as he might, Lin Hu couldn't fathom what method Jeanyong had used to make him speak those things. That was precisely what frightened him the most. In Lin Hu's mind, Jeanyong suddenly became mysterious and unfathomable. Sorcery? Then call it sorcery, Jeanyong sneered coldly, giving Lin Hu a look of disgust before saying, It doesn't matter how I made you reveal these secrets. What matters is what I'll do with you next. That's the only thing you should be worrying about now. Lin Hu's expression instantly changed, his face turning deathly pale, completely drained of blood. After clenching his teeth, he dropped to his knees with a thud before Jeanyong. He then slapped himself hard across the face twice and pleaded, Xiaoyang, please, after all, I've always treated you fairly well. For Hong Yu's sake, please spare me this once. I'll do anything at all, as long as you don't send me to prison or release this recording. Xiaoyang, uncle begs you please. At this, Lin Hu began kowtowing frantically on the ground, knocking his head so violently that soon his forehead was smeared with fresh, red blood. Stop! Jeanyong looked at Lin Hu with clear disgust and snapped coldly. Thinking back on all the vile things Lin Hu had just confessed, Jeanyong was nearly overwhelmed by the urge to kill him on the spot. Just from the 70 or 80,000 yuan Lin Hu had illegally taken from Li Ergo, he deserved to die. Add to that the tens of thousands he'd embezzled from poverty alleviation funds, and that alone would warrant a life sentence. But Jeanyong didn't want it that way. It wasn't merely out of respect for Lin Hongyu's feelings. Sending Lin Hu to jail would simply be too easy on him. His decision formed in an instant. Jeanyong smiled coldly at Lin Hu and said, I won't say there's absolutely no chance of letting you go, but you must do 2 things for me. Chapter 112. Contracting the barren mountain and orchard. Alright, Xiaoyang, forget 2 things. This time, if you let me off, I'll agree to 10, 100, even things for the rest of my life. From now on, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it without fail. I won't go back on my word. Lin Hu, sensing a slight softening in Jeanyong's tone, felt a surge of hope and immediately began groveling, desperate to get through this crisis first. Jeanyong sneered coldly and said to Lin Hu, Don't agree so quickly. These 2 things I'm asking won't be much easier for you than going to prison. Lin Hu's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. He forced a smile and said, Xiaoyang, just say it. I'll do my best no matter what it is. I'll make sure it gets done properly. Stop kneeling. Get up and talk, Jeanyong said indifferently, somewhat satisfied with Lin Hu's attitude. Yes, Lin Hu replied, slowly rising to his feet. But he remained half-bowed toward Jeanyong, completely stripped of the authority he once had as head of Shushui village. Jeanyong glanced at him and said, First, hand over all the ill-gotten gains you've received illegally from Li Ergo over the years, including the more than 200,000 yuan in your bank account, and also sell the house you own in the county town. Donate all that money anonymously and without compensation to the Shushui village committee. What? You want me to donate all my property? Lin Hu gasped in shock, his forehead instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had expected to give up the 200,000 yuan in savings, but never imagined Jeanyong would also demand the house in the county, his entire fortune. Taking all this away was practically the same as killing him. Jeanyong sneered again and said, "What, not agreeing? Then there's nothing more to discuss. Let's handle this by the book. You can start preparing for prison." As Jeanyong spoke, he stood up as if to leave. Thud. Panicked, Lin Hu dropped back to his knees before Jeanyong, pleading, "Xiaoyang, don't go. I didn't say I wouldn't agree. It's just, can we please talk it over a little?" Lin Hu was genuinely terrified. He knew his fate was entirely in Jeanyong's hands. If he went to prison, he'd lose everything anyway. And if the villagers heard the recording Jeanyong possessed, he'd be utterly disgraced. The enraged villagers might even dig up his family's ancestral graves. Not to mention the 2 married women he'd secretly involved himself with in the village. Once exposed, their husbands would surely seek revenge. Especially Zheng the butcher, husband of Lin Shuifeng, who had a notoriously fiery temper and deeply cared for his wife. If he found out Lin Hu had repeatedly harassed her, he'd definitely come after him with murder in mind. A flash of icy light passed through Jeanyong's eyes as he said to Lin Hu, "Given what you've done to my father, killing you wouldn't even be excessive. Besides, that dirty money was squeezed from every villager. It came from their blood, their flesh. Over the years, how many evil deeds did you commit helping Liergo? How many villagers were forced into silence, swallowing their anger, too afraid to speak? Any man with a conscience wouldn't have sunk so low. Only an animal could do such things." Huh. Jeanyong grew angrier as he spoke, letting out a long breath, struggling to suppress his rage before continuing. "Lin Hu, sparing your life by only demanding your savings, and the house in the county town is already being lenient with you. You have no choice. You must agree, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Lin Hu's face turned ashen, a trace of remorse flickering across his expression. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Xiaoyang, I have no objection to donating the savings, but the house in the county, it was the dowry I prepared for Hongyu. The property deed is even under her name. You know, she's my only daughter. I deserve death. I fully accept my guilt, but still, I must leave her some security." At this, tears streamed down his face. After a pause, he continued, "How about this? Apart from the 230,000 yuan in savings, I'll raise another 100,000 yuan somehow, and then give you an IOU for the remaining 200,000. I promise to pay it all back within 5 years. Please let me leave that house to Hongyu. Would that be acceptable?" Seeing how truly concerned Lin Hu was for Lin Hongyu, and that it wasn't feigned, Jeanyong's expression softened slightly. Disgusted yet disappointed, he said, "If you'd known it would come to this, why didn't you think earlier? With your intelligence and abilities, even without colluding with Liergo, if you just worked honestly, you could have given Hongyu a good life. Why take such a crooked path?" Sigh. Lin Hu let out a deep sigh, his face filled with profound regret as he said to Jeanyong, "Never mind. Xiaoyang, for Hongyu's sake, please accept the terms I just proposed, will you? I promise I'll pay back that 200,000 within 5 years. Jeanyong fell silent for a moment, then asked Lin Hu, "Where will you get that extra 100,000 yuan?" Hearing this, hope flickered in Lin Hu's heart, and he quickly replied, "Xiaoyang, a few friends owe me 2 or 3,000 yuan each. I'll collect those debts within a few days. Also, I still have my house here in the village and 10 mu of orchard land. Though houses and orchards in our village aren't worth much, they could still fetch several 10,000 yuan together. With that, I should be able to scrape together about 100,000. Jeanyong was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Hu to consider selling his home and land. After a moment's thought, he asked, "If you sell your house and land in the village, how will you live from now on?" A bitterly sad smile appeared on Lin Hu's face as he said, "Xiaoyang, after everything that's happened, do you think I still have the face to stay in the village? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't dare return. I might as well sell them and donate the money back to the village. It's the least I can do to atone for the sins I've committed over the years." Jeanyong stared deeply at Lin Hu, then said after some thought, "Here's what I'll do. I won't take your house. I only want the 20-year contracting rights to your 10 mu of orchard land. I'll pay you 80,000 yuan for it. What do you think?" "Xiaoyang, did you just say 80,000? Lin Hu asked incredulously. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Jeanyong replied calmly. Lin Hu gazed at Jeanyong with overwhelming gratitude, his emotions surging uncontrollably, tears instantly welling up in his eyes. Jeanyong waved his hand dismissively and said coolly, "Don't thank me. Soon, I'll be contracting orchards from every villager at high prices. Paying 80,000 yuan for a 20-year lease on 10 mu of orchard is just fair market value. You've earned it. What? You're going to contract orchards from every single villager at high prices?" Lin Hu looked at Jeanyong with confusion, unable to understand why he would need so many orchards and plots of land. "Exactly. And that brings me to the second thing I need you to do," Jeanyong said calmly. Lin Hu's face darkened slightly as he said, "Xiaoyang, if it weren't for this business with Liergo, I still had some influence in the village and could help persuade most villagers to lease their orchards to you. But now, there's nothing I can do." Jeanyong looked at him impassively and said, "Whether villagers choose to lease their orchards to me is entirely their decision. I won't force anyone. What I want is to contract those barren mountains that belong to our village. I need you to complete all the contracting procedures for me as quickly as possible." Chapter 113, Becoming the Richest Man in Xiushui Town. "You want to lease those barren mountains from the village?" Lin Hu was momentarily stunned and asked Jeanyong, "Exactly. Do you know what procedures are required for leasing Wangsan?" Jeanyong asked Lin Hu. Qin Yuyin's suggestion at dinner about free-range mountain chickens had suddenly enlightened him, and the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was a promising path forward. Thus, the idea of leasing the barren hills took root in his mind. Lin Hu had been the village chief of Xiushui village for over a decade and fully understood the procedures for leasing Wangsan. Moreover, he had connections in the town and county government offices. Entrusting this matter to him would be the most suitable choice, saving a great deal of time. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hu quickly said, "The procedures aren't complicated. The applicant submits a request to the village committee. After approval, registration is made with the forestry and land bureaus at the town and county levels. Given your current standing in the village, if both me and old Secretary Zhang support you, the village committee will approve immediately. The subsequent registrations at the town and county bureaus are usually just formalities, some minor arrangements, and everything goes through smoothly. However, hearing this, Jeanyong relaxed completely, becoming even more certain that handing the task to Lin Hu was the right decision. Seeing Lin Hu hesitate, he urged, however what? Speak plainly. A few years ago, some northern businessmen came to investigate leasing our village's Wangsan. But after surveying, they found the hills too steep. Deep inside, several peaks were infested with wild beasts and venomous snakes. Plus, Xiaoshui village is too remote, with terrible transportation. They concluded there was no development potential, so nothing ever came of it, and they never brought it up again. Lin Hu paused, then added seriously, Xiaoyang, if you're serious about leasing these hills, think carefully, don't regret it later. That's none of your concern. Just do what I tell you. Jeanyong coldly sneered, cutting him off. Why yes. Lin Hu chuckled awkwardly. His eyes flickered as he quickly continued. Xiaoyang, since you're determined, leave it to me. I'll secure the lowest, most favorable leasing price possible. No need, Jeanyong replied after a moment's thought. The leasing fee will eventually be distributed to every household. Charge whatever the proper amount is. Also, those anonymous donations of yours. Just add that money into the leasing fee. That way, everyone benefits. This. All right, as you say. Lin Hu didn't quite understand Jeanyang's motives, but since Zhang had spoken, he wouldn't dare object. He readily agreed. How long will it take to complete the leasing procedures? Jeanyong asked. Lin Hu considered it briefly and answered. I'll start working on it tomorrow, but at the earliest, it'll take half a month. Half a month? No, that's too long. 7 days. I'm giving you 7 days to finish everything. Jeanyong stated firmly. 7 days? Impossible, that's far too. Lin Hu was shocked, clearly hesitant, and wanting to explain. Jeanyong waved his hand dismissively, his voice icy. Any problem? And no problem. 7 days then. I'll get all the paperwork done. Seeing Jeanyang's expression, Lin Hu's heart clenched. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to agree. Jeanyong nodded, then discussed details with Lin Hu regarding the lease duration and payment terms. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was already past 10 o'clock and said, Do you have paper and pen? Of course. I'll get them right away. Lin Hu responded quickly, producing the items and gently placing them before Jeanyong. What do you give this to me for? Jeanyong scoffed, coldly pushing the paper and pen back toward Lin Hu. Lin Hu froze momentarily, glanced at Jeanyong, and instantly grasped his intention. With an uneasy smile, he said, I see. I'll write it down right now. With that, Lin Hu hesitated briefly, bit his lip, and picked up the pen. A few minutes later, Lin Hu fetched an ink pad and pressed his fingerprint onto 2 written sheets of paper. He placed both documents in front of Jeanyong and said, Xiaoyang, here's a 20,000 yuan IU and the contract proving my family's Tendu orchard will be leased to you for 20 years. Please check it. Jeanyong took them, but before he could read closely, a system voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Dear master, the previous richest man in Xiaoshui village, Lin Hu, has lost 200,000 yuan. Your wealth has increased by 200,000 yuan. Your total assets now stand at 680,000 yuan, surpassing Lin Hu. You have completed the mission of becoming the richest person in Xiaoshui village. Reward, 100 credit points and 3 system lottery draws. Ding. Dear master, you have received a side mission. Become the richest person in Xiaoshui town within the next 7 days. Upon completion, reward, 200 credit points. If completed within 3 days, an additional reward of 3 system lottery draws. Ding. Friendly reminder, dear master, the current richest man in Xiaoshui town is Lin Yongping, whose personal assets amount to 8,510,000 yuan. Your task is considered complete only if your wealth surpasses his within 7 days. Failure will result in complete erasure. After hearing the system's announcement, Jeanyong felt both shocked and delighted. He was thrilled to have completed the mission of becoming the richest man in Xiaoshui village through this method, earning 100 credit points and 3 system lottery draws. But he was stunned by the new task, becoming the wealthiest person in the entire Xiaoshui town within just 7 days. His current wealth stood at only 680,000 yuan, while Lin Yongping possessed a staggering 8,510,000 yuan. That meant he needed to earn 7,830,000 yuan in the next 7 days to succeed. Clearly, the coming week would be extremely busy. Jeanyang's expression rapidly shifted, momentarily frozen in place. Seeing Jeanyang's reaction, Lin Hu's heart tightened. The unease he had just settled surged back into his throat. After hesitating for a long moment, he nervously called out, Xiaoyang, is there something wrong with what I wrote? Please point it out. I'll correct it immediately. Oh, nothing's wrong. Leave it as it is. Jeanyong snapped back to reality and casually stuffed the IOU and contract into his pocket. Lin Hu breathed a small sigh of relief and said to Jeanyong, Tomorrow I'll go to the county town and withdraw all 23,000 from my passbook to give to you. As for Li Ergu, Jeanyong waved his hand at Lin Hu and said, As long as you faithfully follow what I just told you, I'll plead your case. This matter ends with Li Ergu. It won't implicate you. This recording? Only heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. No third party will ever find out. Phew. Lin Hu let out a long breath, quickly stammering. Xiaoyang, thank you. Thank you so much. You, just watch my actions from now on. I promise I won't disappoint you. San si lu, si, baba. People may act, but heaven watches. You. Take care of yourself, Jeanyong said to Lin Hu, then without another word, turned and walked out of Lin's house, heading straight toward his own home. Chapter 114, A Midnight Meeting with Li Shilian. Click. The large gate of Li Shilian's house creaked open just a crack. Li Shilian tiptoed out, lowering her voice as she whispered to Jeanyong, who was waiting outside. It's so late. Why did you message me to come out now? Shilian Jessi**, we haven't had a proper chat all day. I just wanted to see you, can I? Jeanyong replied with a sly grin. Li Shilian was dressed in pajamas. Her fair arms and delicate legs were exposed, and after what seemed like a recent shower, her long hair cascaded down her back. A subtle, unique fragrance radiated from her body, making Jeanyong's heart flutter uncontrollably. Upon hearing Jeanyong's words, Li Shilian blushed slightly and naturally smiled. Feeling the intensity of his passionate gaze, she instinctively stepped backward and softly chided him. Always teasing. Well, now you've seen me and said your piece. I'm going back inside. Wait, Shilian Jiesai, don't go yet. I have something else to talk to you about. Jeanyong reached forward and gently grabbed her arm as she turned to leave. The warmth and smoothness of her skin felt like fine jade, so soft, so pleasing to the touch. Li Shilian stiffened, quickly jerking her arm free and stepping back. She glanced warily left and right before fixing an indignant look on Jeanyong, whispering urgently. W, what else do you want? Hurry up and say it, then I'm really leaving. Heh. Jeanyong couldn't help but laugh. Shilian Jiesai, what are you so nervous about? We're not thieves, we don't need to sneak around like this. Li Shilian shot him a glare and said, Miss Qin is staying at our house. What would she think if she saw us together so late? And there are too many people watching in this village. Who knows what rumors might start? How could we face anyone afterward? So let them see, Jeanyong shrugged carelessly. If they do, then we'll just. Xiang, Li Shilian interrupted sharply, as though knowing exactly what he was about to say. Her expression darkened slightly as she continued. I don't care what others think of me. But you. She paused, a faint sadness crossing her face, then quickly shifted tone. Never mind, never mind. Let's not talk about that now. Xiang, did you really have something important? If not, I really must go. Jeanyong had originally only wanted to chat casually with Li Shilian, but seeing how flustered she was, he quickly changed tactics. Shilian Jiesai, Miss Qin came all the way to our village. It's such a rare visit. Tomorrow morning, I want to pick some tangerines and vegetables from the orchard for her to take home as gifts. Will you come with me? That's it. You could have just told me over WeChat. Why make me come out like this? I thought something serious had happened. Li Shilian scolded playfully. Jeanyong chuckled. Shilian Jiesai, if I hadn't said it this way, would you even have come out? Full of tricks as always. Fine. I'll go with you tomorrow morning, Li Shilian said, looking at Jeanyong's eager expression. Not wanting to linger any longer, she quickly slipped back into the house and poked her head out one last time. Alright, it's late. Go home and get some sleep. With that, she shut the door firmly behind her. But moments later, the door cracked open again. Li Shilian's delicate face peeked out once more. She gazed deeply at Jeanyong and softly murmured, Xiang, good night. Then, her cheeks flushing red, she retracted like a startled fawn and closed the door tightly. This time, no sound came from within. Jeanyong shook his head with a small smile. He knew things wouldn't move overnight, so he didn't press further. Turning around, he headed back home. First, he gave his father a massage, then quietly chatted with his mother for a while before retreating to his bedroom to sleep. The next morning, barely past dawn, Jeanyong's phone suddenly rang. Drowsy and groggy, he grabbed the phone and saw it was a call from Li Shilian. He answered immediately. Morning, Shilian Jiesai. What morning? It's already after 6. Weren't you supposed to take me to the orchard? I'm ready, get up already, Li Shilian said. At the thought of spending time alone with her in the orchard, Jeanyong felt a rush of excitement and snapped wide awake. Shilian Jiesai, I'm coming right now. He leapt out of bed, threw on his clothes, did a quick wash-up, greeted his mother, and hurried toward the front gate. Shilian Jiesai, he swung the courtyard gate open, ready to greet her, but froze mid-sentence. Standing side by side outside was Li Shilian, and right beside her, Qin Yuyan. Qin Jie, you're here too. Jeanyong scratched his head awkwardly and said aloud. Qin Yuyan gave Jeanyong a nod and replied indifferently. I can't help but feel you seem unhappy. Am I spoiling your mood? If so, shall I go back and get some more sleep? No. Qin Jie, don't say that. How could I possibly be unhappy? Not at all. Jeanyong quickly waved his hands in front of him, unable to actually send her away. It would be far too obvious. Good, as long as you're not upset. But just so you know, I was only being polite just now. I've never been to an orange orchard in my entire life. Whether you like it or not, I'm coming along anyway. Qin Yuyan declared matter-of-factly, her expression completely calm. Jeanyong was left speechless, feeling thoroughly frustrated yet unable to utter a word, forced to offer only an embarrassed smile. Li Shilian, watching Jeanyong's flustered state, burst into soft laughter. She said to him, Xiaoyang, you ride the e-bike ahead first. Me and Yuyan will follow behind. Call it a nice walk. Qin Yuyan and Li Shilian were similar in height, equally curvaceous, and both stunningly beautiful. Only their auras differed slightly. Standing side by side, they looked like a pair of sisters with contrasting styles. Alright, Jeanyong glanced at Qin Yuyan and Li Shilian, suddenly feeling his mood brighten for no particular reason. He casually agreed, hopped on his e-bike, and drove off toward his orchard. Li Shilian and Qin Yuyan followed behind, forming a striking scene as they walked through the village. Earlier, Jeanyong and Qin Yuyan had sprayed nutrient solution throughout the orchard. Now, the trees hung heavy with golden oranges, while the vegetable garden flourished vibrantly. Cabbages, tomatoes, cucumbers, and several other vegetables were growing exceptionally well. It was Qin Yuyan's first time visiting the orange orchard. As she picked oranges and harvested vegetables alongside Jeanyong and Li Shilian, a carefree, innocent smile lit up her face, clearly enjoying herself immensely. About an hour later, the wheelbarrow was loaded with 2 baskets of oranges and a few large cabbages. Jeanyong led Li Shilian and a reluctant, sighing Qin Yuyan back home, their arms full of fresh harvest. Chapter 115. Something dreamed of and desired. After breakfast, Jeanyong took out the box of golden jade Jeanyong needles he had used to treat Zhang Yinshan yesterday and gently placed it in front of Qin Yuyan. Qin Yuyan's brow furrowed slightly as she asked, Jeanyong, what do you mean by this? Senior Qin, this set of needles is too precious. I can't accept it. Please take it back, Jeanyong said. He didn't want to accept such a valuable gift from Qin Yuyan. After all, personal debts were the hardest to repay. Qin Yuyan frowned slightly at Jeanyong, reached over, grabbed the jade box containing the needles, and suddenly raised it high into the air, as if about to smash it on the ground. Jeanyong was shocked. He quickly grabbed her arm and shouted, Are you crazy? These needles are extremely valuable. Why would you just break them like that? One sigh. Qin Yuyan, give something away, I never take it back, she said coldly, staring at him. If you won't accept it, then what use do I have for keeping it? Let go. Jeanyong looked into her eyes, stunned by her fierce temperament. She was truly ready to shatter those priceless needles without hesitation. He could feel her determination. She wasn't bluffing. You. Seeing that she showed no sign of relenting, Jeanyong hesitated for a moment before sighing. Fine, don't break it. I'll take it, okay? As he spoke, he took the box of golden jade Jeanyong needles from her hand. It was worth several million, and he found them incredibly effective and comfortable to use. He couldn't just stand by and watch her destroy such a treasure. Asterisk beep. Honored master, your personal assets have increased by 5 million, reaching 5.68 million. You are now only 2.83 million away from completing the task of becoming the wealthiest person in Xiushui town. Please keep striving. Asterisk. An increase of 5 million? Jeanyong stared at the box in his hands, his expression turning odd. He had been worried earlier about becoming the richest man in town within 7 days, but now, through such an unexpected method, he'd earned 5 million. The goal was now within reach, and a strange sensation filled his heart. Noticing Jeanyong's peculiar look, Jeanyong thought he might still be hesitant. After a brief pause, she said, Jeanyong, this set of golden jade Jeanyong needles was mine to lose in our bet yesterday. Besides, the half bottle of wine Grandpa Li gave my grandfather is far more valuable than these needles. Don't feel any psychological burden. You owe me nothing. If anything, it's me who owes you. So just accept these needles with peace of mind. You owe me? Senior Qin, are you serious? Jeanyong suddenly turned to her, eyes blazing as he asked. Jeanyong blinked in surprise, unsure of what he meant, but nodded firmly. Yes, I do owe you. In that case, when will you repay me? Jeanyong said directly. Repay? Jeanyong frowned, looking utterly baffled, unable to grasp his meaning. Of course, debts must be repaid. That's only fair. Do you have any other valuable antiques? I'm not greedy. Just 1 or 2 more would do. Jeanyong said. If 1 box of needles was worth 5 million, receiving just 1 or 2 more antiques from Jeanyong could push his total wealth past 8 million. Then he could easily complete his mission of becoming the richest man in Xiushui town. 1 or 2 valuable antiques. A flash of realization passed through Jeanyong's eyes. She finally understood what he was implying. Annoyed, she shot him a glare and dryly replied, I don't have any other valuable antiques. But I do have a used sanitary pad. Want that? Sure. Wait, a used sanitary pad? Jeanyong had immediately answered yes, but quickly caught himself and chuckled awkwardly. Never mind, I'll pass. You can keep that one for yourself. Humph. Jeanyong snorted sharply, gave him another fierce glare, and fell silent. Hee. Beside them, Li Xiuyan burst into giggles. All right, Xiaoyang, Yian's leaving for the county town soon. Stop joking around with her. Help move those oranges and vegetables onto her car. Turning to Jeanyong, Li Xiuyan added, Yian, come on. Let me help you pack up your things. After Jeanyong and Li Xiuyan left, Zhang's mother flicked her son on the forehead and scolded. What's gotten into you today? That young lady already gave you that precious set of needles. How could you still ask her for more? You've completely embarrassed me. Jeanyong gave an embarrassed laugh. He'd been so focused on completing his mission that he didn't know what had possessed him to say such things to Jeanyong. Looking back on it now, even he found his behavior rather unbelievable. Mom, I was just kidding with her. Why are you taking it so seriously? Jeanyong made up an excuse as he said to his mother, All right, Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go move those oranges and vegetables onto the car first. As Jeanyong spoke, he stood up and carried the freshly picked oranges and vegetables over to Jeanyong's car. Then he returned home, found a plastic bucket, filled it with immortal wine. Exactly 5 Jean, no more, no less. The very amount of immortal wine he had promised Zhao Dongqiu. Xiaoyang, are you ready? Li Xiuyan called from outside. Coming, Jeanyong responded, lifting the 5 Jean bucket of immortal wine and walking to Jeanyong's car. He placed the bucket on the back seat, opened the front passenger door, and got in. When Jeanyong saw the bucket in his hands, her eyes flickered with sharp light, though her expression remained perfectly calm. After saying goodbye to Zhang's mother and Li Xiuyan, she started the car and slowly drove away from Xiushui village. Screech. Just about 1,000 meters outside the village, Jeanyong slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden stop. She stared intently at Jeanyong and asked, Jeanyong, that bucket, is it all filled with the same kind of wine you gave to Grandpa Li? Jeanyong smiled faintly and nodded at Jeanyong. Yes, what's wrong? Didn't you say you didn't have any more of that wine? This whole bucket must be 5 or 6 Jean. How come you suddenly have so much? Jeanyong asked urgently. Jeanyong glanced at Jeanyong and said calmly, I said I didn't have any that day, but my stock really isn't much left. After giving away these 5 Jean, I won't have much remaining. Giving it away? You're going to give such precious wine to someone else? Jeanyong asked sharply, her face full of disbelief. To the father of a close brother of mine in the county town. They've helped me a lot over the past 3 years. Jeanyong didn't hide anything from Jeanyong and answered directly. No way, you can't give it away. Hand over this bucket to me. I'll give you something you've always dreamed of getting. Jeanyong thought for a moment, then clenched her teeth and said firmly. Something I've always dreamed of? Jeanyong frowned slightly, then suddenly his eyes lit up brilliantly. A faintly sinister and mischievous smile appeared on his face as he looked at Jeanyong with ill-intentioned amusement. Chapter 116, A Great Reward. Something I've always dreamed of getting? Jeanyong was taken aback by Jeanyong's words, then quickly grew suspicious and blurted out. Jeanyong, for just 5 Jean of wine. Don't tell me you're planning to offer yourself to me. Offer myself to you. Jeanyong's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Jeanyong, her face instantly turning red. Flustered and angry, she gave Jeanyong a sharp smack on the head and snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? Who said anything about offering myself? What kind of fantasy have you been having? As she spoke, Jeanyong glared furiously at Jeanyong, clearly furious, but with her cheeks flushed crimson, she looked less intimidating and more endearing. Ouch! Jeanyong rubbed his head and gave her a sheepish grin. You're the one who said you'd give me something I've always dreamed of. Well, what I've always dreamed of is. Jeanyong suddenly realized he had slipped up. His eyes flickered mischievously as he quickly added. Just kidding. Jeanyong, don't take it so seriously. Why did you have to hit me? Humph. Jeanyong snorted, still flustered. Serves you right for saying such absurd things. Listen up, I'm warning you. Unless I willingly choose to, don't ever get any inappropriate ideas about me again. Got it. Willingly. Jeanyong's eyes lit up at her choice of words, and he opened his mouth to continue. Jeanyong shot him a sharp look, her face burning red. Don't say another word. From now on, we never speak of this again. All right, I won't bring it up anymore. Seeing that Jeanyong was truly upset, Jeanyong quickly changed tone. But Jia, what exactly did you mean just now? If I give you 5 jin of wine, you'll give me something I've always dreamed of. She took a deep breath, struggling to calm her anger before speaking. Idiot, I meant building a road. Isn't what you've always dreamed of building a national highway to your Shoshui village? A road? Building a national grade highway to our Shoshui village. Jeanyong's heart leapt with joy. Excitedly, he asked, Jia, are you serious? Can you really help us build a proper road? Jeanyong was utterly astonished and thrilled. To turn Shoshui village into the wealthiest village in Qingzhou, smooth transportation was essential. With the current conditions, small-scale improvements were possible, but real development was impossible. If he couldn't complete his mission, the system would erase him completely. How could he not be desperate? Right now, Jeanyong's greatest desire was to build a national standard highway, one that would permanently solve Shoshui village's transportation problems once and for all. But constructing a national-level highway was no simple matter. Not only was Shoshui village located in mountainous terrain, requiring massive investment, but such a project also needed official approval from multiple government levels. It wasn't something anyone could just decide to build. Now, hearing that Jeanyong could actually make this happen, Jeanyong was overjoyed. For a chance at this road, 5 jin of immortal wine was nothing. He'd gladly offer 50, or even 500 jin if needed. Seeing the excitement and astonishment on Jeanyong's face, Jeanyong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. She pursed her lips slightly and calmly said, Don't celebrate too soon. Your Shoshui village is deep in the mountains. Building a national highway requires professional construction teams and enormous funding. I can help secure the official approvals and coordinate partial startup funds, but the rest, you'll have to find it yourself. Jeanyong blinked in surprise, then firmly replied, Jia, if you can get the construction approvals sorted, that alone will be an incredible help. I'll figure out the money. Hearing Jeanyong's confident declaration, Jeanyong's eyes sparkled briefly, though she kept her voice neutral. Don't be overly optimistic. Constructing a national highway to your village will cost at least several billion yuan. While the government might allocate some funds, it won't be much, probably no more than 500 million. That still leaves a shortfall of 7 to 800 million. Where on earth do you plan to get that kind of money? Jeanyong's expression turned serious. Clenching his teeth, he said, So it's 7 or 800 million. That's all. I'll find a way. Jia, if you can get the road construction approved, you'll be my savior, our village's greatest benefactor. I swear I'll repay you well in the future. Jeanyong wasn't just speaking lightly. Only by building a national-grade highway could there be any real chance of turning Shoshui village into the wealthiest village in Qingzhou within a year, allowing Jeanyong to complete his system mission and escape the fate of being erased by the system. From this perspective, if Jeanyong helped him secure the official approval for the road construction, she would truly be his savior. Hearing Jeanyong's words, Jeanyong looked at him with deep emotion and said, Supporting industrial development in impoverished mountainous regions is currently a major national policy. Your Shoshui village fits this criterion perfectly. When you apply for startup funds later, try to request as much as possible. And don't thank me. Thank the elderly Mr. Lee you met in my shop yesterday. Whether this approval comes through largely depends on him. Mr. Lee, Jeanyong's heart stirred. This old man had willingly traded a courtyard house within Longdu's second ring road for just 2 bottles of wine. At the time, Jeanyong had already sensed that this elder was extraordinary. Now, hearing Jeanyong's words, his curiosity grew even stronger, and he couldn't help but ask, Jia, exactly who is this Mr. Lee? Can you tell me more about him? Jeanyong waved her hand at Jeanyong and said, You don't need to know so much right now. I'll tell you when the time comes. Last night, he called me and expressed great satisfaction with the bottle of wine you gave him. If you can provide him with several more jin of such wine, he'll spare no effort in pushing this matter forward. Combined with the fact that your Shoshui village genuinely needs an external highway, I believe there's a 90% chance this approval will go through, and the startup funds will be no less than 500 million yuan. Great. With Jeanyong having said this much, Jeanyong didn't hold back. He immediately declared, Jia, please relay a message to Mr. Lee. As long as this approval actually comes through, I'll not only give him 5 jin of immortal wine, but also offer a substantial reward. Immortal wine. At this name, Jeanyong paused thoughtfully, then blinked her large, sparkling eyes at Jeanyong and asked, Is it really just meant as thanks for him? Chapter 117, The Health Product Industry. After hearing Jeanyong's words, Jeanyong immediately replied, Sister Qin, do I strike you as someone who doesn't know his limits? As long as this matter can truly happen, the gratitude I offer you will only exceed what Old Lee received. There's no way it'll be less. Jeanyong smiled slightly and said to Jeanyong, You just said you'd give 5 jin of that immortal wine to Old Lee. Now you're saying what you give me won't be any less. Do you even have that much immortal wine? Sister Qin, since I dare to say it, there must be a reason behind it. Rest assured, not a single liang of your 5 jin of immortal wine will be short, Jeanyong told her. To others, the immortal wine was incredibly precious, but to Jeanyong, it was practically nothing. One immortal wine talisman could be exchanged for 20 jin of immortal wine. Jeanyong still had 2 talismans left, enough for 40 jin, and he could also use credit points in the system mall to purchase more talismans. A mere few jin of wine didn't concern him much at all. Hearing Jeanyong's words, Jeanyong's expression turned slightly solemn. She looked at him seriously and asked, Jeanyong, do you have the formula for the immortal wine? I hope you answer this question carefully. Old Lee has already confirmed it. This wine has excellent health benefits for the human body, especially noticeable effects on the elderly. If we could mass produce it and turn it into an industry, the value would be incalculable. Upon hearing this, Jeanyong's mind stirred. His eyes flashed with sudden insight, revealing a thoughtful expression. If the immortal wine could truly become an industry, it would bring tremendous economic impact to Shoshui village. Yet after a moment of silence, a hint of gloom crossed his face. He waved his hand toward Qin Yuyan and said, Sister Qin, didn't I tell you last time? These wines were prepared by my master and given to me. I don't possess the formula myself. And since you already know how effective this wine is for the human body, you should also understand that making it requires many rare and precious natural treasures. Whether Earth's current environment can even gather all the medicinal ingredients required is uncertain, let alone mass production. So forget about it. It's simply impossible. Jeanyong wasn't lying to Qin Yuyan. He did indeed know the formula for the immortal wine. However, the ingredients required included extremely rare treasures like 10,000-year snow lotus, 1,000-year goji root, and century-old ginseng. Some components were even unique to the immortal realm and didn't exist on Earth at all. Making the immortal wine here was fundamentally impossible. Realizing this, the fleeting thought raised by Qin Yuyan faded from his mind. While the wine was indeed extraordinary, turning it into an actual industry seemed utterly unrealistic to Jeanyong. But Qin Yuyan gently shook her head and calmly replied, Jeanyong, don't be so quick to dismiss it. Hear me out first. With economic development and improved living standards, people are placing increasing importance on quality of life and physical wellness. Under these circumstances, the health supplement market is gaining ever greater popularity. Do you know how big the health product market is in our Xia country right now? According to statistics from relevant agencies, in 2019, the health supplement market in our Xia nation reached 286 billion yuan, accounting for 16% of the global total, making it the second largest health supplement market in the world after the M country. What? Over 280 billion? Jeanyong murmured in amazement. He never imagined the health supplement market could be so enormous, nearly reaching 300 billion yuan. And that's just our domestic market. The global health supplement market is even more staggering and growing rapidly by 30% each year. According to analysis from an authoritative department, in the future, the health supplement market in our Xia nation will surpass 1 trillion yuan. A flash of astonishment passed over Zhang Yang's face, but then quickly faded. He said to Qin Yuyan, Sister Qin, why are you telling me all this? What does it have to do with me? Of course it does. Qin Yuyan insisted. Medicinal wines and health tonics form the most important pillar of the health product industry. They nearly dominate half the entire sector, with a market scale exceeding 100 billion yuan. Your immortal wine, whether judged by taste or effectiveness, far surpasses any medicinal wine currently available on the market. If it could be mass-produced, she added in a voice brimming with seductive persuasion. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up intensely, but then dimmed again as he sighed and said, Sister Qin, I understand what you mean. But I've already explained, I don't have the formula for the immortal wine. Even if I could get it from my master, where would I find enough of those rare natural treasures? Mass production is simply impossible. No matter how booming the health product market becomes, it still has nothing to do with me. Qin Yuyan smiled faintly and said, Who told you that mass-producing immortal wine requires rare natural treasures? Jeanyong froze upon hearing her words, then asked in surprise, Sister Qin, what do you mean? Without rare natural treasures, how could anyone possibly make a wine with such powerful effects? Qin Yuyan said to Jeanyong, Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. As long as the principles of medicine are followed, there has always been a tradition of substituting herbs with similar effects. All the rare natural treasures required for the immortal wine can be replaced with readily available herbs on the market that have comparable medicinal effects. The resulting effect will certainly be much weaker, but even if it achieves just 1/10, 1/20th, or even 1/100th of the original formula's potency, it would still far surpass any medicinal wine currently available. It could easily carve out a share in the health supplement market. Capturing just 1% of that market would mean a market scale of 100 billion yuan. After hearing Qin Yuyan's words, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, followed by a hint of regret. How could he have missed such an obvious point? He had inherited the Xin medical scripture from his system. His expertise in traditional Chinese medicine far exceeded that of ordinary people. Jeanyong felt that what Qin Yuyan said made perfect sense. Finding suitable substitute herbs based on his medical knowledge was not difficult at all. Seeing Zhang Yang's expression, Qin Yuyan smiled faintly, feeling even more confident. She said to him, Jeanyong, I know a highly respected master of traditional Chinese medicine. He could be considered the best TCM practitioner in the entire Xia nation. If you have the formula for the immortal wine, I can ask him to help find the most appropriate substitutes for those rare ingredients. Moreover, his integrity is beyond doubt. He would never leak the formula. I guarantee that with my own reputation. The best TCM doctor in Xia? Jeanyong gave a faint smile and replied to Qin Yuyan, Sister Qin, I believe the doctor you recommend must be excellent. To be honest, I'm very tempted, but I really don't have the formula for the immortal wine. I simply can't produce it no matter how much I want to. This was something Jeanyong could handle himself. There was no reason to hand it over to someone else. It would be like taking off your pants to fart, completely unnecessary. Moreover, he was skeptical about the medical skills of the TCM master Qin Yuyan mentioned. Jeanyong didn't believe there was any physician in this world whose abilities surpassed his own. When Qin Yuyan saw how firm Jeanyong was, a flicker of disappointment briefly appeared in her eyes. But she quickly adjusted her demeanor and said to him, Jeanyong, foreign health product companies are aggressively entering our Xia nation. Every year, they take away enormous profits from us. If we could develop a medicinal wine based on your formula, not only would you personally gain unimaginable wealth, but it would also be a tremendous boon to our nation's economy. I hope you'll seriously consider this matter. Chapter 118. Looking forward to your performance. Seeing Qin Yuyan speak so seriously, Jeanyong also put aside his playful attitude. After a moment of silence, he said to her, Sister Qin, I'll seriously consider your suggestion. If I ever get the chance to enter the health product industry in the future, I'll definitely partner with you. Truthfully, Jeanyong was very interested in the health product industry. It was a vast market after all. But he knew that greed could lead to trouble. For now, his top priority was to focus on road construction and developing eco-friendly farming and animal husbandry. Developing the immortal wine would have to wait. Qin Yuyan didn't press further. She nodded at Jeanyong and said, I have a friend who runs a distillery and knows a lot about medicinal wines. If we get the chance later, I'll introduce you to her. She can offer you great help in this area. Great, it's a deal then. Jeanyong agreed, then continued, Sister Qin, let's go back home first. I still have a few gin of immortal wine there. Let's send some over to Oldly right away. Qin Yuyan pointed at the bucket in the back seat and said, isn't there already 5 gin there? Why go back again? Don't tell me you're really going to give away such precious wine. That would be such a waste. Jeanyong smiled gently at her and said, Sister Qin, I've already promised someone. How could I go back on my word? Besides, my classmate's father helped me a great deal before. I absolutely can't renege on this. This can wait, Jeanyong added. Let's wait until the official approval actually comes through. Anyway, we'll see each other again soon enough. With that, Qin Yuyan turned to him and said, all right, fasten your seatbelt. We're leaving now. As she spoke, she started the engine and slowly drove the Jeep Wrangler along the rugged mountain path toward the county town. Compared to the last time when he rode an electric tricycle into town, this journey was far more comfortable. The Wrangler's off-road capabilities were outstanding. Despite the rough terrain, the ride remained smooth and comfortable, without much jolting. Jeanyong thought to himself that he really needed to get his driver's license soon and buy a Wrangler of his own. It would make life much more convenient in the future. An hour later, Qin Yuyan arrived in the county town with Jeanyong. Just then, Jeanyang's phone began buzzing. He pulled it out and saw it was Zhao Dongchu calling. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Jeanyong answered. Xiaoyang, are you on your way? Should I send a car to pick you up? Zhao Dongchu greeted warmly. No need, Uncle Zhao. I'm already in town. Besides the 5 gin of wine, I also brought some fresh vegetables from home. I was just about to deliver them to your house. Jeanyong replied with a smile. Zhao Dongchu immediately said, don't come to the house. The auntie and Xiangzi went to Qingzhou today. No one's home. I still have some things to take care of at work. Listen, tell me where you are now, and I'll send someone to pick you up. We'll have lunch together. Jeanyong quickly replied. Uncle Zhao, you're so busy. I'll just hand the stuff to whoever you send and head back. We can have a meal together another day when auntie and Xiangzi return. Nonsense. It's been so long since we last met. How could I let you leave like this? Don't argue. I've already made arrangements. Just tell me where you are, and I'll send someone right over. Zhao Dongchu insisted. Seeing how determined Zhao Dongchu was, Jeanyong didn't decline further and said, all right then, Uncle Zhao. I'm at the North Ring Road intersection now. North Ring Road intersection? Good, wait there. My person will arrive in a few minutes. I've already planned everything. You just follow him and have a good time. Relax a bit. With that, Zhao Dongchu hung up. Squeak. Qin Yuyan pulled the car over to the side of the road and asked, where are you headed? I'll drop you off. No need, Sister Qin. I'll get off here. Someone's coming to pick me up soon. Jeanyong said as he reached for the door handle. Wait. Qin Yuyan suddenly called out. What is it, Sister Qin? Did you forget something? Jeanyong turned to ask. You. She fixed her eyes on him intently. Are you short on money right now? Short on money? No, why do you ask? Jeanyong replied, slightly puzzled. If you're not short on money, then earlier at your place, why did you seem to want me to give you antique gifts like the golden jade Jeanyong needles? Don't tell me you were joking, because I could clearly see from your eyes and expression that you weren't being flippant at all. Qin Yuyan's tone was serious and certain. Jeanyong had been so focused on completing his mission to become the richest man in Shoshui town that he'd unconsciously said those words to Qin Yuyan. He never expected her insight to be so sharp. She had actually seen right through to his true intentions at that moment. Jeanyong scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating for a while, he could only say to Qin Yuyan, Sister Qin, you're mistaken. I really was just joking with you earlier. I don't need money at all. Qin Yuyan gazed deeply at Jeanyong, but didn't say anything more. Instead, she reached for her bag, pulled out a folder, quickly scribbled something with a pen, tore off a page, and handed it to him. What's this? Jeanyong asked curiously as he took the paper. His expression immediately turned serious as he examined it, then looked up at Qin Yuyan in shock. A 2 million yuan check? Sister Qin, what is this for? Qin Yuyan said to him, regardless of whether or not you need money, take this first and use it. If it's not enough, just tell me. Don't refuse. Think of it as a loan from me. Pay me back whenever you're able. Hearing her words, warmth welled up in Jeanyong's heart. He would indeed need a substantial amount of money soon for leasing the wasteland and villagers' orchards. And given Qin Yuyan's firm attitude, further refusal would seem unnecessarily insincere. So he said to her, in that case, Sister Qin, I won't stand on ceremony. As he spoke, Jeanyong directly put the check into his pocket. Qin Yuyan looked at him intently, let out a soft sigh, and said, there's no need to be polite. Don't forget our bet. Once you truly heal spinal nerve necrosis, I'll belong to you. Then naturally, my possessions will also be yours. You should feel no burden spending them. Hearing this, Jeanyong felt a stirring in his heart and replied aloud. Looks like I'll have to work even harder. You really do need to work twice as hard. I'm looking forward to your performance. Qin Yuyan finished speaking, then shifted tone and added, all right, you can get off now. I have things to attend to. I'm leaving. Chapter 119, Room Number 1, Heavenly Rank. Jeanyong got out of the car and began unloading 5 gin of medicinal wine, along with some oranges and other fruits and vegetables that had been enhanced using nutrient solution. After greeting him, Qin Yuyan drove away immediately. Screech. A silvery white BMW X5 slowly pulled up beside Jeanyong just a few minutes later. While a BMW X5 might not stand out in a large, developed metropolis, in Shoshui County, it was one of the most prestigious luxury cars around. There weren't many such vehicles in the entire county. Jeanyong was slightly puzzled when the car window rolled down slowly, revealing the delicate face of a woman. She looked younger than 30, dressed in a bright red dress. Her fair complexion was accentuated by a radiant smile, elegant and captivating. Long hair cascaded down both sides of her face, giving off an indescribable charm. As Jeanyong studied her, the woman playfully blinked at him and said sweetly, Hey handsome, are you Jeanyong? Jeanyong hesitated briefly, then nodded and replied, I'm Jeanyong. And you are? Giggle, giggle. Upon hearing his words, the woman's face blossomed into a brilliant smile. She laughed lightly, opened the door, stepped out, and approached him warmly. Hello there handsome. I'm Lu Ruixiu. Director Zhao asked me to come pick you up. Jeanyong smiled faintly and responded politely but reservedly. All right, Miss Lu. Then I'll trouble you. Oh please, don't be so formal. Lu Ruishu said teasingly. Director Zhao specifically told me you're his honored guest. He insisted I treat you exceptionally well. Otherwise, he'd never forgive me. He's joking with you, Lu. Jeanyong chuckled, waving his hand gently. I'm just his younger relative. You don't need to take it so seriously. When Lu Ruishu heard the terms Uncle Zhao and younger relative, her smile grew even warmer and friendlier. She said to Jeanyong, Hey handsome, let's not chat out here. Get in the car, we can talk while we drive. Miss Lu, open the trunk. I brought Director Zhao some fresh vegetables and fruit, Jeanyong said. Sure. Lu Ruishu opened the trunk, helping Jeanyong load the oranges, vegetables, and the pail of immortal wine inside. Then she courteously opened the passenger door for him. Once he was seated, she started the engine and sped off along the outer ring road toward the western suburbs of the county seat. Handsome, these oranges you brought look amazing, so big, so golden, and they give off this unique, refreshing fragrance. I've never seen such perfect oranges before. Where did you get them? Lu Ruishu asked, making conversation. Jeanyong replied with quiet pride. They were freshly picked this morning from my orchard. I brought them for Uncle Zhao to taste. Your orchard? Lu Ruishu blinked in surprise, studying Jeanyong more closely. So where exactly is your family from? From one of the villages below? Jeanyong nodded and said, Yes, my home is in Xiushui village. Xiushui village? Lu Ruishu paused for a moment, then asked, But if I recall correctly, Director Zhao isn't actually from our Xiushui county. His hometown is Qingzhou. So what's your connection with him? At this, she deliberately adopted an exaggerated tone, saying, Oh my, why am I asking all this out of nowhere? That was so rude of me. Please don't mind me. Handsome, I didn't mean to pry. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer at all. Jeanyong instantly understood that Lu Ruishu was subtly probing into his relationship with Zhao Donchu. However, her manner was decent enough that although he felt a slight twinge of annoyance, he still calmly replied, No problem. I'm close friends with Director Zhao's son, Zhao Xiang. I used to go over to their place often for meals. Over time, we became really close. I came to town for some business today, so I figured I'd drop by to see Uncle Zhao and bring him some fresh produce from home. Upon hearing Jeanyong's explanation, Lu Ruishu's smile dimmed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and said pleasantly, Ah, so you're a good buddy of Xiangzi. That rascal boy often comes to my restaurant to eat for free. He knows me pretty well. Since you're such a close friend of his, you're definitely not an outsider. From now on, call me Sister Lu, just like he does. No need to keep calling me Miss Lu. That sounds so stiff. Haha. This, Jeanyong's face flushed slightly. He admitted to himself that Miss Lu did sound rather awkward, so he went along and said, Okay, Sister Lu. There we go. Lu Ruishu giggled happily and said, Say, those oranges we just saw, are they typical of what your orchard produces? How many acres do you have? My hotel needs a steady supply of high-quality fruit every day. If possible, we could consider buying some from you regularly. It's a new variety. We only planted a small amount this year, about a dozen acres or so, and the yield isn't very high. Jeanyong said to Lu Ruishu. Since he hadn't yet heard back from Hu Ruyan, Jeanyong wasn't ready to sell his Xiushui oranges to anyone else. I see. Lu Ruishu replied with a knowing smile. As sharp as she was, she clearly understood what Jeanyong meant, so she didn't press further. Then we'll just wait and see. Screech. About 10 minutes later, Lu Ruishu's BMW X5 came to a stop inside a serene and luxurious courtyard in the western suburbs. Above the entrance hung a plaque, Tianmu Hot Spring Resort, a comprehensive venue that combined hot spring baths, accommodations, dining, conference facilities, fitness, and entertainment. Jeanyong asked Lu Ruishu to open the trunk, then lifted out the pail of immortal wine. Following Lu Ruishu, he walked into the main entrance of the hotel. Good morning, Boss Lu. Good morning, Boss Lu. Several young women wearing kipayos, each with a graceful figure, bowed deeply to Lu Ruishu and Jeanyong in unison. Jeanyong had only been an ordinary high school student until recently. Such formal hospitality was completely new to him. It was his first time entering a place like this, and he was taken aback. He glanced around nervously, feeling rather awkward and stiff. Morning, Lu Ruishu said casually to the girls, then turned to Jeanyong and giggled. Come on, follow me. With that, Lu Ruishu led Jeanyong straight inside. Hee, who's that good-looking young man by the boss? He's really handsome. Yeah, he is quite good-looking. Look at how gentle Boss Lu is with him. Could he possibly be her boyfriend? I don't know if he's her boyfriend or not, but he seems so pure and shy. He looks like he's never been to a place like this before. It was just past 10 in the morning, and the resort had only just opened. There weren't many guests around yet, and the hostesses quietly whispered among themselves. What are you all chattering about? Talking behind my back about Boss Lu? Do you want to lose your jobs? Anyone who says another word can pack up and leave right now. At that moment, a tall young woman in a sleek black office suit strode over, speaking sternly to the group. Manager Du. We didn't mean any harm, we. The girls were startled and quickly whispered apologies. Shut up and get back to work. I'll deal with you later. Manager Du snapped coldly at them, then hurried forward to catch up with Lu Ruishu, respectfully calling out, Boss Lu. Luckily you're here, Duan, Lu Ruishu said. Take this young man to room number 1, heavenly rank. Let him enjoy the hot springs and get a massage. Make sure he experiences our hotel service at its best. Announce it clearly. This young man is a distinguished guest. Everyone needs to stay alert. Anyone who messes up won't be forgiven. Chapter 120, VIP Guest. Room Tian Z number 1. Duan was slightly taken aback by Lu Ruxu's words. She raised her head and glanced at Jeanyong before gently tugging Lu Ruxu aside and whispering, Miss Lu, come here for a second. Lu Ruxu smiled politely at Jeanyong and followed Duan to the side, then asked, What's wrong? Is something up? As general manager of the Tianmu Hot Spring Resort, Lu Ruxu trusted Duan completely. Serving as deputy general manager, Du was her right-hand woman, handling all aspects of operations, the true pillar supporting Lu. Du said quietly, Director Lu, Guo from Honghai Industries called last week asking us to keep room Tian Z number 1 vacant. He plans to entertain an important guest today. What should we do? Guo Hongming. Lu Ruxu frowned slightly and immediately replied, No, call him and offer another room. But, Director Lu, that might not work. Gua Hongming is extremely prideful. His temper would turn this place upside down if we pull this on him. Du responded hesitantly. It doesn't matter. If he causes trouble, just tell him room Tianzi number 1 has been reserved by Director Zhao himself. Let him take it up directly with Director Zhao. From what I heard, Director Zhao intends to come personally for lunch or dinner today. Prepare everything accordingly. Tell the staff, don't look where you shouldn't, don't listen where you shouldn't. Lu Ruxu gave a cold smile as she spoke. Director Zhao. Duan looked shocked, but quickly added, then there won't be any problem. Even Gui'er wouldn't dare make a scene in front of Director Zhao. She glanced curiously at Jeanyong, then leaned toward Lu Ruxu. Sis Lu, who exactly is this kid? The fact that Director Zhao personally contacted you suggests he's someone special. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lu Ruxu's eyes. She shook her head slightly. I probed casually earlier. He's from a nearby village. Seems to be a high school classmate of Director Zhao's son. Classmates? Du raised an eyebrow. Sis Lu, being a classmate of Zhao Xiang alone wouldn't warrant such personal attention from Director Zhao, would it? There must be more to this. Lu Ruxu nodded. That's exactly what puzzles me. Anyone receiving such favor from Director Zhao can't possibly be just some ordinary villager. Her eyes flashed sharply. Anyway, forget about it for now. Duan, go ahead and arrange things. Make sure everyone stays alert and gives him top-tier service. We must ensure he leaves fully satisfied. Du's expression turned serious. Understood. I'll take care of it. Good. Lu Ruxu gave a slight nod, then walked over to Jeanyong. Handsome young man, let Duan show you to your room. Feel free to ask her for anything. You're absolutely not to hold back. All right, Jeanyong agreed simply. Mr. Zhang, please follow me, Du said, leading Jeanyong out of the lobby. They boarded a dedicated golf cart that drove deep into the resort compound. Jeanyong followed behind Du, taking in the scenery around him. The landscaping here was exceptional. Trees and flowers lined both sides of the road, complemented by artificial hills and trickling streams. A small bridge appeared every few steps, creating a forest-like ambience. Lush greenery filled the air with birdsong, floral fragrance, and the soft hum of insects, an atmosphere of serene seclusion, worlds apart from the noisy world outside. Not a single person had passed them along the way. Jeanyong couldn't help but feel curious. Manager Du, why haven't we seen any other guests? Du smiled faintly. Mr. Zhang, this area is exclusively reserved for VIPs. Without our permission, no outsiders are allowed. This ensures maximum privacy and protects our guests from unwanted disturbances. I see, Jeanyong nodded. He hadn't expected a place like this existed in Xiushui County. Suddenly, the idea occurred to him. Building such a facility in Xiushui Village might be a great idea. The natural environment there was even better than this. About 10 minutes later, the golf cart stopped in front of a standalone villa. Du smiled again. Mr. Zhang, this is our finest hot spring villa. It includes an indoor hot spring. The water is identical to that of our outdoor springs. Please, come in. Jeanyong followed Du inside the villa, and a flash of astonishment crossed his face. On the first floor were 2 asymmetrical sky blue hot spring pools. Each looked to be over 100 square meters. The water sparkled crystal clear. Several lounge chairs stood beside the pool. To the left of the entrance was the staircase leading upstairs. Next to it was also a changing room and a simple bar counter, stocked with all kinds of red wine, liquor, and snacks. At the back stood a refrigerator filled with various beverages, truly thoughtful in every detail. Underfoot was high-end marble flooring, while the ceiling was adorned with crystal chandeliers in various designs. At the center hung 5 heart-shaped, transparent crystal chandeliers that looked exceptionally luxurious and elegant. Jeanyong had only been an ordinary high school student before. How could he have ever visited a place like this? He felt just like Granny Lu stepping into the Grand View Garden, finding everything around him astonishingly new and fascinating. Seeing the expression on Zhang Yang's face, Duan smiled slightly and said, Mr. Zhang, the second floor has bedrooms for resting and a guest lounge. Please follow me. Duan led Jeanyong upstairs. As they entered, there was a huge living room, easily over 100 square meters in size, furnished with sofas, coffee tables, a television, air conditioning, and other assorted furniture. There was also a young woman dressed in a white sheer gown. She appeared to be in her early 20s, voluptuous, fair-skinned, with her hair elegantly tied up high, exuding both sexiness and graceful dignity, possessing a unique charm. Duan clapped her hands lightly. The woman stepped forward gracefully with small, delicate steps. Duan said, This is our VIP guest. You must serve him well. Do you understand? Yes, the girl replied softly, her voice gentle and mellow, pleasant to the ear. Manager Du, Jeanyong frowned slightly, wanting to say something to Duan. But Duan simply smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, this is Xian. She's our best therapist here. We've arranged for her to serve you today. If you have any requests, just tell her directly. Well then, I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. With those words, Duan waved at Jeanyong and left, walking straight downstairs and out of the villa. As Jeanyong stood there dazed, the therapist named Xian suddenly stepped closer, reaching out her fair, delicate hand and moving toward his body. Jeanyong was startled by her action, quickly stepping backward in alarm. You, what are you trying to do? He asked shocked. Xian hadn't expected Jeanyong to react so strongly, and she couldn't help but let out a startled cry. A delicate blush spread across her fair, tender face as she quickly waved her hands at Jeanyong and said, Sir, please don't rush. I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to help you change clothes. Change clothes? Jeanyong slightly furrowed his brows and asked directly. Change into what? Why would we need to change clothes for no reason? This, Xian paused, first stunned by his words, then looked up and studied his face carefully before covering her mouth and bursting into laughter. As she laughed, the white gauze robe she wore gently swayed, revealing fleeting glimpses of smooth skin and a stunning figure beneath. Jeanyong frowned at Xian, slightly displeased. Is what I said really that funny? I'm sorry, sir. That wasn't my intention. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's expression, Xian's face paled. She quickly suppressed her laughter, straightened her demeanor, and said seriously, Sir, this must be your first time visiting our resort's hot spring, right? That's right. What about it? Jeanyong nodded in response. Xian explained. Well, sir, when soaking in a hot spring, guests usually change into swim trunks to feel more comfortable. I was just about to help you put on swimwear and a bathrobe when I startled you. It was my mistake, and I sincerely apologize for being so abrupt. I hope you can forgive me." As she spoke, Zian bowed deeply to Jeanyong. Hearing her apology, Jeanyang's annoyance instantly vanished. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Never mind. It's not a big deal. Let's just forget it. Thank you for your understanding, sir." Zian pointed toward the swimsuit and bathrobe laid out on the nearby sofa and said, "Sir, I picked those out for you. Let me help you change into them now." At this point, she glanced up at Jeanyong and blushed slightly. "Of course, if you have any personal preferences, you could also choose to wear nothing at all. That wouldn't be a problem either. Wear nothing at all." Jeanyang's heart suddenly pounded. He wasn't a fool. He could clearly sense Zian's implication. His gaze toward her now carried a hint of amusement. Feeling his eyes on her, Zian's cheeks flushed even deeper. Biting her lip lightly, she said softly, "Sir, let me help you change." With that, she stepped directly beside him and reached for the buttons on his shirt. Just then, Jeanyang's phone suddenly beeped. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped aside and pulled out his phone. Seeing the caller ID, he answered promptly. "Hello, Uncle Zhao." "Xiaoyang, did the person I sent pick you up?" Zhao Dongchu asked. "He did. I'm already at the hot spring resort," Jeanyong replied. "Good. I've got some things to handle here, so I'll come later. The hot springs here are famous throughout Xiaoshui County. Take your time soaking and relaxing. I'll join you around noon, and we can have a good chat, nephew and uncle." "Uncle Zhao, all right, that's settled. I've got to go now. Call me if anything comes up." Before Jeanyong could say anything else, Zhao Dongchu ended the call. Since he was already here, Jeanyong shrugged, put his phone away, and looked toward the steaming hot spring downstairs. An urge welled up inside him. He wanted to soak in it. "Where's the changing room?" he asked Zian. A glint flashed in Zian's eyes as she replied, "That room over there." "Master Zhang, why don't you go change first? I'll go down and adjust the water temperature for you." Jeanyong nodded, grabbed the box-style swim trunks and bathrobe from the sofa, and walked straight into the changing room. Zian had an excellent eye for fit. The swimsuit she chose for him was perfectly tailored. After slipping it on and draping the bathrobe over his shoulders, Jeanyong came downstairs. Zian was bent over adjusting the temperature of the hot spring pool. A sliver of her smooth, plump waist peeked through the white gauze robe, and her round, shapely backside stood out like a flawless jade plate. The elegant curves leading toward its center created a breathtaking view. Cough cough. Jeanyang's eyes heated up instantly, and he forced himself to look away, clearing his throat a few times. Zian turned and smiled sweetly at him. "Master Zhang, the water temperature is perfect now. Go ahead and try it." She rose to her feet, stepped forward, and gently undid the knot of his bathrobe, helping him slip it off. "Master Zhang, you have such a great physique." When Zian caught sight of Jeanyang's powerful, well-defined muscles, she froze momentarily. Never had she imagined that someone who looked so clean-cut and scholarly would possess such impressively sculpted musculature. Blushing faintly, she couldn't help but sincerely murmur these words. Jeanyong smiled proudly to himself. Being praised by a beautiful woman was something any man could be proud of, especially when that woman was a stunning beauty like Zian. He gave Zian a faint smile, then stepped directly into the hot spring pool. The water temperature was just right, incredibly soothing as he leaned back against a smooth slab of stone and closed his eyes in enjoyment. It was barely past 10 in the morning. The sun had just risen, casting a golden glow over everything around him. Lush trees, fragrant flowers, and the crisp chirping of insects blended harmoniously with the misty steam rising from the hot spring. Jeanyong felt completely relaxed. Zian moistened her lips slightly, then slowly descended into the pool and sat down beside Jeanyong. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out and casually placed her hand on his shoulder. Her face flushed even deeper, and her body trembled faintly. Feeling the delicate smoothness of Zian's skin, Jeanyang's heart skipped a beat. He opened his eyes in surprise, glancing at her, and instantly understood her intention. Without drawing attention, he subtly shifted away, evading her touch. A flicker of astonishment passed through Zian's eyes. She looked at Jeanyong with newfound curiosity. This wasn't at all how she had imagined things would go. After a brief silence, she withdrew her arm as if nothing had happened, offering Jeanyong a sweet smile as she spoke softly. "Young Master Zhang, would you like something to drink? We have red wine, white wine, and various cocktails. Do you have water?" Jeanyong asked. "Yes, we have soda water. Would you prefer it room temperature or chilled?" Zian inquired. "Chilled," Jeanyong replied. "Of course, young Master Zhang. Please wait a moment." With that, Zian rose from the pool and walked toward a small bar nearby. Her white gauze robe now clung tightly to her body, accentuating her fiery, slender figure while adding an air of hazy mystery. Jeanyong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement coursing through him. Soon, Zian returned carrying a tray. On it sat a bottle of chilled soda water, 2 glass cups, and 2 small plates filled with dried fruit and beef jerky, various local snacks. She re-entered the hot spring, this time maintaining a slightly greater distance from Jeanyong. Reaching over, she twisted open the soda bottle, poured the drink into a glass, and respectfully handed it to him, saying, "Please enjoy, young Master Zhang." Jeanyong reached out to take the glass, his mind suddenly drifting into a daze. The events of today had opened a brand new door before him. To wield power when awake, to lie drunk beside beauties and dreams. Perhaps, this was truly the life a man should live. Chapter 122, Chinese Herbs. A cool breeze drifted through the air as Jeanyong sat in the hot spring, leaning against a smooth stone wall. With Ziun, a beauty of rare elegance, seated beside him on the right and a sip of icy soda water in hand, he felt nothing short of blissful. The events of today had shaken Jeanyong deeply, opening before him an entirely new world and revealing to him that life could be lived in ways he'd never imagined before. Master Zhang, soaking in the hot spring for too long isn't advisable. You might end up feeling tightness in the chest, thirst, or dizziness. Let's head back up soon. After you take a shower, I'll give you a massage. I promise you'll enjoy it, Ziun said softly to Jeanyong. All right, Jeanyong replied decisively. His mindset was gradually transforming. From this moment forward, he was no longer that impoverished high school student, but rather shifting into the role of someone of higher status, and so he accepted without hesitation. Just as Jeanyong stepped out of the hot spring pool, Ziyun immediately picked up a bathrobe to drape over his shoulders. This time, Jeanyong didn't flinch or avoid her. He let her place the robe around him freely. Jeanyong and Ziyun returned to the second floor. Ziyun led him to a room and said gently, Master Jeong, this is the bathroom. Take a quick shower here. The clean underwear and bathrobe are already prepared for you over there. I made sure everything was ready beforehand. She paused, then moistened her lips slightly before adding, Master Jeong, would you like me to wash you? Her white gauze dress clung tightly to her body, nearly translucent, leaving almost nothing to the imagination, and yet all the more enticing because of it. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yang's heart surged with heat, but he quickly calmed himself. Some things could be done, but timing and place mattered, especially since Zhao Dongchu had suddenly sent him to this kind of setting. Zhang Yang couldn't fathom why he'd been arranged to come here, until he understood the intention behind it. He shouldn't go too far. With that thought, he steadied himself and gently shook his head at Ziyun. No need. I can manage myself. Ziyun exhaled softly, as if a heavy burden had lifted from her shoulders. She looked visibly more relaxed, though faint disappointment flickered across her eyes. Gazing at Zhang Yang with quiet hope, she asked, Master Zhang, after your shower, may I treat you to a foot therapy massage? Foot therapy massage? Zhang Yang blinked in slight surprise. Ziyun flashed him a sweet smile. Master Zhang, a foot massage after a hot spring soak brings great health benefits. It's incredibly soothing. I guarantee you'll love it. Then she winked playfully and added, You're a distinguished guest of our resort. Manager Du emphasized several times that I must take excellent care of you. If I don't do anything for you, I won't have any way to answer to him. Please, help me out. Let me give you a foot massage. With her appeal laid bare like that, Zhang Yang found it hard to refuse. Besides, he was curious to experience what such a massage felt like. He nodded. Fine, go prepare then. Thank you so much, Master Zhang. A radiant smile blossomed across Ziyun's face. She blinked her big, glistening eyes excitedly and said, Master Zhang, I knew you were a good person. Don't worry, I'll keep everything strictly professional. You won't feel uncomfortable at all. Then she added, Take your time bathing, Master Zhang. I'll go get everything ready for your foot therapy. With that, Ziyun gave him a slight bow, turned, and quietly closed the door behind her as she left. A good person? Zhang Yang shook his head wryly. So he'd just been handed the infamous good guy card. Stripping off his clothes, he turned on the tap and began rinsing off. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang emerged wearing the bathrobe. Master Zhang, this way to the massage room. Ziyun greeted him with a bright smile as she stood waiting outside the bathroom. Zhang Yang followed her into the massage room and sat down on a luxurious massage bed. Ziyun brought over a footbath basin filled with steaming water, from which wafted a light, herbal fragrance. She dipped her hand in first, then tilted her head slightly upward toward Zhang Yang. Master Zhang, please test the water temperature. As she spoke, she gently removed Zhang Yang's slippers and tenderly guided his feet into the basin with both hands. This was the first time in his life a girl had washed his feet, especially one so beautiful. A strange, tingling sensation buzzed through Zhang Yang's heart, a peculiar mix of numbness and pleasure, indescribable and overwhelming. The water was quite hot, but still within Zhang Yang's tolerance. It's fine, he told her. Ziyun's hands on his feet sent ticklish waves up his spine. Instinctively, he wanted to pull his feet back, but he didn't want to appear weak or childish in her eyes. Scrunching his nose, he took a deep breath and deliberately changed the subject. You've added quite a few Chinese herbs in here. Danshan, Qishao, Dengui, Dahuang, Fuling, Zikao, Diffuzi. Also a touch of musk and agarwood. Oh, Ziyun stared at Zhang Yang in surprise, curiosity evident in her voice. Young Master Zhang, the herbs in the water are exactly as you described, meant to relieve fatigue and promote blood circulation. That's incredible. How did you know? Zhang Yang smiled faintly and said to Ziyun, Back in my hometown, there's an old traditional Chinese doctor. I learned some knowledge about TCM from him. Each herb has its own unique scent. I can tell what they are just by smelling them. Just by smelling them? That's absolutely amazing. Ziyun smiled gently, stood up, took a clean towel, wiped her hands, and said to Zhang Yang, Soak for a little while longer. It'll enhance the effect. Let me give you a head massage first. As she spoke, Ziyun moved directly behind the massage bed, extended her fair, delicate hands, placed them on Zhang Yang's head, and began gently kneading. Her technique was highly skilled, the pressure perfectly balanced. Zhang Yang felt extremely relaxed and slowly closed his eyes. Noticing this, Ziyun softened her touch even more. After finishing with his head, her small hands glided down along his neck, shoulders, and arms, massaging nearly every inch of his skin, not even neglecting his fingertips and finger pads. Zhang Yang's breathing grew slightly quickened. Her skills were exceptional. He felt deeply at ease, especially when her hands pressed on his abdomen, her fingertips tracing slow clockwise circles over his stomach, creating a uniquely intoxicating sensation. Ziyun wore only a thin gauzy dress, and as she moved, her snow-white skin shimmered beneath, half revealed, half concealed. The atmosphere gradually thickened with subtle intimacy. Young Master Zhang, do you exercise often? You look so refined and scholarly, yet your muscles are surprisingly well-defined, Ziyun murmured as her hand brushed over Zhang Yang's pectorals, a flicker of admiration sparkling in her eyes. Having grown up in Shoshui village, a remote mountain hamlet, Zhang Yang had spent years hiking hills and helping his parents with farm work, making his body naturally robust. Later, his physique had undergone systematic enhancement, further amplifying his strength and vitality. Though his muscles weren't bulging, they flowed like those of a sleek leopard, streamlined, powerful, and perfectly proportioned, something that deeply captivated Ziyun's attention. Instinctively, Zhang Yang tugged slightly at his bathrobe and shifted his body awkwardly. All right. Have my feet soaked long enough? He asked. Chapter 123. Courtesy hides a request. All right, Master Zhang. It's about time. I'll clean your feet for you now. Ziyun responded to Zhang Yang with a soft nod. She immediately squatted down and carefully washed his feet, rinsing them thoroughly before gently drying them with a clean towel. Then she placed his feet on her lap and began rhythmically tapping and massaging key acupoints along his soles. Ziyun's movements were highly skilled, the pressure just right. A faint, pleasant ache spread through Jeanyong's feet, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of relaxation. She focused intently on her work. After several minutes, delicate beads of sweat glistened on her porcelain-white forehead, yet she seemed completely unaware of any fatigue, continuing diligently with the massage. After nearly 15 minutes of effort, a sweat-dampened Xian paused and said to Jeanyong, "Master Jeong, I finished. How do you feel?" "Great. I feel incredibly refreshed. I didn't expect your foot massage technique to be so professional. Thank you." Jeanyong smiled as he spoke. He felt invigorated, every trace of physical exhaustion now gone. "You're welcome. It's only my duty," Xian replied, rising slowly and subtly stretching her graceful figure. She then leveled the massage bed and said to Jeanyong, "Master Jeong, please turn over and lie face down. I'll give you a back rub next." "A back rub?" Jeanyong blinked in slight surprise. "Yes, a massage for your back. It's part of the standard procedure, very relaxing. I promise you'll be satisfied." Xian smiled sweetly at him. "Fine then, let's do it," Jeanyong said, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. With a gentle smile, Xian helped Jeanyong turn over onto the massage bed, then began working from his ankles upward, moving slowly along his calves and thighs. Her cheeks slightly flushed, Xian lingered on the area around Jeanyong's buttocks for a moment. Hesitating briefly, she stepped up onto the bed and carefully lowered herself to sit astride the junction of his waist and hips. She extended her hands and began rhythmically kneading his strong, muscular back. Jeanyong felt a sudden warmth rise within him. The subtle, intoxicating scent of orchid and musk emanating from Xian filled his nostrils, and he couldn't help but take a quiet, deep breath, the fragrance flooding his senses and clouding his mind. The incredible softness and elasticity pressing against his lower back sent a jolt through his brain. His blood practically boiled with arousal. He silently thanked his luck that he was lying face down. Otherwise, there was no way Xian could have missed the obvious change in a certain part of his body. That would have been unbearably embarrassing. Still, the sensation was torture, pleasure laced with pain. He involuntarily writhed slightly, fully understanding now what it meant to suffer delight. Xian, feeling his subtle movements, blushed even deeper. Her breathing grew shallow and quick, her eyes clouding with a hazy allure. Jeanyong's powerful physique had stirred something intense within her too. She felt her body growing hotter by the second, struggling to maintain composure while keeping up the rhythmic strokes on his back, though her hands grew steadily weaker. Several more minutes passed, each second feeling like an eternity for both of them. Finally, Xian took a deep breath, gave a few hurried taps on Jeanyong's back, and, forcing calm into her voice, slowly lifted her long, supple legs off him. "Master Jeong, the massage is complete. Please rest well." With those words, she turned and moved to get off the bed. A flash of sharp light passed through Jeanyong's eyes. Almost instinctively, he reached out and grabbed her arm. "Master Jeong." Xian turned back to look at him. Their gazes locked, and in that silent moment, her eyes shimmered with confusion and longing. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. Jeanyong, still young and full of fire, was already teetering on the edge of uncontrollable desire. Just as he began to move, his phone suddenly buzzed loudly. Asterisk beep, 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 asterisk. Xian stiffened. A fleeting look of disappointment flickered across her eyes. After a brief hesitation, she walked over, picked up the phone, and said softly, "Master Jeong here." She handed him the phone, then quickly scooped up the footbath basin like a startled rabbit and hurried toward the bathroom. Watching her retreat, Jeanyong let out a wry smile. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Zhao Dongchu and muttered with mild irritation. "Hey, Uncle Zhao. Whoa, what's with the attitude? Don't tell me I just interrupted something good. Haha." Zhao Dongchu laughed heartily, teasing him openly. Jeanyong felt a sudden pang of guilt. Glancing toward where Xian had disappeared, he replied, "Uncle Zhao, what are you talking about? I haven't done anything wrong. What could you possibly be interrupting?" "Haha. Good thing I didn't interrupt anything. But even if you were doing something, it wouldn't matter. After all, a man's not a man without a little flair in his youth." Zhao Dongchu chuckled, then suddenly shifted tone. "But now, whatever you had in mind will have to wait. Get yourself ready and come out soon. We're going to have a meal together. I'll introduce you to someone very important." "Someone very important?" Jeanyong felt intensely curious and asked, "Uncle Zhao, don't keep me in suspense. Who exactly is this person? You'll find out soon enough. Anyway, everything's arranged. Lu, the resort manager, will send you over. Just get ready and head out," Zhao Dongchu told him. Jeanyong hesitated briefly, then replied, "All right, Uncle Zhao, I'll be right there." That's the spirit. Don't linger too long. I've made all the arrangements. That villa is yours for as long as you want. Stay for a month, stay for a year, doesn't matter. You'll have plenty of time later to do whatever young people enjoy." Zhao Dongchu laughed heartily, then added, "All right, come quickly. I'm waiting for you." With that, Zhao Dongchu hung up before Jeanyong could say another word. Jeanyong stood holding the phone, his eyes flickering with a hint of seriousness. When someone shows excessive courtesy, there's always a request behind it. Today, Zhao Dongchu had introduced the idea of meeting an important person, offered him this luxurious hot spring villa. Everything about it felt strangely suspicious. Jeanyong suddenly realized this meal might not be as simple as it seemed. But having come this far, there was no turning back. He set down the phone, stepped into the bathroom for a quick shower, and began getting dressed. In a secluded corner on the eastern outskirts of Shoshui County, inside a courtyard house that appeared modest from the outside, but was actually lavishly decorated within, Zhao Dongchu sat across from another middle-aged man. The man was in his mid-40s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that gave him a refined appearance. Yet his sharp, piercing eyes subtly radiated an aura of authority. Zhao Dongchu put down his phone and smiled at the man. "Huang Shu." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a calm but firm voice. "Dongchu, didn't I already tell you? We're old comrades in arms. In private, just call me by my name. None of that official title nonsense. It sounds too harsh and keeps us at a distance." Chapter 124, The Wartime God of Longdu. "Yes, senior squad leader, you're absolutely right. I've been too emotional," Zhao Dongchu said with a nod and a smile toward the middle-aged man. The man's name was Huang Jingrun, Born into the Huang family, one of the most prestigious clans in Longdu, Huang Jingren was bold yet meticulous, with a sharp and adaptable mind. The Huang family had originally positioned him for a military career, so from a young age he was sent to military academy and underwent rigorous professional training. At 16, he enlisted. At 17, he passed selection and joined an elite frontline special operations unit. He performed outstandingly, successfully completing numerous high-risk missions assigned by his superiors. By the age of 23, he was promoted to commander of the Snow Fox Special Operations Team, a rare exception, and quickly rose as a shining new star in the military. He was hailed as the wartime god of Longdu, becoming a role model and inspiration for every scion of the noble families. But fortune is unpredictable. During a mission along the southwestern border, Huang Jingren suffered a devastating blow. His Snow Fox unit was ambushed by an enemy force several times their size. Nearly the entire company, hundreds of men, was wiped out, and Huang himself sustained severe injuries. The psychological trauma was immense, compounded by his critical physical condition. As a result, he was no longer fit to lead an elite frontline unit like the Snow Fox. After careful deliberation, the high command transferred him to a logistics department to take on a low-key administrative role. From being the center of national attention, Huang Jingren suddenly became the subject of ridicule. A man who had known only success could not bear such a crushing defeat. He began drinking heavily to drown his sorrows, descending into despair and wasting away. Huang Jingren had been handpicked by the Huang family as one of its next-generation leaders. Seeing his downfall, the family was heartbroken but powerless. Strategically, they chose to abandon him, redirecting their resources to other promising younger members of the clan. Huang Jingren gradually became an outcast, even a discarded pawn, within his own family. Overnight, it seemed the entire world had turned its back on Huang Jingren. But one person never left his side, his wife, Fang Hong. Fang Hong also came from a distinguished Longdu family. Though the Fangs were not as powerful as the Huangs, they were still among the most elite families in Xia country. Fang Hong and Huang Jingren had been betrothed since childhood and married during the peak of his glory. Their union was a typical strategic alliance, but Huang Jingren was gallant and charismatic, while Fang Hong was exquisitely beautiful and graceful. She deeply admired him as a strong, heroic figure, and he cherished her beauty and virtue. Their marriage was harmonious, and they were affectionately dubbed a celestial couple by society. After Huang Jingren's injury, Fang Hong quit her job to care for him full-time. Even as the world cast him aside, she remained steadfastly by his side, attending to him 24 hours a day. When he drank to numb his pain, she drank with him. When he lashed out in anger, she bore it silently, hoping that her gentleness could soothe the wounds in his heart. Now, at 45 years old, 15 years have passed since Huang Jingren was wounded and removed from the Snow Fox. 15 years of relentless care from Fang Hong, coupled with the slow healing of time, have gradually eased the scars in Huang Jingren's soul, at least on the surface. He has begun to regain his spirit, and is eager to rebuild his life, and make something of himself once again. But circumstances have changed. There was no place left for him in the military world. Worse, he had long been abandoned by the Huang family. Despite being one of Longdu's top clans, the Huangs had limited resources. These were funneled exclusively to those heirs showing promise, not wasted on a fallen son like Huang Jingren. Thus, his path to redemption was extremely difficult. It was only after Fang Hong pleaded multiple times before Elder Huang and leveraged her own family's influence that Huang Jingren managed to secure a transfer from a meaningless logistics post to becoming the top official of Xiushui County. To ordinary people, leading a county might seem prestigious, but for a scion of a great family like Huang Jingren, it was nothing significant. At 45, most of his peers from other influential families had already risen to key leadership roles at the city level, with a few outstanding ones even holding high offices at the provincial level. Compared to them, Huang Jingren's current position was pitiful. He had already lost far too much time. How many lifetimes contain two wasted spans of 15 years? Yet, to the common people, Huang Jingren still carried the weight of being a second-generation heir of the Longdu Huang family. No one in Xiushui County, or even Qingzhou City dared underestimate him. A camel, even dead, is larger than a horse. Provoking the colossal power of the Huang family behind him would bring unthinkable consequences. Thus, most kept their distance, careful never to provoke him. Huang Jingren had once been a core figure meticulously cultivated by the Huang family, and his capabilities and tactics were undoubtedly impressive. Although he had served in Xiushui County for less than half a year, he was gradually gaining control over its political landscape. However, after 15 years of wasted time and hardship, Huang Jingren was no longer the upright, invincible, wartime god of Longdu he had been 15 years ago. His entire demeanor and methods of operation had grown much darker and more reserved. Zhao Dongxu had once been a soldier under Huang Jingren's command, deeply trusted and valued by him. But when Huang Jingren fell from grace, Zhao was also implicated, ultimately discharged from service, and returned to Xiushui County as a police officer. Zhao Dongxu's rise to his current position was due not only to his exceptional skill, but also greatly aided by his connection with Huang Jingren. When Huang Jingren was transferred to serve in Xiushui County, Zhao was overjoyed. He saw this as an excellent opportunity and immediately gravitated toward Huang, quickly regaining his trust through their shared past. In no time, he became Huang Jingren's most trusted confidant in the county. Zhao Dongxu was a shrewd man. He keenly sensed the changes in Huang Jingren, and thus kept himself extremely humble, treating Huang with utmost respect at all times. Even in private, he never overstepped boundaries and carried out every order from Huang Jingren with unwavering diligence. Now, upon hearing Huang Jingren seriously correct his form of address, Zhao Dongxu did not take the chance to grow more familiar. Instead, he chose the term old squad leader, which showed both respect and warmth while evoking nostalgic memories of their past. Truly a move full of finesse. As expected, Huang Jingren's face broke into a faint smile upon hearing this. He said, "That's better. Dongxu, comrades like you who are still willing to stand by me are few and far between. I truly trust you. Don't be so restrained from now on." After saying this, Huang Jingren continued, "By the way, is everything arranged here? Let's have a good little meeting with that young friend soon." Old squad leader, Everything's ready, you can rest assured. But, Zhao Dongchu appeared somewhat hesitant. But what? Huang Jingren asked calmly. Old squad leader, we've given him a luxury villa, prepared such a generous gift package. Aren't we giving him too high-level a reception? Zhao Dongchu cautiously ventured. Huang Jingren's eyes flickered subtly as he replied. To take something, one must first give. If he doesn't see the temptations of this glittering world, how could he possibly surrender easily? Chapter 125, Designs. Want to take something? You must first give. Zhao Dongchu repeated the phrase, then gave Huang Jingren a thumbs up, speaking sincerely. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Old squad leader, compared to your level, I'm still far behind. There's so much more for me to learn. From now on, I'll need your continued guidance. You rascal, you've only been gone a few years. How did you pick up such flattery? Though he said this, Huang Jingren couldn't hide a slight smile, clearly pleased. Old squad leader, I'm not flattering at all. My admiration is genuine. Zhao Dongchu understood the principle of moderation. Changing his tone slightly, he added, Don't worry, that kid is pretty simple-minded. Taking him down won't be difficult. Huang Jingren nodded at Zhao Dongchu, his voice tinged with emotion as he spoke. Dongchu, you know my character. After so many years of hardship, I've let go of everything. I don't cling to power, I'm not greedy for wealth, and I have no interest in lust. But that bottle of liquor you gave me the other day, it genuinely surprised me. My injury, you know about it, was nearly declared hopeless by every doctor. They said there was no chance I'd ever recover. But do you know what happened after I took just one small cup of that drink the other day? The area where I was injured began to regain sensation, faintly, but unmistakably. Do you have any idea how thrilled I was? Zhao Dongchu quickly responded. That's fantastic news, old squad leader. It means this liquor really helps your condition. If you keep drinking it, you'll definitely see improvement. Huang Jingren nodded again, his eyes gleaming strangely as he continued. It's not just me. When your sister-in-law saw how effective it was, she specially sent nearly half a bottle to my father. After my old man drank it, he became remarkably energetic. He ate a small bowl of rice, the first in ages, and even did Tai Chi in the yard for over 10 minutes, something he hasn't done in decades. Later, the doctors ran tests and found his bodily functions had significantly improved. A miracle, true miracle. So many top national physicians failed, yet a single cup of this wine achieved what they couldn't. It's hard to believe. What? The elder comrade is recovering? That's incredible news. Zhao Dongchu exclaimed excitedly. Strictly speaking, he was now part of the outer circle of the Huang family faction. The better the old patriarch's health, the stronger the Huang family's position would become, and the more benefits he himself would gain. Huang Jingren nodded again. You're right, it truly is great news. The doctors overseeing the elder's care spent the entire night analyzing the liquor. They discovered it greatly promotes human physiological function and metabolism, especially in the elderly. This morning, the old man personally called me, praising my work in Xiaoshui County and saying he loved the wine I sent him. At this point, Huang Jingren suddenly stood up, an unusual excitement on his face. He paced back and forth across the room, then turned to Zhao Dongchu. Dongchu, do you know how long it's been since the old man last called me out of his own initiative? 15 years, exactly 15 years. Since I got injured, we've only exchanged formal pleasantries during holidays. For 15 years, we haven't truly talked. And today he called me first. Can you imagine what that means to me? I must carry out this task perfectly. I won't let him down again. Seeing this, Zhao Dongchu quickly stood up and assured him. Old squad leader, don't worry. I'll help you make this happen. Jeanyong brought another 5 jean of that liquor today. If you present it to the elder comrade, he'll surely be delighted. 5 jean. Huang Jingren's eyes flashed sharply, his expression darkening. Not enough. Definitely not enough. Once these 5 jean are gone, what then? This, Zhao Dongchu's heart tightened. A vague sense of foreboding crept in. He looked up at Huang Jingren and asked carefully. Old squad leader. You mean, we should get the recipe from that kid? Precisely. Giving a man a fish doesn't compare to teaching him how to fish. Only by obtaining this medicinal liquor's formula can we solve everything permanently. As he spoke, a hint of ferocity appeared on Huang Jingren's face. Dongchu, you're a smart man. You must understand how enormous the commercial value of such a miraculously effective medicine could be. Commerce has always been our Huang family's weak point. In recent years, the old man has worked tirelessly to establish influence in business, but with little success. If I manage to secure this formula, it will be decisive for our family's commercial ambitions. Huang Jingren clenched his teeth as he spoke, as if talking not only to Zhao Dongchu but also to himself. I will use this formula to shake off the label of being Huang family's outcast. I will use this formula to reclaim the 15 wasted years. Zhao Dongchu suddenly saw everything clearly. Only now did he realize why Huang Jingren had instructed him to arrange so many flattering gestures for Jeanyong. It was all designed to cloud Jeanyang's mind, gain his trust, and ultimately seize the recipe for that medicinal liquor. A shiver ran through Zhao Dongchu's body, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected Huang Jingren's schemes to run so deep. Only at this moment did Zhao Dongchu truly believe that Huang Jingren had completely changed. He was no longer the upright and honorable dragon capital war god he once knew. Dongchu, are you willing to help me? Huang Jingren asked calmly, yet his eyes locked onto Zhao Dongchu with an indescribable intensity. Zhao Dongchu trembled slightly, quickly regaining his composure as he firmly declared, Old squad leader, 20 years ago, I was already your man. Everything I have today is thanks to your support and guidance. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you accomplish this task. Just watch what I do. A faint smile appeared on Huang Jingren's face. He reached out and forcefully slapped Zhao Dongchu on the shoulder, saying aloud, I knew I could count on you. You're absolutely right. You belong to me, Huang Jingren. Only when I rise can you rise with me. Dongchu, if you help me succeed in this, 5 years from now my current position will be yours. That's my promise to you. Upon hearing these words, a sharp glint flashed in Zhao Dongchu's eyes, his breathing noticeably quickening as he said, Old squad leader, leave it to me. Jeanyong is just a simple country boy, naive and guileless. Getting the recipe from him shouldn't be too difficult. Huang Jingren nodded approvingly and added, Let's hope so, but we must proceed strategically. Such a miraculous medicinal liquor couldn't possibly be created by an ordinary person, let alone casually possessed by some rural youth. I'm certain there's a mysterious recluse master behind him. These types of people are extraordinary, often possessing unfathomable abilities. Before we fully understand the true capabilities of this hidden master, we must avoid confrontation at all costs. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. Only then did Zhao Dongchu understand why Huang Jingren had treated Jeanyong with such respect. Nodding, he said, "Don't worry, old squad leader. I know exactly what to do. But that means we can't pressure him too much today, or we might scare him off. Then we'll take it slow. I've already endured 15 years. I've got all the patience in the world now." Huang Jingren's eyes flickered strangely as he continued. "Dongchu, I trust you with this. From here on out, it's in your hands." Chapter 126, Kidney Swap. After finishing his shower and dressing in the bathroom, Jeanyong walked out. Xian, now wearing a fresh set of clothes, immediately approached him, naturally straightening his attire as she softly said, "Mr. Zhang, Director Liu is waiting for you outside." Jeanyong gazed at Xian's delicate face, slightly flushed, instantly recalling the moment he had held her in his arms and teased her playfully. His heart stirred. Although nothing serious had happened, if Zhao Dongchu hadn't called just then, who knew what might have occurred between them? Jeanyong felt both relieved and a little regretful. After all, Xian was a very sensual beauty. He paused briefly, then pulled out his futuristic video phone with a slight smile and asked her, "Do you have WeChat?" "Yes, I'll add you right away." A flicker of excitement passed through Xian's eyes as she quickly took out her phone and added Jeanyong's WeChat contact. Jeanyong nodded to her and directly transferred 5,000 yuan to her. "Ah." Xian gasped in surprise, turning to Jeanyong. "Mr. Zhang, this is what?" Jeanyong waved his hand lightly and said, "I'm very satisfied with your service just now. This is my tip for you." Xian hurriedly replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, but I can't accept this money." Jeanyong frowned slightly and asked, "What? You think it's too little? Then I'll send more." Xian's expression changed instantly, and she hastily responded, "No, Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. General Manager Bai and Manager Du specifically instructed me that you are our most honored guest here. They told me to serve you perfectly. If they found out I took a tip from you, they'd be furious. I really can't take it." "Just take it," Jeanyong insisted. "You've earned it. If anyone has a problem, let them come talk to me." Xian pressed her lips together, then finally smiled gently at him. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. This is my first tip ever, and you're my very first guest. I will always remember you." A spark flashed in Jeanyong's eyes as he looked at her. "I'm your first guest? Your massage techniques were incredibly skillful, really satisfying. Are you sure I'm actually your first?" Xian quickly reassured him. "Mr. Zhang, I'm not lying. It's all true. For over half a year, I've been undergoing training. You really are the first official guest I've served." "Half a year of training? Does massage require that long?" Jeanyong was stunned and puzzled by her words. Xian blushed faintly, hesitated, then quietly said, "It's not just massage. There were other kinds of training too. Mr. Zhang, you're a kind person. I hope there'll be a chance for me to serve you again in the future." "Other kinds of training?" Jeanyong didn't quite grasp what she meant, but since Zhao Dongchu was still waiting, he decided not to press further. Instead, he said, "Well, we've already exchanged WeChat contacts. I'm sure we'll have opportunities later. All right, I'm off now. Mr. Zhang, let me walk you out." Xian followed behind Jeanyong, accompanying him all the way to the villa's main gate. Outside the gate, a black Audi A6 was parked. The resort's owner, Lu Ruixiu, Deputy Manager Du Wan, and a young man in a black jacket were standing by. When Lu Ruixiu saw Jeanyong and Xian approaching, she quickly stepped forward with a radiant smile. "Handsome young man, how do you feel? You're Xian's first guest. Were you satisfied with her service?" Upon hearing Lu Ruixiu's words, Xian instantly tensed up, shooting Jeanyong a pleading look. Jeanyong gave her a reassuring glance before responding to Lu Ruixiu. "Sis Lu, her service was excellent. I'm very satisfied." Good. Glad to hear it." Lu Ruixiu chuckled warmly, tugging gently on Jeanyong's arm as she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "From this moment on, this hot spring villa belongs to you exclusively. Xian will be here 24 hours a day. You can come whenever you want." "What?" Jeanyong was shocked. "Sis Lu, belong to me exclusively? What exactly do you mean?" "You'll understand in time." Lu Ruixiu smiled mysteriously. "Director Zhao is waiting for you. Don't keep him waiting. This young man is the driver he sent to pick you up. Go ahead now." The youth in the black jacket stepped forward, took the plastic bucket containing 5 jin of immortal wine from Jeanyong, placed it carefully into the trunk, then opened the rear door of the Audi A6 for Jeanyong with deep respect, gesturing politely for him to enter. Though full of questions, Jeanyong knew he wouldn't get any answers from Lu Ruixiu. He simply nodded gently to her and climbed into the Audi A6. The driver exchanged a greeting with Lu Ruixiu and sped off in the car. Lu Ruixiu watched the receding taillights, her smile slowly fading as she waved dismissively at Xian. "Madam Lu." Xian quickly approached, keeping her head down and Bugon meeting Lu Ruixiu's gaze. "Look up when you speak. Tell me everything that happened in the villa. Don't leave out a single detail." Lu Ruixiu ordered sternly, her tone completely different from before. "Yes, Madam Lu." Xian shivered, immediately raising her head and recounting every event in the villa. At the end, trembling, she pulled out her phone and said, "Madam Lu, young Master Zhang just gave me 5,000 yuan as a tip. Look at this money. You keep it." Lu Ruixiu replied, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Then she continued, "Xian, from now on, you are his exclusive personal attendant, available 24 hours a day, whenever he calls. You already have his WeChat, right? Contact him frequently, even if it's for no reason. Gain his trust as quickly as possible." Xian hurriedly responded, "Yes, Madam Lu, I know exactly what to do." Lu Ruixiu smiled gently at Xian and said, "Xian, the moment I first saw you, I knew you were a promising girl. That's why I've invested so much in your training. Don't let me down. Do you understand what I mean?" Xian trembled again and quickly said, "Madam Lu, don't worry. From now on, I'll report every single detail of my interactions with him to you thoroughly." "Xian, you truly are a smart girl. You haven't disappointed me." Lu Ruishu said warmly, then added with a wave of her hand. Take a few days off soon to visit your mother at the hospital. I heard from the doctor that they've finally found a matching kidney donor. Once the kidney is available, they'll perform the transplant surgery right away. Chapter 127. What are you? Miss Lu. You. Did you really find a suitable kidney donor for my mother? Zian asked Lu Ruoxu excitedly. Silly girl, do you think I'd lie to you? Lu Ruoxu smiled gently at Zian. Thank you, Miss Lu, thank you so much. Zian took a deep breath and said firmly, You've saved my mother's life. You're our family's greatest benefactor. I will definitely repay your kindness. Just watch what I do from now on. Good. Then I'll be watching your actions from now on. At this, Lu Ruoxu waved her hand dismissively and said, All right, Zian, you're dismissed. Go back. Yes. Zian answered respectfully before turning around and re-entering the villa. Duan hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward reluctantly and asked, Sis Lu, Tianzi No. 1 Villa is our resort's crown jewel, and Zian is our top attraction carefully cultivated over years. Are we really just going to give both to this brash young man so easily? Lu Ruoxu glanced coldly at Duan and said quietly, What? Do you have a problem with that? Duan gritted her teeth and said, Sis, who exactly is this kid? In my eyes, he's just an ordinary youngster. His clothes, mannerisms, and demeanor are nothing like those privileged heirs and second-generation elites. Why would Director Zhao place such important resources on someone like him? This is pure waste. It's sheer nonsense. Slap. A flash of icy coldness flashed in Lu Ruoxu's eyes as she slapped Duan hard across the face. Her voice turned chilling. Who the hell do you think you are? Who gave you the right to question Director Zhao's decisions? How dare you act so insolent? Sis Lu. Fear flickered in Duan's eyes as she suddenly realized how serious her mistake had been. Ignoring the stinging pain on her face, she dropped to her knees and began slapping herself fiercely on both cheeks, muttering while doing so, Sis Lu, I shouldn't have said those things to upset you. I deserve death. I truly deserve it. Enough. Get up. Lu Ruoxu looked down at Duan. Her expression softened slightly as she spoke. Yes. Duan glanced cautiously at Lu Ruoxu's face, finally letting out a breath she'd been holding, and slowly stood up. Duan, remember this. Without Director Zhao, I wouldn't be where I am today. Everything I have belongs to him. Not just one villa or one Zian. It wouldn't matter if he wanted to offer me to that boy instead. It would all be decided by a single word from him. Do you understand me? Duan stared at Lu Ruoxu in shock, her eyes filled with confusion. She knew Lu Ruoxu was loyal to Zhao Dongchu, but never imagined that loyalty could extend to being willing to sacrifice even herself. Lu Ruoxu sighed softly and said, Never mind all that now. Does your face hurt? And no, not at all. This is what I deserve. Duan replied uneasily. Lu Ruoxu stepped forward and gently touched Duan's cheek, saying, Silly girl, how could it not hurt? Look, your face is already swollen. Sis Lu. Duan felt a surge of sorrow welling inside her, and tears began streaming down her cheeks like broken pearls. Lu Ruoxu pulled out a pristine white handkerchief and wiped away Duan's tears, saying gently, I know you only spoke because you genuinely care about me. But the reason I hit you is precisely because I treat you like my own sister. Some mistakes can be forgiven, some can still be mended, but others, if made, will leave no chance to turn back, and might even bring fatal consequences. Duan, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Upon hearing these words, Duan involuntarily shivered, a chill running through her entire body. Without another moment's hesitation, she said earnestly, Yes, Sis Lu, I'll remember your words. Don't worry, I'll never make such a mistake again. Alright, let's go. I have anti-swelling medicine in my office. I'll help you apply it. With that, Lu Ruoxu walked forward. After a brief silence, Duan quickly followed behind. The Audi A6 drove steadily eastward. The young driver hadn't spoken a single word throughout the journey, focusing solely on the road. Jeanyong didn't mind. He welcomed the quiet, lost deep in his own thoughts. Everything that happened today felt surreal. Zhao Dongchu showering him with gifts, a luxury villa, a beautiful woman, each gesture laced with hidden meaning. It was completely unlike the warm, cheerful Uncle Zhao he remembered from childhood. Jeanyang's instincts told him there was far more beneath the surface than met the eye. Screech. The Audi A6 drove straight into the courtyard of the quadrangle residence in the eastern suburbs and came to a stop. Zhao Dongchu immediately stepped forward, personally opening the car door for Jeanyong with enthusiasm. Xiaoyang, you're here? How's your father's back injury? Is he feeling better? Uncle Zhao, thank you for your concern. My father's condition has improved significantly. He's starting to regain some sensation now, Jeanyong replied. Really? That's wonderful news. Zhao Dongchu beamed. Let's have a good drink later to celebrate his recovery. He subtly emphasized the word drink. A spark of understanding flashed in Jeanyang's mind. He signaled the driver to open the trunk, pulled out the barrel of liquor, and handed it to Zhao Dongchu. Uncle Zhao, this is the alcohol you asked for. Good, good. Zhao Dongchu eagerly accepted it, his smile widening. He quickly passed it to the waiting driver, then took Jeanyang's arm and led him toward Huang Jingren. Xiaoyang, come, let me introduce you. This is... Huang Jingren smiled gently and waved slightly at Zhao Dongchu, taking the initiative to speak. So you're Jeanyong. I'm Huang Jingren, a longtime comrade in arms of your Uncle Zhao. If you don't mind, just like Xiangzi, you can call me Uncle Huang. Jeanyong studied Huang Jingren carefully. Though the man appeared refined and warm, his smile radiating approachability, there was a shadowed sharpness in his eyes that made Jeanyong feel subtly uneasy. Instinctively, he sensed that all the strangeness of today somehow traced back to this man. Still, with Zhao Dongchu present and the invitation extended, Jeanyong had no reason to refuse. He smoothly responded, Uncle Huang, hello. Huang Jingren's expression grew even more benevolent, his face softening with concern as he said to Jeanyong, I can't let you call me uncle without giving something in return. I heard from Dongchu that your father suffered a serious back injury. I happen to know a few people in the medical system. If you'd like to take your father to a major hospital outside, just say the word. I'll make a call for you. Any hospital in Jiangnan province, your choice. Name it, we'll go there. Consider this my welcome gift to you. Chapter 128, A Seafood Feast. After speaking, Huang Jingren looked at Jeanyong with a gentle expression, secretly feeling quite pleased with himself. He had thoroughly studied Jeanyong. This was a boy who, in order to treat his father's illness, had resolutely given up the imminent college entrance exam, rejecting countless offers of support from relatives and friends, choosing instead to return home and take on the heavy burden of caring for his family. Clearly, this was a filial child. Therefore, Huang Jingren played right into his strengths by proactively offering Jeanyong the opportunity to seek treatment for his father at a major hospital in another city, an offer that would surely maximize Jeanyong's goodwill. A month ago, if Jeanyong had heard such words from Huang Jingren, he might have been moved to tears. But now, having inherited the mystical physician's true scripture, Jeanyong was fully capable of treating Zhang Yinshan himself. Why would he need to travel far away to some big hospital? That would be pointless, going out of the way unnecessarily. Moreover, due to the events that had just unfolded, Jeanyong had already grown cautious toward Huang Jingren. So when he heard Huang's words, he merely smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Huang, my father's condition has stabilized and doesn't require going to a large hospital elsewhere for now. Still, thank you sincerely for your kindness. If there's ever a real need later, I'll definitely come to you." A flicker of confusion passed through Huang Jingren's eyes. Jeanyong's reaction was completely different from what he had expected. After a brief silence, he said, "Xiaoyang, are you worried about medical expenses? Don't worry about that. Illness waits for no one. It's most important to get proper treatment for your father. Rest assured, your Uncle Zhao and I won't stand by and do nothing. We can cover the costs first. Once you succeed and start earning money in the future, you can pay us back." A flash of sharpness lit up Jeanyong's eyes. The more sincere Huang Jingren appeared, the more suspicious Zhang became. He knew all too well that in this world, there is no groundless hatred, and certainly no unconditional love. With that thought in mind, Jeanyong smiled faintly and replied, "All right, if I really do run short on medical fees, I'll definitely ask you two uncles for help. But for now, my father's condition is stable and even showing signs of improvement, so there's no urgent need to go to a major hospital." Hearing this, Huang Jingren's face immediately darkened, and a deep dissatisfaction welled up inside him. He hated the feeling of losing control over a situation. Ahem. Seeing things taking a turn for the worse, Zhao Dongchu coughed lightly several times and chimed in. "Old squad leader, it's already past 12. I think we're all hungry. Let's head inside and talk while we eat." Huang Jingren quickly forced a bright smile back onto his face and said, "Jeanyong, you've come at just the right time. A friend gave me some fresh seafood today. I've already asked the kitchen to prepare it. Let's go in and enjoy the meal together as we chat." As he spoke, Huang Jingren warmly reached out and tried to grab Jeanyong's arm, intending to pull him into the room. His smile looked kind, and his words warm and intimate. Yet for some reason, Jeanyong felt an inexplicable discomfort rise within him. Instinctively, he sidestepped Huang Jingren's hand and made a polite gesture, saying, "After you, Uncle Huang." Huang Jingren's expression flickered slightly, but then he nodded with a smile and walked in first. Zhao Dongchu cast a complex glance at Jeanyong, his lips moving as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Instead, he gently patted Jeanyong twice on the shoulder and smiled. "Come on, let's go in." Looking at Zhao Dongchu, Jeanyong suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity, but he didn't voice it. He simply said, "All right, Uncle Zhao, after you." With that, Jeanyong entered the room alongside Zhao Dongchu. The three of them took seats around an antique-style octagonal table. Huang Jingren claimed the seat of honor without hesitation, while Zhao Dongchu and Jeanyong sat on either side. Clap, clap, clap. Zhao Dongchu clapped his hands a few times, and soon several people carried over a massive copper platter nearly a meter in diameter, piled high with a dazzling array of seafood. They placed it directly onto the octagonal table. Jeanyong stared at the enormous platter, inwardly stunned. This was far beyond what Huang Jingren had modestly referred to as a little seafood. At the bottom of the platter lay a layer of lettuce, upon which were arranged an abundant variety of shellfish, crabs, abalones, various scallops, oysters, octopuses, and more, all exquisitely presented. Most striking of all, positioned prominently at the center, was a giant lobster as thick as a baby's arm, commanding immediate attention. Growing up in poverty, Jeanyong had rarely had the chance to encounter seafood. This was the first time he had ever seen such an extravagant display of marine delicacies, and certainly the largest lobster he had ever laid eyes on. He couldn't help but feel deeply amazed. Seeing Jeanyong's reaction, Huang Jingren's face lit up with a subtle smile. Xiushui County was nestled in mountainous terrain where wild game and forest delicacies were common, but seafood here was rare and extremely expensive. Thus, Huang Jingren had specially arranged this luxurious seafood banquet. Jeanyong's current reaction was exactly the effect Huang Jingren desired. His intention was clear, to gradually break down Jeanyong's defenses using such luxuries, inching step by step closer to obtaining what he truly wanted from him. Zhao Dongchu picked up a bottle of Wuliangya that had been prepared earlier, first pouring a glass for Huang Jingren, then moving to pour one for Jeanyong. Seeing this, Jeanyong quickly said, "Uncle Zhao, you know I don't drink. Don't pour me any." "Ah, how can that be? Today is the first time you're meeting my old squad leader. How could we not drink?" "All right, Uncle Zhao won't pour you much, just one glass," Zhao Dongchu told Jeanyong. This bottle of high-proof Wuliangya had been specially prepared for Jeanyong, precisely so they could loosen his tongue once he was slightly drunk. There was no way he could be allowed to refuse. At that moment, Huang Jingren also chimed in with a smile. "Xiaoyang, your Uncle Zhao has told me all about how, despite your young age, you've been running around everywhere trying to get treatment for your father. It hasn't been easy at all. Kids like you are rare these days. In fact, I'll be toasting you later. How could you not drink? Don't worry, we're both here. Even if you get drunk, there's nothing to fear. Dongchu, pour Xiaoyang a full glass." Hearing Huang Jingren's words, Zhao Dongchu moved right away to pour the wine. Jeanyong wasn't completely unable to handle alcohol. In the past, he had occasionally drunk with Zhang Yinshan at home. Seeing how insistent and enthusiastic both Zhao and Huang were, he didn't feel he could refuse further and silently allowed Zhao Dongchu to fill his cup. Seeing this, Huang Jingren smiled faintly, raised his glass and said, "Xiaoyang, even though today is our first time meeting, Dongchu has already told me all about you. I truly admire you. From now on, don't treat me as an outsider. If you ever face any difficulties, come to me without hesitation. Come, let's finish our glasses together. As he spoke, Huang Jingren raised his glass toward Jeanyong in gesture, then downed the entire contents in one gulp. Zhao Dongchu followed without hesitation, drinking his glass in full. The drinking glasses weren't particularly large, but each still held over 1 liang of liquor. Now that both Huang Jingren and Zhao Dongchu had drained theirs, Jeanyong had no choice but to drink his in one go. A searing, burning sensation rushed from Jeanyang's throat into his stomach, and his face instantly flushed red. Good, Huang Jingren said more kindly. Xiaoyang, eat some crab. The meat tastes best when it's hot. As he spoke, Huang Jingren used his chopsticks to pick up a large swimming crab and placed it directly onto Jeanyang's plate. Jeanyong stared at the crab in his dish, suddenly feeling awkward. It was the first time he'd ever eaten crab. He had no idea where to begin. Chapter 129, Scarred. First time eating crab? Huang Jingren smiled gently at Jeanyong and said, my bad. Here, let me teach you. As he spoke, Huang Jingren took the plate of crabs in front of Jeanyong, skillfully using crab crackers to dismantle one while explaining each step in detail. In no time, he had extracted all the tender crab meat and rich roe. Here, take a taste. Huang Jingren placed the neatly picked crab meat and roe back in front of Jeanyong with a warm smile. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Although Jeanyong vaguely sensed that Huang Jingren had ulterior motives, the sincerity in his eyes and genuine concern on his face stirred a quiet warmth in his heart. No need to thank me. Eat while it's hot. Once it cools down, the flavor won't be nearly as good, Huang Jingren chuckled. Jeanyong nodded gratefully and began to eat. The crab meat was fresh and tender, subtly sweet upon entry, while the roe was rich, creamy, and irresistibly savory. It was delicious beyond words, and before long, Jeanyong had polished off the entire small plate. Take your time, there's more. Here, try doing it yourself, Huang Jingren laughed, placing another crab onto Jeanyang's plate, then picking one up for himself. He pulled out a piece of leg meat and raised it to his mouth. But in that instant, Jeanyang's eyes flashed with sharp clarity. He spoke up firmly. Wait, Uncle Huang, don't eat any of this crab. Huang Jingren froze, startled, and looked at Jeanyong in disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly set down the morsel in his hand. Xiaoyang, what are you doing? Speak properly. Why are you saying this? Zhao Dongchu's heart sank at once. He quickly interjected, his voice edged with mild reprimand. At the same time, he shot Jeanyong a warning look. He knew Huang Jingren too well. Though Huang appeared refined, gentle, and utterly harmless, crossing him would bring unfathomable consequences. Huang Jingren, however, cut Zhao Dongchu off with a wave of his hand, turning to Jeanyong with a calm smile. Xiaoyang, why shouldn't I eat the crab? Can you tell me your reasons? Jeanyong took a slow breath, then answered solemnly. Uncle Huang, if you still wish to heal those hidden injuries of yours, from this moment on, you must not consume even a speck of anything cold or cooling. Injuries. At those words, Huang Jingren's expression darkened instantly. That was his deepest wound, his absolute taboo. Anyone who dared touch upon it would face his unrelenting wrath. A chilling glint flickered in Huang Jingren's eyes as he turned sharply toward Zhao Dongchu. Very few people in the world truly knew about his condition, and Zhao Dongchu was one of them. There was no logical reason for Jeanyong to know such a secret. Instantly suspicious, Huang Jingren felt a surge of betrayal rising from within. Zhao Dongchu's heart jolted when he saw that ominously shadowed gaze. He was no fool. He realized immediately that Huang Jingren now suspected him. This wasn't trivial. The consequences could be catastrophic. Not only might he lose his current status and wealth, but his very life could be in danger. Sweat beaded on Zhao Dongchu's forehead. He leapt to his feet and snapped at Jeanyong. Jeanyong, what nonsense are you spouting? What injuries? Who told you any of this? Huang Jingren's expression softened slightly, though doubt still lingered in his eyes. After a pause, he said to Zhao Dongchu, Dongchu, what are you doing? You'll scare Xiaoyang. Sit down. Old squad leader. Zhao Dongchu exhaled slightly, relieved that Huang Jingren hadn't erupted yet, and hurriedly tried to explain. Enough. We'll discuss this later. Sit down first. Huang Jingren interrupted coldly. He didn't allow room for excuses. He trusted his own judgment above all. Yes. Zhao Dongchu, well aware of Huang Jingren's unbending nature, gave Jeanyong a stern look, urging him not to say another word, and sat back down helplessly. Turning back to Jeanyong, Huang Jingren's face returned to its kindly mask. With a patient smile, he asked, Xiaoyang, tell me, who exactly told you about my hidden injuries? No one told me. I deduced it based on your complexion, breathing patterns, and countless subconscious behaviors, Jeanyong replied calmly. Oh, Huang Jingren's eyes flickered uncertainly, clearly skeptical. You're telling me you could tell I have internal injuries just from observing me? That sounds simply incredible. Jeanyong spoke up to Huang Jingren. Uncle Huang, there's an old saying. Observe the exterior and understand the internal organs, then you will know where the illness lies. From my observation, your complexion is pale and you have no beard. Your voice is loud but lacks foundation. Right now is the hottest time of year, with temperatures well above 30 degrees Celsius, yet you're wearing a long-sleeved shirt and subconsciously tighten your cuffs from time to time. These are classic signs of deficient qi and blood and damaged meridians. That's how I concluded that you have hidden injuries. Your body is already extremely weak. Cold and cooling foods are nothing but harmful to you, with no benefit whatsoever. From this moment on, you must completely avoid all seafood, not even a single bite. Huang Jingren stared at Jeanyong, his eyes flickering uncertainly, remaining silent for a long while. Zhao Dongchu, standing nearby, scratched his head anxiously. He desperately wanted to drag Jeanyong outside and scold him. Why say such things? But since Huang Jingren had already spoken, Zhao didn't dare utter a word, and could only fret helplessly in silence. Jeanyong, however, had pure intentions. He'd only spoken out of goodwill, unwilling to watch Huang Jingren's condition worsen. If his warning wasn't welcome, so be it. After a prolonged silence, Huang Jingren smiled faintly at Jeanyong and said, Xiaoyang, I had no idea you knew medicine. You've truly surprised me. Since you seem to understand my condition so well, tell me, how many hidden injuries do I actually have? Jeanyong replied. Traditional Chinese medicine relies on inspection, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis. I can't determine your exact condition just by looking. I need to take your pulse. Very well, go ahead and examine my pulse, Huang Jingren said, immediately unbuttoning the cuff of his left sleeve and placing his wrist before Jeanyong. Zhao Dongchu could no longer hold back. He turned to Jeanyong and said, Xiaoyang, stop fooling around. Since when do you know medicine? Hurry up and apologize to Uncle Huang. Before Jeanyong could respond, Huang Jingren calmly cut in. Dongchu, don't interfere. We have plenty of time today. Let Xiaoyang try. Who knows? He might actually be able to cure me. Yes, old squad leader, Zhao Dongchu muttered helplessly, shooting Jeanyong frantic eye signals before reluctantly sitting back down. Jeanyong didn't decline. He calmly extended 3 fingers and placed them on Huang Jingren's wrist, beginning a serious pulse examination. Whoa! Jeanyong abruptly shot to his feet, staring at Huang Jingren in shock. Uncle Huang, what exactly happened? How come your body has so many injuries, and so many metal fragments inside you? Chapter 130. I can cure your illness. Metal shard. Zhao Dongchu immediately said to Jeanyong. Xiaoyang, that's not just a piece of iron. It's shrapnel. Don't speak lightly if you don't know. Shrapnel? Jeanyong was taken aback by Zhao Dongchu's words. He looked at Huang Jingren differently now. Clearly, this man carried a heavy past. Huang Jingren's expression turned complicated. With a quiet sigh, he said, I used to be a soldier. These fragments were left behind during a mission. Most are lodged near vital areas like the nerve center. Removing them recklessly could cause serious complications, so they've remained inside me. Jeanyong felt a deep respect wash over him. Raised under traditional Xia Nation education, he held immense reverence for those soldiers who risked their lives on the front lines. Huang Jingren waved his hand slightly and changed the tone of his voice. Xiaoyang, since you can even diagnose that there's shrapnel in my body, it seems your medical skills are truly remarkable. If so, can you tell me exactly how many fragments remain in me, and which parts of my body are injured? Jeanyong once again placed his fingers on Huang Jingren's pulse, remaining silent for several moments as he examined. Then, with emotion in his voice, he said, there are 7 pieces of shrapnel of varying sizes in your body, some as big as a fingernail, others no larger than a grain of rice. They're located in your lungs, abdomen, left shoulder, and right knee. Because of these fragments, though your body appears healed, you carry irreversible internal injuries. As for the wounds themselves, there are too many to count. You're practically covered in scars from head to toe. That you've recovered as much as you have is nothing short of miraculous. There must have been a master physician of national caliber tending to you. Otherwise, you absolutely wouldn't be standing here today. But, here, Jeanyong paused, his face clearly showing inner conflict. He lifted his gaze to look at Huang Jingren, hesitated for a moment, then closed his mouth, refusing to say more. Huang Jingren's eyes gleamed with a sudden spark. Indeed, just as Jeanyong described, 7 shrapnel fragments still remained inside him. This was classified information, known only to Huang Jingren's personal doctor and a handful of close family members. Zhao Dongchu knew about the shrapnel, but certainly not the exact number. Yet Jeanyong, after only minutes of pulse diagnosis, had accurately identified both the number and locations. This ruled out any possibility of Zhao leaking the information, proving without doubt the depth of Jeanyong's medical skill. Huang Jingren, deeply engrossed in Jeanyong's words, noticed his sudden silence and urged, but what? Xiaoyang, what else did you discover? Speak up, speak. After another hesitation, Jeanyong finally spoke. Uncle Huang, one of the fragments passed straight through your kidney. While the external wound has healed, that piece damaged your meridians internally. So, he paused again, glancing at Huang Jingren before biting his lip and continuing. So from that point on, the injury took root. That part of your body can never fully. Huang Jingren's face instantly turned deathly pale, drained of all color. His eyes darkened, growing so gloomy they seemed ready to drip with sorrow. Zhao Dongchu turned rigid with shock and snapped at Jeanyong. Xiaoyang, what nonsense are you spouting? Shut up, don't say another word. But Huang Jingren let out a long, slow breath. Weakly, he waved at Zhao Dongchu and murmured, Dongchu, it's not Xiaoyang's fault. Don't blame him. Then, looking at Jeanyong with complex eyes, he said quietly, Xiaoyang, you've truly surprised me. What you just said is entirely correct. 15 years ago, during an anti-drug operation on the southwestern border, I suffered grave injuries. A piece of shrapnel struck my manhood directly. Since then, that part of me has been